You were falsely accused of raping and murdering 7 people and sentenced to death. Your cellmates treat you like a plaything, unaware that the ancient bronze book in your mind is actually the underworld's most precious treasure, the life-death ledger. In the foul-smelling cell, you ignore the burly man's threats, light 3 cigarettes with a mosquito coil, and reverently place them in the ashes. Just as the smoke began to rise, the ancient book that had lain dormant in your mind suddenly vibrated with a thunderous roar. Life-death ledger activated. As the mist cleared, the burly man's name and time of death appeared on the pages. Wang, to die at 3 a.m. tonight from congenital heart disease. You stared at his snarling face and slowly delivered your verdict. Tonight, you will die. Defendant Zhao, accused of raping and murdering 7 women including the elderly, children, and women of all ages with irrefutable witness testimony and physical evidence, is sentenced by the Yunqing Supreme Court to death, with execution suspended for 6 months. As the judge's gavel fell, the young man standing in the dock was immediately apprehended by 2 police officers behind him. From the opening of the trial to its conclusion, a full 2 hours, Zhao had not uttered a single word. Across the aisle in the center of the courtroom, the bereaved families in the gallery, weeping bitterly, suddenly surged forward, hurling the most vicious curses at Zhao. Only one young girl looked anxious, constantly signing in sign language. The trails her hands traced through the air were like a silent painting, revealing her inner anxiety and concern. Zhao caught a glimpse of her out of the corner of his eye, acknowledging that solitary figure. Seated in the police van on the way to prison, Zhao, wearing specially made handcuffs and leg irons, watched the scenery pass by outside the window and finally let out a long sigh. Just last week, he had been a senior at Yunqing University, yet today he faced the death penalty. The Yunqing rape and murder case had been the focus of attention across the province for the past few months. The killer had sunk to a level worse than that of a beast, from a 5-year-old girl in kindergarten to an 80-year-old woman in a wheelchair. All had fallen victim to his clutches. The Yunqing Police Department was furious and had even deployed the SWAT team. Ultimately, based on scant clues, they zeroed in on Zhao, a junior at Yunqing University. Thanks to the summer break and the fact that he was a local living alone in a village within the city, the arrest operation went off without a hitch. The police discovered a large quantity of the victim's undergarments in a suitcase under the suspect's bed. Both witness testimony and physical evidence were on the table. No matter how much Zhao tried to defend himself, it was impossible to clear his name. He recalled that a few months earlier, a group of people had approached him to buy the hidden Dragon Mountain property passed down through his ancestors, but he had refused. He immediately realized he had been framed. The people who set him up were able to mislead everyone into pinning the blame for the rape and murder on him, or perhaps that case was tailor-made for him, which clearly demonstrates just how powerful the forces behind the scenes are. Realizing resistance was futile, Zhao gave up and devoted himself entirely to studying that ancient bronze book now etched in his mind. After turning down that group of unknown origin a few months ago, he realized he hadn't been to Hidden Dragon Mountain in a long time, so he went to the supermarket to buy some joss paper and pastries. Hidden Dragon Mountain is an ancient mountain passed down through generations. During the period when Japan invaded China, it fell into Japanese hands for over a decade, but was returned after the victory in the War of Liberation. As a child, while out on a family outing with his parents, they collided with a truck that was driving illegally. Only Zhao was lucky enough to survive. The ashes of his parents and ancestors are all interred at Hidden Dragon Mountain, and Zhao visits several times a year. As he was heading down the mountain to go home, he discovered an ancient bronze book, about the size of a palm and appearing to be very old. After returning home, Zhao placed it on the table and didn't give it another thought, planning to take it to a museum at some point to see if it was a lost cultural relic. To his surprise, when he woke up the next morning, the item was gone. After searching every nook and cranny of his home and confirming there had been no break-in, he nervously realized that the ancient bronze book had truly entered his mind. During his days in the detention cell, Zhao spent all his time studying it. He sensed that the ancient bronze book held unfathomable power. Perhaps his chance for redemption lay within it. But no matter what, Zhao tried, even going so far as to kneel on the ground and kowtow, to the point where the guard on duty thought he was crazy. The ancient bronze book in his mind remained as unresponsive as a goddess he'd been pining for all these years. Yunqing Prison, located in the Old City District, was notorious throughout the province and even across the entire northern region. Every year, dozens or even hundreds of inmates would suddenly go mad for no apparent reason. Rape and murder cases were nothing out of the ordinary at Yunqing prison. After Zhao double-checked everything and confirmed there were no issues, he put on his blue and white striped prison uniform. It was already 11 p.m. when the on-duty guard led him into cell number 56, an 8-person cell. As soon as his left foot crossed the threshold, Zhao furrowed his brow slightly. A strong scent of heather hit him in the face, so strong that Zhao suspected someone had died inside one of his cellmates' shoes. It stung his throat so badly it made him choke. However, he quickly adjusted and made his way to his bunk. 7 inmates of varying heights sat up, their eyes filled with curiosity, excitement, or disgust as they began to size up the newcomer. This was mainly because Zhao had a sunny, handsome appearance. At 1.85 meters tall, he stood out in the crowd and was a rare sight even in prison. All of you, behave yourselves. Anyone who steps out of line will be sent to solitary confinement. The guard slammed his baton against the bed frame several times, cursed menacingly, locked the door, and headed to the guardroom. Zhao made his way to his bunk, which was pressed against a wall smeared with unidentifiable stains. As he was laying out the prison-issued bedding, he suddenly spotted half a pack of cigarettes wedged in the crack between the slats of the bed frame. A flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled a documentary he'd seen on TV about the Taoist priests at the Tianshi Palace on Longhu Mountain, who held an annual ritual to worship the heavens. Although conditions were meager now, using cigarettes in place of long incense sticks didn't seem like such a bad idea. He wouldn't give up even if there was only a sliver of hope. Zhao gently fished out half a pack of cigarettes. Thankfully, it was summer, and there was a burning coil of mosquito incense on the windowsill. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to light them. He took 3 cigarettes from the pack and lit them one by one with the mosquito coil. The 7 cellmates, catching the scent of smoke, all turned to look at Zhao. The middle-aged man closest to him scrambled out of bed wearing nothing but boxer shorts, with a scar on his chest that looked just like a centipede, and approached Zhao with a snarling grin. "The new guy's got quite the habit, huh? Didn't you know you need my permission to smoke in this cell? I'm wide awake tonight, so why don't we head to the bathroom and have a little chat about life? I'll make sure you don't get bullied in here from now on." The middle-aged man was a seasoned veteran who'd been in and out of prison 3 times. Even big shots on the outside had heard of him. It was certain he'd never heard of Zhao before. 9 times out of 10, this kid was a greenhorn with no connections. Zhao ignored the middle-aged man, stuck 3 cigarettes one after another into the ash from mosquito coils that hadn't been cleaned in days, then bowed respectfully. He watched the cigarettes burn rapidly, and the image of an ancient bronze book flickered faintly in his mind. The corners of his mouth curled upward. He'd really made the right bet. Feeling he'd lost face in front of the other inmates because the new kid had ignored him, the man raised his hand to slap Zhao across the right cheek. "Damn it, you're pushing your luck. You look like a greenhorn. I'll break you in today." Zhao reacted even faster, stepping back to dodge the incoming slap, then immediately kicking out with his right leg. One kick was enough to send the middle-aged man crashing to the ground. He'd been training hard since middle school, served as president of the martial arts club in college, and had even represented his school in provincial competitions, winning some prestigious awards. He might not stand a chance against a true master, but when facing nothing but a brash, thuggish thug, a few punches and kicks were enough to bring the opponent to his knees, begging for mercy. The middle-aged man who'd been knocked down felt a burning pain in his chest. He struggled to get back up, bent over to grab a bedpost as a makeshift club, only to meet Zhao's icy gaze as he declared emotionlessly, "Wang, you're going to die tonight. What the hell are you doing up this late?" A prison guard on duty heard the commotion, came to the cell door, and shouted, "Wang, you're horny again, aren't you? Do you know who the new guy is? He is the mastermind behind the Yunqing rape and murder case. One more time like this, and you're all going to solitary confinement." With that, he returned to the duty room to rest, paying no heed to what was happening inside. Wang stopped trying to use the bed rail as a club and stared at Zhao in disbelief. "You're a suspect in the rape murder case. Hey, how do you know my name?" Zhao didn't answer. He ignored Wang and continued making his bed. Having been scolded by the guard, Wang, no matter how resentful he felt inside, didn't dare push it any further. Solitary confinement really wasn't a place for humans to stay. Anyway, with this kid stuck with him, there'd be plenty of chances to deflower him later. "You actually dared to curse me to death? Do you really think you're some fortune teller? Sooner or later, I'll have you on your knees begging me. Wang, now back on his bed, glared at Zhao with a menacing look in his eyes. After he had his fill, he'd share him with a few of the big shots. He figured he could probably score a pack of Huazi cigarettes that way. Although Zhao's crime was serious, and none of the others sharing his cell were pushovers, they were all hardened criminals facing at least 30 years. He was just a psychologically deranged rapist and murderer, and with those special handcuffs and leg irons on, what kind of trouble could he possibly stir up? After making the bed, Zhao lay down as well. Although the mattress was a bit hard and the restraints were uncomfortable, his attention was now entirely focused on the ancient bronze book in his mind. His act of burning incense had truly awakened the ancient bronze book. The ancient bronze book exuded an air of age and history. Its front was perpetually shrouded in thick mist, while the ancient patterns on the back were covered in rust. As Wang was kicked flying, the mist enveloping the front of the ancient book dissipated, revealing his name. Everything from his birth to the present, all his past experiences, the greatest secret he had hidden deep in his heart, and the events yet to unfold was laid bare before Zhao. Zhao saw it clearly. Wang would die of a congenital heart defect at 3 o'clock this morning. Lying in bed, Zhao gazed at the bright crescent moon through the specially crafted iron window. The moment he awakened the ancient bronze book, he knew its name. Life-Death Ledger. It shared the same name as the treasure of Yama, the ruler of the 10 halls of the underworld. In the myths of Great Xia, Zhao even suspected that the two were, in fact, one and the same. All living beings in the world are subject to birth and death, and none can escape being recorded in the life-death ledger. But one cannot see one's own path. When Zhao looked at his own entry, he found that both his past and future were obscured, a murky haze in which nothing could be discerned. Beyond that, he also discovered that the life-death ledger was a priceless treasure trove. From the birth of the universe to the present day, every spell and supernatural ability related to cultivation that has ever existed, even those long lost in the annals of history, has been meticulously transcribed and replicated by the life-death ledger, and now they're all mine. Zhao murmured to himself, realizing that his earlier act of burning incense had earned him the life-death ledger's approval. Cultivation is a long and tedious process. Ordinary people who devote decades to diligent study, if they manage to grasp even the surface of it, have earned that through the blessings accumulated over 10 lifetimes, while those who catch a glimpse of the path invariably possess immense good fortune. The first realm is called the mortal shedding stage. It signifies shedding all that is mortal and being reborn as a true cultivator. To achieve perfection, one must awaken the true spirit, open the body as 5 divine treasuries, and forge a divine fetus. Upon reaching this stage, one's lifespan can extend to 500 years, allowing one to ride the winds and control qi, roaming freely through heaven and earth. How vast the universe is! The boundless starry sky, cultivation techniques as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. Just perusing the catalog alone would consume an immeasurable amount of time. Zhao could flip through the pages one by one simply by using his consciousness. What he needed now were cultivation techniques for the mortal shedding stage. Many powerful divine abilities and spells were restricted by his current realm, so he would have to wait until he had the opportunity to cultivate them later. Fortunately, the life-death ledger was highly responsive. Zhao merely had to set a range in his mind to filter out unsuitable cultivation techniques, leaving only those he could successfully master. A profound art titled Immortal Incinerating Art caught Zhao's attention. The immortal incinerating art originated from a divine silkworm Taoist who, 100,000 years ago, had undergone 9 cycles of nirvana. He had accidentally stumbled upon what appeared to be the tomb of an immortal, where he discovered the runes on a stone stele. He barely escaped with his life, having nearly lost half of it in the process. When he attempted to cultivate this scripture, he discovered he had to start from the very beginning, a regret that haunted him for the rest of his life. Zhao possessed keen insight and quickly mastered the basics. The immortal incinerating art emphasizes devouring all things. Any form of energy or matter will suffice. The dense yin energy within the prison became an excellent source of nourishment. Shackled by handcuffs and leg irons, Zhao's movements were severely restricted, yet he struggled to assume the cross-legged posture, forming a series of obscure hand gestures with his palms. Then, the yin energy all around him began to flow toward him in an unending stream. After undergoing layer upon layer of refinement, it transformed into the most primordial form of mana, which then seeped through his skin's pores, solidifying into dense manna that coursed through his internal organs and the 8 extraordinary meridians, finally converging at the point between his eyebrows. The other inmates all stared at Zhao as he practiced, as if he were a lunatic. He can't have lost his mind after being sentenced, can he? I've got to tell the guards tomorrow. Damn it, murder by the mentally ill isn't illegal, and with his already twisted psyche, they might come and take him away in the middle of the night. After staring blankly for 5 or 6 minutes, having spent the entire day peddling a sewing machine, the 7 inmates could no longer keep their eyes open, and before long, snores began to rise in waves from all around. Before he knew it, his meditation had carried him into the wee hours of the night. Zhao heard a creaking sound coming from the bunk next to him. Opening his eyes, he saw Wang, who had tried to slap him, standing there. At that moment, Wang's expression was one of intense agony. He was breathing so heavily it sounded like a bellows, his face turning as purple as a pig's liver from the strain. Zhao exchanged a glance with Wang, then closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. Those who had framed him would never let the matter rest. He suspected it wouldn't be long before they made their next move. Though he didn't know what they wanted with Hidden Dragon Mountain, Zhao would never let them succeed. Only by becoming strong himself would he have the leverage to resist. As for Wang, he had suffered a congenital heart attack, and the life-death ledger indicated that his fate was certain death. Besides, his very existence was a curse to himself. It would be better for him to pass on and be reincarnated sooner rather than later. When the first rays of dawn shone through the window onto his face, Zhao realized he hadn't slept a wink all night. When he got up, not only was he not tired, but he felt stronger than ever before. Hearing the wake-up call, the 6 inmates gradually crawled out of bed. Mechanically, they got up, dressed, and washed up, folding their blankets into perfect squares in preparation for the guard's inspection. After the inspection, they ate breakfast and then went to operate the sewing machines. An inmate who was on reasonably good terms with Wang saw that the guard was about to come for the inspection, but Wang was still lazing in bed, so he walked over and gave him a light tap on the shoulder. "Ha! How come you're sleeping so soundly? You came a few times last night." The inmate chuckled slyly, thinking Wang must have been jerking off under the covers last night because he hadn't managed to deflower Zhao. "Hurry up and get up to tidy your cell. I don't know what's gotten into who lately, but his temper's as volatile as gunpowder. If he sees you still lazing in bed, he'll definitely put you in solitary." Who was the prison guard on duty last night? His real name was Hu, but he was notorious for his terrible temper. Even a single cough from him could make inmates shudder, which is how he earned that nickname. Seeing that Wang still hadn't reacted, the other inmates realized something was wrong and walked over to give him a hard shove. "Someone's dead." A blood-curdling scream rang out from cell 56, immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding cells. Hu had just finished a night shift and was sporting dark circles under his eyes, rushed in. He looked at Wang, whose lips were purple, had long since stopped breathing, and whose body was swollen, and shouted with all his might, "Until the investigation results are in, no one is allowed to step outside this cell. A death in prison, it's neither a major nor a minor incident." Hu immediately notified his superiors, and several uniformed colleagues came to assist. Soon, a prison doctor in a white lab coat rushed into cell number 18 to examine Wang's body. The preliminary examination indicates a heart attack. It's documented in the inmate's file. The doctor said to the pot-bellied officer who had just arrived, "Of course, we can't rule out other causes. We'll need to question the inmates in this cell, and the body will require further examination." The 6 cellmates watched as Wang's body was carried away. They glanced at Zhao, who stood calmly across from them, and, recalling what he had said the night before, felt their hearts skip a beat, a sensation that sent shockwaves through their minds. His words had come true. Wang was really dead. The pot-bellied man was the prison block supervisor, in his 40s. He seemed to have been dealing with something very important. He had arrived in a hurry and left even more hurriedly. The prison doctor had preliminarily ruled the cause of death as a heart attack, so the investigation was handed over to Hu, the officer on duty. After all, Wang was an orphan, unmarried, with no children registered under his household registration, and a blackmailer sentenced to 50 years. His death would likely bring joy to many and cause no significant social repercussions. Hu called in another colleague to take brief statements from the 7 inmates, including Zhao. The results yielded significant information. 6 of the inmates recounted in great detail the altercation between Zhao and Wang the previous night, as well as the specific words Zhao had spoken. Some did so to earn merit for a reduced sentence, others felt that the young man was simply too eerie. Sharing a cell with him made it impossible to sleep soundly at night, for fear of suffering the same fate as Wang. That kid is way too eerie, he seems like a fortune teller. I don't think he is a fortune teller, he is a demon who practices black magic. Officer, you've got to transfer me out of here. He is really creepy. He doesn't sleep at all late at night, he just sits cross-legged on his bed. Who exchanged a glance with another colleague, suppressing the instinctive urge to smile. Before entering the prison, both had undergone professional training. No matter how funny something was, they were not to laugh unless they simply couldn't help it. They felt they really needed to report this to their superiors. The inmates needed more rest time. Working on sewing machines from morning till night every single day was driving them out of their minds. It wasn't until Zhao entered the interrogation room that Hu, looking at Zhao sitting across from him, quickly regained a serious tone. Your cellmates all say you're a fortune teller. Did you predict Wang's time of death last night? Facing Hu's interrogation, Zhao folded his hands on the table and remained completely unperturbed. What do you think, Officer Hu? The moment those words left his mouth, both Hu and his colleague froze. Zhao had only arrived at the prison last night and had never met either of them before, so how did he know Hu's last name? It must have been the inmates in the cell who told him. The two could only speculate along those lines. Be honest. Hu, who had a short temper himself, slammed his fist down on the table. Answer only what you're asked. Put those dirty little schemes aside. You're just a rapist and murderer, a scum of society. We've got plenty of ways to deal with you. Zhao's eyes were bright and deep, his face devoid of any emotion, as if he were seeing right through Hu, leaving him feeling completely at a loss. The rest of the questioning followed standard procedure. Zhao truthfully answered that he had been asleep and knew nothing about Wang's death. After the formalities were completed, Hu escorted Zhao back to his cell. Around dusk, the results of Wang's autopsy came in, confirming with 100% certainty that he had died of a heart attack at approximately 3 a.m., with no suspicion of suicide or homicide. The confinement order for cell 56 was lifted, but the inmates all stared at Zhao as if he were a ghost, their gazes filled with unease. Just before dinner time, Hu, the prison guard on duty, returned and ordered the 6 inmates to hurry out and line up for dinner. He kept Zhao behind to speak with him privately. Zhao wore an expression that suggested he'd been expecting this, stood up, and made room for him. Once the 6 inmates had walked far enough away, Hu pulled out a meal box still steaming with heat, 2 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a serving of rice. Even during the Lunar New Year, the prison couldn't match the standard. You seem to know I was coming? Zhao didn't answer the question. He snapped open a pair of disposable chopsticks and shoveled the food into his mouth in big mouthfuls. He was truly hungry. In the detention cell, he had only 2 meals in 3 days, and those were nothing but nutritionally lacking instant noodles. Things hadn't improved after being transferred to the prison either following Wang's death. They'd been placed under house arrest, and no kind soul had come to bring them food. Hu said nothing more, simply watching Zhao eat in silence. To be honest, Zhao's appearance and demeanor really bore little resemblance to the fortune teller described in the rumors. If you took away the blue and white striped prison uniform, he really looked just like a college student who hadn't graduated. When he was nearly finished eating, Hu handed him a bottle of water. Zhao thanked him politely, took the bottle, and drank 2 big gulps. Glancing at Hu, who looked somewhat impatient, he nodded in acknowledgement. To get by in prison, you absolutely need inside connections and access to the outside world. There were surveillance cameras in the cell as well. All they had to do was run a check to confirm that the cellmate's story was true. The conversation from last night had indeed reeled in a fish. Looking at Zhao, who had nodded in acknowledgement, Hu demanded, "How can you prove it?" "Just recognizing that Wang died of a heart attack isn't enough. I know you majored in traditional Chinese medicine in college, so you must be familiar with the warning signs of a heart attack." Looking at Hu sitting across from him, Zhao knew he hadn't been idle either. He'd gone to check his own file that afternoon. Hu, 29 years old, unmarried. But you have a girlfriend you've been dating for 6 years. You'd already worked out all the details for the wedding, but your future mother-in-law suddenly changed her mind and demanded an additional 500,000 in dowry. Otherwise, you'd have to become a son-in-law who lives with his in-laws, a status even a dog would despise. You couldn't come up with that much money, and you refused to become a son-in-law living with his in-laws, which is why you've been so stressed out about this every day. Who had a whole lot to say, but he took a deep breath and swallowed it all back. Zhao, sitting across from him, had gotten everything right. If being able to name his surname, pinpoint the exact time of Wang's death, and provide a plausible explanation were enough, then the fact that he could now describe his predicament in such detail, aside from the fact that he is a fortune teller, left him at a loss for any other explanation. Do you know why your future mother-in-law suddenly changed her mind? Without giving Hu a chance to speak, Zhao looked him straight in the eye. Because your mother-in-law's relative introduced a better match, someone in a middle management position at a large private company. That's why she suddenly changed her tune and demanded another 500,000 as a dowry, hoping to scare you off. Although your fiancé genuinely loves you, she can't go against her family's wishes. When faced with a choice, she'll ultimately choose her family. These words struck Hu like a bolt of lightning, reverberating deep within his heart. He stood there like a lifeless statue, unable to utter a single word for a long while. Zhao stood up, stretched, and gave Hu a light pat on the shoulder, like a teacher offering guidance to a student. A real man shouldn't shed tears so easily. There's still a chance to turn things around. With tears welling in his eyes, Hu looked up at Zhao's innocent face and whispered seductively, "Do you believe I can get you out of paying the dowry and even have your future mother-in-law throw in a car as a dowry gift?" Seeing Zhao, handcuffed and shackled, looking down at him, Hu instinctively jumped to his feet. There was no way he could ignore the fact that Zhao had raped and murdered 7 people. Even the elderly, the weak, and the innocent couldn't be entirely certain what this madman, sentenced to death, might ultimately do. What do I need to do? Hu's gaze was filled with wariness. He certainly didn't think Zhao was a good person who would help him for no reason. I'm absolutely not taking any risks. I don't want to spend the rest of my life as your cellmate again. Zhao chuckled softly, sat on the bed leaning against the wall, and tapped his fingers lightly on the mattress. What you need to do is simple. When you have time, go to my house and see what the situation is. If it really was that same group from a few months ago, the first thing they'd do after I went to prison would definitely be to look for the deed to Hidden Dragon Mountain. The most likely place to keep the deed would be his permanent residence. If Hu went there and found the place ransacked, it was 9 times out of 10 their doing. After a long silence, Hu agreed. He thought he was being asked to help with a prison break or to remove handcuffs and leg irons. That would have been an abuse of his authority. If he did that today, he'd be out of a job tomorrow. But since it was just a quick trip to check on his home, a small favor he could do on the side, Hu figured it was a fair deal. Now you can tell me how we're going to pull that off, right? Seeing that Hu had taken the bait, Zhao didn't beat around the bush. Tonight at 10 p.m., at the Good Fortune Card Club on Huaping Road. Tip off the police to stage a surprise raid, and your problem will be solved in a snap. That's it? Hu's eyes widened. It all seemed too good to be true. But seeing Zhao's confident expression, he finally nodded firmly. You'd better not be lying to me, or you'll be in for a world of trouble. With that, he left. Zhao watched his figure fade into the distance, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Although prisons and police stations operate under 2 separate systems, they share many similarities, and he was generally familiar with the ins and outs of both. Hu was on good terms with Captain Wu at the police station. Besides, the Good Luck Mahjong parlor was just a small shop in the alley, frequented mainly by middle-aged and elderly people in their 40s and older. Sending a few officers over for a surprise raid would be as easy as saying the word. The inmates returned one after another after dinner, still keeping their distance from Zhao. Zhao didn't care in the least. On the contrary, he thought it was a good thing. At 6:55, the 6 inmates pulled small stools from under their beds and sat neatly on both sides of the aisle. A 30-inch television was embedded in the wall above the cell door. Every day at 7 p.m. was the time for the news broadcast, a mandatory program that inmates were required to watch daily. It allowed them to stay informed about major national events and the ever-changing landscape of international relations, preventing them from becoming too disconnected from society. Although the content was rather dull, the inmates watched intently, occasionally offering suggestions that sounded quite professional. After the broadcast, there was a 5-minute break, during which the prison guard on duty began calling out names one by one. This was followed by a chorus of 2 red songs or songs taught in prison. By the time it ended, it was already 9:50 a.m. The inmates, after a busy day, finally had some free time to rest. They could watch TV programs or read paper books, though many were old editions whose covers had long since gone missing. Meanwhile, on the other side, 3 uniformed officers had already arrived outside the Good Fortune mahjong parlor. Seeing that the time was right, they kicked open the locked door. The scene that immediately met their eyes was a true eyesore. Team leader Wu, who was dining outside, heard his phone left on the table suddenly ring. He put it on speaker, then set it back down, making no effort to hide his conversation from Hu was sitting across from him. "How's it going?" "Captain Wu, you'd better come back, it's a bit tricky." Hearing the officer's voice on the other end, Captain Wu hung up. "Shao Kahn, come with me. After all, this raid was your suggestion." On the way there, they learned what had happened. During the day, the Good Luck Mahjong parlor was frequented by a group of middle-aged and elderly patrons who gathered to play mahjong. At night, it was still the same group of middle-aged and elderly people, but they weren't playing mahjong anymore. Even the police couldn't bear to look while taking photos for evidence. Just one extra glance was enough to make them feel queasy. These were all people of a certain age, ranging from their 40s and 50s to their 70s and 80s, and they were all experiencing a second spring, gathering together to engage in some primal activities. The 2 rode back to the police station together, and Hu followed him into the office. The computer on the desk was connected to the interrogation room's camera and was streaming live footage. He took just one glance and couldn't tear his eyes away. "Holy shit!" The word slipped out before he could stop himself. In the crowd, he spotted a familiar figure. It was none other than his mother-in-law, the woman who usually put on airs and constantly referred to herself as an intellectual. When Zhao had mentioned this incident earlier that evening, Hu had assumed it had something to do with prostitution, but he never in a million years would have guessed it was his mother-in-law. Captain Wu noticed that Hu's expression had changed and walked over to look at the computer screen. Joking, he asked, "You don't happen to know anyone in there, do you?" After receiving Hu's affirmative answer, Captain Wu's expression grew complicated. He reached out and patted Hu on the shoulder. "Your mother-in-law has still got some looks, but I can't blame her for being so promiscuous. Out of the 7 people we've already interrogated, 6 of them had long-term illicit relationships with her." Hu. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. His cell phone in his pocket rang. Hu Xiaolong pulled it out and saw the contact labeled "Mother-in-law," still full of charm. Without hesitation, he hung up and stuffed it back into his pocket. The moment he learned his mother-in-law had been detained, he instantly understood Zhao's meaning. It wasn't time for him to make an appearance yet. He had to let things simmer a while longer for the results to be more effective. His girlfriend was great in every way, except she was way too dependent on her family. Her father was constantly traveling for work. He was away from home 6 or 7 months a year, so her mother ran the show at home. On the few visits he made, he had his fair share of run-ins with her. Now that Hu had him by the tail, he had to make her cut it off today to save his own skin. Over the next hour or so, Hu's phone rang more than a dozen times, and dozens of messages piled up in his inbox. The tone of her messages shifted from haughty and domineering to desperate pleading. It was as if she wanted to beg Hu for mercy right through the screen. Judging that the time was right, Hu did 20 push-ups before pretending to be out of breath as he rushed over to the holding cell where his mother-in-law was being detained. The moment she saw Hu, his mother-in-law was so overcome with emotion that she burst into tears on the spot. If tonight's incident really got out, she'd be ready to jump off a building. Now Hu was her last hope, and she had to hold on to him tightly no matter what. When Hu emerged from the interrogation room, he wore a warm, spring-like smile, followed by his mother-in-law, who was hanging her head like a defeated dog. Just as Zhao had said, not only had she waived the 500,000 dowry and provided a 300,000 car as a dowry gift, but she had also generously covered the entire cost of the wedding banquet. Before entering the interrogation room, he had already reached an agreement with Captain Wu to keep the matter involving his future mother-in-law under wraps. After all, they were about to become one family. If his future mother-in-law were to divorce her husband at such a critical juncture, who knew how long his wedding would be delayed again? After leaving the police station, Hu drove to Zhao's home based on the address Zhao had given him. Zhao lived in an old residential complex in Yuncheng, likely 40 or 50 years old. Many of the facilities were severely dilapidated. Trash was piled high around the dumpsters, yet the property management hadn't hired anyone to clean it up. These days, the only residents were elderly people living alone and recent college graduates working grueling office jobs. The 5-story building certainly had no elevator. Climbing the stairs to the top floor where Zhao lived, he found the security door ajar. Stepping inside, he discovered the place had been ransacked. Even the floor tiles had been pried up. If a thief came here, they'd have to leave 200 yuan behind, and during holidays, they'd have to bring food supplies like grain, oil, rice, and flour. Who recorded a 1-minute video on his phone and, the next morning while on duty, called Zhao out of his cell to watch it. "I get it. Thanks for your help." Zhao's reaction was calm, as if he'd expected this all along. It was clear that the same group from a few months ago had framed him, but they'd never have guessed that something as easily lost as a property deed wouldn't actually be kept at home. Seeing Zhao act so polite, Hu actually felt a bit hesitant. After all, Zhao had done him such a huge favor, and simply recording a video didn't seem like enough to repay him. Zhao sensed Hu's hesitation. "If you feel bad about it, could you please buy an incense burner and some genuine incense? Burn 3 sticks for me every day in the duty room. Otherwise, the deities I worship might get upset, and trouble could ensue." The main thing was that even if he hadn't said anything, his mother-in-law would have exposed the truth in half a month anyway. By asking Hu to keep the matter under wraps, Zhao had essentially hit the jackpot. He'd just moved the timeline up a bit. Since he'd been mistaken for a fortune teller, Zhao decided to keep playing along, making himself seem even more enigmatic, which might yield unexpected results. "Leave it to me." Hu agreed readily. Burning 3 sticks of incense in the duty room was something he could do with his eyes closed. Last night, he'd asked a friend about fortune tellers and discovered it was indeed a very mysterious profession. Rumor had it that some of them worshipped a divine being, and all the information they possessed came from that divine being. The more powerful the divine being they worshipped, the more powerful the fortune teller. Hu realized that since Zhao had murdered 7 people and could accurately predict his mother-in-law's movements, he was likely among the top fortune tellers in the trade. That's why he'd been careful with his words today. Back in his cell, Zhao found his cellmate already awake, meticulously folding his blanket into a perfect square, a daily inspection item where cutting corners would result in punishment. Zhao sighed. The last time he'd folded a blanket into a tofu block was during military training his freshman year of college. He'd long since forgotten how. He casually called out to a passing cellmate, "Help me fold my blanket." The cellmate he called didn't even dare to look Zhao in the eye. He quickly knelt down to get to work, afraid to offend him in the slightest. It was now between 6:50 and 7 a.m., time for the inmates to go downstairs for roll call. From 7 to 7:30, they ate breakfast, then headed to the workshop to operate the sewing machines. After all, the prison's top priority was to ensure the inmates were never comfortable. Hu invited Zhao into the duty room, where the two brewed a pot of tea and drank it together. They didn't even have to go to the cafeteria for lunch. They simply bought 2 staff meals, the standard 2 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes, plus a bottle of chilled, happy water. In the corner of the duty room stood a small table. Besides an incense burner and 3 sticks of incense, there were offerings such as apples. Zhao had gathered a bit more of that lifeless energy in the corner. Curiosity got the better of Hu as he walked over. He instantly felt a chill that made his face turn pale with fright. After finishing lunch, Zhao even managed to play around with Hu's phone for a while and discovered that he had indeed been expelled from Yuncheng University. He typed in a string of numbers, logged into WeChat, and opened the class chat group. Watching his former classmates with whom he'd once spent every waking moment discuss the downfall of a once legendary academic star, he felt a sense of relief mixed with regret. Yuncheng University was one of Daxia's top institutions, second only to Tsinghua and Jingda. Those admitted were all the cream of the crop academic stars who had fought their way through millions of competitors. That is, until they encountered Zhao, the god of academics, who utterly crushed them, leaving not a single one standing, and even prompted the teachers to grant him special privileges. At 9 o'clock that night, Zhao returned to his cell. Under the envious gazes of his cellmates, he trained until the sky began to grow light. The following days were much the same. His cellmates even folded his blankets for him, perfect, neat tofu blocks, making his life here even more comfortable than it had been on the outside. But tomorrow, it won't be the same. The on-duty guards rotate every half-month. Who would be transferred to another floor tomorrow, and a new guard one he'd never seen before would take his place. Who said apologetically, "I'll have a word with the next guard on duty and try to make sure he doesn't treat Brother Zhao too harshly." "It's fine." Zhao still appeared calm. He finished the last sip of tea in his cup, stood up to return to his cell to rest, and as he reached the doorway, suddenly turned back to look at Hu. "I can help you out once for free, just as a thank you for these past few days." Hearing this, Hu's eyes lit up. He thought to himself that his efforts over the past few days hadn't been in vain. He'd finally managed to keep this troublemaker happy. Back in his cell, Zhao exhaled deeply as he waited for lights out. How could he not know what Hu was scheming? But earlier, the time wasn't right. Zhao hadn't yet awakened his true spirit and lacked the power to defend himself in a crisis. After today, things would be different. Having absorbed the death energy in the prison for 4 days, Zhao had accumulated enough mana to finally awaken his true spirit. Awakening his true spirit would make him a true cultivator, capable of fighting back against any adversity. Moreover, having studied the notes left by the evil emperor, Zhao knew that the nature of the awakened true spirit varied depending on an individual's innate talent and the cultivation techniques practiced. That group hadn't found the land deed and certainly wouldn't give up. It wouldn't be long before they sent people to infiltrate the prison, track him down, and force him to reveal its location. As Zhao sat cross-legged in meditation, performing a series of obscure hand gestures, the aura of death surged toward him. The 6 fellow inmates in the cell gradually sensed that something was amiss. It was clearly July or August, the hottest time of the year. Just a few days ago, it had been so hot they were on the verge of heatstroke, but now they even needed blankets to sleep at night. They all glanced out of the corner of their eyes at the young man sitting cross-legged, shackled in handcuffs and leg irons. The bright moonlight streaming through the window illuminated the left half of his face, which still bore traces of boyish innocence. Damn it, they absolutely had to report this to the guards. Ever since Zhao arrived, they hadn't had a single night of restful sleep. They were on the verge of breaking down. Zhao ignored his cellmates' resentful glances right now. His entire focus was concentrated on the space between his eyebrows. All the mana he'd consumed over the past 3 or 4 days had finally surged into that spot, the seat of his awakened true spirit. From a distance, it looked like a miniature lake, radiating a chilling, eerie black glow. "Open." Sensing the moment was ripe, Zhao gave a low command in his mind. The lake between his eyebrows burst into flames instantly, causing the temperature in the cell to skyrocket. Holy shit, why did it suddenly get so hot? It's gotta be at least 50 degrees. I feel like I'm about to be steamed alive. There's no way I can last a single day in this shitty prison. Whoever's willing to team up with me, let us find a way to break out. The 6 inmates furtively watched Zhao, but their breathing grew rapid as they saw that a cluster of golden flames was hovering between the young man's eyebrows. Zhao opened his eyes as well, scrutinizing the cluster of flickering flames. True spirit? He thought to himself. According to ancient oral traditions, the true spirit exists within the vast cosmos. It is a subtle substance possessing primal life functions, capable of giving birth to all things, the very source of all existence. He sensed a harmonious, seamless connection. The golden flame felt like an extension of his body, which he could command at will with a mere thought. The moment he awakened his true spirit, Zhao understood exactly what role the golden flame played. First, the head is the most vulnerable part of the human body. In daily life, even the slightest injury can easily lead to the risk of becoming a vegetable, but with the true spirit awakened, it's a different story. As long as the true spirit remains intact, even if the physical body is destroyed, one can endure in the form of a soul. Next, the key lies in tempering the body. That cluster of golden flame can be directed to any part of the body, thereby achieving the effect of body tempering. Generally speaking, a cultivator's physical body is a weak point. Although there are specialized cultivation techniques and supernatural abilities for body tempering, a person's energy is ultimately limited, so most must choose between the two. For every gain, there is a loss. But Zhao is different. No matter which part of the body the golden flame is directed to, as long as there is a sufficient supply of mana, it can automatically temper the body 24 hours a day. Moreover, as his cultivation level deepens, the golden flame will grow ever more powerful, advancing from tempering a specific part to tempering the entire body. The golden flame is merely the first stage of the true spirit. Gradually, it will evolve into the form of a furnace, and only then will it reveal its true power. Even at the first stage, it is incredibly extraordinary. Although the divine silkworm Taoist was unable to cultivate this scripture, he drew inspiration from it and created his own abridged version of the undying golden body, a physical form that would rank among the top 10 in the entire universe. Whether out of a sense of resentment or not, the divine silkworm Taoist never passed on the immortal incinerating art until his death and the dissolution of his Tao 30,000 years later, causing it to vanish completely into the annals of history. If I were to teleport over to my second younger brother's place and temper my body there for a few months, even Ken Shimizu would feel ashamed of his own inadequacy. Zhao suppressed his dark sense of humor, thinking of Sun Wukong from Journey to the West, who was locked in the supreme Bagua furnace and ultimately forged with fiery golden eyes. If he were to follow suit, would he achieve the same result? No sooner thought than done. With a single thought, that cluster of golden flames settled into his right eye. The pain he anticipated never came. Instead, it felt like a tourist on the verge of dying of thirst in the desert suddenly gulping down cool, sweet rain. Every cell in his body was celebrating. Since it was his own true spirit, how could it possibly cause pain? Most importantly, after awakening his true spirit, Zhao sensed that he had undergone a complete transformation. He estimated that a single ordinary punch would be enough to punch a hole through the iron door of his cell, helping those 6 moaning and complaining cellmates escape. The handcuffs and leg irons he wore were no different from toys. He now had to hold back his strength, otherwise, he would snap them in two. Although he hadn't specifically tested his physical body, he concluded from the handwritten texts that unless a bullet struck a vital spot, ordinary bullets would have a hard time harming him. To be honest, there weren't many handguns in the prison, so there was no immediate need to temper his physical body. He might as well try his eyes instead, to see if there were any unexpected surprises. Zhao's attention wasn't on his true spirit. He was more concerned with how the life-death ledger in his mind would change now that he had officially become a cultivator. The life-death ledger remained in his mind, its ancient bronze exuding a sense of age, as if it had existed since time immemorial. After experimenting for a while, Zhao withdrew with satisfaction and glanced at his 6 cellmates. Their information all appeared at once. Whereas before he could only check one person at a time, he could now view 10 people simultaneously. The detection range had also increased significantly. Previously it required being within 1 meter, but now it was within 5 meters. Moreover, as long as he infused it with mana, the range could continue to expand. Zhao had a vague sense that viewing a person's past and future was not the full extent of the life-death ledger's capabilities. In mythology, the life-death ledger held the power to govern life and death. Anyone whose time of death had been decreed, whether an emperor capable of slaughtering 1,000,000 men in a fit of rage or a reclusive sage living in the mountains, could ultimately not escape the fate of death. Although Zhao was unable to do this yet, he believed that day was not far off. Looking up through the window at the night sky, the myriad stars shone like night pearls against the celestial canopy, sparkling with brilliant silver light. With dawn still some time away, Zhao resumed his cultivation, knowing full well that he must never let his guard down. Since he had obtained this legacy and could practice it, there were surely many others in the vast realm of Daxia who could as well. To his delight, the rate at which he absorbed death energy had multiplied after his breakthrough. 1 hour now equaled a month's worth of progress in the past. He estimated it wouldn't be long before all the death energy in Yunqing prison would be consumed as nourishment for his cultivation. It wasn't until the first hint of dawn appeared in the east that the unfamiliar prison guard on duty blew his whistle. After 6 of his cellmates got up, washed up, and went downstairs to run laps in the courtyard, Zhao finally got up at a leisurely pace. But when the unfamiliar guard checked on him, he merely gave him a cursory glance before going about his other duties. With the specially designed handcuffs and leg irons removed, Zhao felt like a free man. As long as he stayed within this building, he was free to go wherever he pleased. When he even went to the guard room for a cup of tea, he discovered that the guard on duty had already relit the incense. Interesting, interesting, interesting. After repeating this 3 times, Zhao returned to his cell for a nap. At lunchtime, the unfamiliar guard brought him a boxed meal, the standard 2 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes. After leisurely finishing his lavish prisoner's meal, Zhao went to the duty room for tea. The unfamiliar guard sat at his desk nearby. He hadn't spoken a word since morning, merely casting intentional or unintentional glances his way out of the corner of his eye. Squeak yaw. The door to the duty room swung open. Who had been transferred, was back. His expression was very serious. He asked his colleague, who was working at the desk, to step out first. A moment later, a pot-bellied man not wearing a uniform followed him in. The pot-bellied man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with his temples mostly gray. Perhaps due to spending every day sitting in an office, his belly was so large it looked as if he were wearing a swim ring. Who stood behind the pot-bellied man without saying a word. The pot-bellied man looked at Zhao, whose expression hadn't changed in the slightest, and at the steaming cup of tea in front of him, and his belief in what who had said grew a little more. He decided to sit down across from Zhao, though he didn't drink the hot tea. After all, it was tea poured by a death row inmate. He didn't dare take a chance on whether it had been poisoned. With a hint of a smile in the corner of his eye, he asked, "Do you know who I am, and yet you dare to sit here like this?" Zhao looked calmly at the pot-bellied man. "Whether I know who you are or not is irrelevant. What matters is that I know what you want, Deputy Warden Li." The fact that he was still receiving this treatment after who had been transferred meant it was at the behest of the man sitting across from him. The hint of a smile in Li Buotao's eyes froze as he stared at the burning incense stick in the corner. "Can you do it?" "Yes." Hearing this answer, Li Buotao suppressed the wild elation surging within him and asked tentatively, "What do you need me to do?" "Getting out of prison is definitely out of the question. Your case has caused too much of a stir, and our superiors are still keeping a close eye on it. You don't need to do anything." Zhao's words were like a soothing balm. "I promised who I'd do him a favor once, free of charge, just as a token of my gratitude for these past few days." Standing behind him, who was so moved by Zhao's words that he nearly burst into tears. The warden of Yunqing prison was being transferred to serve as chief of the Yunqing Police Bureau, which meant the warden's position was now vacant. Li Buotao was 51 this year. This was his last chance. If he couldn't move up the ladder one more time, it would mean gradually becoming marginalized until he retired from his position as deputy warden. If that were all, Li Buotao wouldn't be so distressed, but the crux of the matter was the other deputy warden, a man who had frequently thrown a wrench in his plans. Their relationship had become extremely strained, reaching a point where there was no room for both of them. The other deputy warden had more seniority, having served diligently for 20 years, and had a 90% chance of becoming the new warden. The power struggle was fierce. A rank higher than yours can crush you. Li Buotao knew that if another deputy warden actually took office, his good days would be over. He figured he'd be kicked out before he could retire. Who was one of the confidants he'd groomed a few days earlier, who had mentioned Zhao and Wang to him, but Li Buotao felt he still needed to observe the situation further. However, who also had his own agenda. After learning that Zhao had real clout, he didn't report it immediately. Instead, he transformed into a ruthless sycophant, fawning over the boss for several days in the hope that the other man would show him a little favor. As a result, Zhao was quite accommodating. After saying those words, who could clearly sense that the look Li Buotao gave him had, imperceptibly, softened considerably. Zhao set down his teacup. "Based on the future I've seen, you'll lose the election. That deputy warden will win, and after taking office, he'll launch an investigation into you. A few months later, you'll be thrown in jail and sentenced to life imprisonment for accepting large bribes. What are your thoughts on this, Brother Zhao?" Li Buotao's tone betrayed his anxiety. The conference to decide the next prison warden was set to convene the day after tomorrow. He'd assumed he'd be out of a job at worst, but he never expected the other candidate to be so ruthless, actually landing him a life sentence. Although this came from Zhao, an obscure fortune teller, upon closer reflection, it made perfect sense. If he were the one taking office, he certainly wouldn't leave any loose ends either. Who in this position has a clean record? No one could withstand a thorough investigation. Zhao gestured for him to calm down and took a sip of tea, although you've worked hard for many years and cultivated some connections, the other deputy warden has done the same and his resume is far more impressive than yours. The only way is to secure the support of the outgoing warden, Chang Xiao. Li Buotao knew this all too well. He smiled wryly and said, I've spoken to Chang Xiao both openly and behind the scenes, but he refuses to get involved. He wants us to settle this once and for all in a real showdown. Chang Xiao was a ruthless and shrewd man, considerably younger than Li Buotao, with an extremely powerful background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been transferred to the police bureau and stationed at the heart of power in Yuncheng, with a bright future ahead of him. Not at all. Staring straight into Li Buotao's eyes, Zhao cut to the heart of the matter. Chang Xiao isn't siding with either of you, it's simply because you haven't offered him anything compelling enough to sway him. Li Buotao, still seated, felt a jolt of unease. His mind raced for a moment as he looked at the self-assured young man, his breathing becoming rapid. Can you offer something like that? Zhao fell silent. Li Buotao was no fool himself. He nimbly stood up, picked up the teapot on the table, and, bending over, refilled Zhao's empty cup. After all that talking, young Zhao, you must be thirsty. Have a sip of tea to moisten your throat. Behind him, Hua's expression remained unchanged, but inside, it was as if a Category 8 storm had swept through his mind. It even felt somewhat surreal. Just last week, this man had been a death row inmate, and now he was actually getting the deputy warden to willingly pour him tea. Throughout the process, Zhao showed not the slightest sign of unease. He knew that the calmer he appeared at a moment like this, the more unfathomable he would seem. It's actually quite simple. Chang Xiao's son, Chang Yunqi, suffered a broken heart and developed severe depression. He has attempted suicide several times over the past month. If he hadn't been discovered in time, his father would have had to bury his own son. As long as we cure Chang Xiao's son. Upon hearing this, Li Buotao was so excited he almost jumped to his feet. Of course, he knew all about Chang Xiao's son, Chang Yunqi. They brought in numerous psychologists from all over the country, but to no avail. The worry had kept Chang Xiao away from the prison for half a month. He and his wife had been at home all day, tending to their son. Young Zhao, do you know any skilled psychologists? I do. Where? Considering that Zhao had previously been a student in the traditional Chinese medicine department at Yuncheng University, it seemed only natural that he would know a skilled psychologist. Far away, yet right under your nose. Watching Zhao utter those words, Li Buotao couldn't help but feel the other man was playing a joke on him. Damn it, fortune tellers and psychologists, is there even the slightest connection between those two professions? Seeing Zhao so certain of himself, Li Buotao began to seriously consider whether staking his life and fortune on a death row inmate was being too reckless. But even if he didn't die now, once his opponent took office, there would still be no way out. After a long silence, he took a deep breath. What do I need to do? Either get me out of prison, or bring Chang Yunqi in. Zhao shrugged helplessly. No matter how powerful I am, I can't heal someone from a distance. Li Buotao knew the other man wasn't lying. There was no way Chang Yunqi could get into prison. Chang Xiao was still the warden, after all, and held supreme authority at Yuncheng prison. The only option left was to get Zhao out of prison. But releasing a death row inmate, what if Zhao took off? That would spell disaster for him too. I'll have to think this over carefully. Li Buotao tapped his temple and the bridge of his nose, then stood up and left the duty room, leaving Zhao alone sipping his tea. Around 7:20 p.m., while the inmates were all watching the news and no one was paying attention, a police car slowly pulled away from the prison. Zhao, sitting in the back seat, had his handcuffs and leg irons removed. He was dressed in casual clothes and wearing a white face mask. Seated on either side of him were two prison guards, clearly well trained, with bulging holsters at their waists, who never took their eyes off Zhao for a single moment. Li Buotao sat in the front passenger seat. In the end, he had decided to take a gamble. He brought along two trusted confidants he groomed for years, both armed with live ammunition ready to shoot Zhao on sight if he showed any sign of trying to escape. The handcuffs and leg irons had, of course, been removed, and Zhao had even been given a smartphone. That afternoon, he called Chang Xiao, telling him he'd arranged for a top-notch psychologist to meet with Zhao. If the psychologist saw him in handcuffs and leg irons, all hell would break loose. Zhao remained silent, gazing intently at the scenery outside through the police car window. Just a few days ago, he'd been wrongfully imprisoned. Now, a few days later, he was actually being released. Although he was still a death row inmate, he had taken a huge step toward true freedom. Chang Xiao lived in a high-end gated community where entry required facial recognition, security guards patrolled around the clock, and not even food delivery drivers were allowed inside. On top of that, he never allowed his subordinates to visit his home and kept a very low profile. Not even his upstairs and downstairs neighbors knew that such a prominent figure from Yunqing lived right in their midst. After the police car had completely left the prison grounds, the group switched to a minivan partway through the journey. This was something Chang Xiao had specifically instructed. They had to keep a low profile when entering the complex, and under no circumstances were they to drive the police car in. 2 more prison guards boarded the vehicle along the way to prevent Zhao from escaping. En route, a death row inmate who had raped and murdered 7 people would cause unimaginable disaster to society. Don't be nervous. Zhao remained calm throughout, glancing at Li Buotao in the passenger seat. Give me a bank card to use. Don't be so stingy, I know your slush fund isn't exactly small. Li Buotao's expression changed. Though he didn't know what Zhao was up to, he still took a card out of his wallet and handed it to Zhao. The van gradually pulled into the residential complex, turned left, and stopped at the building at the end of the road. 4 armed prison guards remained in the vehicle, watching as Li Buotao and Zhao took the elevator to the floor where Chang Xiao was staying. 1 elevator, 1 apartment. Knock, knock, knock. Li Buotao knocked on the maroon front door with some trepidation. Bringing a death row inmate to pose as a psychologist and visit Chang Xiao's son, if they were found out, the consequences would surely be dire. Coming. A woman dressed simply jogged over, opened the door, and led Li Buotao and Zhao inside. Chang Xiao had never brought his wife, Deng Panyan, to any events, so this was Li Buotao's first time meeting her. Deng Panyan was in her 40s, not exactly young anymore. She wore no high-end makeup and no jewelry, appearing much more down-to-earth compared to the wives of high-ranking officials who were fond of playing cards. You must be tired from the trip. I just brewed some tea, have a cup to refresh yourself. Deng Panyan was very warm and welcoming, but the fatigue in the corners of her eyes revealed that she hadn't been sleeping well lately. Chang Xiao remained seated on the sofa. Standing 1.85 meters tall, he exuded an imposing presence even while seated, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Li Buotao had called him, saying he'd met a highly skilled psychiatrist who had cured many patients, but who was leaving next week for further training abroad, and it was unclear how many years it would be before he returned. Chang Xiao thought it would be better to decline at this critical moment in the campaign. But Li Buotao, on the phone, pounded his chest and swore that the psychologist was guaranteed to cure his son, Chang Yunqi, otherwise, he would willingly withdraw from the race. Chang Xiao and his wife were moved, and hope flared up in their hearts once more. But the psychologist standing before them was far too young. Even with a mask on, it was clear he couldn't be older than 20. Could someone like this really be a psychologist, or was he just a student Li Buotao had randomly picked? Where is the patient? Zhao acted very professionally. My time is tight, I have a flight tomorrow at noon, so I need to begin treatment immediately. Hearing this, Chang Xiao finally stood up from the sofa. He towered half a head above Zhao, and with his dark complexion, he looked like an iron tower as he demanded, "Which hospital are you from? Do you have any successful case studies?" Standing nearby, Li Buotao felt as if his heart were about to stop. He hadn't expected Chang Xiao to suddenly ask such a question. This was an unforeseen twist in the plan, and Zhao certainly wouldn't be able to answer. Quan Ziqian. He is 21 years old this year and a disciple of Wu Yufeng. Although he has only 1 year of clinical experience, he has never failed a case. Facing Chang Xiao's interrogation, Zhao remained very calm. I was planning to leave for further training abroad right away anyway, and I'm not willing to take on another difficult patient at the last minute. If you don't trust me because of my youth, then I'd be more than happy to go back to the hotel and rest. With that, he turned to leave without a moment's hesitation. Please wait. Chang Xiao was also starting to panic. He hadn't expected this young man to be a disciple of Wu Yufeng. All the skepticism in his eyes vanished. He jogged over to stand in front of Zhao and said earnestly, I was in the wrong just now. I sincerely apologize. Please put the past behind you and cure my son. Deng Panyan, who had been making tea nearby, was also anxious. If it weren't for Li Buotao's presence, she would likely have knelt down to beg Zhao. In her quest to cure her son, she had come to know Wu Yufeng's reputation. In the field of psychology and daxia, he held a god-like status. Every patient he treated was amazed by his extraordinary skills. However, he was usually as elusive as a dragon. Even billionaires found it difficult to secure an appointment with him. Yet, the position of warden of Yunqing prison alone wasn't enough to prompt such a prominent figure to step in. Wu Yufeng's disciples were equally famous. They were treated as honored guests by the prominent families in the provincial capital, and no one had ever dared to impersonate them. Li Buotao, who had remained silent until then, looked at Zhao with a completely different expression. He never expected Zhao to take such an unconventional approach, to actually dare to impersonate one of Wu Yufeng's disciples. Moreover, Zhao's acting was superb. His expression betrayed a hint of hesitation before he finally nodded. "Where is the patient?" Chang Xiao and Deng Panyan beamed with joy. "Our son is in the bedroom on the left. He hasn't left his room in 3 months, eats only 1 meal a day, and is now skin and bones. He gets extremely agitated when he sees strangers." They did their best to provide details about Chang Yunqi, hoping to increase Wu Yufeng's chances of success. "I understand." Zhao strode toward the bedroom, and as he turned his back on everyone, the corners of his mouth finally curled upward. On his way here, a sudden insight had struck him, and he thought of another way to use the life-death ledger. Although the life-death ledger couldn't reveal one's own future, every word Zhao spoke and even the slightest decision he made would have a profound impact on the futures of others. He realized this on his way here. As warden of Yunqing prison, Chang Xiao would certainly not trust a complete unknown so easily. Then, as he stepped into the living room, he used the life-death ledger to simulate how the future Chang Xiao would react to the words he was about to speak. In the eyes of an ordinary fortune teller, the future is like trying to see flowers through a fog. It produces different outcomes based on people's choices and is full of mystery and unpredictability. That's why their predictions are often vague, leaving room to shift blame later. But Zhao is different. What he sees through the life-death ledger is a future that is bound to happen. It's like exploiting a loophole to indirectly glimpse his own future. After repeated trials, Zhao finally concluded that mentioning Wu Yufeng's disciple would completely dispel the suspicion lurking in Chang Xiao's heart. He walked into the bedroom. He closed the door behind him. Both Chang Xiao and Deng Panyan were deeply anxious. They had invited so many psychologists, yet 9 out of 10 hadn't even stayed for a minute before being kicked out by their son, who had flown into a rage. If even Wu Yufeng's top disciple was powerless to help, they would truly be left with no hope. The thing they both feared did not happen, and Li Buotao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Zhao hadn't lied. He really could treat mental illnesses. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Zhao emerged from the bedroom, followed closely by Chang Yunqi. He bore a 5 or 6 point resemblance to Chang Xiao. Suffering from prolonged, severe malnutrition, his cheeks were deeply sunken, and his messy, bird's nest hair obscured his eyes. Ignoring his parents, he stayed right behind Zhao. "I'm taking Yunqi out for the night. I'll return a healthy son to you tomorrow." Without saying a single unnecessary word, Zhao took the now well-behaved Chang Yunqi and left the high-rise building via the elevator. Compared to Chang Xiao and Deng Panyan, who were filled with hope, Li Buotao, who hadn't spoken for a long time, froze in place, a fine sheen of cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. Damn it, a death row inmate just slipped away like that? And to top it off, he actually took Chang Xiao's son with him. As they rode the elevator down and stepped out the front door, they ran into 4 prison guards lying in wait. Upon seeing Zhao and Chang Yunqi, the guards, clueless as to what had happened, instinctively reached for their waists, their eyes brimming with suspicion. Zhao acted as if he didn't recognize them, leading Chang Yunqi past the 4 men and toward the entrance of the residential complex. What's going on? Why did he bring Chang Yunqi out? Nobody said this would happen. The boss didn't send a message either. Should we open fire? What kind of hellish joke are you telling? The crown prince is right behind him. Don't you want to live anymore? Follow them. The 4 men quickly made up their minds to tail Zhao and Chang Yunqi. Though the pair weren't walking fast, whenever the distance between them narrowed to 5 meters, they would inexplicably lose sight of their targets. Sometimes they be hidden behind illegally parked cars, other times, they be mingling with elderly men and women playing cards, all of them in the four men's blind spots. By the time they realized it, the pair had already walked far ahead. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as Zhao and Chang Yunqi hopped into a taxi and drove off with style. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhao looked at the flustered quartet through the rearview mirror and was reminded of a movie he'd seen in high school, where the protagonist could see 2.5 minutes into the future and outmaneuvered a group of menacing thugs at a casino. Now he could do the same, and with even greater ease than that protagonist. The taxi pulled up at the entrance to Oriental City. The driver smiled warmly at Zhao. "You're quite the young man. Knowing how to enjoy yourself at such a young age. If it weren't so expensive here, I'd definitely come at least once a month." The driver's gaze toward Oriental City was filled with nostalgia and reverence. Yunqing's most exclusive entertainment venue, situated in the city center where real estate is at a premium, covered an area the size of 2 or 3 soccer fields. Illuminated by dazzling neon lights, it resembled a city that never sleeps against the night sky. Every girl inside was a stunner. No one knew where the owner found so many top-tier beauties. Urban sophisticates, innocent schoolgirls, exotic beauties, voluptuous young wives. I went there once last year, and I've been thinking about it ever since. What's more, the owner of Oriental City hosts a large-scale concert every year, inviting numerous stars from the entertainment industry. Last year's headliner was the little diva, Long Yujie. Rumor has it that Oriental City also has an entire floor dedicated to a casino, where the sexy dealers are absolute stunners. Zhao didn't reply. He simply led Chang Yunqi inside. 2 hostesses stood by the brass revolving door, dressed in light blue skirt suits that revealed a hint of their pink cleavage. Their voluptuous thighs were sheathed in black stockings, and Chang Yunqi found himself unable to tear his eyes away. The lobby was vast, like stepping into a palace, with the floor reflecting the figures of those entering. A manager in a suit jogged over and politely asked what the two needed. "Book me a luxury private room. Send in 10 attractive girls to warm things up first and bring those 2 hostesses from the entrance in too." "But..." The manager hesitated, stammering, "Only gold members can reserve the luxury private rooms. This must be your first time here, right?" Zhao remained unfazed. "I'm friends with your boss. If you don't believe me, just give him a call." The skeptical manager eyed the 2 men, finding it hard to believe that 2 people who looked like students could know the man behind Oriental City. Still, he pulled his phone from his pocket, turned his back to them, and dialed the number. The call was answered shortly after. After a brief conversation, he turned around and handed the phone to Zhao standing beside him. After just 3 or 5 sentences, Zhao handed the phone back. The manager exchanged a few more words with Boss Chen on the other end, and his gaze toward Zhao changed completely. His tone became extremely respectful. "So you really are a friend of the boss? Please forgive us for what happened earlier. Please proceed to deluxe private room number 5. All charges tonight will be at 60% off." He then eagerly led the 2 of them to deluxe private room number 5. As soon as Chang Yunqi stepped inside, the brightness was so intense he could barely keep his eyes open. The room was at least 3 times the size of a high school classroom. The gold-leafed walls, paired with a deep red carpet and deep purple sofas, created a striking visual impact, while the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling added an air of opulence. Just a few minutes later, more than 30 young women in various uniforms, each with a curvaceous figure, entered the private room in single file, their beautiful eyes radiating a watery, alluring charm. To make up for his earlier mistake, the manager had called over all the girls who were currently idle. Chang Yunqi, who hadn't said a single word, couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. His breathing became erratic. A high school breakup is nothing. A flat-chested, flat-bottomed little girl, only you students treat her like a treasure. Tonight, I'll let you experience the pleasures of an emperor. Zhao gave Chang Yunqi a light pat on the shoulder, like a devil tempting him to open Pandora's box. "All the women in the private room tonight are yours. If you're not satisfied, you can keep calling for more. There's bound to be one you like." With that, he walked out of the luxurious private room, leaving Chang Yunqi alone. A heart's ailment requires a heart's remedy. Right now, the sexy, mature women at the club were the very remedy for Chang Yunqi's emotional ailments. Glancing at the time 9:45 p.m., he realized he wouldn't be able to practice tonight. Zhao strolled back to the lobby, found a corner spot to rest, and took the opportunity to reflect on his future path of cultivation. The life-death ledger contained an overwhelming number of cultivation techniques and supernatural abilities, including forbidden arts spanning the ages from the 100 Great Star Worlds and the immortal factions. The drawbacks were equally obvious. The entry barriers were simply too high. Either one needed specific innate talent, or a mountain of precious resources. With a single click, he filtered the list. The number plummeted to 68,000. In the end, Zhao settled on two: the Nether Emperor's Art and the Creation Heart Sutra. The Nether Emperor's Art originated 20 million years ago when a cowherd on an ancient life-bearing star stumbled upon a sheet of black metal. By deciphering the 99 symbols inscribed upon it, he attained this supreme divine art. Upon reaching perfection in his cultivation, he dominated an entire era and lived for 20,000 years before passing away. The immortal incinerating art follows the path of ultimate yang, while the Nether Emperor's Art follows the path of ultimate yin. The two are naturally opposed, but Zhao understood clearly that the life-death ledger would not filter out techniques that would endanger him if practiced. Perhaps it was meant for him to combine them and forge a path of transcendence. The origins of the Creation Heart Sutra are shrouded in mystery, dating back to the most ancient era. Cultivating this method allows one to paint all things, and whatever is painted can transform from the ethereal into the tangible. Moreover, the more people who believe in it, the greater its power becomes. He had told Huan Li Butao that he enshrined an immortal deity, which was also why he could see through fate. Of course, at that time it was merely a pretense, but in the future, he would be able to truly paint it into existence. Creating existence from nothingness, transforming death into life. As for what to paint, Zhao had already decided, but it was simply too astonishing. He still needed to give it further consideration. In addition to the two cultivation techniques, Zhao also needed to cultivate his own inner circle, otherwise, he'd have to handle everything personally, and even if he could split himself into multiple forms, he still wouldn't be able to keep up. Ha! As a masked figure entered the hall and presented a membership card, a waiter in a tailcoat led them away no one knew where. Zhao suddenly opened his eyes, a look of surprise crossing his face. An acquaintance of his was actually a regular here too. After awakening his true spirit, his five senses had already been enhanced. Combined with the golden flame that had shifted to his eyes, he'd even gained a slight ability to see through objects. Even though the other person was wearing a mask and sunglasses, he recognized him at a glance. This does make things more interesting, Zhao murmured under his breath. About half an hour later, after asking some staff members at Oriental City, he found out where his acquaintance had gone and casually swiped a universal access card from the manager. For him now, handling such minor matters was as easy as pie. He took the elevator to the 48th floor, where every room was a presidential suite. Standing at the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could overlook nearly half of Cloud City, and with such high privacy, only the rich and powerful could afford to stay there. Arriving at the door of room 5, he swiped his card on the electronic lock, and the door creaked open. Zhao's objective was clear. He strode past the luxurious living room into the spacious bedroom, where a large round bed stood out prominently. A middle-aged man with thinning hair, naked as a white pig, was panting heavily as he worked himself up a sweat on top of a blonde woman with pale eyes. But after Zhao caught a glimpse of the middle-aged man's size, he realized the blonde woman was almost certainly faking it. Then, acting as if no one else were there, he took out his phone, snapped a few photos, and recorded a short video. The couple, who had been completely absorbed in each other, finally realized something was wrong. They turned around and saw the stranger standing in the doorway. Zhao. The middle-aged man with thinning hair recognized Zhao at a glance. Weren't you sentenced to death and locked up in Yunqing prison? How did you end up here? At the same time, he spotted the phone in Zhao's hand. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, and he did his best to steady his emotions. Don't do anything stupid. As long as you behave yourself in prison, your death sentence can be commuted to life imprisonment. I've always admired you and thought you were a good student. When I heard you'd been sent to prison, I was so heartbroken I didn't eat for 2 days. As long as you cooperate fully, I can pull some strings for you. The death penalty could be commuted to life imprisonment, and eventually reduced to 20 years. You still have a bright future ahead of you. Desperate to get Zhao to delete the evidence from his phone, he frantically began making grand promises, finally saying in a tearful voice, "If I told you this was a brand new method developed for learning foreign languages, would you believe me?" Of course, he recognized Zhao, a legend in the eyes of the students. At the annual Outstanding Student Ceremony, Zhao always stood right in the center, the focal point among thousands of people. As the president of Yunqing University, he personally presented the awards and flowers. But the relationship between the two men was far from harmonious. The students in the traditional Chinese medicine department had a small medicinal herb field on the back mountain, where they grew herbs for their senior thesis projects. In May, several students from the finance department mistook them for weeds and pulled them all up. Zhao happened to witness this while feeding his cat. After a brief exchange, the conversation turned sour. The students from the finance department decided to resort to violence, but Zhao beat them all so badly they ended up in the hospital. The ringleader, Qin Yuanhao, whose family ran a 3-star hotel, was unwilling to accept such a humiliating defeat. He immediately used his family's influence to pressure the university, and in the end, Zhao was made to bear all the blame alone. Director Liu from the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine had been secretly accepting bribes from Wang Zilong, and the president turned a blind eye to the matter. Zhao was given a major disciplinary penalty, which was recorded in his personal file, and his graduation was delayed by 1 year. Having a record in one's personal file is an extremely serious matter. It means carrying that stain for the rest of one's life. Moreover, delaying graduation by a year means losing the title of recent graduate, putting him at a disadvantage everywhere when entering the job market. Looking at the president, who was as tense as a bowstring, Zhao asked with a smile, "If I were to send the evidence to your tiger wife showing that President Wang, who was supposed to be on night duty at the school, was actually in Dongfang City learning a foreign language with a blonde beauty, do you think she'd believe it?" The principal had once been a minor figure in the system. In his youth, relying on his good looks, he had hooked up with a wealthy woman with connections, even going so far as to become a son-in-law by marriage, which is how he managed to rise to the position of principal at Yunqing University. If that tiger mom found out he was studying a foreign language in Dongfang City, he'd have to pack his bags and get the boot the very next day. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Principal Wang tried his best to look fierce, but even a layperson could tell he was just bluffing. "I'm not trying to do anything." Zhou's smile didn't waver. "I'm just a student who saw the principal and came over to say hello and to pass a message to Zhu Guanqi, telling her I'm fine now." Zhu Guanqi was the young woman in the gallery on the day of the sentencing. Without giving Principal Wang a chance to ask any questions, he turned and left the presidential suite. Principal Wang watched his receding figure, his expression shifting under the lights as he ran his fingers over his unlocked phone. He was a seasoned fox himself. For a death row inmate to escape from prison, appear openly in Oriental City, and even pinpoint his exact room, anyone could tell something was fishy. His gaze drifted to the blonde beauty beside him, and Principal Wang's desire flared up again, only to be suppressed as he stood up. "Damn it! Even if I die tomorrow, I'm going to have some fun tonight." Zhao, stepping out of the presidential suite, heard Principal Wang's words and the heavy panting of his vigorous exertions, and the smile on his face grew even broader. Back in the lobby, Zhao first stopped by the front desk. After returning, he closed his eyes for a short nap and stayed there until dawn was approaching, when Chang Yunqi finally emerged from the private room. Clearly having gone without sleep all night, Chang Yunqi staggered as he walked, as if he might topple over at any moment. Yet his eyes were exceptionally bright, like an owl in the night, and he was so hyped up he looked like he'd done drugs, a complete transformation from the day before. Spotting Zhao in the lobby, Chang Yunqi ran over excitedly, his speech slurring, "From now on you're my own brother. I've had an epiphany, I've figured it all out. From now on, I'm going to work hard to make a fortune so I can come here every single day. Every girl here is 100 times better than the one I dumped in looks, figure, and every other way." Zhao watched Chang Yunqi ramble on and held out a platinum card. "I got you a membership card here with 1,000,000 yuan loaded on it. As long as you study hard, someone will keep topping it up whenever the balance runs low." It was, of course, Li Buotao's money. Having served as deputy warden for so many years, a mere 1,000,000 yuan was nothing to him. Once the owner of Dongfang City found out that the card was being used by Chang Xiao's son, he would naturally ensure the balance never ran low. Upon hearing this, Chang Yunqi's eyes lit up. Excitedly, he took the platinum card, kissed it for several seconds, and only then carefully put it away. Chang Yunqi knew his father Chang Xiao's temper. If he found out his son had come to Oriental City, he'd likely be so furious he'd turn against his own son for the sake of justice. Let's head back. Zhao led Chang Yunqi out the main gate of Oriental City, hailed a random taxi, and returned to the upscale residential complex. The moment the two pushed open the door and stepped inside, they saw three people in the living room, all of whom had also been up all night. Li Buotao, in particular, was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. After Zhao had taken Chang Yunqi away, Li, as his guarantor, was certainly unable to leave. He could only stay there and await his fate. Every minute and every second was torture. If Zhao had lost control and taken Chang Yunqi hostage, not only would he have lost any chance at becoming prison warden, he would likely have become a pariah nationwide. Seeing the two return safely, he breathed a sigh of relief, but when he saw Chang Yunqi's appearance, he was so overcome with emotion he nearly jumped out of his skin. How come it not only didn't he get better, but actually seemed to have gotten even worse? When Chang Xiao saw his son, who'd been out all night, showing no signs of improvement but looking even worse, his brow immediately furrowed. Just as he was about to call out Master Wu Yufeng's top disciple to account, he saw his son run up to his wife and say, looking utterly dejected, "Mom, is there any food at home? My stomach is practically shriveled up from hunger." Already malnourished and having fought all night, it was a miracle he hadn't passed out the moment he got home. Deng Panyan was so moved to hear her son ask for food on his own that tears welled up in her eyes. Beaming with excitement, she rushed into the kitchen and began cooking with great enthusiasm. Chang Xiao's eyes also welled up with tears. After repeatedly confirming that his son had truly returned to normal, he looked gratefully at Zhao across from him and bowed deeply. "Thank you for saving my son's life. From now on, as long as you're in Yunqing, just let us know if there's anything you need." Standing nearby, Li Buotao's expression was mixed. If Chang Xiao found out that his son had been saved by a death row inmate, who knew how he would react? "Now that the patient has recovered, we won't keep you any longer." With the matter settled, Zhao was about to leave. Deng Panyan and Chang Xiao both tried their best to persuade him to stay for breakfast, but he politely declined, citing the need to catch a flight. Otherwise, once he took off his mask, he would surely be recognized. As Li Buotao walked out the gate of the upscale residential complex, he could no longer hide the joy in his eyes. Just moments ago, he'd exchanged a few brief words with Chang Xiao, who had hinted that he would help secure Li's appointment as prison warden at tomorrow's conference. The group switched from the minivan back to the police car. The four prison guards, now back in uniform, all stared at Zhao with resentful glances, afraid he might vanish from sight at any moment. Yesterday's events were still fresh in their minds. In high spirits, Li Buotao hummed a tune in the car, then suddenly turned to Zhao in the back seat and asked curiously, "Was it your method that cured Chang Yunqi?" The title of Master Wu Yufeng's top disciple was nothing but a fabrication. He knew full well that Zhao was just a student at Yunqing University. Zhao's lips curled into a smirk. He motioned for Li Buotao to lean in, whispered in his ear at a volume only the two of them could hear, and gave a rough account of what had happened the previous day. "Holy shit?" Li Buotao sucked in a sharp breath. His expression shifted from confusion to bewilderment to utter dumbfoundedness, and finally, the look in his eyes as he stared at Zhao was pure shock. Damn it, the money spent at Dongfang City had come out of his own pocket. If Chang Xiao really came down on him for this, he'd be the one left holding the bag. Zhao watched Li Buotao, whose body was trembling slightly, took out his phone, tapped it a few times, and then handed it over with a calm expression. The phone displayed a video. It was clearly Chang Yunqi in a private room, engaged in intimate activities with several beautiful women. The camera angle was incredibly sly, and the faces of all of them appeared one after another. Li Buotao instantly understood Zhao's meaning, and a look of ruthlessness flashed across his face. For Chang Xiao, who cherished his political reputation above all else, this was undoubtedly devastating evidence. Moreover, since the expenses were paid with his own money, if Chang Xiao were to turn on him after learning the truth, that 1 million membership card alone would be enough to ruin the rest of his career. With that thought in mind, Li Buotao looked at Zhao again, his expression turning cheerful, completely shedding his deputy warden's air of authority. "You must be hungry after a whole night without food. I know a decent restaurant, why don't we go grab a quick bite? I'll eat back at the prison." "I don't trust that restaurant." Zhao leaned his head against the car window. "Let us swing by Yunqing University, I need to pick something up there." Li Buotao and the prison guards exchanged glances, realizing that what Zhao said made a hell of a lot of sense. Restaurants used pre-packaged meals, unlike the prison, where the food might be simple and plain, but at least basic hygiene standards were guaranteed. Yunqing University was right on the way, it would only take 20 minutes to get there. Li Buotao gave the security guard at the gate a casual excuse, and the police car drove straight into the campus. His destination was the medicinal herb field, located on a very remote hillside at the back of the campus, a place usually frequented only by students from the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Plus, it was summer break, so most people had left campus, and since his classmates from his year had all graduated, the chances of running into anyone he knew were very low. Yunqing University boasts a blend of Chinese and Western architectural styles. Upon entering, one could immediately sense the rich cultural atmosphere of this century-old institution. Surrounded by lush greenery, the environment was exceptionally beautiful. It was nearing noon, right at lunchtime, and there were quite a few students coming and going. Although the police car attracted attention, no one with ulterior motives recognized it. He arrived at the Traditional Chinese Medicine Department's exclusive medicinal herb field, where the herbs were thriving. Each plant was tagged with an individual label bearing a student's name, all part of this year's senior thesis projects. The most striking plant among them bore a label with the name Zhao. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the nearby bushes, and immediately afterward, two little creatures, one pure white and one jet black, came running over on their four short legs, affectionately nuzzling Zhao's pant leg with their heads. They were stray cats Zhao had adopted, both just a few months old. The white one was as pure as snow, and the black one as dark as ink. Their silky fur was smooth and soft, making them look like little elves walking among us. The little ones were very intelligent, they could understand almost everything Zhao said. He named them Black Sun and White Dawn, very imposing names. To protect them from any ill-intentioned students, Zhao instructed them that, aside from when he came to feed them, they should stay within the grassy area and hide immediately if they heard a stranger approaching. "I've been locked up for so long, how come you haven't lost any weight? You've actually put on a bit?" Zhao stared at the two cats suspiciously, then looked over at the cat bowl in the thick grass, which still contained uneaten cat food. Gradually, a lovely figure began to take shape in her mind. Back in May, Li Daji from the finance department, after unsuccessfully pursuing his classmate Zhu Guanqi, realized that Zhu Guanqi was born without the ability to speak and came from a poor family in the mountains. Her tuition was covered entirely by student loans, so if he sabotaged her graduation project, she would have to delay graduation. At that point, in order to graduate, Zhu Guanqi would have no choice but to beg him to intercede on her behalf. Unexpectedly, he happened to run into Zhao, who was feeding the cats. At the time, Zhao told them to get lost, but Li Daji shouted at him to mind his own business and, relying on his numbers, tried to beat Zhao up, only to end up in the hospital after Zhao beat him senseless. Zhao and Zhu Guanqi were very close back in their junior year, they even planned to start a business together after graduation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been there on the day of the court hearing and sentencing. Zhu Guanqi was also aware of the two kittens. Whenever Zhao was too busy, she'd come over to help take care of them. "It seems that after I was thrown in jail, even though Guanqi graduated and left school, she still came by often to feed you guys. But she really needs to cut back, otherwise, you'll both get as round as balls." Zhao took off the cardboard box from the trunk and, watching the two kittens playing at his feet, crouched down and asked earnestly, "I won't be coming back here anymore. Do you want to come with me?" The two kittens gradually stopped playing, tilted their heads to glance at Zhao, and then obediently hopped into the cardboard box, leaving the prison guard and Li Buotao standing by, wide-eyed in astonishment. It was the first time they'd ever seen such intelligent little animals. "Wait a moment," Zhao said with a smile. He fetched a small metal shovel from the storage room next door and, amid the puzzled expressions of the others, walked toward the medicinal herbs he had planted himself. Just as he was about to begin, he suddenly stopped. His eyes fixed on the far end of the corridor, his gaze laden with meaning, as if he were specifically waiting for something. But barely half a minute later, a man in a suit and tie, followed by a dozen or so students, came rushing over. Zhao. The man in the suit was around 30 years old and wore a pair of thin black-rimmed glasses. The thick bandage wrapped around his head, however, made him look somewhat out of place. A mocking smile played on his face. "Just now I thought I was seeing things, but I can't believe it's really you." The students behind him had all come over to gawk. Quite a few of them recognized Zhao, and their expressions turned to sheer astonishment. They knew Zhao had been sentenced to death and expelled from Yunqing University. Shouldn't he be in prison right now? How could he possibly be on campus? But upon seeing the prison guard standing nearby, they quickly pieced it together. He must have come to gather new evidence, a necessary step in the legal process. Zhao also broke into a smile. Director Liu really is dedicated to his job. His head injury isn't even fully healed yet, and he is still coming into work during summer break. If I'd known, I would hit him a little harder, so you'd have to spend half a year in the hospital. Last month, Director Liu accepted a bribe from Li Zilong of the finance department and arranged such a severe disciplinary outcome for him. But Zhao wasn't the type to take things lying down. A week later, as Director Liu was heading home from work one evening and passing through a secluded path with no security cameras, Zhao struck him from behind with a blunt object. It's been nearly 2 months now, and Director Liu is still wearing a bandage. Director Liu's smile vanished instantly. Gritting his back teeth, he snarled, "So it really was you." The very next day after being discharged from the hospital, he went to the police station. But with no security cameras on that path, and no eyewitnesses in the pitch-black night, his insistence that Zhao was the culprit was useless. The police weren't interested in speculation without conclusive evidence. They couldn't just make a case out of thin air. Now that Zhao had confessed on his own, Liu actually found himself in a bind. The other man had already been sentenced to death, leaving him with no choice but to swallow this bitter pill in silence. Looking at Director Liu, whose face had turned bright red with pent-up frustration, Zhao's smile grew even wider, and he blurted out a classic Chinese curse, "You idiot." Director Liu, who'd been cursed at mercilessly, froze for a split second. When he came to his senses, he was so furious his whole body trembled. With so many students watching behind him, he simply couldn't save face. After struggling to find the right words for a long time, he could only retort sarcastically, "You were, after all, once a student at this university. How can you be so crude? You sound like a caveman." "Did I curse at you?" Zhao shrugged, his tone utterly innocent. "You need evidence to back up your claims. False accusations are illegal." Director Liu was so infuriated by Zhao's response that he burst out laughing. "In this godforsaken place called Yaotian, where the hell am I supposed to get evidence for you?" Liu strode up to Director Liu and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying 5 meters. "Without evidence, aren't you just framing someone? Damn it, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll really start thinking the school is your own personal fiefdom." Last month, Zhao had claimed that a few students from the finance department had started the fight, only to be shut down by Director Liu's retort, "Where's the evidence?" And today, he actually dared to walk right into the line of fire. Director Liu was nearly killed by that kick. Dizzy and seeing stars, he couldn't stop retching. Just as his vision began to clear slightly, he saw Zhao running toward him and landing another punch to his stomach. The pain made him curl up like an overcooked shrimp. Zhao had been holding back the whole time. Otherwise, at his early true spirit realm level, he could have killed him with the slightest misstep. The students watching the spectacle from behind were all stunned. They never imagined the director would sink to such a low point. They wanted to step in and break it up, but seeing Zhao's staggering martial prowess, they feared being mistaken for accomplices and beaten up too, so they instinctively backed up a few meters. "Help me." Director Liu looked to the prison guards beside him for help, but they acted as if they hadn't seen a thing, all turning their heads in unison to gaze at the sky. "I have to say, the air here at school really is fresher than in prison." Stand up for Principal Liu? What a joke! Everyone knew Zhao was a powerful fortune teller. Not only would they never dare lay a finger on him, but they'd have to treat him like a god in prison. You never know when they might need his help. As long as no one died, they'd just pretend they hadn't seen a thing. In the end, Director Liu was on the verge of despair. He opened his mouth and spat out 4 or 5 loose teeth. Li Buotao, standing next to him, couldn't bear to watch and could only keep craning his neck to look at the sky. The beating went on for 5 or 6 minutes, and the crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger, forming a dense throng. Almost everyone who was still on campus had come. The principal, who had been panting heavily the whole time, ran over with a few security guards wielding batons. Looking at the chaotic crowd of students coming and going, he couldn't see what was happening inside even when standing on tiptoe, so he shouted at the top of his lungs, one step back. When the students saw the principal arrive, they instinctively parted to make a path. Only then could the principal see what was happening at the very center of the chaos. Director Liu from the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, who was being used as a chair by Zhao, and the prison guard standing next to him, his neck stiff from craning his head back to look at the sky. Princip, Al. Director Liu was so moved by the principal's arrival that tears nearly welled up in his eyes. If no one had stepped in to stop it, he felt he might truly have been beaten to death. The principal seemed to glow in the sunlight. He first let out a sigh of relief, then sternly demanded, "Apologize." Director Liu had just managed a smile that looked even worse than a cry when the principal's next words were too much for him to bear, and he fainted on the spot. Liu Changda apologized immediately. Both the students and the prison guards stared at the principal in shock. Li Buotao had already prepared to step in and mediate, but the principal's arrival turned out to be the final straw that broke Director Liu's spirit. The principal's arrival was no coincidence. He stayed in Dongfang City until dawn before heading home. After dealing with his nagging wife, he just stepped through the school gates when he heard that Zhao Hudi been sentenced to death had gone to the medicinal herb field, and that Director Liu from the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine had gone there as well. He knew immediately that something major was about to happen. He called a few security guards and jogged toward the medicinal herb field. He was terrified the whole way, but when he saw that Zhao was unharmed, his heart settled. As long as this big shot was okay, that was all that mattered. First, he instructed a few students to take Director Liu to the hospital, then dispersed most of the onlookers before approaching Zhao and saying kindly, "Yunqing University will always be your home. Come back whenever you like." Zhao couldn't be bothered with pleasantries from this old fox, so he left Li Buotao, another old fox, to handle the situation. He returned alone to the medicinal herb field. Looking at his graduation project, he moved half a meter to the side and dug half a meter deep with a shovel, uncovering an antique redwood box. Inside lay the deed to Hidden Dragon Mountain. A man is innocent, but possessing a precious gem makes him guilty. I never imagined this little trinket would turn my future upside down. Zhao mused, then solemnly put the rosewood box away. Sitting in the back seat of the police car, he glanced at the cardboard box beside him. Inside, the two kittens Black Sun and White Dawn and Heya were already asleep, nestled against each other. As if sensing their master's arrival, their breathing instantly became more steady, and soft smacking sounds escaped the corners of their mouths. The Demon Emperor's notebook described spirit beasts as possessing high intelligence even before cultivation. Zhao thought of Black Sun and White Dawn and Heyo. He just examined them, and their innate potential turned out to be even better than expected. With a little training, they'll be of great use. Before long, everyone had boarded the police car. Zhao turned to Li Buotao in the passenger seat. "Could you please make another trip to the pet store? I need to buy some supplies for the two little ones, and pick up some offerings while you're at it, otherwise, the immortals might get upset." Upon hearing the words immortals, Li Buotao nodded solemnly, and the atmosphere in the car grew tense. First, they stopped at the pet store to buy two kittens Black Sun and White Dawn along with their daily food and supplies. Then they went to the large shopping mall next door to purchase some items specifically for offerings. Since Li Buotao was footing the bill anyway, Zhao's principle was not to seek the best, but only the most expensive. After finishing their errands, they took a car back to the prison, arriving just as evening was falling. Yunqing prison seemed to be shrouded in dark clouds year-round. Even though the sun was shining brightly today, it gave off a stifling feeling from a great distance. As Zhao's bright eyes opened and closed, two invisible beams of light shot out. It was clear that Yunqing prison was indeed no ordinary place. The yin energy rising from the ground gathered and refused to disperse. The longer one stayed inside, the more severely it corroded them. Fortunately, the prison guards went home every night after their shifts, but the inmates locked inside were not so lucky, which is why there were hundreds of cases of inmates going mad every year. He hadn't been able to tell before, but after embarking on the path of cultivation, everything became crystal clear. What a place! Zhao murmured softly, a hint of delight in his eyes. Yin energy is toxic to most people, but in Zhao's eyes, it was a powerful tonic. After cultivating the immortal incinerating art, the heavens and earth became his furnace. Anything could be refined into primordial mana. Given Earth's current cultivation environment, this was truly a rare treasure trove. A single day of cultivation here was equivalent to half a month outside. He didn't even need to practice deliberately, simply breathing allowed him to grow stronger. Even if he were released from prison right now, Zhao wouldn't want to leave. Even the culprit who had framed him and sent him to prison would likely never have imagined that, by a stroke of luck, they had unwittingly granted him such a golden opportunity. The inmates were currently lining up for dinner. Led by Li Buotao, Zhao stepped into a rather elegantly furnished office, where the sofas and chairs were made of high-quality rosewood, and the tea sets were all crafted from purple clay. Upon his return, Li Buotao's attitude toward Zhao had completely changed. He showed not a trace of arrogance. "My office is rather modest, but let us make do with dinner here tonight. I've already instructed the cafeteria to prepare a special meal. The flavor is on par with any high-end restaurant. Yunqing Prison has its own vegetable garden, meticulously tended by inmates specifically to supply the tables of high-ranking officials." Zhao nodded, turned to look at the bottles and jars in the cabinet, and commented earnestly, "The tea you usually drink is quite good. Each bottle is worth an extra year of your sentence." There were also a few tea trees on Mount Funyo, passed down through his family, planted by his ancestors and likely over a century old. Unfortunately, the soil on the mountain was too barren. Despite scouring library books and trying every trick in the book, Zhao could only ensure they wouldn't suddenly wither and die. His only real gain was that he'd become quite the tea connoisseur. He could tell the tea in the cabinet wasn't cheap. Ahem. Li Buotao's face flushed slightly. "At my age, I don't really have any hobbies left." "Young Zhao, you're quite the tea connoisseur yourself. Help yourself to whatever's in the cabinet. We've got plenty of this stuff at home anyway. I'm just a rough and tumble guy. I don't know what tastes good, but as long as it's expensive, that's all that matters." Then, changing the subject, he said gratefully, "I've already had someone set up a private cell just for you. Consider it a temporary place to stay. As soon as Warden Chang's office becomes available, I guarantee I'll have it renovated to a standard that rivals the presidential suite at Oriental City. As long as you don't leave this prison, you're free to stay wherever you like." Li Buotao knew that with Chang Shao's backing, the position of prison warden was as good as his. As a seasoned veteran of the bureaucratic world, he was well aware that Zhao was a real force to be reckoned with and that catering to his every need was more important than anything else. Offering the warden's office as a place to sleep, if word of this gift got out, it would leave a whole crowd speechless. Zhao didn't beat around the bush. He took out a bottle of premium Longjing tea and brewed it in a purple clay teapot. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted through the air, and the flavor spread across his lips and teeth. It was indeed excellent tea. Dinner was lavish, featuring no fewer than 18 dishes. To prevent any awkward silences at the table, Li Buotao not only had his close associates including who joined the feast but also brought in several female officers from the women's prison who had just graduated from the police academy and were both attractive and well-proportioned. The high-end rosewood table was packed with people, and the atmosphere was lively and warm. Halfway through the meal, everyone's pace of serving themselves slowed as the alcohol began to take effect, and the conversation really got going. "There is something I'm curious about. I wonder if Brother Zhao would mind sharing." Looking radiant, Li Buotao, after receiving Zhao's permission, chose his words carefully. "Logically speaking, for someone as influential as you, getting any woman you want is as easy as asking. So why would you do something like what was reported in the news?" He already phrased it quite delicately. After all, even the female police officer there to accompany them could have ended up in his bed tonight, provided Zhao had agreed. Moreover, Zhao was so handsome and a top student at Yunqing University. Spending several days with him had ruled out any suspicion that he was a pervert. No matter how they looked at it, it just didn't make sense. "You've probably guessed it by now. I was framed." Zhao put down his chopsticks, looked at the stunned expressions on their faces, and explained with a faint smile, "It's not that my enemies are particularly powerful, it's just that fortune tellers have a weakness: they can't see their own destinies. Plus, since the immortal had gone to take up a post in the underworld, a momentary lapse in judgment led to my downfall. However, this matter has infuriated the immortals. As soon as I find out who my enemy is, I'll make them pay 100-fold, condemning them to reincarnate in the animal realm for the rest of their lives. By the time he finished speaking, the smile had completely vanished from Zhao's face, and the temperature in the office plummeted. The hairs on the backs of the dozen or so people's necks suddenly stood on end. A faint, eerie wind seemed to rustle in their ears as they looked at the enraged Zhao with fear in their eyes. From Zhao's words, they picked up several key phrases, the most shocking of which was undoubtedly the underworld. The underworld had always been a vague and elusive concept. Although there were many folk legends, there had never been any concrete evidence to substantiate its existence. Zhao's words undoubtedly overturned everything they had believed. They were no strangers to immortals either. They existed in many regions, particularly in the northeast, where they were quite popular, whether as benevolent spirits or animals that had attained spiritual cultivation. But just how powerful must an immortal be to hold a position in the underworld? Glancing at everyone's reactions out of the corner of his eye, Zhao knew he'd made his point. By portraying the immortals as a powerful backer, even if Li Buotao and the others didn't fully believe it and surely harbored doubts deep down, it was enough to intimidate them into not entertaining any other ideas. Dinner lasted until the early hours of the morning. As Zhao stepped out of the office and stretched, Hu led him to the makeshift cell they'd prepared. He took all the tea leaves from the cabinet, leaving them with Li Buotao, who was chewing on a peony. Would have been a waste. Walking ahead, Hu wore a sycophantic smile as he bent slightly and explained, due to time constraints, and since no one dared to touch your interrogation table, we took the liberty of converting the duty room into a private cell. Noticing Zhao's impassive expression, Hu quickly added, if you don't like it, we can arrange for a different one tomorrow. No need. Zhao replied indifferently, feeling it made no difference where he was. In fact, he didn't even need a private cell. The inmates in cell 56 folded their blankets into perfect tofu blocks, more professionally than even veteran soldiers in the army. Once he was separated from them, he'd have to do it himself. But he immediately pushed that thought aside. There were more important matters at hand. He would use the Heart Sutra of Creation to paint the image he'd been contemplating for so long. The Heart Sutra of Creation first treats the vast heavens and earth as an easel, then uses one's own mana as a flawless sheet of white paper and mental energy as paint to create a work of art upon it. Just how high a level one can achieve depends entirely on the visualizer's talent and is closely tied to their spiritual realm. The duty room had indeed undergone a complete transformation. All the necessary furniture and appliances had been installed, and the kitchen was fully equipped, more luxurious than most apartments. A computer sat on the desk, already connected to the internet, with a brand new, unopened cell phone beside it. Black Sun and White Dawn had already moved in, but they hadn't dared to come out of their cardboard box until Zhao returned. Go out and get familiar with your surroundings. This will be your home from now on. I'll refine the Baisu Dan as soon as possible, and then you'll be able to embark on your cultivation journey too. Under Zhao's gentle encouragement, the two little kittens hopped out of the cardboard box, tilting their heads in confusion. Meow meow meow. They clearly didn't understand what the Baisu Dan or the path of cultivation meant, and were asking Zhao what on earth it was. Could it be some fresh dried fish? Ha ha ha. Zhao crouched down, gently tapped their heads, and explained very patiently, why is your mind full of food? The bone cleansing pill is a common cultivation resource, mostly used for young children. It has a series of effects, such as purifying the body and removing impurities, laying a solid foundation before you officially embark on the path of cultivation. Although you have the constitution of spirit beasts, you're still too young. You'll need to take the green marrow pill first. Although Earth isn't as rich in mana as those other planets, by gathering similar herbs, one can still refine a weaker version with slightly reduced effects. Taking a few more pills can make up for it. As Zhao explained, Black Sun, White Dawn, and Heiyao sat on the floor like elementary school students in class, listening intently with their ears perked up. After listening, they seemed to understand a little, but they were still mostly confused. However, the two little cats didn't dwell on it before long. They were climbing all over the room, having the time of their lives. Zhao paid them no further attention. He turned to the makeshift altar in the corner, took out the items he'd bought that day, and after decorating it, the altar was completely transformed. It truly took on an air of mystery and enigma. He took the deed to Hidden Dragon Mountain out of his pocket and placed it beneath the incense burner in the center. Immediately afterward, he crossed his legs and sat on the bed, entering a meditative state. With each breath, a massive surge of yin energy rolled in. After being refined by the golden flames, it transformed into the purest mana and merged into his body. In this treasure trove of a prison, even Zhao's breathing was changing. It wouldn't be long before he broke through again. He continued his cultivation until the wee hours of the night, around 3 or 4 in the morning, when Zhao suddenly opened his eyes, which shone with a radiant light. The divine might of the fire-eyed golden gaze was truly beginning to manifest. Immediately afterward, he began meditating with complete focus, choosing the underworld shrouded in mystery and mythology as his subject. This also allowed him to cover up the lie he told at the dinner table: the 10 courts of hell are too high a level, it's difficult to capture their essence. If I were to paint them rashly, the probability of failure would be too high. Ultimately, he decided to start with Ma Mian from the pair of Niu Tu and Ma Mian. Ma Mian, also known as the horse-headed Rakshasa, is the image of a soul reaper in the underworld. He is highly recognizable. You can spot him at a glance. Once he made his choice, he began applying ink to the paper, using 2 fingers as a large wolf hairbrush to sketch out Ma Mian's outline. He remained highly focused throughout the entire process. The slightest misstep would ruin all his hard work, and the paper and ink would be completely scorched. Black Sun and White Dawn, along with Yao, the 2 little kittens, immediately stopped playing and watched quietly from the side. As he made adjustments along the way, the figure gradually took on a lifelike quality. Ma Mian's appearance drew inspiration from films and TV shows, as well as folk New Year's paintings, and incorporated Zhao's own interpretation. Those who lock eyes with him will feel a shock to their soul. Zhao murmured. Finally, a terrifying creature over 2 or 3 meters tall, clad in tattered bronze armor, trailing a black mist wherever it went, and exuding an immense, intangible aura of majesty, a horse-faced, human-bodied monster shattered the barrier between reality and the spiritual realm, coming to life under Zhao's brush. I did it! Zhao, his face slightly pale, exclaimed with delight. His first attempt at painting had been truly arduous, but the success made it all worthwhile. He admired his creation. Though it wasn't yet perfect, he could gradually refine it over time. It would normally reside in the shrine, ready to attack anyone with malicious intent. As long as Zhao mana didn't run dry, the horse-faced creature was an undead being. Even if killed, it could be resurrected. This was the safest spot in Yunqing prison. No one who came here could forcibly take the deed away. Black Sun and White Dawn, the 2 little black and white kittens, not only weren't afraid when they saw Horseface materialize, but their big, sparkling eyes lit up with excitement, and their admiration for their master grew even stronger. Go make an appearance. Zhao ordered Horseface to take a stroll down the hallway and give the inmates on the same floor a little surprise. Horseface had no physical form, so he didn't need to open any doors. He simply passed through the wall and emerged in the hallway. It was 3 or 4 in the morning, the deepest part of the night. Cell 15 was closest to the stairs. The 6 inmates, fast asleep, suddenly felt a chill on their foreheads. Immediately afterward, they all began experiencing the symptoms of sleep paralysis, struggling mentally for what felt like an eternity, like drowning victims before finally waking up. They sat up abruptly, gasping for breath. The 6 exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes the relief of having narrowly escaped death. A collective sleep paralysis incident like this had never happened before. Immediately afterward, they felt eyes on their backs. A sense of unease swelled within them, and they instinctively turned to look at the door. The sight that met their eyes caused their pupils to dilate, and an overwhelming wave of terror surged through them. The piercing screams erupting from cell number 15 echoed throughout the entire building. Even the prison guards on patrol outside heard them and rushed over in unison. When the guards arrived at cell number 15, they found the 6 inmates pale-faced and huddled in a corner by the head of the bed, already so terrified they had lost their minds. Over the next 2 or 3 days, cell after cell fell victim to the same horror, with inmates driven mad by terror. Of the prisoners held at Yunqing prison, aside from a few like Zhao who had been falsely accused, every single one, no matter which one you picked, was the dregs of society. The guards interrogated the inmates who had been driven mad, hoping to figure out what exactly had happened that night. In the end, Piecing together their fragmented accounts, they could only conclude that a horse-faced, humanoid monster had appeared and that the inmates would never commit a crime again, vowing to become law-abiding citizens. This situation persisted until Li Buotao, who had successfully won the election and taken office as warden of Yunqing prison, returned from the campaign rally. After Li Buotao was promoted to warden, many people immediately extended offers of cooperation, but he politely declined each one, his mind set only on returning to the prison as soon as possible to congratulate Brother Zhao. No sooner had he returned to the prison than he heard from a prison guard in the know about the events of the past couple of days. Instantly, he recalled the conversation at that dinner table, how everyone's underlying skepticism about the underworld had been sensed by Zhao or the immortal beings he worshipped. The smile on his face froze instantly. All the joy he felt upon taking office as warden was cast to the winds. His expression turned grave, and he set out to visit Zhao with a lavish gift. On the way there, his heart pounded wildly. He knew this was a crisis, and he had to secure Brother Zhao's forgiveness. Otherwise, he feared he'd be kicked out of his position before he'd even had a chance to settle in. He had no doubt whatsoever that Zhao possessed the power to do so. Upon seeing Zhao, he immediately pledged his loyalty. Li Buotao showed not a shred of the arrogance one might expect from a prison warden. Instead, he was as humble as a subordinate, pounding his chest and vowing, "As long as I'm in this prison, your orders take precedence over mine. I will also spare no effort to thoroughly investigate that case involving you and bring the mastermind to justice." Zhao sensed Li Buotao's unease. His display of power had completely won over the warden. He offered a few reassuring words with a smile, telling him there was no need to worry. Then, lowering his voice several notches, he looked at Li Buotao solemnly and said, "The immortal told me last night that your career won't stop here. Perhaps before long you'll even receive another promotion." Upon hearing this, Li Buotao looked toward the altar in the corner, his gaze growing increasingly reverent. Finally, his mouth stretched from ear to ear as he grinned like an idiot. Being promoted to warden was already something Li Buotao had dreamed about so much so that he'd wake up laughing. But today, Zhao had actually said that before long, he might even be promoted again. He was so excited he could barely form coherent sentences. "Mr. Zhao, since no one is watching anyway, how about I kowtow to you?" For the first time, Li Buotao felt that he, too, would one day experience the thrill of winning a jackpot. Thunder and rain all are blessings from heaven. Zhao's previous tactics had certainly instilled fear in Li Buotao, but what Zhao wanted was his complete and utter submission to become a valuable card in his hand that he could play at any time. "Don't kowtow unless it's a holiday or special occasion," Zhao said with a smile, then picked up a piece of paper from the table containing several hundred characters. "As for that deputy warden who lost the competition to you, the evidence of his crimes written on this blank paper is enough to ensure he spends the rest of his life in prison. Take care of it as soon as possible. Don't let me down." Although Zhao Buotao could have dealt with the deputy warden who lost the election on his own, dealing with an official of such rank without irrefutable evidence of wrongdoing would have required several months of careful maneuvering. To prevent any complications from arising due to delay, Zhao decided to lend a hand once more. Li Buotao stayed in Zhao's room for another half hour, repeatedly confirming that everything was in order before leaving. As he walked down the main avenue, his expression regained its air of authority. His every word and action exuded the dignity of a warden. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "This is Li Buotao, warden of Yunqing prison. I am filing a formal, named complaint against Deputy Warden Dong Jingxin, alleging that during his tenure, he was a smart man and knew full well who his true benefactor was." Rather than saying the position of warden was appointed by the organization, it was more accurate to say it was given to him by Zhao, and before long, Zhao might even grant it to him again. So no matter how you looked at it, Li Buotao had to do everything in his power to serve Zhao. Aside from the wife he'd shared a bed with for decades, he'd gladly hand over everything else. As for what he had to do now, Li Buotao narrowed his eyes slightly. With the irrefutable evidence provided by Zhao, Deputy Warden Dong Jingxin was finished. Major changes were about to take place within the prison hierarchy, and he would carry out sweeping reforms, pushing all those who had chosen the wrong side to the margins. Whether it was because higher-ups truly took the matter seriously or because someone was fanning the flames behind the scenes, most of the cumbersome procedures were streamlined. That very night, Deputy Warden Dong Jingxin, who was sound asleep in his bed, was hauled away by two special police officers in riot gear. The evidence was irrefutable, there was no point in trying to wriggle out of it. 2 days later, Dong Jingxin was dismissed from his post and secretly sentenced to life imprisonment. However, he was not sent to Yunqing prison but to Qincheng prison in the capital, a fact that left Li Buotao somewhat disappointed. After that, the dynamics at Yunqing prison changed completely, with many people being reassigned. On the surface, the warden was the highest-ranking official, but only a small circle of Li Buotao's closest confidants knew that. In reality, there was also a young man in his 20s whom even Li Buotao had to look up to. Having shed his blue and white prison uniform, Zhao wore a loose-fitting white casual outfit that gave him an inexplicable air of grace. He strolled casually through the prison, followed closely by two kittens, one black, one white, and passers-by would never have guessed he was actually a death row inmate. Li Buotao had already begun making arrangements to have Zhao's death sentence commuted to life imprisonment. The decision was expected to be finalized within the next few days. This morning was no exception. By the time the inmates came downstairs for roll call, Zhao had already been strolling around for a while. It wasn't out of boredom, but rather to trace the dragon veins and determine the energy lines. After days of observation, Zhao could tell there must be a yin vein beneath the prison, otherwise, there is no way the yin energy would be so dense. He was using a technique he learned from the life-death ledger to geomantically pinpoint the approximate location of the yin vein, then set up a magical array to gather the yin energy, allowing him to take his cultivation to the next level. Avoiding the inmates heading to the square for roll call, Zhao was about to head upstairs when an inmate head down and hurrying down the stairs suddenly burst out of the left stairwell, nearly colliding with him. Zhao's expression didn't change in the slightest. His body moved like a drifting autumn leaf, effortlessly dodging the prisoner without even brushing against the hem of his robe. The prisoner he avoided looked to be only 18 or 19. The childishness had barely faded from his face, a rarity at this age in Yunqing prison. He looked at Zhao with an apologetic expression. "I'm so sorry, I was in a hurry to get to roll call and didn't see you coming." Without pausing, he hurried off toward the plaza. Watching the slender figure fade into the distance, the corners of Zhao's mouth turned up slightly. "Junior, you're quite an interesting fellow." It could be said that the young inmate's performance was truly flawless. Even a seasoned actor couldn't have pulled it off so naturally. The key was his mastery of timing, precisely calculating the moment he would be heading upstairs. If not for the life-death ledger, Zhao might very well have been fooled. Through the life-death ledger, Zhao saw everything about this young man. His name was He was also a native of Yuncheng, 19 years old, and had possessed a photographic memory since childhood. His memory was truly astonishing. He had struggled with Chinese on the college entrance exam, but thanks to his scores in other subjects, he was still admitted to Yunqing University, a textbook example of a top student. His life up to that point had been quite ordinary, right up until the summer after the college entrance exam. His family was of modest means. Both his parents were ordinary workers. Hoping to earn some pocket money during the summer break, he looked down on part-time jobs like handing out flyers or washing dishes, yet major companies wouldn't hire high school students. So, taking a desperate gamble, he got involved in a fraudulent pyramid scheme. Qin Hong never in a million years imagined that he'd have a greater natural talent for running a fraudulent pyramid scheme than he did for studying. In just over a month, the amount involved in the scheme reached tens of millions, and he had brainwashed 50 or 60 loyal followers. But his first attempt was marred by inexperience. Just as the new school term was about to begin, his scheme was exposed. The judge, taking his young age into consideration, sentenced him to 20 years in prison. What Zhao found amusing, however, was that he didn't settle down even after entering prison. He had been incarcerated just a year before Zhao, yet had already risen to become the underground emperor there. He brainwashed numerous inmates into becoming his henchmen, re-established contact with his outside associates, bribed prison guards with money deposited into overseas accounts, and then set up a fully operational supply chain. Whatever goods the inmates wanted, they could buy them from him. Even if a prisoner wanted a woman to relieve his sexual urges, as long as he paid enough, he could get him into bed with her. He had also learned from his previous mistake and cultivated several puppet leaders. He rarely showed his face himself, and very few knew his true identity. In his daily life, he simply acted as an ordinary, unremarkable inmate. Of course, he was well informed about prison affairs. Having learned of the special privileges granted by the warden, he investigated Zhao's movements over the past few days, which led to the seemingly coincidental incident that just occurred in an attempt to test the fortune teller's true capabilities. Zhao was very interested in he. They had both been students at Yunqing University, and now they were both inmates in prison. He was thinking of establishing his own faction in Yunqing, grooming he as a public figurehead to facilitate his future plans and root out the real culprit who had framed him. Of course, there was no rush on this matter. He wasn't just going to take on anyone, he still needed to test him further. Besides, young people are naturally proud, they're unwilling to be someone else's underling, and forcing them to join his ranks could easily lead to rebellion. The next day, as Zhao strolled about, he kept sensing that different people were watching him from a short distance away. He just smiled and didn't pay it much mind. After awakening his true spirit, his senses had become keen, he could sense anyone staring at him within 300 meters. It wasn't until the evening of the fourth day that Zhao, having reached a crucial spot while practicing geomancy, once again sensed several pairs of eyes fixed on him. He whipped his head around and let out a cold snort, his clear, luminous spiritual aura turned sharp and piercing. On the fourth floor of a building 100 meters away, several prisoners who had been observing him through binoculars suddenly let out piercing screams in unison. Their eyeballs burst under the pressure, and fluid splattered everywhere. The scene was utterly gruesome. He, a handsome young man sitting nearby, had turned pale as well. He forced his trembling body to calm down, but his fingers clenched until they turned white still betrayed his terror. "We've crossed a dangerous one," he murmured in a faint, mosquito-like voice, watching Zhao, who was no longer paying attention to them. His taut nerves finally relaxed slightly. Fortunately, Zhao had only sent his henchmen to observe, he hadn't participated himself, or he too would have gone blind. He thought the matter was over, but around 3 or 4 in the morning, every prisoner who had observed Zhao in recent days began wailing in terror inside their cells. By the time they were discovered, they had all become raving madmen. Such eerie methods defied all understanding. Even reviewing the surveillance footage yielded no clues, leaving he paralyzed in his chair, unable to speak for a long time. Zhao, who strolled about looking harmless as could be, had become a figure as terrifying as a demon or a god in his mind. Meanwhile, Zhao, the mastermind behind it all, continued to practice his arts at night and take leisurely strolls during the day. Black Sun and White Dawn, along with the 2 little black obsidian kittens, followed him everywhere he went, scampering along behind him. Having completed his feng shui analysis, he pinpointed the optimal location, the wardeness office, currently under renovation, situated in the southeast corner. Coincidentally, it fell within the designated range. Setting up a formation there would yield even more significant results. Over the past few days, he had pored over the life-death ledger, and from the countless formations recorded within, he ultimately settled on the mini Qingming formation. The complete Qingming formation is renowned throughout the cosmos. Once inscribed, it becomes an exceptionally dangerous no man's land, with eerie energy surging from 1,000 li in all directions. It can even briefly form the gates of the underworld, summoning the heroic spirits of the fallen and the battle souls of those long departed to fight. Standing by the window, Zhao gazed at the distant landscape and mused, "I cannot set up the complete Qingming formation at this point, but I can opt for the greatly simplified little Qingming formation, which is sufficient to mobilize all the yin energy and put it to my use." Setting up the little Qingming formation is no easy task. It requires preparing numerous precious artifacts. On Earth, where mana is scarce, Zhao must find substitutes that are as close as possible to the original materials. He has no idea how long it will take to gather them all. His advantage lay in the yin vein he held in his hand. He didn't need to extend its range over 1,000 li. Covering just the prison, spanning several dozen li, would suffice. Even a slightly inferior one would work, and as it was nourished by yin energy day and night, it would undergo a transformation over time. After completing the geomancy, he rarely went out. During the day, he holed up in his room, meditating on the Taiyin True Classic, gaining new insights every day. The air around Zhao seemed to have frozen solid, as if uttering a helpless lament. It was a hardship for the prisoners on both the upper and lower floors. Their shivering bodies were pierced by the bone-chilling cold, and they pressed themselves tightly against the walls, trying to draw a shred of warmth from them. Meals were delivered by who was now riding high. He received a massive promotion during the recent reshuffle. However, his daily routine still involved running errands for Zhao. This job was the envy of many. It was only because who had known Zhao for so long that he landed it. In addition, who had another task. Every time a new prisoner arrived at Yunqing prison, they were first held temporarily in the interrogation room, and who had to rush over immediately to inform Zhao. Zhao would then use the life-death ledger through the wall to confirm whether the prisoner was the real culprit who had framed him or a spy sent in. Aside from his usual feng shui inspections, Zhao had thoroughly investigated nearly every prisoner in the prison. The real culprit's target is Hidden Dragon Mountain, passed down through generations. Zhao has been keeping a close eye on the place since no party has yet stepped forward to claim it as their own. They likely still hope to obtain a deed to the land and are unwilling to leave any future loopholes. So they're bound to come to the prison, but Zhao is not the man he used to be. If anyone dares to come knocking, he will unleash a frenzy of revenge. Although he hadn't uncovered any spies sent to infiltrate the prison, there were some inmates who appeared to be petty thieves but were actually responsible for several murders, unsolved cold cases at the police station. As a favor, he handed them over to Li Buotao. This series of events sent shockwaves through the police department, and word even reached the provincial authorities. They decided to hold a commendation ceremony specifically to honor Li Buotao, adding a golden touch to his resume. Li Buotao didn't care much about the commendation. Instead, he hired several top chefs at great expense to prepare a variety of dishes for Zhao, who was enjoying the finest service. A few more peaceful and leisurely days passed. The buzz around Zhao's case had completely died down, and there wasn't much discussion of it online either until 3 p.m. on Friday, when a blue Bentley pulled up at the prison gate and a graceful figure stepped out. The woman wore a pair of sunglasses that partially obscured her oval face. She was around 30 years old, but it was clear she took excellent care of herself. Although she wore a fitted French apricot-colored trench coat, it did nothing to conceal her sizzling figure. Her round, snow-white legs exuded sensuality, and as she stepped in her 6-inch bow-adorned high heels, they made a crisp clicking sound on the ground, radiating the soft, alluring charm of a mature woman. Her entrance left the young prison guard on duty at the gate speechless. He stammered nervously, "What can I do for you?" "Hello, officer. I'm here to visit someone." The woman's voice was also lovely, lazy yet tinged with cool detachment, and she easily took the upper hand in the conversation. "Who?" "Zhao Yi." The young guard's expression changed instantly. He first went through a detailed registration process. It took longer than a routine household registration check. He was practically about to ask if she was single or married. Then, instead of leading her into the public visiting room, he took her to a clean, empty office. Before long, Hu pushed open the door, panting slightly as he apologized. "Mr. Zhao is taking a nap." "Miss Gu, you may have to wait a while. If you have an urgent matter to attend to, you can come back another time." The elegant woman was filled with confusion. Did prisons really show this much consideration for human dignity? Even a death row inmate's nap couldn't be disturbed. Besides, it was already 3 o'clock. Hadn't nap time ended by now? The elegant woman sat there until 3:30, growing increasingly impatient, when Hu finally returned, carrying a high-end tea tray holding a complete set of purple clay teapot and tea utensils. After brewing the tea according to the proper steps, she withdrew. Shortly afterward, a prison guard entered and filled the glass table with snacks like sunflower seeds and nuts, as if treating a distinguished guest. Once everything was set up, a sleepy-eyed Zhao finally opened the door and walked in. He sat down across from the beautiful woman and yawned. "Spring drowsiness, autumn lethargy, summer naps. I accidentally overslept a bit. Please forgive me, Miss Gu." "It's no problem." Gu Qingqing sat down on the sofa across from Zhao, crossing her two mesmerizingly long legs. Her sheer skirt rode up to her knees, and every movement exuded intense allure. "I'm actually quite curious. How is it that you, a death row inmate, are receiving this kind of treatment?" Zhao chuckled softly, avoiding the question and instead staring intently at her. "I'm also curious. What business does the owner of Oriental City have with me?" The stunning woman before him was Gu Qingqing. Only a select few knew that she was the mastermind behind Oriental City, the very place Zhao had taken Changyunqi. This was the first time she had successfully visited him in prison. When he was first incarcerated at Yunqing prison, Zhu Guanqi had also come to visit a few times. Back then, he hadn't yet established himself, and the prison guard on duty had informed him that death row inmates were not allowed visitors each time. he had left feeling dejected. Gu Qingqing hadn't expected that Zhao would not only fail to answer but also stare at her so intently. Whether it was genuine shyness or not, two patches of crimson flushed rapidly across her delicate cheeks. "You're quite bold. The last person who was so rude to this older sister has already been drowned in the river." She emphasized the last sentence heavily, hoping to make Zhao rein in his behavior a bit. Zhao seemed oblivious, remaining as serene as a beautiful landscape viewed from one angle as a ridge, from another as a peak, without uttering a single word of rebuttal. Gu Qingqing conceded defeat, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. After composing herself, she asked another question: "How do you know my identity? The registration form is full of false information." That night, when she spoke with Zhao on the phone, he mentioned that he was bringing Chang Xiao's son and asked if she could arrange a luxury private room. Afterward, Gu Qingqing made a trip to Dongfang City, retrieved the surveillance footage from that night, and discovered Zhao's identity as well as everything he had done, realizing that this death row inmate was far from ordinary. Recently, Dongfang City had run into a thorny situation that no one, high or low, could resolve, so Gu Qingqing thought of Zhao. Figuring it was worth a shot, she came to the prison. Zhao leaned forward, poured himself a cup of tea, and sipped it slowly as he said, "The reason is very simple. I've dedicated myself to a divine being and become a fortune teller, so naturally I know." "A fortune teller?" Upon hearing this, Li Rong burst into fits of laughter. "I'm starting to doubt Li Buitao's intelligence. How could someone who solved so many long-standing cold cases at the police station be fooled by some con artist's tricks?" After laughing for a moment, Gu Qingqing realized that Zhao was still staring at her figure. Her face turned as cold as frost, and she stood up from the sofa, saying angrily, "Since you're a fortune teller, reveal one of my secrets to prove you're telling the truth. Don't think you can rest easy just because you're in prison. I'll still make you suffer." Zhao looked at Gu Qingqing, who resembled a little lion with its fur standing on end, poured her a cup of hot tea, and said calmly, "You have moderate nyctophobia. You become restless in the dark, and after a while, you even have trouble breathing." Li Rong felt as if she'd been struck by a bolt of lightning. She stared blankly at Zhao across from her, unable to speak for a long moment. Zhao was right, she did indeed have nyctophobia. She rarely went out after 6 p.m. to avoid encountering situations she couldn't control, and she always carried a flashlight in her bag. This was her deepest secret, one she never shared with anyone else. Not even her closest relatives, her father and grandfather, knew about it. She never expected Zhao, sitting right in front of her, to find out. It was clear he was truly capable. Perhaps there was a solution to the Dongfang City case after all. "What do you want in return?" Gu Qingqing was no fool. She knew getting Zhao to step in wouldn't be easy. Zhao said nothing, but took out a sheet of white paper, placed it on the glass table, and calmly pushed it toward her. Gu Qingqing glanced at it and immediately declared it impossible. The sheet listed over a dozen types of Chinese medicinal herbs, all essential for refining the Bai Sui pill. 5 of them were worth 10,000 taels of gold each, particularly the century-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain, the crimson reishi mushroom from Shenangjia, and the wild 3CUN purple wutong vine, a substance capable of saving a dying person's life at a critical moment. These were things money alone couldn't buy. "Miss Gu, of course you can afford them. After all, you're the eldest legitimate granddaughter of the Gu family." Zhao casually dropped another bombshell. The Gu family was a century-old clan in Yuncheng, with a history dating back to the Republic of China era. They had made their fortune through the herbal medicine trade, and today, the family's descendants had branched out into more than a dozen different fields, their influence extending across most of the province. "I need to think it over." Gu Qingqing didn't agree immediately. She stood up to leave the office. She felt she couldn't fathom Zhao at all. This man, sentenced to death, was far too enigmatic. He managed to navigate prison life with ease in such a short time, even getting the prison guards to do his bidding. But the herbs listed on that blank sheet of paper were also shockingly expensive, equivalent to several 100 million Huaxia yuan. The family's medicine vault contained only that much heritage passed down from ancestors, and using one meant losing one. "Don't think Dongfang City is facing just a minor problem." Zhao called her back, folding his hands on the table, and explained patiently, "Through you, I've seen Dongfang City's future. If we don't figure out how that man cheated at the casino, he is an old fox from Hong Kong who walked away with 10 million, it will deal a massive blow to Dongfang City's reputation. The cost will far exceed that of the herbs listed on the white paper. Gu Qingqing paused, torn inside. Finally, she sighed, you win. In the end, she chose to take a gamble and trust the young man sitting before her. Zhao picked up his teacup again and gestured for Gu Qingqing to sit down as well. Congratulations on making the right decision. Now that you've stepped out of the office, if you let me handle this, the fee will be doubled. For some reason, upon hearing this, Gu Qingqing actually felt a sense of relief. How can you help me? Let me go to Oriental City tonight to meet with those people. Are you messing with me? Gu Qingqing, who had just sat down, instantly sprang up from the sofa, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. I don't have that kind of influence. I can't get a death row inmate like you out of prison. Not even the Gu family, no matter how powerful they are, could pull that off. Zhao finished the tea in his cup and sent a text message from his phone. A moment later, Hu pushed open the door, holding a white jacket and an unopened pack of disposable blue face masks. Mr. Zhao, everything has been arranged. Would you like me to send a few people to ensure your safety? No need. Zhao put on the mask and slipped into the jacket, stretching. It feels like it's been ages since I've been out. It's about time I got some exercise. Gu Qingqing, stepping out of the prison, struggled to keep her expression neutral as she glanced out of the corner of her eye at the man beside her. A prisoner sentenced to death? Was he just walking out like this? The prison guard standing at the entrance acted as if he hadn't seen a thing, his eyes fixed straight ahead. It's still early. The casino doesn't open until tonight. I have something important to take care of. As Zhao spoke, he walked toward the blue Bentley. What are you just standing there for? Do you want me to drive? Gu Qingqing slid into the driver's seat and asked in a cool tone, where are we going? The movie theater. Gu Qingqing looked at Zhao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, with a look of surprise. You're not joking, are you? There was a comedy I'd been looking forward to, but before I could see it, I was framed and locked up. It's taking down tonight. If I don't watch it now, I'll have to wait until it's available on streaming services. Zhao settled into a comfortable position, closed his eyes for a quick nap, and didn't open them until they were almost there. He asked with a hint of surprise, how did we end up at Oriental City? Gu Qingqing got out of the car first, her features as delicate as a painting. There is a movie theater in Oriental City, too. It's much more upscale than the ones out here. I still have some documents to go over. If you need anything, just let the manager know. With that, she clacked away in her high heels and walked straight off. Zhao watched her slender figure fade into the distance, then walked alone into the Oriental City Theater. It had 300 or 400 seats, but today he had the place all to himself. He called over an attendant and asked for a bottle of Coke. He blew gently on the bottle, instantly chilling it, then sat in the center seat and began watching the movie intently. After about 10 minutes, he started to feel a bit bored. Mainly because he was the only one in the theater. It felt much more empty and desolate than usual, lacking its usual bustle, so he took out his phone and sent a text to Gu Qingqing. Before long, all the idle employees from Oriental City showed up, having received orders to come watch a movie. The employees exchanged glances as they watched the film, even going so far as to laugh half-heartedly whenever a funny scene came up. They looked curiously at the masked man sitting in the middle, wondering who on earth he was. In all their time working here, this was the first time they encountered the big boss who never shown his face personally issuing an order just to accompany someone to a movie. They even noticed that, before the seats were even filled, several managers had been summoned over, their expressions equally baffled. Zhao glanced back. There were still some empty seats. He used his finger as a pen, drawing in the air. In the space of a few breaths, dozens of strangers wearing Oriental City uniforms but with faces they'd never seen before appeared one after another before him. Their eyes were lifeless and hollow, their faces deathly pale, devoid of any color, and their mouths twisted into eerie grimaces. They stood there like corpses, making the living in the back row's hearts skip a beat. These makeshift creations, conjured on the spot to fill the seats, were of rather poor quality. Take the empty seats. I won't allow such a fantastic movie to have empty seats. Zhao commanded expressionlessly. The dozens of people he deconjured out of thin air drifted randomly toward the empty seats like children as helium balloons and began watching the movie, which was already halfway through, with rapt attention. The employees of Oriental City could no longer hold it together. Extreme fear welled up inside them, and they wanted to stand up and flee the theater. But as those suddenly appearing figures cast their glances, whether intentionally or not, their way, the moment they stood up, they awkwardly plopped back down into their seats. By the time the movie ended, it was already dark outside. Zhao was the first to rise, leisurely leaving the theater and leaving behind a group of people slumped in their seats. Oriental City in the night resembled a dazzling pearl. Crystal chandeliers in the lobby cast a soft glow, illuminating the marble-paved floor. A faint fragrance filled the air, intertwining with the rhythm of the music to weave an intoxicating atmosphere. First, they went to the restaurant for dinner. Then, using the golden elevator card Gu Qingqing had given him, he went straight to the top floor of Oriental City. The top floor of Oriental City is closed to the public during the day. It's only after 9 p.m. that members begin to stream in. Security here is much stricter than on the lower floors. You must be sponsored by a regular customer who has spent at least 1 million, and 6 towering bodyguards stand at the entrance. Before entering, everyone undergoes a rigorous screening, and electronic devices such as cell phones must be handed over. Ears and clothing were also subject to thorough inspection to prevent the concealment of cheating technology. Gu Qingqing had nicknamed this casino Dragon Gate. As the saying goes, once you step through the gate, you can ascend and become a dragon. This meant that there were limitless opportunities here. Even the lowliest carp had a chance to leap over the Dragon Gate and rise above their station. Zhao also arrived at the Dragon Gate Gaming Hall. Gu Qingqing had made arrangements in advance, so when he walked in as if no one else were there, the 6 bodyguards pretended not to notice him. After casually strolling around, he found the selection of games to be truly comprehensive, on par with even those in Hong Kong. The dealers were all dressed very provocatively, with most of their breasts exposed, using the professional sales pitches they learned during training to get the gamblers' hearts racing. It took Zhao only 8 or 9 minutes to come out. He strolled back in, this time down the most heavily guarded corridor, lined on both sides by over a dozen bodyguards. Their gazes were fierce. Clearly, they were all trained fighters. At the far end of the corridor was a conference room equipped with a large screen monitoring the action at Table 19 in the Dragon Gate Casino. Gu Qingqing was inside, watching Table 19 as a young man with golden-dyed hair ran rampant, raking in 5 or 6 million in just 10 minutes. Her 2 willow leaf eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Her mood couldn't have been worse. The image had been magnified dozens of times. Even the young man's body hair was faintly visible, yet there was still no sign of cheating. The blonde young man was named Sumo, reportedly the heir to a wealthy family from Hong Kong. When he first arrived, he lost several million every day, much to the delight of Oriental City, which was thrilled to have such a high roller. But after just 1 week, everything changed. Even with exceptional talent, a young man would struggle to achieve greatness before the age of 30, as his experience at the gambling tables was simply too limited. Faced with cunning veterans, even the slightest unintentional micro-expression could give him away. But this didn't apply to Sumo. It was as if the gambling god had possessed him. He had barely lost a single hand, winning 80 to 90 million every day, and by today, his winnings had already reached 300 million. He was practically the center of attention in the entire hall, surrounded by a constant stream of people, with a never-ending parade of beautiful women, basking in the adulation of the crowd. What was troubling was that Dongfang City was keeping him under constant surveillance. The several gambling experts stationed here racked their brains but simply couldn't find the slightest trace of cheating. If he kept winning at this pace, even Dongfang City, with all its wealth and the Gu family backing it, would face the risk of running out of cash. Aside from Gu Qingqing, whose heart was shrouded in gloom, there were 5 or 6 other high-ranking executives from Dongfang City standing nearby, constantly wiping the sweat from their foreheads with towels. Squeak whoa. Zhao pushed open the door and walked in, sipping an ice-cold Coke, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the room. What's all the commotion? Apart from Gu Qingqing, none of the others recognized Zhao, but everyone present was shrewd enough to realize that if he'd been allowed in, it must have been with the boss's permission, so none of them spoke up to ask him to leave. How's it going? Gu Qingqing asked anxiously. She'd seen Zhao enter the gambling hall, but but since he only stayed for such a short time, she assumed he hadn't noticed anything. The gambling hall doesn't close until 4 in the morning. You've had plenty of time to observe. No need. Zhao sat in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table as he watched table 19 on the surveillance feed. A smile spread across his lips. Please bring Mr. Su in. After cheating his way to such a huge win, it's time for him to pay up today. Gu Qingqing gave a subtle nod, and the bodyguards behind her took the hint. Before long, they brought in Su Mo, his hair dyed blonde, a cigarette clenched between his teeth, and visibly agitated. Facing dozens of hostile stares in the conference room, Su Mo acted with great arrogance. He tossed his half-smoked cigarette on the floor, stomped on it twice with his leather shoes, and then demanded in an angry tone, "Is this the best Dongfang City has to offer? You only let people lose money, but not win, is that it?" As he spoke, he plopped down into a nearby chair, pulled another cigarette from his pocket and lit it, crossed his legs, and rested them on the table. The anger on his face gradually gave way to disdain. "I don't know which rule I've broken, but without my consent, you forcibly brought me here to face charges. You must give me an explanation today, or I'll just camp out here and refuse to leave." The senior executives were speechless. Faced with such a stubborn opponent, they were completely at a loss and turned to Gu Qingqing for help. Gu Qingqing's gaze fell once more on Zhao, their only hope now. Zhao strode over to Su Mo, crouched down to his eye level, and offered a gentle smile. "You're feeling pretty cocky right now, aren't you? You've been the center of attention in the gambling hall these past few days. Countless high society figures are watching you, and they're certain that Dongfang City won't dare pull any underhanded tricks against you until they have solid evidence." Su Mo's expression faltered for a moment before he regained his composure. "I don't know what you're talking about." Zhao had indeed hit the nail on the head. Over the past few days, he'd been making a huge spectacle of himself at the gambling hall, always surrounded by a bevy of beautiful women, all to prevent Dongfang City from getting so desperate from losing that they send someone to take him out behind the scenes. Anyone who could come and go as they pleased at the gambling hall had some clout in Yuncheng. They came here to gamble precisely because of Dongfang City's reputation. If he were suddenly attacked one day, anyone with a bit of imagination could piece together what happened, and they never set foot here again. Dongfang Chang was afraid of causing a bigger problem, so he had no choice but to swallow his pride and take the loss. "It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not." Zhao shrugged indifferently. "Anyway, everything you've done relies on the fact that your cheating hasn't been discovered. Otherwise, not even Jesus could save you." Su Mo was like a lion with its hackles raised. He leaped up from his chair in an instant, glaring at this masked man who, for some reason, exerted immense pressure on him. "If you're accusing me of cheating, show me the evidence. I'll cooperate 100%. Otherwise, if you're making baseless accusations, I'll sue you." Zhao, as if he were a prophet, took a step back just before Su Mo leaped up, dodging the scorching cigarette butt, and turned to the black-clad bodyguards standing nearby. "Search young masters who thoroughly don't miss a single spot." The black-clad bodyguards glanced at Gu Qingqing after receiving their boss's approval. They pounced like ferocious tigers. Before long, Su Mo, now clad in nothing but his underwear, was so furious his face turned crimson. "You'd better find something, or you'll pay the price." The bodyguards still found nothing in his clothes. They'd even taken apart his lighter. Just as they were about to report to Gu Qingqing, Zhao, wearing a mask, raised his hand to stop them, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. "There's south one more place. Take off his underwear and thoroughly search that area." With their boss's approval, the bodyguards had no qualms about ignoring Su Mo's roars and immediately set to work. The scene was simply too gruesome to look at. An inhuman wail echoed through the conference room. Even through the thick walls, those outside could hear it. Gu Qingqing looked down at her phone, while several executives stared in horror, their brows tightly furrowed. They had never witnessed such a brutal scene. The pain caused Su Mo to curl up into a ball several times. He nearly passed out. Finally, one of the bodyguards made a discovery, a black object about 2 or 3 centimeters long. After giving it a quick wipe with a tissue, he handed it to Gu Qingqing, who hadn't said a word. "What is this?" Gu Qingqing didn't take it. Instead, she turned to ask Zhao. Zhao instructed the bodyguard to cover Su Mo with a blanket. The sight was too gruesome to bear. It's new equipment from Hong Kong, a modified long plug. Because of its unique hiding spot, it can evade nearly all of the casino's security checks. Its function is to transmit a combination code via vibration frequency. One person alone couldn't pull off cheating with a long plug. There's definitely another mole inside Oriental City, and it seems like they hold a pretty high ranking position. Sumo, struggling to endure the excruciating pain in his anus, struggled to crawl to his feet, his forehead covered in a fine sheen of sweat. I can tell you about the other mole and I'll hand over the winnings as long as you let me leave safely. With the cheating scheme exposed, he knew his situation was dire. He had to prove his worth to have any chance of escaping. Gu Qingqing looked at Sumo as if he were an idiot. Having cheated his way to such a huge win, he was actually thinking about leaving safely? Did he really think Oriental City was a charity? Ignoring Sumo's plea, Gu Qingqing fully trusted Zhao's credentials and unconsciously softened her tone. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you again, Mr. Zhao. Please help us identify the other mole. Zhao waved his hand casually. It's only natural to do a job for which I'm paid. The mole isn't just one person, it's a small ring. To be precise, there are 3 of them. Chen Xiaxia, Jiang Tao, and Xu Kailiang. Do you know any of these 3? Gu Qingqing nodded. Although she rarely made public appearances, that didn't mean she wasn't familiar with Dongfang City. Every employee's resume was kept on her desk. They were hired only after rigorous screening, and the 3 Zhao mentioned were all veteran managers who had been with Dongfang City for at least 4 or 5 years. Seeing that Gu Qingqing recognized these 3, Zhao cut straight to the chase. They paid a high price to acquire a new type of cheating device, one circulating in limited circles on Hong Kong Island, and, while they were at it, hired Sumo, who was standing right in front of you. They fabricated a non-existent identity as a family disciple to rake in huge sums of money at Dongfang City's gambling hall. If you don't believe me, just check their transaction records. All the funds were transferred to Swiss banks under the names of their relatives. As Zhao spoke, his eyes remained completely still, as if he were recounting a trivial matter. Yet the conference room was eerily silent, and Gu Qingqing's knuckles had turned white from clenching her fists. She never would have imagined this. You can guard against outsiders day and night, but it's hard to guard against a traitor within. The executives in the conference room were trembling with fear, their minds racing to determine whether they had any financial ties to the 3 men. If the boss decided to settle accounts with them all at once, they'd be in for a world of trouble. Sumo, lying on the floor, stared at Zhao in sheer terror. He'd only known about Jiang Tao. He never imagined there were 2 more moles. Gu Qingqing took a deep breath and resumed her aloof demeanor. Please bring those 3 over here for a chat. The bodyguard in black nodded. This time, it took a bit longer, about 6 or 7 minutes, before the 3 managers named were dragged by the neck into the conference room. The moment the 3 saw Sumo, blood gushing from his anus, they immediately knew what had happened. Just as they were about to open their mouths to defend themselves, Gu Qingqing spoke first. I know what you're thinking. I'm giving you 3 a chance now. Whoever wants to check their recent wire transfer records, if you're innocent, I'll personally apologize. As soon as Gu Qingqing finished speaking, all 3 of them fell silent. They simply couldn't withstand the scrutiny. With an annual income of only 6 or 70,000, they had no way to explain the source of tens of millions in remittances received in such a short time. Jiang Tao, the most hot-tempered of the 3, kicked Sumo hard, causing him to let out another agonized howl. You ungrateful bastard, you actually betrayed me. Sumo, who was more wrong than Doi herself, grit his teeth against the excruciating pain and shouted, I'd love to have betrayed you guys, but they never gave me the chance. That masked man over there blurted out all 3 of your names right off the bat. Don't forget, I didn't know you had 2 other accomplices. Jiang Tao flew into an even greater rage and kicked him again. For God's sake, couldn't you come up with a better excuse? I've never even seen that masked guy across the room. Is he some kind of fortune teller who just guessed it? Sumo recalled the conversation in the conference room moments ago and suddenly looked as if a light had bulb gone off in his head. Holy shit, he really did figure it out. Do I look like an idiot to you? Jiang Tao felt his biggest mistake had been bringing in such a weirdo from Hong Kong. He was so furious his body trembled uncontrollably. Do you really think that if you betrayed me, Gu Qingqing would let you go? She is a demon who devours people and spits out nothing but bones. President Gu. Chen Xiaxia was the first to panic. She knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she played the sympathy card. I've been with Oriental City for years. Even if I haven't achieved much, I've still contributed. It was only because I was swayed by those two that I committed such a despicable act driven by greed. Please forgive me this once, I promise it won't happen again. Jiang Tao and Zhu Kailian were both infuriated by this woman's sudden about-face. You shameless bitch. Weren't you the one who approached us in the first place? Could we have schemed this together without you? And now you're trying to pin the blame on us. Zhao found a chair and sat down. He loved nothing more than watching the spectacle. Enough. Gu Qingqing's face was grim as she put a stop to the 3S farce. It's too late for excuses now. Out of consideration for the fact that you're all long-time employees, you'll be sent to northern Myanmar tonight. Whether you live or die is entirely up to your own fate. Jiang Tao and the other two looked ashen, as if all their strength had been drained from them. They slumped to the ground. In a place like northern Myanmar, being sent there would be worse than death. Especially for someone like Li Shasha, a middle-aged woman who still had some looks. Her fate was all too predictable. The bodyguards in black wouldn't let them say another word. They yanked them off the floor and dragged them out of the conference room, sending a message to Snakehair to come pick them up. They would likely arrive in northern Myanmar in about 5 days. Gu Qingqing had someone fetch a suitcase, which she handed to Zhao with a complex expression. Everything you asked for is inside. She hadn't held out much hope at first. It was purely a last-ditch effort, but to her surprise, it went surprisingly smoothly. She fully believed in Zhao's identity as a fortune-teller. Blinking her watery, almond-shaped eyes, her eyelashes as light as butterfly wings, she exuded charm and allure from head to toe. Since you're a fortune-teller, you must know who the other moles in Dongfang City are, right? 100 million. After inspecting the goods and confirming they were in order, Zhao held up a finger and waved it in front of Gu Qingqing. 100 million for a single name? How is that for a fair price? Once this opportunity passes, it won't come around again. Gu Qingqing shot Zhao a reproachful glance. The price was way too high. And if it turned out to be some small-time nobody, she'd be out a fortune. If you don't want to, forget it. I'm not forcing you. Zhao didn't seem to mind. He stood up to leave. Book me a presidential suite. It's too late to go back tonight. Just send a car to pick me up tomorrow morning. But as he reached the door, Zhao changed the subject, turned to face Gu Qingqing, and suddenly flashed a meaningful smile. You could also help me investigate my case. If we can really find out who framed me, rooting out every single mole in Dongfang City wouldn't be a problem. Or even help you find the real culprit who, when you were 5 years old, ordered the truck driver to run over your mother. With that, he pushed open the door and walked out alone, leaving Gu Qingqing in a daze. He swiped his card to enter the presidential suite, lay back in the bathtub, and checked his phone. The WeChat group was already blowing up. The story of how she'd beaten up director Wang, even though the school had warned her not to spread it around, had still sparked a small buzz. There were already hundreds of messages about it in her class group chat. Beyond that, people were discussing how, once they left campus, they realized just how cruel society really was. How someone who'd been a well-behaved kid from an ordinary family before starting work now had thoughts of becoming a mistress every single day. Ha! As Zhao filtered through the irrelevant messages, she actually stumbled upon something noteworthy. A female classmate mentioned that Zhu Guanqi had qualified for the college student entrepreneurship program, securing a small grant. Her office was located in an apartment in the Old City district, where she was striving to develop the first-ever cosmeceutical product combining traditional Chinese medicine with cosmetics. When she saw this message, her mind went a little blank. Back when she first arrived on campus as a freshman, Zhu Guanqi had practically captured the attention of the entire school. Her long braid hung loosely, with a few stray strands of black hair falling across her forehead. Her delicate, exquisite oval face, completely free of makeup, resembled a blue lotus blooming in the midst of the mundane world. Later, it was revealed that she was born with a speech impairment and had a rather reclusive personality. She rarely interacted with others, which caused many suitors to give up on her. Zhao also noticed Zhu Guanqi, though they didn't interact much at first. However, both had outstanding academic records, scoring nearly perfect marks in every subject and winning the top scholarships year after year, and they gradually became very close friends. Most of the time, Zhao did the talking while Zhu Guanqi sat quietly by her side, listening. Occasionally, she would use sign language to let Zhao know she wasn't distracted. In their junior year, Zhao had a flash of inspiration and proposed combining traditional Chinese medicine with cosmetics, an idea that left Zhu Guanqi, sitting beside him, utterly amazed. From then on, the two frequently collaborated on their research, pouring nearly all the pocket money they earned from part-time jobs and their scholarships each semester into the project, spending only what was necessary on food and drink. Although the journey was fraught with difficulties, they made significant breakthroughs. The two vowed that even after graduation, they would not give up on this endeavor. They were determined to develop a product that would make those international luxury brands take notice. After Zhao was wrongfully imprisoned, Zhu Guanqi, who refused to believe he was that kind of person, searched everywhere for help. But as an ordinary student with no connections, and one suffering from congenital aphasia at that, what influence could he possibly have? All he received were cold, dismissive replies. So that's why you stopped coming to visit me in prison. You were working toward this goal. Zhao gently set down his phone and gazed at the starry sky, lost in thought. After spending the night in the presidential suite, Zhao finished his morning routine by 6 o'clock. He ate the breakfast delivered by the attendant and put his mask back on. Taking the elevator down to the spacious lobby, he found the morning atmosphere much quieter than the night's revelry and music. As soon as he stepped out, a Maybach slowly pulled up beside him. A man stepped out of the driver's seat, wearing a pair of pristine white gloves. His square face gave him a stern, unsmiling appearance. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Mr. Zhao, Chairman Gu had to leave on urgent business, so he sent me to drive you back." "All right." Zhao replied with a single word and slid into the back seat. The man with the square face drove smoothly. His eyes were sharp and piercing, and he would occasionally cast a discreet glance backward out of the corner of his eye. Zhao knew the man was observing him. Gazing out at the scenery, he murmured, "It's actually quite a hardship for you. A master of hidden energy working as a driver. No one would believe it if you told them." The man's body trembled imperceptibly, but he quickly regained his composure. "Mr. Zhao, I don't understand what you're talking about." A faint smile played at the corner of Zhao's mouth, but he didn't press the matter. Leaning back lazily, he closed his eyes and said, "Let us not go back to Yunqing prison for now. Head to Hualong Apartments on Xixing Road in the Old City. Let me know when we're there." "All right." The square-jawed man replied without a flicker of emotion, continuing to drive with undivided attention. Zhao, who had closed his eyes for a brief rest, was processing the information he obtained from the life-death ledger regarding Wang Fuzhu, the man with the square face. Just as he suspected, mana was scarce in Great Xia these days. After the disappearance of the Great Qin sorcerers, there were no longer any cultivators in the world. However, an alternative form of martial arts had emerged, and the stage had shifted from the forefront to behind the scenes. Moving behind the scenes did not mean a decline. In fact, with the evolution of the times, it ushered in a new era of glory. Many formidable martial artists now held positions of authority in their respective regions, either serving as honored guests under the patronage of local factions or joining the military as instructors, making outstanding contributions to Xia's military strength. Wang Fuzhu, for instance, is affiliated with the Gu family. As the 21st generation successor of the Iron Sand Palm, he has reached the martial master stage where one opens the orifices and illuminates the meridians, and currently serves as the Gu family head's personal bodyguard. He holds a pivotal position within the Gu family. Even the younger generation must address him respectfully as Uncle Wang. Martial warrior stage, martial master stage, martial king stage. Minor achievement, intermediate achievement, great achievement, perfection. At the martial king stage, one channels energy into the body, transforming one's vital essence and the mana of heaven and earth into mana. With senses so acute they can dodge bullets, practitioners transcend the realm of humanity. In ancient dynasties, they would have been the heads of top-tier martial arts sects. Today, they are dominant rulers of their respective regions. Apart from the martial arts world, there also seems to be a world of sorcery. However, Wang Fuzhu had been with the Gu family for over a decade, and his access to information was rather limited. He knew little about the world of sorcery, only that practitioners could cast certain spells. Recently, a master who had devoted himself to the study of sorcery had arrived in Yunqing and was treated as an honored guest by many. In Great Xia, there were indeed people who served as attendants to immortals and could attain extraordinary power without the need for arduous cultivation. What surprised Zhao was that Wang Fuzhu's ancestors had traveled far and wide, and the records of their journeys were quite detailed. They claimed that immortals were a product of the Qing dynasty's declining fortunes, a time when the Earth's vital energy had grown dim and turbid, causing demons and monsters to reawaken, and that most of them were wolves in sheep's clothing. Whenever you gain something, the immortals will take twice as much from you, and the more powerful the immortal, the more greedy they are. It's essentially an unequal exchange, and most who engage in it meet a grim end. Zhao then assessed his current level to determine which realm of great CIS martial arts he corresponded to. He was likely at the martial king stage, yet stronger than that level. Although the mana of the martial king stage and his own mana might sound similar in effect, the difference was as vast as that between glass and steel, and he could also cast spells from the art and magic realm. Being proficient in both areas made the gap even wider. Wang Fuzhu was acting as the driver today because last night, Gu Qingqing had told her family everything about Dongfang City. The head of the Gu family, Gu Qingqing's grandfather, had asked him to come and assess Zhou's true capabilities, but he'd been exposed before he could gather any information. They arrived at their destination an hour and a half later. Zhao opened his eyes and yawned. "When we get to the 4th floor, please ask a girl named Zhu Guanqi to come down." "Thanks." Even Wang Fuzhu couldn't help but fume. It was one thing that his cover hadn't been blown earlier, but now he was still being treated like an ordinary driver. But after a second's hesitation, he decided to go upstairs anyway. Zhao also got out of the car and surveyed Hualong Apartments. Hualong Apartments had been built a long time ago, and the signs of age were strikingly evident. The building's exterior was mottled and weathered, the window frames were slightly rusted, and large patches of paint had peeled away, exposing the raw texture of the brickwork. Though called an apartment complex, it was actually quite a mixed bag. Many people, attracted by the low rent, set up small studios here, some as small as 5 to 10 people. But the tenants took good care of the place. The floors were swept clean, with no clutter in sight. Zhao had been here last month. It had been filthy and chaotic, with trash strewn everywhere. How could it have changed so much? Before long, Wang Fuzhu came down, followed by a young woman. "I've brought the person." The young woman wore a plain white short-sleeved shirt, faded white jeans, and ordinary canvas sneakers. She wore no jewelry whatsoever, yet exuded a strong, intellectual beauty. Her eyes lit up when she saw Zhao, but her expression immediately turned nervous. She grabbed Zhao's hand and ran into the apartment. "Stop, stop, stop." Zhao understood what Zhu Guanqi meant and opened his mouth to explain. "I'm safe right now. It's fine for me to go out for a walk. Otherwise, why didn't that round-faced guy across from you call the police?" Wang Fuzhu. Although Zhu Guanqi couldn't speak, she was very perceptive. Recalling the message Principal Wang had relayed, she realized Zhao hadn't escaped from prison, and the tension on her face instantly faded. She smiled and signed to Zhao, asking how he'd been doing lately. Zhao responded to each question, saying he was doing very well. His cellmates were all very friendly and helped him make his bed every day. "Are you living alone at Hualong Apartments?" Zhu Guanqi shook her head slightly and continued to sign to Zhao, explaining that she'd been alone at first, but later 5 or 6 classmates from her class had moved in. None of them could believe someone like him existed, so they gathered to tackle difficult problems together. However, since they stayed up too late studying last night, she herself lived there. After hearing this, Zhao asked, "Why has this place changed so much?" Hearing this, Zhu Guanqi lifted her little head with a touch of pride and typed a message to Zhao on her phone. "It made communication much easier here. When I first rented the place, it was indeed filthy, messy, and run down. To avoid giving my classmates a bad impression, I got up at 5 every morning to clean it up. Gradually, the other tenants were inspired to join me in keeping the place tidy, and that's how it became what you see now. Because of that, the landlord was so happy, he cut my rent by 500. Watching Zhu Guanqi excitedly recount the story to him, Zhao thought to himself that the other tenants here must have been unable to bear the pangs of conscience. Asking a little girl with aphasia to help take out the trash would surely draw scorn if word got out. But he didn't call them out on it. Instead, he offered her his full encouragement. Zhu Guanqi seemed to suddenly remember something and asked Zhao if he'd taken in the 2 little kittens. Zhao nodded. Xu Guanqi continued typing, a faint, delicate fragrance wafting from her. After you were framed and sent to prison, I went to the yam field behind the school and asked the two little ones if they wanted to come with me. They both shook their heads. It seems they sensed in some mysterious way that you were coming. Even though things are really busy here, I write a letter every week and drop it in the police chief's mailbox. I'm sure we'll get a response eventually. It's so good to see you're okay now, really. Combined with the valuable insights you've gained from your research, we're about to develop our first product, a huge step toward the dream we once had. When that happens, will you be able to come out and see us? Facing Zhu Guanqi's expectant gaze, even though it was just a series of words, he could sense the immense emotion behind them. Zhao nodded earnestly, I definitely will. Xu Guanqi broke into a smile, like the rising sun, her eyes curving into two elegant crescents, filled with determination and anticipation for the future. The two chatted for a few more minutes. Zhao felt it was time to go. The streets were getting busier. After saying goodbye, he got into the back seat of the Maybach. As soon as the car pulled away from the intersection, the smile on his face vanished abruptly, and he looked calmly at Wang Fuzhu. Don't investigate her, or you'll die. It was a matter-of-fact statement, yet it sent a chill down Wang Fuzhu's spine, as if the other man could truly make it happen. He took a deep breath to steady himself. He felt he needed to compose himself. He'd nearly been intimidated by a student. There were no signs of training visible on the other person. She certainly hadn't practiced martial arts. Wang Fuzhu was certain that Zhao truly served an immortal, and a particularly fierce one at that. Otherwise, there was no explanation for the various supernatural abilities she had suddenly acquired. But he had more than enough confidence not to fear her. The white gloves he wore year-round were a symbol of his mastery of the iron sand palm technique. His hands looked fairer and more delicate than a woman's, yet they harbored earth-shattering power when he channeled his energy. The chi currents between his palms surged with fierce and domineering force. Those who have strengthened their bodies to the point of lifting 1,000 jin can be called the martial warrior stage. Cultivating one's vital energy to a level capable of shattering stone, roughly 3,600 jin, qualifies one for the martial master stage. Wang Fuzhu is currently at this level. Killing a tiger with a single strike would be no problem at all. And as clearly recorded by his ancestors, the drawback for those who serve the immortals is that they must first communicate with the immortals before exerting any force. At this moment, Wang Fuzhu had 100 ways to kill Zhao. I'm not going back to prison just yet. I'm going to kill someone. Zhao stopped admiring the scenery and said with utter seriousness. Who? Wang Fuzhu was puzzled and thoroughly baffled, thinking to himself, you're already on death row, why aren't you keeping a lower profile? Qin Yuanhao. A gleam flashed in Zhao's eyes, as if he were merely mentioning a trivial matter. He had used the life-death ledger to check Zhu Guanqi's recent history and discovered that Qin Yuanhao hadn't given up. In fact, now that he was out in society, he'd become even more arrogant and tyrannical. He'd offered Zhu Guanqi $1 million, a sum she could earn just by spending a week with him, but Zhu Guanqi had coldly rejected him. Qin Yuanhao then hired a group of street thugs who had come to Hualong Apartments time and again to cause trouble. Relying on his wealth and status, he was flagrantly flouting the law. To spare Zhao any worry, Xu Guanqi hadn't mentioned any of this. But now that Zhao knew, he might as well kill him while he was at it. No need to make an extra trip. Moreover, if he could use Qin Yuanhao to uncover the mastermind behind the frame-up, that would be killing two birds with one stone. You want to kill Qin Yuanhao? Aren't you afraid of his father? Wang Fuzhu slammed on the brakes, turned to look at Zhao, and said in a matter-of-fact tone, Qin Yuanhao is Qin Hong's only son. The Qitian Sansheng Hotel is Qin Hong's business, and he has powerful connections in every sector. Recently, he has been planning to acquire a food street and turn it into Yunqing's most bustling commercial district. Though he can't compare to the Gu family, he shouldn't be underestimated. If you really kill his son, all hell will break loose in Yunqing. Zhao's expression remained unchanged as he tapped his fingers lightly against the car window, finally flashing a row of pearly white teeth. If his old man dares to make a fuss, it'll just give me the perfect opportunity to take him out too. Being falsely accused of rape and murder for no reason, does he really think I'm a pushover? Wang Fuzhu said no more, focusing entirely on driving. After all, he was just a driver today. He'd go wherever Zhao told him to go. Helping with a murder was out of the question, and when the time came, he'd have to draw a clear line to avoid bringing undeserved trouble upon the Gu family. But in the end, he couldn't resist and offered a gentle warning: the immortals aren't charity. You'd better not rely on them too much, or you'll regret it sooner or later. Zhao's expression finally shifted, reflecting a mix of emotions. He knew Wang Fuzhu meant well and was subtly revealing the truth about the immortals. Although the immortals were just a fictional front, Wang Fuzhu was genuinely surprised that a complete stranger would go this far for him. "Thank you." Zhao gave a soft reply and sent a text to Li Buotao, asking him to track down Qin Yuanhao. Li Buotao didn't ask any questions, he simply replied, "Got it," and 5 minutes later sent a location: head to the Qitian Grand Hotel. Last night, young Master Qin took 2 female models there, and they haven't come out yet. The black Maybach made a U-turn and headed toward the Qitian Grand Hotel. The Qitian Grand Hotel was located in Yunqing's development zone. Its exterior design was both modern and classic, with the main structure composed of dark-tinted glass and metal. Even a casual meal there cost several thousand yuan, and the parking lot was filled with luxury cars worth tens or even hundreds of millions. Zhao got out of the car and motioned for Wang Fuzhu to leave. He could take a taxi on his own once they were done. Standing near the Qitian Grand Hotel, Zhao channeled mana into the life-death ledger, expanding his range of vision to cover the entire hotel. Skipping over one irrelevant person after another, he located Qin Yuanhao, who was asleep with his arms wrapped around 2 female car models. Half a minute later, Zhao withdrew his mana. Although he hadn't uncovered any information about the person who framed him, he did discover something else that seemed relevant. That month, after Zhao had beaten him so badly he ended up in the hospital, Qin Yuanhao, furious, had his father pay Lord Tiger to take action to break one of Zhao's legs and vent his anger. But Qin Hong felt Lord Tiger was too ruthless. He'd kill people on command and then jack up his price afterward, so he refused his son's request. All Qin Yuanhao knew about Lord Tiger was that he was a local underworld boss in Yunqing who had suddenly appeared there 5 years ago, with a mysterious and powerful background. In just half a day, he had unified the underworld, with Yunqing's 4 major bosses all at his beck and call. Basically, as long as you paid him, he'd do anything. And he did it so flawlessly that no one could find any evidence. That certainly fit the profile of the mastermind behind the frame-up of Zhao. Zhao also learned that Qin Yuanhao, that bastard, had drugged and raped more than a dozen female students while in school, and later covered it up either with money or through intimidation. It was only because Zhu Guanqi was cautious she refused to drink any water out of sight that he didn't succeed. After finishing his business, he waited for the right moment. Wang Fuzhu, who had driven a few kilometers away, suddenly decided to turn around. He pulled into the open-air parking lot of the Qitian Hotel, found a spot with the best view, and parked. From there, he saw Zhao sitting on the flower bed across from the hotel, head down, playing with his phone. Time ticked by second by second. Around 9:30, Zhao suddenly put away his phone. He noticed a man of average height, dressed head to toe in designer labels, with 5 or 6 waiters attending to him attentively, flanked by 2 female models. After a night of hard work, Qin Yunhao's face was pale, and his steps were unsteady. Zhao, sitting on the flower bed, was still separated from Qin Yunhao by a street a distance of about a. Then he jumped down from the flower bed, brushed the dust off his buttocks, and walked to the roadside to hail a taxi. Before getting in, he waved toward the parking lot, giving a nod to Wang Fuzhu, who had been watching from the shadows. In less than half a minute, he vanished around the end of the street. Wang Fuzhu, completely baffled, had no idea what Zhao had just done. Just as he thought Zhao was playing a joke on him, he suddenly realized that Qin Yuanhao seemed to have been frozen in the same position for quite some time. The tall model standing next to him also noticed something was wrong with Qin Yuanhao. She smiled and reached out to pat his shoulder. As a crisp cracking sound rang out, Qin Yuanhao, like an ice sculpture, suddenly shattered into hundreds or even thousands of pieces, scattering everywhere. Wang Fuzhu's eyes widened in shock. Qin Yuanhao was dead. And he died in a particularly gruesome way, his life snuffed out in an instant, frozen into an ice sculpture. To silently take a life from 100 meters away, without any outward signs of change, and without anyone noticing a thing, even a Grandmaster wouldn't be able to pull that off. A wave of overwhelming fear engulfed Wang Fuzhu. His body tensed instinctively, his heart pounding wildly as if he'd been severely startled. His back was completely soaked in cold sweat as he sat in the car, gasping for breath. Thinking back to what Zhao had just said, a bitter smile tugged at the corners of Wang Fuzhue's mouth. Facing him, he really would die, and he might not fare much better than Qin Yuanhao. What the hell kind of immortal has he been worshipping? Zhao sat in a taxi heading back to prison, his eyes closed as he dozed off. He'd been cultivating the Nether Emperor art for some time now. Freezing Qin Yuanhao's blood instantly from 100 meters away didn't cost him much mana. It was truly a god-tier technique essential for home, travel, and killing. He hadn't killed him in the luxury hotel because surveillance cameras were everywhere, which could easily leave a trail. The driver was a chatterbox. Glancing at Zhao, he suddenly asked, "Why are you heading to prison? You're a college student, right? The food in prison is pretty good, and it's almost mealtime, so I'm rushing back." "I used to be a student at Yunqing University," Zhao answered honestly. The driver assumed Zhao had relatives in prison and was just stopping by for a free meal in his spare time. Since he'd been a student at Yunqing University, that meant he'd already graduated, and the driver's attitude instantly turned respectful. After all, Yunqing University was quite prestigious. You needed a college entrance exam score of 650 or higher to get in. He clicked his tongue and quickly followed up with another question. "My kid's in 4th grade this year, and his academic grades are a complete mess. How can I tell if he has a talent for art? If he does, I could send him to an art class for some extra guidance." Zhao paused for a second. "My advice is to just assume he doesn't have any. The accuracy rate is actually extremely high." The driver fell silent and didn't say another word for the rest of the ride. He got out at the prison gate and walked in openly. The inmates were all busy peddling their sewing machines. He hardly saw anyone as he passed by. Stepping into his room, sunlight filtered through the half-open curtains, casting dappled patterns on the floor. 2 little kittens ran over and rubbed against Zhao's pant legs. No one had touched the altar. The land deed was still tucked beneath it. Zhao had given strict orders. While he was away, no one was to enter the room, and anyone who disobeyed would face the consequences. She lit 3 long sticks of incense, and the blue smoke curled and swirled. Meow, meow, meow. The kittens tilted their fluffy little heads up, their clear eyes as golden as amber, asking their owner where she'd been yesterday. They could still smell a familiar scent on her. Had she gone to see that pretty older sister? A faint smile tugged at the corners of Zhao's mouth. He crouched down and reached out to the 2 kittens. Their fur felt soft and warm, like stroking a ball of cotton. "I did see Zhu Guanqi. She said she misses you both very much and hopes to come back and see you when she gets the chance." Black Sun and White Dawn's eyes lit up instantly, and they purred contentedly without stopping. Zhao then opened the box, revealing rows of medicinal herbs inside. "I've already obtained the ingredients for refining the Baisu Dan. Stay a little further away in a moment, so the flames don't singe your fur." The 2 kittens looked at the box curiously, even subconsciously licking their lips, thinking it contained something even tastier than dried fish. Greedy and daring as they were, Black Sun and White Dawn even climbed into the box, took a big bite out of a piece of wild ginseng from Mount Changbai, then grimaced in discomfort. They spat out saliva 4 or 5 times in a row before timidly retreating behind Zhao. "Ha, it hasn't even been refined yet." Zhao was thoroughly enjoying this moment. The warm and peaceful atmosphere made him want the 2 kittens to stay a little farther away. He held out his left palm, and a cluster of golden flames rose up. The life-death ledger also contained notes on alchemy, which he had been perusing recently. Today was the first time he was putting them into practice himself. Ordinary alchemists have pale yellow flames. The higher their ability, the deeper the color, and the greater the power. A smile spread across Zhao's face, "But my awakened true spirit is an exception. According to the records of the divine silkworm Taoist, its quality is so high it's terrifying. Even without the aid of an alchemical cauldron, it's more than enough to refine the emerald marrow pill." As he spoke, Zhao used his mana to lift a medicinal herb and toss it into the golden flame. The moment the herb touched the golden flame, it instantly melted into a liquid, with all its impurities completely burned away. The 2 kittens in the distance were mesmerized, holding their breath and staying completely still, afraid that even a deep breath might distract their master. It was Zhao's first time refining pills, and he was completely focused. The temperature of the golden flame was extremely high. The slightest lapse in attention could cause the liquid inside to be scorched into worthless slag. He then added the remaining herbs one by one. After about 10 minutes, jade green pills with rough surfaces slowly emerged from the flames. Zhao polished them further, and eventually, they all became smooth and rounded. It worked! In addition to the herbs themselves, I infused them with my robust mana, which made up for quite a few shortcomings. Zhao's voice carried a note of excitement as he used a prepared glass vial to store the 18 emerald marrow pills. In truth, a jade vial carved from top-grade jade would have been better for preventing the medicinal properties and mana from dissipating, but since Zhao was going to feed them to the 2 kittens immediately, the loss would likely be less than 1/10,000th. He took out 2 pills and handed them to the kittens. Meow, meow, meow. The 2 kittens blinked their big, clear eyes, curiously examining the emerald marrow pills in the palm of his hand. Having learned their lesson the hard way, Black Sun and White Dawn moved closer and sniffed gently, as if trying to discern the scent. But with Zhao's encouragement, they gently opened their mouths and swallowed them whole. As soon as the pills entered their stomachs, the effects were immediate. The jade marrow pills were a relatively mild elixir, so even though the 2 kittens were only a few months old, they were in no danger. A silent transformation took place within them. The elixir's potency coursed through their limbs and bones, impurities were expelled through their pores, their aura became much richer than before, and their bodies grew noticeably larger within half an hour. Their eyes were bright and alert, sparkling with intelligence. Feeling the changes within themselves, Black Sun and White Dawn were overjoyed. They darted swiftly around the room, as if they had already become its guardians. Take 1 pill a day. After about 5 days, you'll have fully transformed into true Bai Sui Dan. Zhao used his mana to probe their vitality and reached this preliminary conclusion. Looking at the eager little kittens, he said, taking them consecutively isn't good for your bodies. You should get some rest and take another one tomorrow. Once you've completed your marrow purification, I'll teach you a segment of the cultivation technique. The cultivation technique originated from the demon emperor of 1,000,000 years ago, a creature that began as a mere ant in this region but, through ceaseless refinement of its own essence and blood, eventually evolved into a black true dragon. Having undergone one transformation, the kitten's intellectual limitations had been broken, and they could now mostly understand Zhao's words. They obediently curled up in their cat bed, closed their eyes, and rested. Zhao nodded in satisfaction. He could sense the 2 kittens' dependence on him. Sitting down in a chair, he continued leafing through his alchemy notes. He felt he needed an alchemy furnace, though it wouldn't be much use for refining relatively simple elixirs like the emerald marrow pill. But for more difficult ones, having a cauldron to assist would significantly increase the success rate. He also needed to put collecting and setting up the materials for the little Qingming array on his to-do list, as well as investigate Brother Hao, whom he learned about from Qin Yuanhao. He had a very strong hunch that this man was absolutely inextricably linked to his case. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Footsteps were approaching. They stopped at the door, and then a knock sounded. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Who pushed the door open and cut straight to the chase? Inmate he from room 51 on the 3rd floor transferred 500,000 into my account last night. He wants me to act as a go-between. He said he'd like to meet with you. I accepted the money, but I haven't touched a single cent in the account. I'll do exactly as you instruct. Have him come alone. Zhao said, since I gave it to you, just keep it. You've been working hard lately, consider it a reward. Who was overjoyed. 500,000 was equivalent to 3 years' salary. He showered Zhao with a string of flattery before leaving. He, too, had wanted to quietly pocket the money, but when he thought of Zhao's various supernatural abilities, he immediately suppressed those petty schemes and didn't even dare to harbor the slightest thought of disrespect. Before long, more footsteps approached, and after a few knocks on the door, Zhao motioned for he to come in. He, whom Zhao hadn't seen in several days, had grown pale and haggard, like a forest in late autumn. His once healthy complexion had turned waxy and gaunt, and his hair resembled a tangled mass of wild grass, falling haphazardly across his forehead and cheeks. He was truly terrified, too afraid to even close his eyes to sleep. On the verge of a nervous breakdown, he dreaded meeting the same fate as those others. No matter how strong a person's will may be, when what they witness shatters their worldview, they will be utterly destroyed. As soon as he entered, he bowed his head deeply. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the altar in the corner, where 3 long incense sticks were burning. He felt as if some incomprehensible presence were watching him, exerting an inexplicable pressure on his soul. Zhao sat with his back to him, and with every tap of his fingers on the table, the sound felt like a sledgehammer striking his chest. "Mr. Zhao, I was wrong." He dropped to his knees with a thud and, choking back his voice, pleaded with Zhao, "I shouldn't have tested you, and I certainly shouldn't have sent people to spy on you. It's all my own fault. I'm willing to become your servant and surrender all my possessions. I just beg you to spare my life." He truly didn't want to die. He was only 19 this year and had a bright future ahead of him. Besides, his parents were ordinary people, and he'd made quite a few enemies in recent years. If he really died in prison, they would surely be the ones to suffer the consequences. Zhao stopped pounding the table but said nothing, and the room fell silent. He, kneeling on the floor, looked like a sinner awaiting judgment. He struggled to suppress his inner fear, his hands clutching the floor tiles tightly, as if seeking a shred of comfort from their coldness. He didn't even dare to breathe heavily, for fear of waking the 2 kittens lying in their bed nearby. About 8 or 9 seconds passed a century for he before Zhao swiveled his chair and slowly turned to face him, his sharp, chiseled profile gazing down at him expressionlessly. "Do you want to work for me?" "Yes." Clinging to a lifeline, he nodded like a chick pecking at grain, practically shouting the word. A smile tugged at the corner of Zhao's mouth. "I've already let the past go. You're free to leave safely right now, but if you want to work for me, you'll have to prove your loyalty. I killed Qin Hong's son, and now he'd turn Yunqing upside down if he could. Killing him will serve as your pledge of allegiance." "Kill Qin Hong?" His breathing came in ragged gasps, his eyes bloodshot. He slumped to the ground and said despondently, "But I can't get out of prison and there is no way I can kill him. Ever since his son Qin Yuanhao was killed, bodyguards had been watching him around the clock. With his untrained body, killing Qin Hong was nothing short of a pipe dream." "Never mind." Zhao kicked out, sending the man rolling out from under the chair. It was none other than the bound Qin Hong. Qin Hong's mouth was stuffed with a towel, his hands tied behind his back with rough rope. He kept letting out helpless whimpers, his body covered in bruises from a brutal beating. A single kick sent him rolling to his knees beside he. Zhao, still seated in the chair, picked up the dagger from the table and tossed it next to he. "Kill him. Of course, you could also choose to leave. I'll pretend you never came here today." Zhao said in a tone of utter indifference, stood up to brew a pot of tea, poured himself a cup, and watched the spectacle with a mocking gaze as he sipped. He stared intently at the dagger, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of his chest. He couldn't fathom what methods Zhao had used to bring Qin Hong here without anyone noticing. If he really killed Qin Hong, his fingerprints would be on the dagger, and he'd definitely face the death penalty. But, having made up his mind, he picked up the dagger from the floor and walked toward Qin Hong with a fierce glare. As if sensing his murderous intent, Qin Hong's muffled whimpers grew louder. His body scraped against the floor as he scrambled backward, his eyes brimming with nothing but pleading and fear. He was no man of indecision. Once he'd made up his mind, he would show no mercy. Otherwise, it would only serve to make Zhao look down on him even more. "This is my first time killing someone, so I hope Boss Qin will be forgiving." Stepping behind Qin Hong, the dagger sliced through his throat in an instant, blood splattering all over his face. His brutal features stood out starkly in the sunlight. His pitch-black eyes were colder than those of a lone wolf. The savagery deep within him could no longer be suppressed. Perhaps thinking Qin Hong wasn't quite dead yet, he raised the dagger to deliver a final blow. But to his astonishment, Qin Hong's corpse on the ground suddenly turned into a pool of paint. He clap, 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 clap. Zhao stood up from his chair and clapped his hands in satisfaction, saying, "Congratulations on passing the test." The Qin Hong before him was, of course, a fake, merely a dummy painted using the Heart Sutra of creation after who had left. Yet it was so lifelike in every detail that only those very close to him could detect the deception. He smiled too, overjoyed at having passed Zhao's test. Far from being angry at being tricked, he found Zhao all the more extraordinary, realizing he had chosen to follow a truly powerful figure. Zhao walked up to Yi, patted him on the shoulder, and infused him with a surge of robust mana. The exhaustion of the past few days vanished instantly, replaced by boundless energy. "Mr. Zhao, have a seat." Looking at He, whose eyes were glistening with tears, Zhao motioned for him to sit down first, then personally poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. "What kind of business do you run in prison, and what is your approximate monthly profit?" Hearing this question, he sat up a little straighter. He thought for a few seconds to make sure he wouldn't make a mistake before replying, "Mainly selling goods to inmates. Cigarettes are the best-selling item, followed by condoms and the like. The monthly profit is about 500,000. That is only because the prison guards have set quotas, otherwise, it could easily be several times that. Then there are some wealthy inmates who are desperate to sleep with a woman. The price ranges from 50,000 to 300,000. It must be said that the wealthy are in high demand everywhere. Even Yunqing prison has a wing of luxury cells. 2 inmates share a cell, which has a private bathroom. The monthly fee is 200,000 yuan, all of which goes straight into Li Buto's pocket. No need to peddle a sewing machine, and they could even get special meals, though, of course, at a hefty price." Once he had finished speaking, Zhao added, "From now on, there'll be no quotas on cigarettes. The guards will give you the green light all the way. Anyone who dares to interfere can go write their resignation letter in the warden's office." He was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. In the end, he had underestimated Mr. Zhao's standing within the prison. It seemed even the warden would have to follow his orders. Zhao took a sip of tea and asked, seemingly offhand, "A prison is, after all, a small stage. Even if I lift the restrictions and you have a knack for business, aside from those few wealthy tycoons, how much profit can you really squeeze out of the rest?" He was completely baffled, not understanding what Zhao meant. Zhao, his expression full of meaning, stared intently at He. "Suppose I could set you free, but the price is that you could never show your true face again. Could you bear that?" He tried to swallow, but failed several times. His heart felt like a wild beast trapped in a cage, pounding frantically against his chest. Excitement and anxiety about the unknown intertwined. He stood up, bowed to Zhao, and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Mr. Zhao, I'm willing." He had been sentenced to 20 years in prison. Even if he pulled all the strings, he wouldn't be released until at least 8 or 9 years from now. By then, the opportunity would have long since passed. Mr. Zhao was right, the prison stage was far too small. The fire of ambition burned within him constantly. Even if he were never to reveal his true face for the rest of his life, so what? He would carve out his own place in the world, step by step. Very good. Zhao felt he hadn't misjudged he was indeed a capable and ambitious man. Prison was, in fact, a school for him. Having grown accustomed to the harsh realities of life behind bars, Zhao could see this junior's future. Once released, Yunqing would be transformed beyond recognition. You may select 5 more trusted confidants from the prison. Once you've decided, draw up a list. I'll arrange plastic surgery for you all and provide you with fictitious identities." He nodded solemnly, then left the room. He worked with remarkable efficiency. He submitted the list that very afternoon, and by evening, the plastic surgery appointments were already booked. Given Li Buto's current status, accomplishing this was a breeze. There was no need for drastic changes that would make his parents unrecognize him. Just minor adjustments to his features would suffice, since Zhao would create 5 decoys to serve their sentences in their place. Post-operative recovery didn't take long, and Zhao then stepped back, leaving Li Buto in full charge. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanhao's death sent Qin Hong into a rage. He offered an astronomical reward for the killer of his son, sending millions of people throughout Yunqing into a state of panic. The police took the matter very seriously, but after combing through all the surrounding surveillance footage, they found no suspicious figures. Martial law was declared throughout the city. All police officers were deployed to search for suspects. But this had absolutely nothing to do with Zhao, who was in prison. He spent his days shut away in his room, writing page after page with a fountain pen, and when he grew tired, he'd play with his 2 kittens. His life was far more leisurely than it had been during his school days. He had no desire to go out for the time being. His cultivation had reached a critical juncture. He was just one step away from the intermediate stage, at which point his strength would undergo a dramatic transformation. 5 days later. Black Sun and White Dawn, along with the two kittens Heiyao, had finished their meridian and marrow purification, completing a metamorphosis. Their size rivaled that of adult cats. They ran with the vigor of the wind, brimming with vitality like a blazing fire. With agile leaps and bursts of speed, they could jump from the ground to a height of 4 stories without any external assistance. Meow, meow, meow. The two kittens held their heads high and called out to Zhao, as if little children were showing off their achievements to an adult. Zhao smiled and nodded repeatedly. They were indeed better than he expected. He extended a finger, tapped them on the brow, and transmitted a short segment of the Demon Emperor's blood-tempered cultivation technique. You must train diligently and strive to become dragon cats. Although only humans can awaken their true spirits, spirit beasts possess inherently formidable physiques. Moreover, as their cultivation levels rise, they activate their innate divine abilities, giving them potential far more terrifying than that of humans. Once the kitten's intelligence had awakened, they could fully understand human speech. They nodded earnestly, then ran off to a corner to practice in silence. Perhaps because the cultivation method truly resonated with them, before long, the sound of metal clanging like the hammering of a blacksmith echoed from within its body. He was discharged from the hospital. He had recovered very well. The bandages could be removed. Although it would still take some time for the wounds to fully heal, he was ready to leave the hospital. He looked much more mature than before the plastic surgery. A ring of stubble had been implanted on his chin, and he wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses. He stood respectfully in the room, facing a man who was identical to his pre-surgery self from his eyebrows and eyes to the bridge of his nose. Whether in appearance, build, or mannerisms, it was as if looking into a mirror. Even the real person himself would have difficulty spotting any flaws. Even though he had already witnessed Mr. Zhao's extraordinary abilities, he was still deeply shaken. He stepped forward and poked the figure with his finger. The flesh felt exactly the same. The only flaw was the vacant gaze. It was incapable of thinking like a real person. Otherwise, it could have truly taken his place. You'll be leaving prison tomorrow. Zhao instructed. Once you're out, do everything in your power to gather information on Lord Tiger. Report any findings to me immediately. Death row inmates have the right to appeal, and the court is bound to hear the case. As long as he can track down the person who framed him, the original verdict can be overturned. He nodded earnestly. I'll remember that. He hadn't been in the underworld long enough. He'd been locked up after less than a summer break, but he'd heard of Lord Tiger's reputation. It seemed, however, that this man was extremely cunning. He'd never appeared in public, and his orders were usually relayed through trusted confidants. As he spoke, Zhao pulled out a booklet, about 40 or 50 pages long, covered densely with writing all the insights he'd compiled over the past few days. Once you're out of prison, go to Hualong Apartments and give this to a girl named Zhu Guanqi. The notes detailed Zhao's insights into herbal medicine and cosmetics since his incarceration, incorporating a great deal of alchemical knowledge. For the students at Hualong Apartments, this would undoubtedly open the door to a whole new world. After all, it was his dream, and he wanted to feel like he was part of it. The main reason was that among the students who had come to help, there were a few who, during their college days, had been simmering traditional Chinese medicine in huge iron pots in a delusional attempt to create a body-tempering elixir. Zhao was truly afraid they'd take advantage of having the equipment to run amok again. All right. He solemnly put the booklet away. Zhao's outstretched hand didn't withdraw. Instead, it tapped his brow. Instantly, a vast amount of text and pictorial symbols transformed into a rainbow-colored beam of light that surged into his mind. His pupils dilated, and it took him a moment to return to normal. He murmured, Mr. Zhao, what are you doing? In addition to gathering information on Lord Tiger, you must also track down the items shown in the pictures. No matter which ones you find, there will be a reward that will change your fate. The pictures depicted basic designs for alchemical cauldrons, materials for setting up the Little Qingming formation, and various other items useful for cultivation. Zhao didn't expect he to discover them all. Finding even one or two would be a pleasant surprise for him. As for the content of those texts, Zhao explained with a smile, that's the introductory guide to becoming an assassin. I want you to learn it as soon as possible, then pass it on to your loyal subordinates to establish an assassin organization. You must also assign people to keep a close watch on Qin Hong. If he ever tracks me down, you must make sure he is silenced forever. Although it was merely a primer, it originated from the Temple of the God of Death. The Temple of the God of Death was an organization that had long since perished in the cosmos. Legend had it that within their hall stood a throne cast from the skulls of celestial prodigies, upon which the God of Death sat, reigning over the world and capable of annihilating hundreds of life-bearing planets with a single thought. Ultimately, the Temple of the God of Death was besieged by a coalition of forces. The flames in the main hall burned for 3 years before they were extinguished, and its legacy was divided among the great powers. Although it's merely an introductory text, it's incredibly valuable. If one could truly master it in its entirety, it would be enough to hunt down even a martial king stage warrior from Great Xia. He, whether in terms of his personality, his talent for photographic memory, or the wildness hidden in his heart, is a prime candidate to become an assassin. It won't be long before he shines. Zhao had also assessed the 5 confidants selected from the prison. Though their innate potential didn't match his, their loyalty made up for it with proper cultivation. They too could be entrusted with important roles. He meditated on this for a moment, then his face lit up with ecstasy. Zhao then produced another glass vial containing 3 Bai Sui pills. For Black Sun, White Dawn, and the 2 kittens, Hey Yao, the pills had essentially lost their effect after 5 doses. Giving he 3 would help him quickly cross the threshold. How could he not know how precious the pills for this cultivation technique were? He repeatedly assured Zhao, "I will definitely not disappoint you, Mr. Zhao. I will absolutely ensure that Qin Hong does not disturb your peace." After speaking, he respectfully withdrew from the room to prepare for his release from prison. Once released from prison, he contacted his trusted confidants on the outside and went all out to gather the information Zhao needed. It wouldn't be long before he had results. Back in prison, Zhao's days became much more leisurely. During this time, Gu Qingqing visited frequently, hoping to negotiate further terms, specifically to find out where the driver who had hit and killed her mother when she was 5 years old had gone. Zhao was in the midst of a crucial breakthrough. Finding her visits annoying, he told her to leave and instructed that she not be notified if she came again. 5 days after he was released from prison, Zhao successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the true spirit realm. The golden flame instantly expanded in size, splitting into 2 clusters to simultaneously refine his left and right eyes. He instinctively channeled his mana again. It flowed more smoothly than before, reflecting his even more solid foundation in the Tao. The initial range of his scan expanded from 5 meters to 20 meters before stabilizing. Zhao tried channeling more than half of his mana, covering nearly 1/5 of Yunqing prison and allowing him to simultaneously examine the histories of several thousand people. Compared to the early stages, when he could only perform searches, Zhao, now having broken through to the intermediate stage, was a different person. Take Li Buotao, standing before him now, for example. With his eyes empowered by the flame true spirit, Zhao could vaguely make out the countless threads of fate woven across Li Buotao's body, each representing events yet to unfold. Perhaps if I take just one more step, I'll be able to manipulate those threads of fate and alter the course of his life. Zhao thought to himself. Just as he had suspected, the life-death ledger could indeed alter fate. Li Buotao, his eyes ringed with dark circles, stood before him with great deference and handed him a list. The renovation of the former director's office is nearing completion. It should be ready in about 10 days. This list details the purchased furniture and appliances. Please take a look and let me know if anything is missing. Zhao glanced at it. It was essentially comprehensive. Even a coffee machine was included. It was clear that great care had been taken. During the renovation, Li Buotao had been on site supervising the work to prevent any issues that might displease Zhao. You've been working hard lately. Zhao set the list down. Please add a few more meditation cushions to the list, and hire a few master craftsmen who specialize in repairing shrines. Since we're moving into a new home, we can't shortchange the deities. Li Buotao nodded repeatedly, promising to handle it personally whenever matters involving the deities were concerned. They had to be treated with the utmost seriousness. After giving his instructions, Li Buotao started to leave, but paused at the doorway. He swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and finally looked at Zhao with a hesitant expression. If there is something on your mind, just say it. Zhao felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. He knew this old fox had come over today to curry favor for a reason, but since he recently achieved a breakthrough and was in a good mood, he was willing to help resolve the matter if it wasn't too complicated. With Zhao's permission granted, Li Buotao seemed to have a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. He hurried over and explained, "I've recently been put in touch with a retired elderly gentleman. His health has been deteriorating since last year, and hospital tests haven't revealed the cause. If you have time, I'd appreciate it if you could pay him a visit and see if you can find out anything." Zhao became curious about the old man Li Buotao had mentioned. He activated the life-death ledger to look into the matter. His expression softened slightly as he looked at Li Buotao, who was grinning slyly. "And you call this an old man?" The elderly man Li Buotao had connected him with was named Yin Chaozong. Now 70 years old, he had once participated in the Vietnam self-defense counterattack and earned distinguished military honors for daxia. He could have been promoted to general, but due to health issues stemming from years of hard service, coupled with the loss of his wife to cancer, he had decided to retire from public life. He politely declined the promotion to general, returned to his hometown of Yunqing, and began living a leisurely life. It's worth noting that the current commander of the Yunqing military district addresses Yin Chaozong as squad leader, so even though he has retired and returned to his hometown, he remains an extremely influential figure. Even the mayor of Yunqing treats him with the utmost respect. For some unknown reason, however, his health has been deteriorating over the past 2 years, with his organs showing signs of irreversible failure, and hospital examinations have failed to identify the cause. If Li Buotao could cure Yin Chaozong, the commander of the Yunqing military district would have to give him some face in the future, even if they met. All right. Zhao was also eager to meet Yin Chaozong, especially since his residence seemed to be quite close to the ancestral hidden dragon mountain. "Send a car tomorrow, and let us go take a look." "Got it," Li Buotao replied excitedly, his steps feeling much lighter as he left. At 8 o'clock the next morning, a black sedan pulled out of the prison. No armed guards followed. It was just Li Buotao behind the wheel, Zhao in the back seat, and 2 kittens perched on the windows, curiously watching the scenery outside. Staying in prison for too long wasn't good either. It was time to take the 2 little ones out to see the world. Having undergone a thorough purification of their bodies and blood through spiritual cultivation, their tiny bodies now contained explosive power. They were practically 2 little leopards. Elder Yen prefers peace and quiet, Li Buotao explained as he drove. That's why his residence is quite secluded. It'll take about 2 hours to get there. "Mr. Zhao, you can take a nap for now. I'll wake you when we're almost there." When they reached the foot of a lush, green hill, a concrete road built many years ago came into view. After the black sedan drove up the road for another 10 or so minutes, a simple yet elegant courtyard stood quietly before them, gradually coming into view. It resembled a beautiful painting nestled in the mountains, blending seamlessly with the surrounding natural scenery. A pair of stone lions stood majestically at the entrance, as if they were the guardian deities of this ancient courtyard. The car pulled up at the entrance to the compound, and the 2 people and 2 cats stepped inside. In the center of the courtyard stood a delicate, dainty pavilion with upturned eaves. Beside it was a sizable pond. A gentle breeze rippled the clear green water, causing the red koi swimming within to sway gracefully. Several men in dark green uniforms were cleaning up. Upon seeing Li Buotao and Zhao enter, they glanced at them to confirm everything was in order before returning to their work. They were all personnel dispatched by the military district to protect Yin Chaozong's safety, elite soldiers, each capable of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. Upon seeing Li Buotao and Zhao arrive, the 2 men sitting across from each other in the pavilion stood up to greet them. One was an elderly man dressed in a plain, simple dark gray zhongshan suit. Though his posture was slightly stooped, he still carried himself with dignity. This was Yin Chaozong, the man Li Buotao had mentioned. The other was a middle-aged male doctor in a white lab coat, with strikingly sharp, sword-like eyebrows. "We've come over now. I hope we haven't disturbed Elder Yin?" Li Buotao asked jokingly. He was dressed quite formally today, hoping to make a good impression. But the old man's attention was fixed on the 2 kittens playing and frolicking behind them. He said with great surprise, "What spirited little creatures! It's the first time I've seen anything like this in all these years." He then looked past Li Buotao and addressed Zhao directly. "I wonder if you, young friend, could bear to part with them and sell these 2 little kittens to an old man like me." No sale. Zhao replied with just 2 words. Black Sun and White Dawn shot Elder Yen a withering glance, as if he were a child trafficker, then lay down by the pond to watch the koi. Elder Yen sensed the disdain and laughed heartily a few times. Young Zhao, you're truly something else. To be chosen by such spirited cats, to be able to come and go freely from prison even after being sentenced to death, and even to be brought here by little Li. The middle-aged male doctor standing nearby was confused. Elder Yen, what are you talking about? What's this about the death penalty and going in and out of prison? Only Li Buotao's expression changed drastically, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Elder Yen, acting like an old prankster, introduced him very solemnly to the male doctor. Shenfu, you actually didn't recognize him? He is Zhao, the one who caused a huge stir at the police station a while back, raped and murdered 7 people, was sentenced to death, and is now locked up in Yunqing prison. Zhao took off his mask, a smile curving his lips. Elder Yen, you have a keen eye, you're still as sharp as ever. WH? What? The middle-aged male doctor, Shenfu, looked utterly stunned. He glanced back at the soldier who was clearing away trash and gave Elder Yen an awkward look, signaling him to call the soldier over immediately to arrest the prisoner. The soldiers responsible for Elder Yen's security had all received orders before arriving. Unless a situation arose that threatened Elder Yen's life, they were strictly forbidden from taking any rash action. Seeing Shenfu's flustered expression and Li Buotao's discomposed face, Elder Yen burst into even heartier laughter, almost to the point of tears. Since you're here, you might as well make yourself at home. Besides, I'm quite curious to see what skills young Zhao possesses, whether he can diagnose this old man's ailment. Let us not stand here any longer. Let us go to the pavilion and have some tea together. A short while later, the 4 of them took their seats one after another in the elegant pavilion. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the glazed tiles, casting mottled patterns of light and shadow. On the simple wooden table sat 4 exquisite teacups and a steaming teapot. Zhao had also learned Shenfu's identity. He was the vice president of Yunqing Hospital, who had come today to examine Elder Yen and see if his condition had improved after taking his medication. The bad news was that there had been no improvement whatsoever. In fact, his condition seemed to have worsened. Occasional bouts of coughing and a pale, bloodless complexion were clear signs of a terminal illness. Shenfu appeared extremely wary, his gaze fixed on Zhao. He couldn't understand why Elder Yen had lost his mind enough to sit with a rapist and murderer who had been sentenced to death. Prison warden Li Buotao had committed a grave dereliction of duty. If higher-ups found out, he would certainly face disciplinary investigation. Elder Yen stood up and poured tea for Zhao. I wonder if you, young Zhao, have been able to discern exactly what is wrong with my health. Zhao took a small sip of the hot tea. He first consulted the life-death ledger, then closed his eyes and suddenly opened them again, his eyes shining as brightly as 2 pearls. Elder Yen, please pass me the Buddhist prayer beads on your left hand. Buddhist prayer beads? Although puzzled, Elder Yen removed them and handed them to Zhao. The 9 exquisitely crafted prayer beads felt in his hand like a clear spring from a deep mountain valley. Each had been meticulously polished, giving them a smooth, rounded texture. Moreover, each bead was engraved with exquisite patterns: lotus flowers, Buddha figures, or sutra verses that stood out strikingly against the black background. They not only showcased the artisan's superb craftsmanship but also conveyed a profound religious significance. When speaking of the prayer beads, a nostalgic look crossed Elder Yen's face. Just after I retired from my post, my late wife, who was still with us at the time, gave me this little trinket, saying they were prayer beads she obtained from Taohua Temple, crafted by Abbot Yunhai himself. My wife said that, having spent my life in battle and shedding so much blood, wearing them year-round would help purge my karmic debts and also have the effect of calming the mind and focusing the spirit. Peach Blossom Temple is famous throughout the country. Every year in mid-August, lotus flowers bloom all over the mountain, forming a sea of flowers, and vast numbers of devotees come to fulfill their vows. Abbot Yunhai is a highly enlightened monk at Peach Blossom Temple. Now 130 years old, he once held an open-door retreat where he preached the Dharma continuously for 7 days without consuming a single grain of rice or a drop of water. During that time, the peach trees within 100 li bloomed half a month early, leading fervent believers to revere him as the reincarnation of an arhat. Elder Yen was also aware of this story, and because the rosary held sentimental value for his late wife, he treasured it dearly, even wearing it to bed. Lu Yu, however, remarked wistfully, "Have you ever considered that it might be because of the rosary?" "A problem with the rosary?" Elder Yen's expression froze, then he quipped, "Young Zhao, you must be joking. How could there possibly be anything wrong with this string of prayer beads? Ever since I started wearing them, they seem to have a real healing effect. My chronic insomnia has improved, and my restlessness has given way to peace. Now I spend my days playing chess, tending to my flowers, and playing with my fish, living a leisurely and blissful life." If Zhao hadn't brought it up today, he would never have associated it with the prayer beads. Xin Fu, standing near, also looked skeptical. He thought Zhao was spouting pure nonsense with absolutely no medical basis. He was already extremely wary of him. If this weren't Elder Yen's property, he would have called the police to arrest him long ago. Zhao's smile didn't waver. "The prayer beads are made from extraterrestrial meteorites, and their radioactive levels exceed safety standards by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. The fact that nothing went wrong in the early years was entirely due to Elder Yen's exceptional physical constitution, which is why the effects have only become apparent in recent years." Li Buotao, who had remained silent until then, was now so flustered that he stepped in to defend himself. "Mr. Zhao's calculations are remarkably accurate. If Elder Yen doesn't believe me, he can send someone to a testing lab to verify it." Today's events had truly taken him by surprise. He never expected that Zhao, even while wearing a mask, would be recognized. If he couldn't win Elder Yen's friendship, he would surely meet a terrible end. Elder Yen fell silent, seemingly deep in thought, then summoned a soldier and handed him the prayer beads. "Go to the testing facility and check it out." After the soldier left, the four continued drinking tea. With nothing else to do, they naturally began chatting. "I have a question I'd like to ask Elder Yen. I wonder if you could answer it." After receiving Elder Yen's permission, Li Buotao finally brought up the question that had been weighing on his mind for a long time. "Mr. Zhao has been wearing a mask the whole time, and you've never seen him in person. How exactly did you recognize him at a glance?" Xin Fu, sitting beside him, was equally curious about how Elder Yen had managed to do it. Facing their two curious gazes, Elder Yen laughed a few times without saying a word. Instead, it was Zhao who offered an explanation. "I was the top scorer on the college entrance exam in Yunqing 4 years ago. I even appeared on Yunqing TV back then, and Elder Yen had followed the news to some extent. That's why, when my case broke, he didn't believe I was the kind of psychopath who would do something like that. Although I've never met Elder Yen in person. He has seen me frequently in videos. Soldiers have keen senses, so it's only natural that he recognized me." Elder Yen's expression toward Zhao changed again. Zhao had hit the nail on the head and he let out a long sigh. "There's no need to wait for the test results anymore. Most likely, the problem with my body really is the prayer beads." Xin Fu, sitting nearby, felt that Elder Yen was being too hasty in his judgment, but since he had a clear understanding of his own standing, he could only sulk and sip his tea in silence. Elder Yen showed no airs whatsoever toward Zhao and was, in fact, quite enthusiastic. "I have a question I'd like to ask you, young Zhao. I hope you wouldn't mind answering it." "Please go ahead, Elder Yen." Facing a veteran who had participated in the Vietnam counteroffensive and earned distinguished merits, Zhao felt great respect, especially since Elder Yen, relying solely on his intuition, had chosen not to believe he was the culprit. Elder Yen stood up excitedly and led Zhao to the nearby fish pond, whose bottom was lined with pebbles of varying sizes. Inside, koi swam leisurely, while a few old turtles slowly crawled ashore, chose a sun-drenched rock, and lay lazily on it, basking in the sun. Black Sun and White Dawn, along with the two kittens, Heiyao, crouched curiously nearby, watching the scene without growing bored even after half an hour. Elder Yen chuckled. "Since retiring to my hometown, this old man hasn't had many hobbies. I just tend to my flowers, plants, turtles, and fish every day." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth turned up in a mischievous grin. He playfully grabbed one of the old turtles and gently tossed it into the pond, shattering the tranquility of the water's surface and sending out ripples. "But for some reason, none of the koi I put in the pond ever make it past 3 months. It's only these few old turtles that have hung in there until now. I've consulted quite a few experts over the years and changed the pond water several times, but I still couldn't prevent the tragedy from happening. Since young Master Zhao has managed to raise such a spirited cat, I wonder if he might be able to uncover the truth behind the koi's mysterious deaths." The old turtle tossed into the pond slowly crawled back out, shot Elder Yen a disgruntled glance clearly, this wasn't the first time he'd done something like this, and went back to basking in the sun. Elder Yen, step back. Let me take a look. Zhao was also curious about the cause. He channeled his mana to activate his true spirit flame symbols reflected in his eyes as he stared intently at the fish pond. He scanned the swimming koi but found nothing unusual, so he began inspecting the area inch by inch. With the aid of his true spirit, he could see 3 meters below the surface. 2 kittens crouched curiously nearby, unsure what their master was doing. The soldiers silently cleaning up also paused, unsure what the young man was doing, but without Elder Yen's orders, they couldn't step forward to watch. Suddenly, Zhao stopped, ceased drawing on his mana, and looked at Elder Yen beside him. I think I figured out the cause, but we'll need to scoop the koi out first. Easy enough. Elder Yen called over a few soldiers and instructed them to use a net to scoop the koi out of the water and temporarily place them in an aquarium. After asking for a shovel, Zhao jumped straight into the pond and began digging down toward the pebbles at the bottom. At a depth of about 2 meters, he uncovered a strange stone roughly the size of a washbasin that emitted a distinctive dark red, blood-like glow. Zhao kicked it with his foot. The sound instantly became muffled. He turned to look at Elder Yen by the pool's edge. This is what is causing the koi to die one after another. Elder Yen marveled at the sight. He'd never seen a stone that glowed with a blood-red light before. He pulled the latest iPhone out of his pocket and snapped over a dozen photos in quick succession. Seeing the shocked expressions on Li Buetao and Shen Fu's faces, Elder Yen grinned so widely his mustache curled upward. What do you take me for, some old fogey? I'm still a 20-star champion. If I'm not mistaken, it should be called Blood Yang Iron Crystal. To actually find one here in Great Xia. Zhao's emotions were also running high. In the life ledger, there was a book called Compendium of Cosmic Rarities, which he often leafed through. He recognized the origin of this stone at a glance. It belonged to a type of extremely rare, extraordinary metal. Even on planets with cultivation traditions, it was highly prized. Legend had it that it was formed from the congealed blood of a divine bird, and whenever it appeared, it would spark a fierce battle among countless factions. Soon, the 4 returned to the pavilion to drink tea. Elder Yen sensed Zhao's thoughts and laughed heartily, saying, Young friend Zhao, if you like this stone, just take it. That thing that killed hundreds of my koi, just looking at it makes me furious. Zhao hadn't expected Elder Yen to be so magnanimous. He knew that any further hesitation on his part would only put him at a disadvantage. Then thank you very much, Elder Yen. The Blood Sun Iron Crystal was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. This trip had already paid off handsomely. He could refine it into a divine ability. As noon approached, the group had a meal at Elder Yen's home. Though the menu featured abalone and lobster dishes typically found in luxury hotels, the ingredients were all natural, pesticide-free wild vegetables and free-range chickens that roamed freely on the mountain, giving the meal a unique and delightful flavor. That afternoon, when the soldier brought the test results, Shen Fu fell completely silent, with not a trace of doubt left in his eyes. No matter who Zhao was, there was no denying that he had saved Elder Yen, and Shen Fu was deeply grateful for that. Although he had long anticipated this, a look of desolation still welled up in Elder Yen's eyes when he saw the results. Zhao stood up to pour him some tea. The matter with the prayer beads has nothing to do with your wife. She was also a victim who was deceived. Hearing this, Elder Yen's furrowed brow finally relaxed. It's also thanks to the timely discovery. If we waited another year, not even a divine being could have cured it. Zhao spoke frankly, but it's already eaten into your very bones. Dr. Shen here knows this better than I do. We need to find a way to remove the radioactive material. Otherwise, you've got 3 years left at most. Shen Fu nodded solemnly, his voice heavy with worry. Young Zhao, you're absolutely right. But with the current state of medical technology in China, it's impossible to remove radioactive material that has already penetrated the body. Elder Yen, however, took it in stride and even tried to console Shen Fu. There aren't many comrades left from our days in the service. I'm already incredibly lucky to have lived this long. Getting another 3 years is more than enough. I don't expect to live to be 100. Just because domestic medicine can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Having obtained the Blood Yang Iron, Zhao couldn't just stand by and watch Elder Yen wait to die. Once I'm back in prison, I'll think of a solution. Upon hearing this, Shinfu actually rose from the stone chair and stood opposite Zhao. Facing three puzzled faces, he suddenly bowed respectfully, giving a deep bow. With his head lowered, he called out in a hoarse voice, "Thank you for your concern. If there's anything you need, just let me know." Zhao was also taken aback by Shinfu's sudden change in demeanor, but a smile quickly spread across his lips. Those were exactly the words he'd been waiting to hear. Another person clearly delighted by the turn of events was Li Buotao. He had effectively saved Elder Yen's life today, and recalling what Zhao had told him not long ago that he would be promoted in his official career before long, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Still, he had to put on a calm facade as he stood up to pour tea for everyone present. Not a single person in the room was to be trifled with. Even the unassuming Shinfu, aside from being the vice president of Yunqing Hospital, was the younger brother of the current head of the Shin family, a clan that was a cut above even the Gu family. The Shin family made their fortune mining gold. They were so rich they had nothing but money. Many of their young heirs had been sent to the military region for training and had since achieved success, allowing the family to maintain a firm grip on both their financial resources and military influence. Elder Yen had once saved the Shin family's former head Shinfu's father, and the entire Shin family was deeply grateful to him for it. "It's getting late, we should head back," Zhao said with a smile. After bidding farewell to Elder Yen and Shinfu, he got into the black car. As they drove to the foot of the mountain, he turned to Li Buotao and said, "You take the passenger seat, let me drive." "Okay." Li Buotao slid into the passenger seat, letting Zhao take the wheel as they continued deeper into the mountains. The road gradually became rough and uneven, the tires bouncing over rocks and potholes, emitting a dull, rhythmic thud. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, they finally reached their destination. Hidden Dragon Mountain. Zhao got out of the car and muttered under his breath. Compared to the vibrant life of the surrounding mountains, its surface was almost lifeless, barren to the point of being staggering, like a silent painting, with only a thin layer of gray soil and the occasional exposed patch of hard rock. Sparse wild grasses dotted the landscape, like forgotten orphans. Let us climb the mountain. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, Zhao, now at the mid-stage of the true spirit realm, looked at Hidden Dragon Mountain with a completely different perspective. Li Buotao craned his neck in hesitation, pulling a long face as he said with obvious reluctance, "Mr. Zhao, you go ahead on your own. I'm stuck in an office all day, and my beer belly is so big my clothes can't even contain it anymore. I'll just stay here and watch the car." Zhao didn't press the issue and began climbing alone. Black Sun and White Dawn, the two kittens, followed close behind. Agile as leopards and seemingly unaware of fatigue, they darted swiftly among the rocks, adding a touch of life to this desolate mountain. Passing by a patch of half-dead tea trees, they stood halfway up the mountainside, their branches bent and twisted, their leaves withered, yellowed, and sparse. If it weren't for Zhao's painstaking efforts to save them, they would likely have been turned into firewood long ago. By the time they reached the summit, the sun was nearing the horizon. The fiery afterglow bathed the sky, filled with boundless passion and grandeur. Zhao channeled his mana to activate his true spirit, conducting a comprehensive scan of every blade of grass and tree on Hidden Dragon Mountain, seeing through to their very essence even through thick layers of soil. As he extended his scan meter by meter toward the base, faint traces of blood began to appear at the corners of his eyes, the veins on his forehead bulged like snakes, and his eyeballs seemed on the verge of bursting out at any moment. Finally, he dimly made out a winding, elusive dragon vein, one that appeared and vanished, completely sealed off by a series of intricate magical arrays that had transformed into ropes. He stood like a cold stone statue, unable even to move his eyelids. Zhao fell silent, his gaze deep yet vacant. So this is the true reason behind Hidden Dragon Mountain's decline? A dragon vein is a creation favored by the way of heaven wherever it passes. The air is thick with vital energy, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Yet now, trapped by 81 malevolent magical arrays, it had become a barren slope where even wild grass struggled to survive. What exactly happened to you? A sudden pang of sorrow welled up in Zhao's heart. His eyes grew moist and glistened with tears. What on earth had happened to Hidden Dragon Mountain, a legacy passed down from his ancestors to reduce it to this state? Meow, 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 meow. Sensing their master's low spirits, Black Sun, White Dawn, and Black Obsidian kept rubbing against Zhao's pant legs. After half a minute of silence, Zhao gradually snapped out of it and crouched down to comfort the two kittens. There is nothing wrong with my body, I was just thinking about some things from the past. He had originally thought that the true culprit who framed him was after Hidden Dragon Mountain for money, but now it seemed he'd been thinking too simplistically. Caught up in a massive conspiracy, he had to find Lord Tiger as soon as possible. Then he would have to refine the blood-young iron crystal, cultivate his innate divine ability, and break the 81 magical arrays sealing Hidden Dragon Mountain. Perhaps he could uncover some clues there as well. Let us go. Zhao hid his sorrow, forced a smile, and had the kitten follow behind him as he prepared to return to Yunqing Prison. On the way to Yunqing Prison in the black car, Li Buotao, who was concentrating on driving, also noticed that Mr. Zhao's mood was off. He kept his head down, lost in thought, and didn't say a single word. Upon returning to the prison, he retreated to his room in solitude. He glanced at a message on his phone. He said there was a lead on the alchemical cauldron, but the details still needed to be confirmed. 2 days later, Zhao had regained his composure and went out for an evening stroll. When a new inmate arrived at the prison, who came to notify him. As usual, Zhao went to the interrogation room. After reviewing the records, his expression changed. He let out a long sigh and turned to who's standing beside him, put him in a solitary cell. After waiting so long, he had finally arrived. From Qin Yuanhao, he had learned that the ever-mysterious Lord Tiger was a man who operated flawlessly, leaving no loopholes behind, pursuing perfection to the point of severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. Therefore, he would undoubtedly do everything in his power to obtain the land deed in Zhao's possession and turn Hidden Dragon Mountain into a legitimate asset under his control. Today's prisoner was Sun Xiaolong, just a low-level henchman who received a message instructing him to enter Yunqing Prison first and find a way to get close to death row inmate Zhao. There would surely be more to come. For now, lock him up in solitary confinement and deal with them all once the group is complete. Yes, sir. Who was also excited he was finally proving his worth. Just as Zhao had anticipated, over the next half-month, 19 people were brought in one after another, each convicted of different crimes and serving sentences ranging from 5 to 30 years, including 2 sentenced to life imprisonment and 2 to death. However, without exception, they were all held in solitary confinement. They weren't registered in the system, nor were they made to wear prison uniforms. Not to mention being brought water or food. They were simply locked away in tiny, pitch-black cells measuring just a few square meters. All 19 were completely baffled. Many were repeat offenders who knew every procedure better than the guards themselves, but why was this time so completely different? We're human beings too, we can't be treated like this. Damn it, I'm a repeat offender too. This is completely against the rules. I'm going to file a complaint against you for not treating me like a human being. You've got to at least give us some water and food. I haven't eaten in 2 days. After waiting another 3 or 4 days, no more prisoners were brought in. Zhao summoned Li Buotao. Do you have any objections? Li Buotao spat on the floor and glared at the small, dark room with a menacing look. Every year at Yunqing Prison, hundreds of people either die or go mad. This year, there are only 80 on record at these 19, and we've hit the quota. These days, Zhao was his greatest talisman. He practically loved to build a shrine for him, lighting 3 sticks of incense every morning to pay his respects. Now, someone actually dared to enter the prison on his turf and, with the audacity of a lion or a leopard, dared to go after Mr. Zhao. There was absolutely no way he'd let them walk out of the prison alive. Even if it meant taking a risk, he'd have to kill them all. Let us do it tonight. On Zhao's desk lay 5 pieces of top-grade jade. After returning from the prison, he sent a message to Shenfu, asking him to retrieve them from the family for Elder Yan's treatment. Knowing they were for Elder Yan's treatment, Shenfu was extremely eager and brought 5 or 6 pieces. Each piece had a deep, rich color, emerald green like spring water just beginning to flow, crystal clear with a warm, lustrous sheen, as if containing a pool of clear spring water, inspiring awe at first sight. Normally, each piece is worth tens of millions, and they are extremely rare treasures. Only a wealthy family like the Gu family could produce so many at once. Elder Yan's condition has been neglected for too long. Potent elixirs carry the risk of side effects, so he needs to wear a jade magic artifact to gradually eliminate the toxins over the years. Zhao is now set to begin his first attempt at crafting a magic artifact. Having immersed himself in the study of formation arts over the past few days combined with the lifetime of experience distilled by the formation masters in the life-death ledger, he has made noticeable progress every day. First, he must perform a ritual refinement to summon the golden flame of his true spirit. He picks up a piece and tosses it in. As the minor impurities are gradually purged, its grade rises another level, taking on a faint blue-green hue, much like ice crystals forming on a lake in early winter. Once the preparations were complete, he began forming hand seals to inscribe a magical array onto the stone. Containing the most exquisite talismans of the heavens and earth, they came into being one by one as he formed his seals, guiding the densing energy of the cosmos and infusing it into the top-grade jade. Although the Yin energy in the prison is harmful to the human body, once refined by the golden flame, its overwhelming power eradicates all harmful substances, transforming it into the purest primordial energy. The jade emitted an intense glow, and the patterns within became increasingly distinct. Zhao's hands moved as if playing a silent symphony, fluidly and precisely etching a series of intricate, minute symbols onto the jade. His forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat, yet he dared not let his guard down for a moment. Crafting a magic artifact required patience and meticulous attention. The slightest misstep could undo all his previous efforts. After 2 or 3 hours, the jade finally underwent a transformation. The magic artifact emitted a faint, ethereal glow in the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, its surface was covered with exquisite runes, giving it an air of profound mystery. As long as Elder Yin wore it close to his body to nurture its spiritual essence, he would be able to recover his health within half a year. Li Buotao, who had been silently watching the entire process from the side, couldn't take his eyes off the magic artifact. Stammering, he asked, "Mr. Zhao, did you consecrate the jade?" Consecrated? Zhao thought the term was quite fitting. According to the information I received from Wang Fuzhu, an object that has been consecrated is indeed a magic artifact. However, in the mana-deprived modern world, there are very few people with such high spiritual attainment. The abbot Yunhai of Taohua Temple, whom Elder Yin mentioned, must be a highly accomplished master capable of performing such consecrations in the secular world. In particular, Wang Fuzhu's past revealed that 30 years ago, a formidable martial king stage practitioner, who couldn't stand the Buddhist temple's lax rules, vowed to tear down Taohua Temple with his bare fists. However, before he even entered the gate, Abbot Yunhai subdued him with a single palm strike, and he subsequently became the temple's guardian Vajra. This has served as a deterrent to petty troublemakers, who still dare not act recklessly to this day. After resting for a while, he chose the poorest quality piece and forged another one. It wasn't as good as the one he'd given to Elder Yin. It barely qualified as a magic artifact, and its function was very limited. It would only protect the wearer from misfortune and turn danger into safety when they faced calamity. It would come in handy for him in a little while. It was a consumable item, usable only 3 times. After all, Shen Fu had given him 6 pieces, and they'd come in handy for crafting the little Xingming array. Zhao wasn't the type to take advantage of others. Giving one magic artifact was more than enough in return. "Thanks for making the trip. Please deliver these to Elder Yin and Dr. Shen." "Mr. Zhao, you're too kind." By the time they reached the execution ground, Zhao and Li Buotao had already been waiting there for quite some time. Behind the 2 men stood 5 prison guards, inspecting the pistols to be used for the execution. Their stares made the incoming prisoners' hearts sink the moment any of them turned to run. A baton came crashing down, knocking them to the ground where they lay writhing and wailing. Even the most foolish among them knew what was about to happen. Their desperate gazes fixed on the guards, their eyes betraying deep fear, a plea to surrender and confess everything they knew. Li Buotao, who already been briefed, had lost his patience. Too lazy to listen to their pleas, he waved his hand, signaling the guards to carry out the execution. The men who had come today were all his trusted confidants. They'd committed countless crimes alongside Li Buotao, and secretly shooting prisoners was nothing new to them. With practiced ease, they had the 19 men kneel in order, using the baton to intimidate any who disobeyed. Not a word was spoken during the process. 5 prison guards moved to the back and quickly chambered their pistols. Bang! 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 A burst of flame shot from the muzzles, accompanied by a deafening roar, as brass shell casings ejected from the bottom and fell onto the hard concrete floor. A little over a minute later, all the prisoners lay on the ground. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. Li Buotao covered his nose with a handkerchief. Throw them all on the ground to fertilize the soil. Each of you gets 100,000 yuan and 7 days of paid leave. Keep tonight's events buried deep inside. The vegetables in the prison grow exceptionally well, all thanks to natural fertilizer. Who knows how many bodies have been buried there. Of course, these were all for the prisoners to eat. The prison guards and Zhao certainly won't get any of it. The prison guards wore delighted expressions. Normally, participating in this kind of mission would only net them 10,000 yuan, but today's payout was 10 times that, equivalent to more than half a year's salary. Looking at the piled-up bodies, Zhao first took a photo with his phone, then sent it to the phone number that had messaged them. Before long, Zhao's phone rang. Li Buotao motioned for everyone to be quiet. The ringtone echoed through the empty execution ground as he tapped the receiver and held it to his ear. The person on the other end was also cautious. They waited half a minute without speaking. Zhao had plenty of time to play along, but eventually, the man on the other end spoke first, his voice hoarse as a crow's, as if a cold wind were blowing from the depths of his throat. You're ruthless. So are you. Zhao said with a chuckle, leaning against the concrete wall. I'm interrupting Lord Tiger's sleep. Upon hearing this, the man on the other end clearly paused for a second, then let out a cold laugh. So you actually recognized me? If I'd known, I would have gone to all that trouble to sentence you to death instead. Now we're in such a tricky situation. You killed Qin Yuanhao too, didn't you? It was indeed a masterful job. Not a single piece of evidence left behind. Even I have to tip my hat to you. Zhao said nothing, listening quietly as Lord Tiger rambled on. After speaking at such length, Lord Tiger seemed to grow weary and changed his tone. It's better to resolve our differences than to let them fester. Let us make a deal. Lord Tiger, go ahead. Zhao's interest was piqued. He wondered what the other side was up to. Anyway, my goal is your land deed. That worthless barren mountain is of no use to me. Your goal is to clear your name, right? As long as you give me the land deed to Hidden Dragon Mountain, I'll have the real killer turn himself in. I'll throw in another 10 billion as a bonus. How about that? A win-win for both of us. The person on the other end of the line spoke slowly, and even through the screen, Zhao could sense their sincerity. No problem. Zhao agreed without a moment's hesitation, saying happily, the title deed to Hidden Dragon Mountain is right here in prison. Just have someone from Lord Tiger come pick it up tomorrow. I can't stand this dump another day. 100 million is more than enough to live comfortably for the rest of my life. Are you taking me for an idiot? Lord Tiger was both annoyed and amused by Zhao's response. His voice sounded as if it had been sanded down, making those around him feel uneasy. The 19 people I sent in didn't know each other. You managed to track down every single one of them without missing a single one. What if I sent someone over and you followed the trail right back to me? The two of us are already locked in a life or death struggle. Don't think this ability is invincible. Whatever you gain, you'll inevitably lose. Frequent use must take a huge toll, right? You're not the only one in Yunqing who worships the immortals. From now on, I'll be sending people in there frequently. Let us see how long you can hold out. The call cut off mid-sentence. When he tried calling back, the display showed the number was out of service. Zhao turned to Li Buotao beside him. Can we use the phone number to track down the exact location? Li Buotao shrugged regretfully. I'll have a friend look into it right away, but it's most likely an unregistered SIM card, so I doubt we'll turn up much. Everyone knows he arrived in Yunqing 5 years ago and took over the underworld in no time, but no one has ever seen what he looks like. He usually communicates by phone, and only a few close confidants ever accompany him on missions. Who are his confidants? Zhao grew even more curious about Lord Tiger's identity. He had even surmised that Lord Tiger worshipped the immortals, otherwise, he wouldn't have said, "You're not the only one in Yunqing who worships the immortals." Unfortunately, it really didn't make a difference. Sending people there frequently is, of course, a good thing. It just boosts the prison's performance metrics. Li Buotao, the warden of Yunqing prison, dealt with inmates every day and knew these matters inside and out. They're all big-time thugs from Yunqing. Before Lord Tiger arrived, they each had their own large territories, but somehow they all ended up submitting to him. Zhao said nothing more, stroking his chin. It was getting late, so he returned to his room alone. The two kittens were already asleep upon hearing Zhao come back. They both curled up into little fur balls. Lying in bed, he felt no drowsiness. His phone lit up again. Someone had sent a message. Zhao glanced at it and closed the screen, then walked alone to the rooftop, where the blood sun iron crystal lay. He had to refine it every night. After all, the blood sun iron crystal was a rare treasure. If it weren't for the golden flame's extraordinary power, Zhao, at his current cultivation level, wouldn't he be able to make even a scratch on it in 100 years. Heaven and earth are the furnace, all things are the copper, yin and yang are the charcoal, and creation is the craftsman. Zhao let out a low shout, intent on burning away the outermost layer. The blood yang iron crystal before him was, of course, impure, equivalent to a raw gold ore, and required smelting before it could be used. He intended to cultivate a divine technique he had seen before, called gunmetal energy. Gunmetal energy was accidentally discovered 5 million years ago on the star of fallen immortals by an enlightened stone spirit who had been gravely wounded by a mortal enemy. After cultivating it, one could generate a stream of gunmetal energy within the lungs by devouring rare metals. It could be continuously nurtured. It surpassed even the flying swords of swordmasters when expelled. It could sweep across the heavens for hundreds of millions of li like a tidal wave of starlight. Using this divine ability, the enlightened stone spirit returned to the pinnacle of its realm and dominated a sector of the star domain. For 10,000 years, it devoted itself entirely to collecting rare metals, nurturing the energy to its peak until it transformed into a half-step immortal slaying flying dagger, capable of mowing down peers as easily as cutting grass. In its twilight years, it passed this ability on to a young stone spirit, but many factions coveted it and resorted to any means necessary to obtain it. Before the young stone spirit could reach full maturity, it suffered a devastating surprise attack. Facing imminent peril, it chose to self-destruct, and the divine ability known as gunmetal energy was completely severed, lost in the river of time. Zhao had long been aware of this, but lacked the necessary conditions at the time. Although ordinary steel could serve as a substitute, it would require at least tens of millions to hundreds of millions of metric tons just to forge a single strand of the lowest quality gunmetal energy. But now, with this basin-sized blood young iron crystal, using the densing energy in the prison as fuel and harnessing the golden flames of his true spirit, Zhao was 99% confident he could refine a strand of gunmetal energy of the highest quality. I still need to set up the little Qingming array as soon as possible. At least cut the time down by 2/3. Zhao spoke as he continued refining, without missing a beat. He had figured out how the mysterious Lord Tiger had managed to rein in those troublemakers, making them willingly work under him. He just received a message from who found a treasure that appeared to be an alchemical cauldron. It would be convenient to verify its authenticity on the way. Actually, what intrigued him even more was the strength level of that person who had dedicated themselves to the immortals and was now serving by Lord Tiger's side. A faint pale glow gradually spread across the horizon. Zhao returned to his room from the balcony, and who came over to bring breakfast. The two kittens now had a much bigger appetite. Plain cat food was no longer enough. They had to eat dozens of genes of fresh beef at every meal. The demon emperor's cultivation method was incredibly demanding. They absolutely couldn't go without blood offerings, or their internal organs would be shattered. Consequently, their bodies grew larger by the day. In a few more weeks, they wouldn't fit in the room anymore. Still dressed in his pure white casual clothes, Zhao stood before the mirror styling his new hairstyle. Gradually, his features began to change, and the contours of his face grew more chiseled. He only stopped once his appearance had diverged significantly from his original form. It was a very ordinary-looking face, one that would blend right into a crowd. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Zhao's eyes. Even while wearing a mask, Elder Yen had tested him, so upon his return, Zhao had practiced a transformation technique that allowed him to briefly alter his appearance. It might not fool martial artists with keen senses, but for ordinary people, it was more than enough. You two keep a close eye on the house today. I'm going out for a bit. The two kittens watched curiously. Although his face had changed, they still sensed his familiar aura and obediently nodded their heads. To avoid any unplanned surprises, Zhao had also drawn a dummy that looked exactly like him before leaving the prison, ensuring there would be no slip-ups during patrols. He stepped out through the prison gates. A sky-blue Bentley had been waiting there for some time. Zhao opened the door and slid into the back seat. Gu Qingqing, in the driver's seat, turned around, her brow furrowed for a split second before relaxing. "Every time I see you, you bring a new surprise." Zhao smiled without answering, then changed the subject. "The information you gave me is still outdated. I've already met Lord Tiger, we even had a friendly chat last night." After he left that day, Gu Qingqing had launched a full-scale investigation. She discovered that Lord Tiger was likely inextricably linked to the matter, which also involved one of his close confidants, Lu Laowai, who ran over a dozen underground casinos. The Gu family had found that several of his henchmen had suddenly gone missing and remained untraceable to this day. "Are you trying to trick me?" Gu Qingqing stared at Zhao suspiciously, her gaze brimming with impatience. She sent him a message last night, arranging to meet at the prison gates today. She knew Zhao could tell fortunes, perhaps he'd only just learned Lord Tiger's name a moment ago. Zhao handed her his phone with a sigh. "You can check last night's call, I recorded it. If there's a single lie in it, I'll never be able to clear my name." Gu Qingqing listened to the recording in its entirety and confirmed that Zhao wasn't lying. "In any case, even though you haven't tracked down Lu Laowai yet, this still counts as half a lead." Zhao nodded without objection, gazing out at the scenery. "At 6 o'clock this evening, there's an internal auction at the Treasure Pavilion. Help me buy one of the items on display, consider it compensation for that half-clue." Gu Qingqing knew the Treasure Pavilion well, she was still a platinum member there. Internal auctions weren't open to the public, only registered members could attend, and they were held roughly once a month. She took out her phone and made a call. Almost immediately, a staff member from the Treasure Pavilion sent over the details of the 19 items to be auctioned starting at 6 o'clock. After a quick glance, Gu Qingqing agreed. Aside from the final item, which the organizers were being unusually secretive about, revealing only that the starting bid was 10 million, the rest were trinkets priced in the tens to hundreds of thousands. Internal auctions aren't necessarily about high prices, rather, some of the items have dubious origins. Many were recently excavated from tombs, and there are also antiques dating back to before the Ming and Qing dynasties, items whose trade is prohibited by the state. Exposing them could easily lead to unnecessary disputes. "Where are we going now?" Gu Qingqing looked at Zhao, who was text messaging with his head down, and asked, "The auction doesn't start until 6. Where are we going right now?" That day, after Wang Fuzhi returned to the Gu family home, he told Old Master Gu what he had witnessed. After hearing the story, Old Master Gu looked grave and instructed Wang Fuzhi to keep the matter strictly to himself. In the end, he told only Gu Qingqing. Even her father, Gu Qingshan, was kept in the dark, but he also decided to look into the matter of Zhao's wrongful imprisonment. After all, he is a master. Even though the immortal he serves is quite fierce, and who knows when he might strike, forging a good connection is always a good thing. Besides, the incident involving Gu Qingqing's mother has been a lifelong source of pain for Old Master Gu. Seeing his most cherished son reduced to a useless good-for-nothing, he dreams day and night of bringing the culprit to justice. When Gu Qingqing was 5 years old, her mother drove her out for a day of fun. On their way home that evening, they collided with a truck that had run a red light. Gu Qingqing's mother died on the spot, while Gu Qingqing, who had been sitting in the back seat, narrowly escaped with her life, though she developed a fear of the dark as a result. Afterward, the truck driver turned himself in, faced legal consequences, and was imprisoned in Yunqing prison. But Old Man Gu always felt there were suspicious circumstances. He suspected the driver might have been acting on someone's orders. This suspicion was further reinforced when, 2 years after the driver was imprisoned, he suddenly died a gruesome death in his cell. After sending the message, Zhao put away his phone and said, "Let us head to the movie theater first. There's another great movie out now. We want to go to Oriental City, it's too quiet and not lively at all." Thinking of what had happened in the Oriental City Theater, Gu Qingqing's expression stiffened. Many of the employees who had accompanied her to the movie had resigned the very next day. They'd been so terrified they were nearly given heart attacks. The two went to the nearest movie theater. The film Zhao wanted to see was Zhou Chu Eliminates the Three Evils, one of the most explicit films released in the past decade. It had just come out, and was incredibly popular. Every showing was sold out. Today, Gu Qingqing was wearing a denim miniskirt that accentuated her supple waist and firm, rounded hips, framing her two straight, toned legs. Her figure rivaled that of a professional model. From the moment the movie started until the credits rolled, the male audience members' eyes never stopped lingering on her. They then turned to look at Zhao sitting next to her, wondering what kind of background this guy had. Could he be the scion of some wealthy family? How else could he have captured the heart of such a beauty? By the time they walked out of the theater, it was already noon. Zhao asked Gu Qingqing to drive toward University Town again, heading to the wonton shop he used to frequent every few days during his college days. The small shop was a family-run business, not very large, only about a dozen square meters. But the couple kept the place spotlessly clean and never used offcuts of meat. With slim profit margins, they relied on high volume to make ends meet. Back when Zhao was broke from researching cosmeceuticals, they'd always serve him a few extra portions so he could eat his fill. The food street, which was usually bustling with people, seemed unusually quiet today. Upon entering the familiar wonton shop, they saw the couple whom they hadn't seen in over a month with noticeably more gray hair, yet they still welcomed the two guests with smiles. Zhao ordered 2 servings of wontons. After they finished eating, when Gu Qingqing went to pay, the shopkeeper forced a smile. "We're closing down tomorrow. You're our last customers, so we won't charge you." As Gu Qingqing started the car, she asked in puzzlement, "It's peak dining hours right now, the food tastes pretty good, and Yunqing University is close by, so why haven't we seen many customers?" Zhao stared coldly at the deserted snack street. Back then, Wang Fuzhou had told him that Qin Yuanhao, his father, Qin Hong, was preparing to acquire a snack street with plans to turn it into Yunqing's most bustling commercial district. He hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, but now that he thought about it carefully, he realized it was actually this very snack street. Moreover, to cut costs, Qin Hong had offered an extremely low purchase price. With over 100 shop owners having just renewed their leases, agreeing to the deal would leave them out of pocket big time. To force the shop owners to clear out quickly, Qin Hong paid Lu Laowai a hefty sum to step in. Every few days, he'd send his henchmen to smash up the shops and intimidate any diners who happened to be there, leaving so few people daring to come now. The shop owner's wife suffers from uremia and needs dialysis at the hospital every month. Their original income had barely been enough to get by, but now they can't make ends meet. They have no choice but to close the shop and find another way to make a living. Zhao, sitting in the back seat, didn't answer Gu Qingqing. He just said coldly, "Let us go to Xianjiang Company, Limited." Gu Qingqing whipped her head around to look at Zhao. "Are you going to kill someone again? It was Lord Tiger who framed you. Lu Laowai is just a puppet. Killing him won't accomplish anything." From Uncle Wang, she learned that those who serve the immortals cannot wield their powers lightly, lest they shorten their lifespan. In any case, Zhao had helped her, so it was only right both in principle and in practice to give him a friendly warning. Xianjiang Company, Limited, though the name sounded festive, was actually Lu Laowai's headquarters. Their business involved running underground casinos and lending money at exorbitant, compounding interest rates, ruining countless people financially. It had always been a cancer on Yunqing, and now it worked for the mysterious Lord Tiger. Zhao looked at Gu Qingqing, whose eyes were wide with shock, and put on a very innocent expression. "Do I really look like a murderous maniac to you? I promise I won't lay a finger on anyone. I'm sure old Lu has turned over a new leaf. He'll be rolling out the red carpet to welcome us." Gu Qingqing, though clearly skeptical, headed to Xianjiang Company anyway. Xianjiang Company was Lu Laowai's headquarters, a rather rundown 18-story office building. His burly henchmen lived and slept there, and surveillance cameras were everywhere. Anyone without an appointment stood no chance of seeing Lu Laowai himself. The car pulled up outside the building, and the two walked toward the main entrance. 6 henchmen stood at the entrance, all wearing black-framed sunglasses and carrying sharpened daggers tucked at their waists. They would attack anyone looking for trouble without the slightest hesitation. In the underworld, it's all about ruthlessness. The slightest sign of weakness means you'll be wiped out. Gu Qingqing leaned against the car, her arms wrapped around her bust. There are 6 enforcers standing right at the entrance, and there are cameras in every nook and cranny. Are we supposed to fly in or dig a tunnel to get inside? No need to go to all that trouble. Just walk right in through the main entrance. Zhao walked toward the main entrance of Xianjiang Company, showing no intention of avoiding it. The 6 henchmen saw him approaching, their menacing expressions instantly turned fawning. They bowed and scraped as they ushered Zhao inside, leaving Gu Qingqing, who had been expecting a show, completely dumbfounded. Zhao, who had already walked quite a distance inside, noticed Gu Qingqing still standing frozen at the entrance. "What are you still standing there for? You're just wasting everyone's time. If you're not coming in, just stay in the car." Zhao took the elevator with Gu Qingqing to the top floor of the office building. The 18th floor had the most thugs at a glance. There must have been 20 or 30 of them. They were specifically responsible for Lu Laoai's security. Zhao knew at a glance that each of them had several murders on their hands. A few of them had bulges at their waists, concealing handguns purchased through special channels. They treated Zhao with deference as well. The 2 in the front led the way, stopping only when they reached Lu Laoai's office. "Mr. Zhao, this is as far as we can take you. The boss is inside." Lu Laoai was an extremely cautious and ruthless man. His men were strictly forbidden from approaching him without good reason, or they'd risk having an arm or a leg broken. "When did you get to know old Lu Wai?" Gu Qingqing, walking behind him, asked in a hushed voice. She knew full well that just that morning, Zhao had barely known anything about old Lu Wai. How was it possible that, after just half a day, he could already come and go as he pleased at Xianjiang Company? Eek yikes! Zhao didn't answer the question. He simply pushed open the office door and motioned for Gu Qingqing to follow him inside. Lu Laoai's office was lavishly decorated. As far as the eye could see, it was filled exclusively with wine wood furnishings, priced anywhere from tens to hundreds of thousands, and a rich scent of sandalwood filled the air. In the right-hand corner, away from the window, stood a 2-meter-tall Buddha statue gilded with gold, a truly striking sight. The underworld bosses of Yunqiang were all keen on worshipping Buddha. Even though they engaged in the most heinous acts, they held a solemn reverence for the gods and Buddhas. It was unclear whether they truly believed or were simply afraid of being haunted by vengeful spirits at night. The main man, Lu Laoai, was kneeling on the floor, not daring to move a muscle, with a disassembled handgun lying beside him. Seated in the office chair was a young man with delicate features, none other than he, after his plastic surgery. Upon seeing Zhao arrive, he hurriedly stood up to make room for the main man. That morning, Zhao had sent he a message, instructing him to find a way to deal with Lu Laoai by 3 p.m. He had taken 3 by Sudan pills. As the leader of all sentient beings, the human race is capable of undergoing a complete Fameo Shisu cultivation process. His gift of photographic memory was tailor-made for an assassin. After studying the introductory chapters for just a few days, he had already achieved some success, and his strength was comparable to that of a fully accomplished martial warrior stage practitioner. He successfully infiltrated the company and subdued Lu Laoai. He ordered Lu Laoai to instruct his subordinates that 2 distinguished guests would be arriving that afternoon, and no one was to offend them. Gu Qingqing's confusion deepened. She had no idea which faction this stranger before her belonged to, or why he would willingly work for Zhao. Zhao casually sat down in the office chair. It had to be said that Lu Laoai knew how to live in luxury. The chair was carved from a single piece of rosewood. Its back was intricately engraved with qilin patterns, while the seat consisted of small pieces of water buffalo leather, meticulously hand-stitched layer by layer. When seated, one's skin never touched the rosewood, only the gentle warmth of the leather could be felt. Lu Laoai must have been around 50 years old. True to his nickname, his mouth was severely crooked, and it seemed as though air leaked out whenever he spoke. Even kneeling on the ground, he remained unflustered. "I don't know what I did to offend the boss of Dongfang City. A simple word would ve sufficed. Why go to all this trouble?" Gu Qingqing wasn't the least bit surprised that he recognized her. Anyone who has made a name for themselves in Yunqiang is bound to have some tricks up their sleeve. She flashed her signature smile and glanced at Zhao. "I'm just a driver today. You'd better ask the man in charge." Lu Laoai was somewhat taken aback as he looked at the man, who appeared to be in his early 20s and just as young as himself. "May I ask who you are, sir?" "I, Laoai, admit defeat." "Just name your price. I've been in this game for so many years, I've got some clout." Having witnessed the terrifying martial arts skills displayed by the slender young man, Lu Laoai had no intention of calling in his henchman, otherwise, he would surely be the first to die. Zhao casually sat down in the office chair. One had to admit, Lu Laoai knew how to live in style. The chair was carved from a single piece of unforgettable wood. Its back was intricately carved with Chilean patterns, while the seat was made of small pieces of water buffalo leather, meticulously hand-stitched layer by layer. When seated, one's skin never touched the rosewood, only the gentle warmth of the leather could be felt. Lu Laowai must have been around 50 years old. True to his nickname, his mouth was severely crooked, and it seemed as though air leaked out whenever he spoke. Even kneeling on the ground, he remained unflustered. I don't know what I did to offend the boss of Dongfang City. A simple word would ve sufficed. Why go to all this trouble? Gu Qingqing wasn't the least bit surprised that he recognized her. Anyone who has made a name for themselves in Yunqing is bound to have some tricks up their sleeve. She flashed her signature smile and glanced at Zhao. I'm just a driver today. You'd better ask the man in charge. Lu Laowai was somewhat taken aback as he looked at the man, who appeared to be in his early 20s and just as young as himself. May I ask who you are, sir? I, Laowai, admit defeat. Just name your price. I've been in this game for so many years, I've got some clout. Having witnessed the terrifying martial arts skills displayed by the slender young man, Lu Laowai had no intention of calling in his henchman, otherwise, he would surely be the first to die. Zhao casually sat down in the office chair. One had to admit, Lu Laowai knew how to live in style. The chair was carved from a single piece of unforgettable wood. Its back was intricately carved with Chilean patterns, while the seat was made of small pieces of water buffalo leather, meticulously hand-stitched layer by layer. When seated, 1. Zhao, the man in charge, tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, as if he hadn't heard Lu Laowai's words. Spotting the tea set in the room, he walked over and began brewing tea with meticulous care, following each step precisely. After learning that Zhao enjoyed tea, he had spent 2 days intensively practicing the art of tea ceremony and was now quite proficient. He poured a cup and respectfully placed it on the desk. After taking a sip of tea, Zhao finally looked at the kneeling Lu Laowai and asked in a very matter-of-fact tone, "The thugs harassing Donghua Snack Street, the ones who forced over 100 shop owners to close down, were all people you sent, weren't they?" Lu Laowai was no fool. He immediately understood what Zhao meant and began shifting the blame onto Qin Hong. He rambled on for over 10 minutes, his throat practically on fire from talking so much, and by the end, he practically wished Qin Hong's bones would be ground to dust and his ashes scattered to the winds. This wasn't an act, it was genuine hatred. Damn it, I did your dirty work, and now my enemies are coming after me. I have no idea how much it'll cost to save my life. Zhao nodded in full agreement. Qin Hong is indeed a heinous criminal. Here's your chance. Cut off one of his legs and one of his arms. Consider it a way for the 100 or so shops on Donghua Snack Street to vent their anger. Originally, he thought that as long as Qin Hong didn't come knocking on his door, he'd let him live, but since they run into each other, he might as well take care of him while he was at it. What? Lu Laowai's expression changed abruptly. He hadn't expected this at all. Is that too much to ask? Zhao bent down and asked calmly. No, not at all. A look of savagery flashed in Lu Laowai's eyes. Under no circumstances could he afford to offend the young man standing before him, otherwise, he felt he'd likely not make it out of this alive today. Although Qin Hong ran a 3-star hotel in Yunqing, he was, after all, a businessman and a truly ruthless one at that. Do you want me to bring him over and cripple one of his legs and one of his arms right in front of you? Forget it. I'm a kind-hearted man. Zhao said with a smile, his tone utterly sincere. I can't stand the sight of blood. Lu Laowai's expression froze. He quickly pulled out his phone, dialed one of his men, and ordered him to go and take care of Qin Hong breaking one of his arms and one of his legs. Dealing with Qin Hong was no small matter, and Zhao knew it couldn't be rushed. He told Lu Laowai to stand up and sit across from him. As they sipped tea, Zhao asked, Actually, I'm curious, with all your power, why do you work for Lord Tiger? Are you really that willing to be a lackey? Lu Laowai furrowed his brow. Dealing with Qin Hong hadn't been this agonizing. He let out a long sigh and said, his eyes reddening, Laowai admits defeat. My life is in your hands now, take it if you want. Lord Tiger has been good to me. I'm afraid I can't reveal that. Zhao laughed, stood up, and looked down at Lu Laowai. Give me a break. You're the kind of scoundrel who rose to power 20 years ago by killing your own boss, and now you're spouting this bullshit? Do you even believe yourself? It was just 20 years ago that I was injected with a vial of poison. I have to get an antidote every 6 months, or I'll die a horribly gruesome death. What's so hard to say about that? Lu Laoai's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with fear. His body instinctively leaned backward, causing him to tip over backward from his chair. He paid no heed to the blood gushing from the back of his head as his lips trembled uncontrollably while he stared at Zhao. Who exactly are you? Who I am doesn't matter. Zhao's smile grew even broader. What matters is you. It seems you aren't all that loyal to Lord Tiger. You've already been plotting a rebellion. Lying on the floor, Lu Laoai's eyes were filled with terror. His pupils had shrunk to slits, and his eyeballs were bulging almost out of their sockets, but he forced himself to remain rational. You're one of Lord Tiger's men, aren't you? There must be some misunderstanding. I'm utterly loyal to Lord Tiger. How could I possibly have any thoughts of rebellion? As he spoke, he took off the solid gold necklace he was wearing. It was as thick as a little finger and obsequiously tried to shove it into Zhao's hand. Just a small token of my appreciation, worth only 50 or 60,000. If you'd be so kind as to put in a good word for me with Lord Tiger, I'll reward you handsomely in the future. Everything suddenly clicked into place. Only the mysterious Lord Tiger could command someone with such terrifying combat skills. It all made sense now. From what he remembered, Lord Tiger was a psychologically twisted man, perhaps even suffering from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, who demanded absolute loyalty from his subordinates. He had once used underhanded methods to test his subordinates. Last year, a man of roughly equal skill failed the test and was found brutally murdered in his home the very next day. The fruits of years of hard work were divided up, and he himself received 5 underground casinos. Looking at Lu Laoai, who looked even more bedraggled than a stray dog, Zhao could understand just how profoundly the poison injected into his body had affected him psychologically. If he failed to take the antidote on time each month, his body felt as if it had fallen into a den of snakes. Suffering the agony of being devoured by 10,000 snakes. Death itself would be a luxury. I'm not Lord Tiger's man. On the contrary, I have a grudge against him, Zhao explained with a smile. But Lu Laoai clearly didn't believe him. With a sycophantic grin frozen on his face, he kept babbling on about his loyalty to Zhao. Zhao looked at him with utter disgust. He didn't even have to lift a finger. He, standing nearby, was quick to take the hint and kick Lu Laoai 2 meters away. Mr. Zhao has no reason to lie to you. Stop clinging to him like a stinking bug. Your snot ass about to stick to him. Zhao stood up from his chair, his white robe not a speck of dust upon it. Lu Laoai, kneeling on the ground, tilted his head back to get a better look from this angle. He looked more like someone paying homage to a deity. 20 years ago, you were just a low-level thug, living a life on the edge. As Zhao flipped through Lu Laoai's file, he recounted the secrets of 20 years ago, until a man wearing a white mask found you and promised you a chance to rise to the top overnight. The condition was that you'd have to take an injection of poison and swear allegiance to the organization, receiving an annual dose of antidote to suppress its effects. You agreed. The next day, your boss was brutally murdered at home. With that mysterious figure's help, you quickly became the new boss. Besides you, there were others who rose to power during that time. That person in the white mask never actually put you to work. He just sent a vial of antidote every year until 5 years ago, when someone named Lord Tiger sent you a message. You've been his puppets for 20 years, forced to do whatever he commands, and required to hand over 2/3 of your annual income. But you refused to spend your life as a slave. Last month, you spent a fortune to secretly purchase truth serum from the US, planning to slip it into the water when the mysterious man in the white mask came to deliver the antidote at the end of the month, then trick him into drinking it and extract the antidote formula from him. The truth serum comes from a US laboratory. It erases the user's memories of the past 2 hours. You thought you had everything under control. But Lord Tiger isn't as stupid as you think. That mysterious figure in the white mask is definitely a ruthless character. The moment you hand over the truth serum, that's when your head will roll. Even Zhao was taken aback by his own words. He had clearly underestimated Lord Tiger and the power of the forces behind him. They'd been laying the groundwork 20 years ago, manipulating the 4 major figures in Yunqing's underworld to become their 4 sharpest blades. Judging by old Lu's track record, That mysterious figure in the white mask must be someone who worships the immortals. How could he possibly be taken down by something meant for ordinary people? Lu Laoai's eyes darted back and forth. He was now convinced that the man before him wasn't one of Lord Tiger's henchmen. Otherwise, given Lord Tiger's temperament, once he learned the details of Zhao's plan to rebel, he wouldn't have bothered wasting time. He would come to silence him long ago. Lu Laoai let out a deep sigh of relief. He didn't even consider the possibility that the man before him might be the Zhao currently locked up in prison. It was simply too far-fetched. By the way, here's a free piece of information for you. The antidote merely suppresses the toxin, but it's still slowly seeping into your system. Even if you get the formula, it won't do you any good. You've got 2 years left at most. If you don't believe me, go to the hospital and get a full checkup. Zhao wasn't lying. He just examined Lu Laoai and discovered his condition. It was simply being suppressed by the antidote. The toxin hadn't yet caused a sudden, catastrophic reaction. Lu Laoai's face turned as pale as paper with panic, but then he spotted a lifeline. He crawled on his knees to Zhao's side and banged his head against the ground repeatedly. "Mr. Zhao, I beg you, save me." Each bang was harder than the last, until blood began to seep from his forehead. 20 minutes later, Zhao and Gu Qingqing walked out of the office. He told Lu Laoai, who was desperate to live, what he wanted: to be notified immediately when the special envoy arrived at the end of the month to deliver the medicine. Zhao promised Lu Laoai that he could develop a real antidote, not the kind that requires an injection every 3 months and only extends life by 2 years, but the kind that allows one to live healthily to the age of 100 and still be able to go 7 times in a single session. As for whether his visit today had also drawn the attention of the celestial beings or perhaps the envoy skilled in divination, Zhao had complete confidence in the life-death ledger. He had also investigated Lu Laoai's men and found no spies sent by Lord Tiger. Moreover, since no one knew what had happened in the office, there was no risk of a leak. And Gu Qingqing certainly wouldn't betray any secrets. The Gu family had always stayed out of it. No matter how big this scandal got, it wouldn't affect them in the slightest. No one, no matter how foolish, would risk offending a madman like Zhao just to protect someone uninvolved, especially since Gu Qingqing still needed Zhao's help. The two got into the car. It was getting late, so they headed for the treasure pavilion. Gu Qingqing, who had been concentrating on driving, suddenly turned to look at Zhao and asked with a complex expression, "If we really manage to expose Lord Tiger, the mastermind behind all this, with old Wang's help, will you give us the antidote as promised?" Zhao gazed out the car window at the scenery and didn't answer the question. How could he possibly be that self-righteous towards someone who had indirectly sent him to prison? Once he squeezed every last drop of value out of old Lu, he personally sent him on his way. Just as they were about to arrive at the treasure pavilion, Zhao's phone lit up with a message from old Lu: 8 or 9 photos and a video. The photo showed a middle-aged man lying motionless in a pool of blood, with one arm and one leg severed. The video was a full 2.5 minutes long, and Zhao tapped it open with interest. One of Lu Laoai's henchmen, clutching an iron bar, faced Qin Hong, who was kneeling before him, and brought the bar down with all his might, the sound of shattering bones ringing in Zhao's ears. Over the course of those 2.5 minutes, Lu Laoai's henchmen took turns attacking Qin Hong until he lay motionless in a pool of blood. Only then did the leader, satisfied, flash a peace sign at the camera. Now that all of Lu Laoai's hopes rested on Zhao, he took Zhao's orders particularly seriously and had spiced up the lesson for Qin Hong with some extra brutality. Jubao Pavilion was Yuncheng's largest auction house. In addition to all manner of rare and exotic antiques, it also dealt in real estate and financial assets. The city's top business tycoons and key figures from prominent families were all distinguished members here. It's unclear whether the owner of Jubao Pavilion is a fan of wuxia novels. Not only does it have a name with an ancient flair, but its architecture reflects that as well. It feels like stepping back in time. The complex covers a vast area, and the staff wore specially tailored period costumes. Quite a few people had turned up today. The parking lot was nearly full. Jubao has 28 auction halls, named after the 28 constellations in the heavens. The more important the auction, the lower its number. Over the past half-month, Jubao has held 17 auctions. The one with the lowest number is scheduled for 6 p.m. tonight in Hall Number 5, the Kong Jinlong Hall. It is closed to the general public. Only members are eligible to enter and participate in the auction. The membership requirements for the Treasure Pavilion are quite stringent. First, a minimum spending of 5 million. Second, recommendations from 3 acquaintances, and finally, a 2-month vetting period. Among Zhao's acquaintances, only Gu Qingqing held membership. As the eldest legitimate granddaughter of the Gu family, Gu Qingqing was naturally a platinum member, the highest tier. After verifying her identity, she was escorted by staff into a private box in Hall Number 5, the Kong Jinlong Hall. Jubao Pavilion's members are either wealthy or influential, and they place great importance on privacy and comfort. Unlike the public hall, which had nothing more than a bench, the entrance here featured a large Chinese-style screen that divided the space into individual private booths. The booths were furnished with genuine leather sofas and stocked with red wine and champagne. The staff member remained nearby, ready to serve tea and water. What surprised Gu Qingqing was that all 20 private booths in Hall Number 6 were actually full. Previously, there had been at most 8 or 9 people. After asking the staff member in the back, she learned that everyone had come specifically for the final, show-stopping artifact. What exactly is that artifact? Gu Qingqing asked the staff member behind her. She already knew that Zhao was after lot number 9, a small bronze tripod with a very peculiar shape that had been unearthed last week from some ancient excavation site, still covered in unclean soil. Experts at the Treasure Pavilion had authenticated it as consistent with the characteristics of the Eastern Han Dynasty. The starting bid was 6 million. Based on her experience, Gu Qingqing estimated the final hammer price would not exceed 20 million. The staff member, a young woman in her 20s, regretfully informed her that the finale lot was shrouded in mystery. She didn't know exactly what it was either, only that it had attracted quite a few big-name tycoons. Today's auctioneer was Su, who also happened to be the owner of the Treasure Pavilion. A few years older than Gu Qingqing, she was at the peak of her charm. The fact that the owner herself was taking the stage spoke volumes about how highly the auction was regarded. Su wore a simple, elegant white cheongsam. Her thick, lustrous hair was neatly tied at the nape of her neck. Her fair, oval face and cherry red lips exuded the classical beauty of the great Xia dynasty. The slit in her cheongsam was perfectly placed, revealing her shapely, toned calves. Her figure, slightly curvier than a typical Model S, gave her a voluptuous appearance. Her voice, as clear and melodious as a nightingale's, was skillfully setting the tone in the hall. Whenever Su participated in a bidding session, the final price was always 1/3 higher than usual. Zhao looked at Su with keen interest. Gu Qingqing, standing beside him, chuckled softly. "You've been charmed too, haven't you?" No one who has ever met Sister Yunshang has managed to stay calm. "Would you like me to introduce you to her?" Clearly, the two knew each other and were quite close. Zhao was clearly not drawn by Su's beauty alone, rather, he was thinking of a special physical constitution known as natural allure physique. Anyone with weak willpower who locked eyes with her would fall in love. Although Su's bloodline wasn't pure, she was facing an audience of ordinary people enough to stir up the entire room's excitement. As the auction began, one artifact after another was brought to the stage. After Su Rong introduced them, they were all sold for respectable prices. Lot number 9 was carefully carried onto the stage by 2 people. It was a small bronze ding with a very peculiar shape, its surface covered in mottled green patina. Standing as tall as Su Rong's rounded knees, it captured the entire audience's attention the moment it appeared. Bronze artifacts have always been a hot item among collectors, and ding-shaped pieces are particularly sought after. Ultimately, it was purchased by Gu Qingqing for 30 million liang. "I won the bid." Gu Qingqing looked at Lu Yu, who was munching on sunflower seeds, and said very solemnly, "I've won the piece you wanted. I hope you'll keep your promise." Zhao nodded and continued munching on his sunflower seeds. It was indeed an authentic medicinal cauldron, though I wonder which tomb it came from. If I get the chance, I'll pay a visit to see if I can make any new discoveries. Among the exhibits that followed, the most sought-after item was an authentic painting by Tang Yin, which was ultimately purchased by a businessman for 22 million. It wasn't until the final, highly anticipated item covered by a black cloth was brought onto the stage that the entire audience let out a collective gasp of surprise. Su didn't keep anyone in suspense. He lifted the black cloth covering the box to reveal a single, lusciously red peach inside. Faced with the audience's puzzled expressions, 2 staff members returned, carrying a small metal cage containing a dying white mouse. They cut a small slice from the peach with a knife and fed it to the dying mouse. A miracle occurred. The mouse, which had been on the brink of death, gradually regained its vitality as it swallowed the peach flesh and began to leap and bound about in its cage. Sue's eyes sparkled as she spoke in a sweet, soft voice. I'm sure you're all familiar with the master who recently arrived in Yuncheng. By a stroke of fate, he has come to visit the treasure pavilion today. This divine peach was entrusted to us by him for auction, and I believe you've all witnessed its effects. The treasure pavilion has conducted tests, and the results show it possesses a range of miraculous effects, including nourishing yin and yang, beautifying the complexion, and prolonging life. The starting bid is 10 million. Each bid must be at least 2 million higher than the previous one. No sooner had Sue finished speaking than the bidders in the private box began competing. After just a few rounds, the bid had soared to 100 million. 100 million was merely the starting point. Everyone present in the auction hall was either wealthy or noble, and faced with such a miraculous divine peach backed by the treasure pavilion's endorsement, they were all eager to secure it. 200 million. 300 million. 500 million. When the bidding reached 500 million, the pace slowed. Although most of those present had fortunes in the tens of billions, that didn't mean they could produce that much cash on the spot. 500 million was already the limit for many. Sue, on the podium, grew flushed with excitement, her high, full breasts rising and falling with each breath. The commission the treasure pavilion would earn today was sure to be a substantial sum. Just as Sue was about to bring down the gavel, an unfamiliar male voice rang out in the hall for the first time, 600 million. Instantly, all eyes in the hall turned toward Gu Qingqing's private box. Gu Qingqing's eyes widened as she looked at Zhao, who remained completely impassive. I don't have that much cash on hand. You'll have to find someone else to pay. It was Zhao who looked puzzled. Who told you that I was going to pay? If you're not going to pay, do you expect to get it for free? Gu Qingqing said in a half-joking tone, but seeing Lu Yue's serious expression, she instinctively wanted to shout yet managed to suppress her voice and said, You really do want to get it for free? Don't joke around. Although I have some connection with Sue, even I can't guarantee something like this. Gu Qingqing was very anxious, but looking at Zhao, she said earnestly, I never joke around. Later, when someone bid 700 million, Gu Qingqing hadn't even had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief before Zhao raised the bid to 1 billion, causing the entire room to gasp in astonishment. Knowing the truth, Gu Qingqing resisted the urge to ruffle Zhao's hair into a bird's nest. After all, since he had no intention of actually paying, even bidding 10 billion would be pointless. The final price for the showstopper, the divine peach, settled at 1 billion. The business owners who missed outside, but given the effects Shen Yunshang had described, it simply wasn't worth bidding any higher. The auction concluded, and guests began to leave one after another. Gu Qingqing and Zhao also departed having secured 2 items. They were escorted by staff to the VIP lounge. After all, the private room was still a public area, where conversations could easily be overheard. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Gu Qingqing smoothed her hair and sat up straight. Several staff members dressed in traditional attire entered, including Sue, the owner of the treasure pavilion, but the leader was a gaunt elderly man wearing a loose, dark red Taoist robe. Sue glided gracefully toward Gu Qingqing and said with genuine delight, My dear sister, you came without a word. It's been over 2 months since we last saw each other, hasn't it? Let us take care of business first, and then I'll treat you to a proper feast at 1 o'clock tonight. She then turned to Zhao. A hint of puzzlement flashed across her brow for just a moment before she said with a warm smile, A new friend you've met, why not introduce him? Gu Qingqing decided to let her guard down as well. She walked over to Zhao's side and said emphatically, Let me formally introduce you to Mr. Zhao the tycoon who bid 10 billion for the immortal peach. Hello. I never would have imagined that Mr. Zhao would have achieved such success at such a young age. Sue greeted Zhao warmly, then respectfully introduced the elderly man beside her, dressed in a dark red Taoist robe. This is Master Yan, who entrusted us with the auction of the divine peach. He was delighted to hear that someone was willing to spend 10 billion and has come over to have a chat with you. 2 staff members behind them carried exhibit number 19 forward. Gu Qingqing glanced at Zhao out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that he posed no threat, she nodded in confirmation before handing over a bank card, swiping 12 million, and taking it back. Inspecting the item was a mandatory procedure to prevent it from being swapped out during transit. Another staff member approached Zhao, carrying a black wooden box containing the immortal peach. Observing the immortal peach up close was a different experience altogether. It exuded a faint, refreshing fragrance. Those in the VIP lounge felt instantly refreshed just from catching a whiff. Zhao picked up the lusciously red immortal peach, but after just one glance, he put it back down and said with a cold smile, "You dare to try to fool me with a knockoff? You're so bold for someone of your caliber. I'm afraid you'll have the money but not the life to spend it." The atmosphere in the VIP lounge turned icy instantly, and all eyes turned to Zhao. Su Hengti expected the situation to take such a turn and kept giving Gu Qingqing meaningful glances. Gu Qingqing, in turn, gave her a helpless look. She couldn't control Zhao either. Yan Xinjia's expression tightened, and he immediately replied in a cold tone, "Young man, I advise you to take back those words. Otherwise, I may consider this a slander against this old man." Zhao burst out laughing, completely unconcerned about the others present, laughing so hard his waist bent double. Ignored, Yan Xinjia's expression turned grim, though he maintained a trace of his noble demeanor. "What evidence do you have?" Evidence? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's laughter abruptly stopped. The immortal peach in his right hand gradually turned into a puddle of mud before everyone's eyes, and he tossed it on the ground with disgust. "Do you still need evidence now?" Watching the immortal peach turn to sludge, Yan Xinjia's long eyebrows twitched involuntarily, his red nose flushed even brighter, and the temperature in the VIP room seemed to rise sharply. Gritting his back teeth, he coldly demanded, "What kind of hothead dares to upstage this old man?" Zhao simply watched calmly, not uttering a single word. Su had developed the treasure pavilion into such a massive enterprise with a moment's thought, he could guess 7 or 8 parts of the story. Zhao was a friend brought by Gu Qingqing, and Yan Xinzi was a master of genuine cultivation. Neither side could be offended. Su stepped forward gracefully and stood between the two to smooth things over. "There must have been some misunderstanding. Why don't we all sit down and discuss this amicably? Let us pretend today's incident never happened." Master Yin Wuti backed down an inch. He stepped forward, fixing Zhao with a piercing glare as if he wanted to devour him whole. "You upstart! Where did you get the nerve to ruin my plans? If I don't kill you today, I, Yan Xinzi, will become a laughingstock." As he spoke, he murmured a spell under his breath, his hands rapidly forming seals. His eyes blazed with raw murderous intent, and the hem of his robe fluttered violently with his movements. "You brat actually saw through my trickery. Well then, let us see if you can remain so calm when faced with this old man's magic." A blazing, searing fireball took shape before Master Yen, so dazzling it was impossible to look directly at it. The heat it radiated seemed to melt the very space around it, creating an illusion of flowing molten matter. The people in the VIP room felt as if they were standing before a furnace. They were forced to retreat to the corner to find some relief. Shock flickered in Sue's eyes. She had been fascinated by ancient immortal arts since childhood, which was why the treasure vault she had established both in its name and design was inspired by them. But now was not the time for observation. She steeled herself and continued to try to mediate the conflict. "Fireball spell?" Zhao asked curiously. "You actually recognized it? I'll give you credit for having an eye for quality. If you'd knelt on the ground today and obediently handed over 700 million, maybe I'd have spared your life." Seeing the awestruck gazes in the VIP lounge, Master Yen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. To ordinary people, he was a god. Gu Qingqing was truly panicking. Although Uncle Wang had told her that the immortal Zhao served was ferocious, capable of killing Qin Yuanhao from 100 meters away, hearing about it was no substitute for witnessing it firsthand. To her, Master Yen's ability to conjure fireballs out of thin air was practically the work of an immortal. "Zhao, just back down, I'll cover the 700 million for you." Although 700 million was a huge sum, Dongfang City had been in business for so many years that it could easily afford it. After all, Zhao had helped her before. She couldn't just stand by and watch him get killed. "No need." Zhao spoke calmly, gazing at the intimidating fireball before him and gently blowing a puff of cool air. A wave of excruciatingly cold air swept over him, and the fireball that Master Yen had painstakingly condensed was extinguished in an instant. Yen Shinji stood frozen in place, his eyes glazing over. His back was soaked with cold sweat, as if an invisible fist had shattered his very soul. It was simply too terrifying. His body trembled uncontrollably. The fireball he de-channeled with all his might had actually been blown out in a single breath by the young man standing before him. His legs could no longer support him. He collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud, scrambling and crawling to Zhao's feet. Bowing his head repeatedly, he said in a voice trembling with fear, "I was blind to your true greatness and failed to recognize your true nature. For offending you, true master, I deserve 1,000 deaths." Only a true master could accomplish such a feat, releasing a spell in the blink of an eye, without reciting lengthy incantations or forming intricate hand seals. Watching Yen Shinji, who was weeping uncontrollably with tears and snot streaming down his face, Zhao kicked him aside in disgust. Yet Yen Shinji, far from being angered, let out a long sigh of relief as if he'd narrowly escaped death. As long as he hadn't been killed on the spot, it meant there was still a glimmer of hope. Every moment of Yen Shinji's display was witnessed by everyone in the VIP room, their pupils flashing with astonishment. In recent days, they had seen just how terrifying Master Yen's abilities were, yet in front of Zhao, he was utterly defeated, unable to even muster the will to resist. Gu Qingqing snapped out of her shock and finally realized what Uncle Wang had meant when he said the immortal sect they served was ferocious. Su, her eyes wide like pools of autumn water, stared at the man in white with her mouth agape, murmuring absent-mindedly, "I thought you were a business prodigy, or perhaps the scion of a prominent family, so this is what you've been relying on all along?" Zhao turned to Yen Shinji, who was kneeling in the corner, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "You devised a scheme to pass off a fake immortal peach as the real thing, all to swindle people out of their money. From start to finish, it was nothing but a scam. Do you admit it? Your Excellency has the eyes of a hawk. You've hit the nail on the head." Desperate to save his own life, Yen Shinji abandoned all principles and confessed to everything. Su's expression shifted again. Furrowing her willow-like brows, she looked down at the kneeling Yen Shinji. She had gone to great lengths to promote the immortal peach, attracting over a dozen local business tycoons from Yun City, only to discover it was all a meticulously orchestrated scam from start to finish. If it hadn't been for Zhao today, and if the tycoons had actually purchased the peach, only to realize afterward they'd been deceived, how could the treasure pavilion possibly save face? Years of hard-earned credibility would go down the drain. No amount of money could ever make up for that. Having come to this realization, Su's gaze toward Zhao softened considerably. "Since you've confessed, that is fine. But if you want to live, flattery won't be enough. Hand it over right now." Lu Yu sat back down on the sofa, looking down at the kneeling Yen Shinji. His tone was flat yet laced with menace. "I'll give you only 10 breaths. Hand over the ransom." A look of reluctance flashed across Yen Shinji's face, but he dared not disobey Zhao. Panicked, he pulled a small wooden box from his Taoist robe and presented it with both hands, his face contorted with pain at the loss. He was in the wrong to begin with. If this trinket could save his life, it seemed worth it after all. Zhao didn't inspect the contents of the small wooden box in front of the others. Instead, he set it on the table beside him. "You know your place. I'll spare your life." Yen Shinji, whose heart had been pounding in his throat, felt as if he'd been granted a pardon upon hearing those words. He kowtowed several times in quick succession, then stood up, ready to flee the VIP room. "I didn't say you could leave." At Zhao's casual remark, Yen Shinji froze as if struck by a spell. He hunched his shoulders, looking every bit the quail, thinking to himself, "Surely I can't be this unlucky. The master standing before me isn't planning to kill me and rob me, is he?" Still, he forced a smile and asked Zhao if there were any further instructions. "I happen to need an extra pair of hands. Though your abilities are meager, you'll still be of some use. Don't leave Yun City for the next few days." Zhao's tone was utterly matter-of-fact as he asked, almost as if making an inquiry, "Any objections? To be deemed worthy by a Jinren is truly a blessing beyond my wildest dreams. I'll be smiling in my sleep tonight." Yen Shinji was so overjoyed he was on the verge of tears, but he still had to butter him up a bit, otherwise, one more breath of his might leave him crippled, if not dead. Run away? What a joke! Even if Yen Shinji had 10,000 times the courage, he wouldn't dare stand up a Jinren. Jinren is not only a title of respect but also represents a level of cultivation. Qi gathering, entering the Tao, Jinren. A Jinren is equivalent to the martial king stage in martial arts and holds an even more exalted status, making them far more formidable and difficult to deal with. In ancient times, such figures could command the winds and rains and, upon entering the imperial court, could serve as state masters. He was only at the minor achievement in entering the Tao stage. Staying in Yun City might still offer him a chance of survival, but trying to escape would surely mean certain death. The VIP lounge suddenly seemed much emptier. Xing Yunshan glided over gracefully, offering a gentle, grateful smile as she said, "Thank you, young Master Zhao, for your righteous intervention. Otherwise, the Treasure Pavilion's reputation would have been ruined in an instant. It was just a small favor." Zhao observed Xing Yunshan up close and checked her background through the life-death ledger, further confirming that she possessed the natural allure physique. Although Su was born into an ordinary family, she had shown extraordinary potential from birth. By middle school, she had blossomed into a beauty in the making, always the center of attention wherever she went. Boys vied for her affection, girls couldn't help but admire her, and countless others were charmed by her. Moreover, Su knew how to leverage her advantages. In addition to her irresistible charm, she could sense others' emotions and intentions. Without ever compromising her integrity, she had gradually built the Treasure Pavilion into the empire it is today. What particularly caught Zhao's attention was that beneath Su's beautiful exterior lay a profound longing for cultivation. After work, he reads xianxia novels and buys online tutorials to practice on his own in secret. However, having made no progress in over a decade, he holds Yenshunzi in the highest regard. Naturally, upon receiving the small wooden box from Yenshunzi, a smile spread across Zhao's face. Compared to the bronze alchemy cauldron that sold for over 10 million, the value of this freebie was clearly far greater. Of course, the alchemy cauldron was also important. Zhao realized that, aside from alchemy, it could serve as the core of the Little Qingming formation. Since ancient times, the cauldron has been one of the most mysterious artifacts in Great Xia, surviving through the rise and fall of more than a dozen dynasties over thousands of years and hailed as a sacred object capable of stabilizing the nation's fortune. As long as he gathered some additional materials, Zhao would be able to begin setting up the formation. "Young man, the fact that you could make Master Yen bow his head truly fills Yunshan with admiration. You seem a bit unfamiliar to me, though could you also be a master traveling far and wide?" Su's voice was soft and sweet, giving off a very pleasant vibe. She was already thinking about befriending him. "My name is Zhao. I'm a native of Yunqing and have never left." Zhao was candid and answered truthfully. "Zhao Yi." Xing Yunshan mulled over those two characters carefully. The Treasure Pavilion was in the business of trade, and she had heard at least a little about every notable figure in Yun City, yet Zhao was a complete stranger to her, though it seemed she might have heard his name somewhere before. Suddenly, she opened her bright, watery eyes. Her innate emotional intuition was razor-sharp. She studied Zhao's face closely and asked suspiciously, in a voice only the two of them could hear, "You aren't the Zhao from prison, are you?" Zhao neither confirmed nor denied it. Su had the VIP lounge staff leave the room. Her intuition had always been keen since childhood, and she could vaguely sense that the man before her wasn't showing his true face. Sometimes, not denying something is tantamount to admitting it. Gu Qingqing, however, looked surprised. She hadn't expected Xing Yunshan to pick up on the clues. Shin had stolen countless glances along the way, yet had no idea how Zhao had managed to transform himself into a completely different person. The three of them exchanged a few words. Su showed great interest. "Mr. Zhao, are you considering taking on a disciple? Would you be willing to give Yunshan some consideration first? I'm willing to offer terms that satisfy you. I'd even give up my entire business empire." She had also once sought to become a disciple of Yenshunzi, holding the art of fire control in the highest regard. She would even be willing to abandon the Treasure Pavilion she'd spent years building and live the reclusive life of an ancient sage in the mountains. Yenshunzi, having received 100 million in compensation, immediately agreed with delight, saying that Su had excellent innate talent and might be able to gather qi within 10 years of cultivation. However, there was a drawback to their sect's cultivation techniques: practitioners would be scorched by the heart fire, causing them to age prematurely. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He looked to be in his 90s, but his actual age was only in his 40s. Su immediately had second thoughts and asked if there were any cultivation methods with fewer side effects. Yan Shenzi regretfully explained that the great Xia currently followed a tradition of magical arts, inherited from the alchemists of the Qin dynasty whose whereabouts are now unknown. Compared to the martial arts tradition, which has never been interrupted, this tradition is far too ancient, resulting in many gaps. Most of these methods come with drawbacks. Only a handful of orthodox cultivation techniques are free of any drawbacks. For example, the thunder arts of the Celestial Master's Mansion, the sword riding arts of 10,000 Swords Mountain, and the starlight divine powers of Zishao Palace. Even across the entire Great Xia, these are colossal institutions with unimaginably illustrious lineages. Any one of them is home to figures who have transcended the mundane and attained divine status, making it impossible for them to accept disciples from the secular world. Zhao looked at Su, whose eyes were burning with intensity, and understood why she had such a keen interest in cultivation. It was the blood of the natural allure physique coursing through her veins, refusing to spend her entire life as a mortal only to end up as nothing more than a skeleton in the end. Before long, Zhao stepped out of the treasure chamber, got into Gu Qingqing's car, and drove away, leaving Su behind, filled with hesitation. Will she agree to your terms? Gu Qingqing, focused on driving, observed Zhao through the rearview mirror with a complex expression. The terms offered would turn Su into a pawn, depriving her of freedom for the rest of her life. There are always trade-offs. If she agreed, she would gain access to orthodox cultivation with no downsides whatsoever. If it were her, even with access to orthodox cultivation methods, she couldn't bring herself to accept Zhao's terms to give up everything she had now and become a pawn. Sensing Gu Qingqing's thoughts, Zhao couldn't help but chuckle softly. I'm not the sort to take just anyone seriously. Miss Gu, you'd be better off sticking to running your business in Dongfang City. Gu Qingqing, having taken a massive emotional blow, shot Zhao a bitter, resentful glare. Zhao ignored Gu Qingqing's emotional attack and simply gazed out the car window at the scenery. Tomorrow I'll go to the Gu family residence. Make sure everyone is present. I'll reveal the murderer who killed your mother when you were 5. Hearing this, Gu Qingqing froze. Her hands gripped the steering wheel, trembling slightly, as 2 silent tears trickled down her cheeks. Finally, she gave a firm nod, took a few deep breaths to compose herself, and asked, "Should I come pick you up tomorrow?" Just as she finished speaking, Zhao's phone rang. It was Su calling. Zhao held the phone to her ear and spoke for a moment. After hanging up, the corners of her eyes lifted slightly. Miss Gu, there is no need for you to come. She has already agreed. Aside from her role at Natural Allure Physique, Su was an extremely intelligent woman in her own right. She knew that at a moment like this, the longer she hesitated, the worse the impression she'd leave, so after thinking it over for a few minutes, she sold herself out. Zhao's decision to recruit Su was also driven by a desire to nurture talent like he. She was well suited for cultivation. Moreover, as he learned more and more of the truth, the organization represented by Lord Tiger was proving to be quite a thorn in his side. Cultivating some subordinates would also make it easier to lay out his plans. Stepping out of the car at the prison gate, Zhao carried the bronze cauldron back to his room by himself. The 2 kittens, cooped up all day, circled the medicinal cauldron with great curiosity. Black Sun and White Dawn, ever the greedy ones, faced with an unknown and intriguing object, chose as always to take a bite. Their teeth nearly snapped, and they stumbled back several meters. Zhao paid no attention to the bronze cauldron. Instead, he took out a small wooden box, opened it, and poured out a small object about the size of a palm, wrinkled and crisscrossed with grooves, with a rough, uneven texture resembling weathered stone. A soft, irregular little thing of white-brown color. 10 years ago, when Yan Shenzi passed through Mount Changbai, he unexpectedly came across this little trinket. Even after consulting ancient texts, he couldn't figure out what it was. He only discovered that if he placed it alongside ordinary fruit and waited a few days, the fruit would become exceptionally vibrant. Feeding it to a dying animal could even bring it back from the brink of death. But the effect lasted only a day. After that, the animal would return to its original state. Over the past decade, he had used this method to set up countless scams, amassing a vast fortune, all of which he spent on cultivation resources, enabling him to reach the minor achievement and entry into the Tao realm. The realms of magical arts differ from those of martial arts. Gathering chi involves drawing in the mana of heaven and earth. Once this stage is reached, one can practice without food, but cannot cast spells independently. A magic artifact is required to assist. Entering the Tao is an advanced stage of chi gathering. It deepens one's understanding of magical arts and allows one to cast spells independently. However, this requires reciting incantations and forming hand seals to connect with the heavens and earth, which takes a certain amount of time. It is crucial to maintain a safe distance from enemies. A true master is different. They can cast spells in the blink of an eye and take a life with a single word. Based on the information provided by Wang Fuzhu and Yen Xinzi, Zhao now understands both the martial arts and the magical arts. Each has its own strengths and weaknesses. It is impossible to determine which is superior. But I will master both. I need not choose. Running his fingers over the bumpy little object, Zhao leafed through the relevant entries in the life-death ledger. If I'm not mistaken, it must be a seed. And a remarkable seed at that, from the mysterious Changbai Mountains, a place renowned for what it produces. It's been quite a while since then, but the fact that it can imbue ordinary fruit with a spirit suggests it still has some vitality. It's not impossible for it to sprout. Zhao pondered. The prison was definitely out of the question. The yin energy there was too dense, unsuitable for a seed to sprout. He thought of Hidden Dragon Mountain. If he could break the seal of the Grand Formation and restore its former prosperity, that should allow the seed to sprout. Zhao solemnly put the seed away, then sent Hu a message asking him to bring over a late-night snack. Because of the auction, he hadn't had dinner yet. 20 minutes later, Hu brought over a bowl of lamb wontons, garnished with a few strips of fresh lamb. The enticing aroma whetted one's appetite. Looking at the steaming wontons, Zhao did not, however, eat them. Standing behind him, Hu asked in confusion, "Mr. Zhao, is something wrong? I'll have the kitchen make a new batch." Zhao took a light sniff of the aroma. Lord Tiger truly never disappoints, always coming up with new tricks. He actually thought to send someone to sneak into the kitchen and poison my food. Upon hearing the word poison, Hu snapped to attention and said frantically, "Mr. Zhao, Chef Wu is on duty tonight. I'll take a team and apprehend him right away." Thank goodness Mr. Zhao was so sharp and perceptive that he noticed the wonton was poisoned. If he'd accidentally eaten it and something had gone wrong, he'd have been in big trouble. "I'll go with you." Zhao stood up and followed him to the kitchen. Before leaving, he instructed the two kittens to stay alert and under no circumstances let any strangers inside. On the way, Hu notified Li Buotao, who arrived with a dozen or so armed prison guards and surrounded the kitchen so tightly that not even a drop of water could get through. The group stormed into the kitchen and found Chef Wu lying on the floor, black blood oozing from his lips, a clear sign that he had committed suicide by poisoning himself. He must have died just moments ago. His body was still warm. It seems he knew I could tell fortunes, realized he'd be exposed, and killed himself to prevent the identity of the mastermind from being revealed. Zhao took just one glance and made up his mind. Li Buotao's chest heaved violently, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Compared to the last time they sent someone in there, this time it was a complete humiliation, a direct blow to his face as warden, leaving him utterly disgraced. And the target was Mr. Zhao. That was the most unbearable part of all. Chef Wu had only been selected last week, a chef with 20 years of relevant experience. Li Buotao had even investigated 3 generations back to confirm there were no issues before transferring him here, yet an incident like this had still occurred. "Mr. Zhao, this was my dereliction of duty. Please give me a chance. I'll definitely make it right." Li Buotao looked at Zhao, who uttered a single word, and felt a sudden, inexplicable wave of fear, as if a demon were about to awaken from its slumber. No need to go to all that trouble. Zhao stared at the corpse on the floor, his eyes suddenly growing deep and unfathomable. The dozen or so lights in the kitchen flickered erratically, and the moonlight outside grew eerily dim. Through the half-drawn curtains, mottled shadows fell upon the walls, resembling a scene of a malevolent spirit crawling out of hell. The prison guards felt nothing but oppression and unease. A chilling current rose from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads, and they instinctively felt a wave of boundless terror, as if something indescribable were silently closing in on them. A blurry, shadowy figure materialized at the protagonist's feet, and instantly, the entire room fell into dead silence. The guards' faces were etched with terror. They frantically covered their mouths, afraid of drawing the shadow's attention. They had long heard that Mr. Zhao possessed supernatural powers. Having the good fortune to witness this today would likely leave them with lasting psychological trauma. Only Hu and Li Buotao wore expressions of reverence. They shot a disdainful glance at the prison guards who were on the verge of wetting themselves. After all, this was an immortal being revered by Mr. Zhao. To witness it with their own eyes was truly a once-in-a-lifetime blessing. The dark shadow swiftly took on a physical form, a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall, clad in tattered armor, with the incredibly ferocious face of a horse-faced Rakshasa, its eyes flashing with a deep, eerie light. Thanks to Zhao's continuous refinements, the horse-faced Rakshasa had become even more imposing. Even a single glance would give ordinary people nightmares. Go! Zhao addressed Chef Wu's corpse. Upon receiving the command, the horse-faced Rakshasa stepped forward and began chanting an ancient incantation. He needed to establish a plausible cover story for the people present. After all, if word got out that they casually summoned an immortal, it would be a glaring inconsistency. Immediately afterward, a scene unfolded that shattered everyone's worldview. They witnessed a soul so faint it was nearly transparent, yet an exact replica of Chef Wu being torn from his corpse. Chef Wu's soul was clearly terrified. His throat convulsed, emitting a chilling, gurgling sound that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Ma Mian hailed from the depths of the underworld and was responsible for guiding the souls of the dead. The soul of someone who had just died, one that had not yet completely dissipated, could also be extracted to examine his past using the life-death ledger. So it's you. You've had enough of living. Zhao's voice was icy. Upon receiving the signal, Ma Mian opened his mouth and sucked Chef Wu's soul inside, chewing on it for a moment before swallowing it with satisfaction. Then it swiftly vanished, as if it had never been there. Mr. Zhao, what do you think? Li Buotao had heard Zhao mention that the immortal being they worshipped was connected to the underworld, but seeing Ma Mian with his own eyes still sent a shock through him. He stammered as he asked what was going on. It was Zhang Yingtian from Yuncheng. Zhao spat out the name one of Lord Tiger's 4 closest confidants, whose sins were even more grievous than those of old Lu the Crooked. The owner of Ping and Charity Company, he ran 3 or 4 private orphanages that took in countless orphans. Yet he had been repeatedly exposed for embezzling funds under the guise of charity, and the orphans in his care often vanished without a trace. Only a few knew that some of the children were sent to Myanmar, while the best-looking ones were specially trained for a global market. A devil in human skin, a scum who has lost all conscience. The police had raided Lin Hefei's businesses more than once, but without concrete evidence, they could only watch helplessly as he evaded justice. Mr. Zhao, rest assured. Li Buotao pounded his chest forcefully and shouted passionately, I've got some connections in Yuncheng. Tomorrow, I'll launch a massive purge of Zhang Yingtian's businesses. I'll be damned if we don't uncover some shady dealings. He'll get at least 10 or 2 years. Zhao didn't nod. His gaze grew even colder. If the law can't deliver justice, I, Zhao, will. The gates of the underworld will open for them. The horse-faced Rakshasa reappeared at his feet, a cruel, murderous intent hanging on the corners of its mouth. It passed through the thick wall of the kitchen, accompanied by a howling, eerie wind and strange wails, and gradually vanished into the night. I'm tired. I'm going back to my room. Zhao left the kitchen, his spirits dampened. Li Buotao followed and shut the door, gazing at the prison guards who were still in a daze with a cold, piercing stare. I hope you'll all treat tonight's events as if they never happened. If word of this reaches outsiders, I won't have to spell out the consequences. The guards repeatedly assured him that, having witnessed Zhao's terrifying side which had left them with nightmares, they wouldn't dare let a word slip out. Seeing their reaction, Li Buotao nodded with satisfaction. You've all worked hard tonight. I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to each of you daily and grant you a week of paid leave. Go wherever you want to have fun, just think of it as a chance to clear your heads. The guards were overjoyed, and the fear that had been weighing on their hearts eased considerably. Back in his cell, Zhao sat in a chair, gazing out at the scenery. The night was growing darker and deeper, perfect weather for a killing. Many people would die, and Yuncheng would be shaken to its core. But what did any of that have to do with Zhao? He was merely locked up in prison, a prisoner sentenced to death. The 2 kittens seemed to sense what was happening. They kept circling him, meowing urgently. Oh? Zhao's interest was piqued as he stared at them. Are you two trying to ease my worries too? Do you want to join Ma Mian in taking down the villains who poisoned me? Both kittens nodded in unison, their eyes filled with solemn determination. The early morning gradually dispelled the mystery of the night, ushering in the dawn of a new day. A major crime unprecedented in a century had occurred in Yuncheng. Overnight, 95 people were murdered, all employees of Ping and Charity Company. The boss, Zhang Yingtian, met an even more gruesome end, found hanged on the wall of the welfare home. Naturally, this sent shockwaves through the police department, and officers conducted a thorough door-to-door investigation. But after reviewing the surrounding surveillance footage, they found nothing. There wasn't even a trace of a struggle at the scene. It was as if an invisible beast had burst in and killed everyone in the blink of an eye. In contrast, the police discovered thousands upon thousands of high-resolution photos in the charity company as safe, all evidence of Zhang Yingtian's heinous deeds. Not a single one of the victims was innocent. In ancient times, they would have been sentenced to death by slow slicing. Of course, this was a little gift left by Zhao intended to dampen the police department's enthusiasm for investigating the case. After all, the dead were a bunch of heartless beasts. Perhaps it could even be counted as a merit. At the same time, it served as a warning to old Lu, telling him not to waver like a reed in the wind, otherwise, his fate would surely be worse than offending Lord Tiger. The neighbors in the area were overjoyed. Some even bought box after box of fireworks to set off, declaring that the gods watch over us from above. They planned to celebrate for 3 days with gongs and drums, rejoicing that this scourge, this cancer plaguing Yuncheng, had finally been eradicated. Last night, Zhao let the two kittens rest while he already prepared a whetstone for them. Today, Zhao took on a different appearance to visit the Gu family. He still needs to devote himself to perfecting his shape-shifting technique. Hailing from a sect that made a living through theft, a group so notorious for its evil deeds that the entire universe detests it, he has mastered the art to such a degree that not only can he alter his appearance and demeanor, but even his fundamental bloodline can be transformed. As soon as he emerged from the prison, he saw an executive Land Rover parked at the entrance. Su had been waiting there for quite some time. Su, who appeared at the entrance monitored by security cameras, was a far cry from the solemnity of the auction house. She wore only a white dress, her jet black hair falling naturally and effortlessly over her shoulders. Even with almost no adornment, she exuded a strikingly breathtaking beauty. When Su saw Zhao approaching, though he looked different from yesterday, his aura remained the same. 2 blushes spread across her pale face, and she called out softly and sweetly, Aster. Zhao was taken aback as well, stumbling slightly. He knew Su had misunderstood. She actually slipped into the role of an ancient maidservant, so he explained patiently, from now on, although you want to be a free person, that doesn't mean you've sold yourself into slavery. I'm not that despicable. Zhao valued Su's talent for cultivation. Seeing her nod as if she half understood, he added just before getting into the car, from now on, call me Mr. Zhao. Okay. Su replied and drove with focused silence. Unlike the chatty Gu Qingqing, Su was clear about her role. While driving, she was simply a driver and would never speak, so as not to disrupt Zhao's train of thought. Zhao sent a text message, and halfway through the ride, another person got into the car, none other than Yanxinzi, who had slinked away earlier. Yanxinzi sat next to Zhao, unsure why the master had summoned him. But since flattery never hurts, he nervously offered a round of sycophantic praise. Seeing Zhao frown, he quickly shut his mouth. Zhao had already been planning to send someone to Hidden Dragon Mountain to secretly monitor for any suspicious individuals approaching, but he was still a novice with limited abilities and wasn't yet ready for such a crucial assignment, so Yanxinzi had effectively walked right into his hands. Since the matter with the Gu family had just been resolved, he decided to have Shen Yunshang take care of it. At the same time, although Yanxinji had made a humiliating exit last night, the only witnesses to that scene were staff members of the Treasure Pavilion. He had gained some prestige in Yun City recently, and many people addressed him respectfully as Master Yan upon seeing him. Taking him along would save a lot of trouble. The Gu family lived in the old city district, where they had purchased a large plot of land years ago and built a very elegant estate. Halfway there, Zhao's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number he'd never seen before. In high spirits, Zhao put the phone to his ear, and a familiar, hoarse voice rang out. You really are ruthless. 95 lives, killed on a whim. Even I'm put to shame by that. Zhao said nothing, quietly listening to Lord Tiger rant. Clearly, Lord Tiger Han Ti expected Zhao to act so decisively, eliminating Zhang Yingtian the moment he struck. The price for enlisting a divine being isn't cheap, is it? At least 10 years of your lifespan. Let us see how long you live. Zhao sat up straight. Though he was smiling, his expression was chilling, causing Lord Tiger on the other end of the line to shudder involuntarily. How much longer I have is anyone's guess, but before I die, I'll find you and give you the most brutal death imaginable. With that, he hung up the phone and closed his eyes for a brief rest. They arrived at the Gu family estate at 9 o'clock. The estate that met their eyes was a sight to behold, designed in the popular classical style, every detail exuding nobility and elegance. It could easily pass for a scenic spot. Old Master Gu attached great importance to Zhao's arrival. Last night, he had ordered all members of the Gu family that nothing, not even the sky falling, could keep them from staying indoors today, and early in the morning, he sent Wang Fuzhuo to greet them. The three of them got out of the car. Upon seeing Yan Shenzi, Wang Fuzhuo's demeanor became noticeably more solemn as he led them to the Gu family's council hall. Dozens of people were seated in the council hall, all members of the Gu family. As Zhao and his two companions entered, all eyes turned toward them in unison. They had been completely bewildered when they received the old patriarch's notice, but dared not question his orders and had no choice but to assemble in the council hall early that morning. Some recognized Su, the head of the treasure pavilion. Many young people stared at him with keen interest. Others recognized Yan Shenzi, the master who had recently been making waves in Yunqing, and harbored thoughts of befriending him. However, the status and standing of these two individuals did not seem sufficient to warrant a full-scale welcome from the entire Gu family. It truly honors this old man that Mr. Zhao has graced the Gu family with his presence. The elderly man seated in the center of the conference room, in a wheelchair, clasped his hands in a traditional gesture. Though in his 80s or 90s, he remained vigorous and alert, dressed in a navy blue tang suit. Quickly, make room for our three guests. Standing beside the elderly man was Gu Qingqing. Dark circles were clearly visible under her fair cheeks, a sign she'd clearly not slept well the night before. Now that she saw the man of the hour, Zhao, arrive, her right hand, hidden beneath her cheongsam, was trembling slightly. That one tea be necessary. Zhao politely declined, saying, "We have plenty on our plate today. Just tell us who the murderer among us is, let us not waste everyone's time." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqing turned pale as a sheet. From what Zhao had said earlier, she had vaguely suspected that the murderer might be a member of the Gu family, but she clung to a sliver of hope, thinking she might be overthinking it. It wasn't until Zhao asked for all members of the Gu family to gather that she was forced to accept this cruel reality. Zhao walked step by step toward a middle-aged man over 50 and still wearing a crisp suit, bearing a 6 or 7 out of 10 resemblance to old Master Gu, who sat at the head of the table. "You are the murderer." "What, the murderer?" The middle-aged man's face flushed with anger. He stood up and glared at Zhao. "I don't know who you are, but based on what you just said alone, I could sue you for defamation. 24 years ago, you hired a truck driver to kill Gu Qingqing and Wang Rong on their way home. In the end, Wang Rong died, but Gu Qingqing survived, so your goal was barely achieved." Zhao ignored the man's fury and revealed a long-buried secret. In an instant, all eyes in the conference hall turned to the middle-aged man, their gazes filled with complex emotions, especially those of the disheveled man in the corner, who looked to be in his 70s. The middle-aged man's face flushed crimson with rage. He was Gu Qingqing's second uncle, Gu Yulong, currently the second in command after the elderly patriarch Gu. That position was originally meant for Gu Qingshan, who had been the subject of high expectations since childhood and was considered the most promising candidate to become the next head of the family. However, following that car accident and the death of his beloved wife, Wang Rong, he has never been able to move on. He spent his days drunk, paying no attention to the Gu family's affairs. He was practically a useless waste of space. "Who is this upstart who dares to come to the Gu family and sling mud? You two bodyguards, get him out of here." Behind Gu Yulong, several men stood up and shouted. They were close relatives with whom he had close business ties, and they felt compelled to speak up no matter what. The two shouting the loudest were Gu Yulong's wife and son. Yan Shenji immediately took offense. He strode forward to stand before them, his wine-red nose flushed with anger, and bellowed at the top of his lungs, let us see which little punks dare to be so rude to Mr. Zhao. Have they had enough of living, or did a door slam on their brains? His voice alone was louder than 10 people combined. And he had absolutely no sense of sportsmanship. He opened his mouth and spat a glob of old phlegm, landing it precisely in the mouth of Gu Yulong's son, the one with the dyed yellow hair who had been shouting the loudest. The others looked on in fear, covering their mouths with their hands, afraid they might get hit by the spit from a distance. Everyone, stop! Although Old Master Gu was missing both legs, he commanded great authority within the Gu family. His single command struck like a sledgehammer, and the Gu family members all fell silent. Old Master Gu's name was Gu Tianya, and in his youth, he had been quite a figure. In his youth, he had dozens of lives on his hands. To escape the pursuit of his enemies, he fled alone to Southeast Asia, where he was ambushed. After a fierce battle, he lost both his legs there forever. He had Wang Fuzhu help push his wheelchair over to Zhao, his expression softening slightly. Mr. Zhao, do you have any evidence? After all, this is a serious matter. We cannot falsely accuse an innocent person. Of course. Zhao nodded, looking at Gu Yulong. 24 years ago, after the truck driver succeeded in his plan, you told him that he killed Wang Rong and that he couldn't escape no matter where he went, so he might as well turn himself in to the police immediately and seek leniency. To put the driver's mind at ease so he go to the police, you even transferred 5 million into his account. In the end, he was sentenced to 12 years. Zhao's voice echoed through the silent conference room. Every word was like the tip of a cold knife, stabbing faintly at Gu Yulong's heart. Nonsense, utter nonsense. Gu Yulong clenched his fists, struggling to suppress his emotions as he glared at Zhao, his eyes blazing with fury. Who exactly sent you here? Is this an attempt to smear the Gu family's name and tear us apart? Where's the evidence? It's all just your one-sided account. Not even a 3-year-old would believe it. Yan Shinzi was quick to read the room. Before Gu Yulong could speak, he spat out a mouthful of old phlegm, forcing Gu Yulong to kneel and retch. Do not interrupt, Mr. Zhao. Zhao shot Yan Shinji a disdainful glance, thinking it was a shame this old man hadn't devoted himself to water-based magic. His level of repulsiveness was unmatched. He then turned his attention back to Gu Yulong, who was kneeling on the ground. I know what gives you the confidence to act this way. You're very calculating. You know that only the dead keep secrets, so 6 months after the truck driver was imprisoned, you sent someone to secretly kill him in prison. But unfortunately, Zhao looked down at Gu Yulong, who was still retching uncontrollably. That truck driver wasn't stupid either. You're not the only smart person in the world. He recorded your entire conversation and, after being imprisoned, shared it with a cellmate. As he spoke, Zhao pulled a memory card from his pocket, a sly smile playing at the corners of his eyes. Would you like me to expose what you said 24 years ago right here in front of everyone? Gu Yulong's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was as ferocious and terrifying as a wild beast. There was no need for him to admit it outright. No one present was a fool. They could all see that Zhao was right. Gu Qingshan, who had remained silent until then, broke down. Tears streaming down his face, he pushed through the crowd to stand before Gu Yulong, his hands clamping down on Gu Yulong's neck like a pair of pliers. Why did you do this? Because. Gu Yulong could barely catch his breath, veins bulging on his forehead. She deserved to die. Zhao glanced at his phone and nodded in agreement from the side. From Gu Yulong's perspective, if he hadn't killed Wang Rong that year, his older brother Gu Qingshan wouldn't have fallen into such depravity, and he wouldn't have been qualified to become the second in command of the Gu family. Old Master Gu's face turned ashen. He ordered Wang Fuzhu to take Gu Yulong away. Whatever punishment was in store could be decided later. For now, he had to save a shred of dignity in front of all these younger generations. Any discerning observer present could tell that Old Master Gu was trying to spare him. After all, his own flesh and blood protecting Gu Yulong behind the scenes would at least give him a way out. Zhao, fully in agreement, stepped before Old Master Gu and said with a sigh, for someone who dared to attempt patricide, a very severe punishment is indeed necessary. Patricide? Dozens of faces in the council hall froze in bewilderment. How on earth had this suddenly become about patricide? Zhao said with great solemnity, if you don't believe me, go check Gu Yulong's office at the company. There's a small silver box containing a colorless, odorless poison. He was just looking for an opportunity to slip it to you without anyone noticing. That poison is potent, a high-priced, top-of-the-line product. Once ingested, it causes rapid organ failure, and even the most advanced medical technology can't detect the problem. Old Master Gu ordered Wang Fuzhu, who had just returned, to head straight to the company. Even though he knew Zhou's fortune-telling was usually accurate, in a matter like this, he needed to see concrete evidence. When Zhao arrived at Gu Yulong's company, he indeed discovered the poison in the safe. Why? This time, it was old Master Gu who was in agony. He practically roared the question. The reason is simple: he has lived too long. Zhao smiled gently at Gu Qingqing, who stood beside him with tears streaming down her face. You feel too much guilt toward Gu Qingshan. On top of that, Gu Qingqing is simply too outstanding running Dongfang City at such a young age. Gu Yulong was afraid that if you suddenly suffered a stroke, the entire family fortune would be handed over to Gu Qingqing. Old Master Gu fell silent, unable to utter a single word. With the matter resolved, Zhao was about to leave. Gu Qingqing came out to see Zhao and the other two off, waiting for Su to start the car. She watched as Zhao, forced to smile. Today's events had taken a heavy toll on her as well. Thank you. Zhao smiled knowingly. After the car had driven a good distance away, Su, who had been observing the whole time, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, the poison in Gu Yulong's office, you had someone plant it, didn't you? How did you find out? Zhao asked with a chuckle, though his tone betrayed no surprise. Su answered honestly, because you glanced at your phone partway through, and I just had this nagging feeling that something wasn't right besides me. Who else would know? Your instincts were right. Not only did I plant the poison, but that memory card was also a complete fabrication. Zhao took out the memory card again and casually tossed it out the car window. It was true that the truck driver had told his cellmate a secret. To find out if there were any informants in the prison, Zhao had spent a week combing through the records of all the inmates, which is how he uncovered this inside information. Of course, the truck driver was truly stupid. Gu Yulong was absolutely right to assassinate him. He only blurted it out to show off, bragging that he had 5 million in his bank account and that once he got out of prison, he was going to hook up with 5 chicks. When his cellmate asked where the 5 million came from, the truck driver spilled the beans right away. If Gu Yulong hadn't been worried that it would look too suspicious, he would have found a way to take him out half a year earlier. Zhao really wouldn't have been able to uncover this secret. He already knew who Gu Yulong's killer was. After meeting him and checking the life-death ledger, as long as the timing and details matched up, even if it was a fake memory card, Gu Yulong wouldn't have had any doubts. As for the poison, it was indeed Zhao who had planted it. Because Zhao understood human nature all too well. Knowing that even if Gu Tianya found out Gu Yulong had hired a hitman, he would most likely try to cover it up, Zhao had taken down Zhang Yingtian's company and obtained a substantial amount of poison. It was the same poison slipped into the wontons last night, a newly developed toxin by the Fox organization that causes organ failure within 7 days of ingestion and cannot be detected by hospital equipment. Zhang Yingtian obtained it from the Fox organization. The Fox organization is also one of Lord Tiger's 4 closest confidants. It specializes in replicating imported drugs not covered by medical insurance, developing high-quality generic versions with similar effects, and selling them at lower prices to families who cannot afford the genuine drugs. Although these high-quality generic drugs have the same efficacy as the genuine ones, they come with severe side effects. Worst of all, they are secretly laced with narcotics, causing many innocent patients to become addicted and ultimately leading to the ruin of their families. On the one hand, Gu Qingqing had helped him on several occasions. On the other hand, to eliminate any potential risks for himself, he had to expose Gu Yulong in front of so many people. Unless Gu Yulong died, Zhao would find it very difficult to rest easy. A glance at his phone revealed a message from he had successfully planted the poison in Gu Yulong's safe. Gu Yulong was the only one who knew the safe's combination. Even if he talked himself hoarse, it wouldn't matter. Zhao had ample alibis anyway. Su saw through it, and Gu Qingqing saw through it too. Of course, when it came to the hired driver who had killed her mother, even if that person was her second uncle, Gu Qingqing wouldn't show any mercy. On the contrary, she was deeply grateful to Zhao. Yan Xinzi was the only one in the room who lacked common sense, but he had saved Zhao a lot of time by silencing those troublemakers who were all talk and no action. Gu Tianya wouldn't let him off the hook. He would disappear from the world without a trace. I love telling the truth, though I do tell the occasional lie. Zhao sent Su the address for Hidden Dragon Mountain. By the time they reached Hidden Dragon Mountain from the Gu residence, it was nearly noon. Zhao told Su to stay in the car while he and Yenshunji got in. Neither of them was an ordinary person. They reached the mountaintop in half an hour. Even though he'd been there many times before, Zhao still felt deeply moved. What do you think? Yenshunji gazed at the desolate Hidden Dragon Mountain, his face wearing the expression of a pilgrim. With great reverence, he recited, "When I stand on the summit, all other mountains seem small. I truly wish to retire here in the future." Sometimes Zhao really wanted to kick him. Did he really think he was that funny? As long as you like it. A smile tugged at the corners of Zhao's mouth. From now on, you'll live here. I'll have someone deliver daily necessities to you. Don't let anyone come up the mountain, and if you run into any tough opponents you can't handle, notify me immediately. Yenshunji? This rundown place had absolutely no mana. Staying here too long risked causing his cultivation level to regress. But what was done, there was no turning back now, so he could only agree with a long face. With the matter at Hidden Dragon Mountain resolved, Zhao was ready to head back. With Yenshunji, who had reached the early stage of the Dao, holding the fort here, he no longer had to worry about Lord Tiger pulling any underhanded tricks. Just as Zhao was about to head down the mountain, he seemed to suddenly remember something. He turned back to look at Yenshunji and recited a few lines of obscure incantations. At first, Yenshunji paid no mind, but his expression gradually shifted. A fiery intensity flashed in his eyes as he gasped for breath, his speech stuttering and halting. He asked cautiously, "Master, is what you're reciting a fire element spell?" Although it was only the opening lines, having devoted decades to the study of fire elemental spells, he immediately recognized that what Zhao was reciting was, without a doubt, a fire elemental cultivation technique. Moreover, it was extraordinarily exceptional, free of any drawbacks, and was none other than a world-shaking ancient scripture. Compared to the techniques he himself had cultivated, the difference was like heaven and earth. They were simply not worthy of being compared. It might even rival the thunder techniques of the celestial master's mansion. He had a very strong intuition that if he could obtain the technique Zhao was reciting, it wouldn't be long before he reached the pinnacle of the Dao. Given time, he might even have a chance to break through to the true immortal realm and witness the most magnificent aspects of the world. Seeing Yenshunji's eager expression, Zhao chuckled and confirmed it, then offered a blatant enticement: "If you guard the mountain diligently, I'll recite the complete version of this technique next month." Hearing this, the fire-old demon was electrified with excitement. He threw his head back and howled with fervor, pounding his chest with his fist to demonstrate his loyalty. "Rest assured, true immortal. Even if it costs me my life, I will never let a single soul set foot on this mountain." Using a combination of the stick and the carrot, he successfully won over Yenshunji. The latter would undoubtedly guard the mountain with every ounce of his being. Zhao placed great importance on Hidden Dragon Mountain. Its fate determined whether that seed would sprout. Although the technique he had recited was merely a fire-based practice from a minor sect in the cosmos, to the current Yenshunji, calling it an immortal scripture would not be an exaggeration. It was worth any price to obtain. After getting out of the car, Zhao sat in the back seat and told Su to head back. "Why didn't Master Yen come down? You didn't kill him, did you?" Su asked in a joking tone. After spending the day with him, she knew Zhao wasn't a stuffy person. He said the scenery on the mountain was too beautiful and insisted on staying up there. "I had no choice but to come down on my own." Having resolved yet another potential threat, Zhao was in high spirits. He reached out and tapped Su's brow, transmitting cultivation techniques related to the true spirit realm of the Spirit Fox clan. Su possessed that natural allure physique, making her the most suitable candidate among the Spirit Fox clan. Before Su could react with excitement, Zhao spoke first. "I won't tolerate any useless pawns. I'm giving you 10 days to master the basics. After that, I want to see the head of the Fox organization's leader placed on my desk." "Understood, Mr. Zhao." Su nodded, knowing this was a test. If she failed, the cultivation techniques he had bestowed upon her would be revoked. Her eyes shone with determination. She would not disappoint Zhao's high expectations. As soon as she returned, she would train relentlessly and, without fail, bring back the Fox organization leader's head within the deadline. Of Lord Tiger's four closest confidants in Yun City, only one remained. His name was Meng Xuanxi, the eldest of the group, already over 60 years old. 20 years ago, he raped a high school girl. As a result, he was hunted down and nearly killed in an alley, but in the end, no one knew who saved him. However, he was castrated, and to this day, he has no descendants. Meng Xuanxi has gathered under his command Yun City's most notorious con artists, extremely cunning swindlers. He is also the biggest bookie in the underground lottery. Whether it's because he is missing 2 testicles or not, he has a severely twisted psyche and has driven quite a few male prostitutes to their deaths. He is the whetstone Zhao has prepared for Black Sun and White Dawn and Hiyao. The fates of Lord Tiger's 4 closest confidants were already sealed, but Zhao didn't let his guard down because of it. He didn't know if there were any other pawns hidden in the shadows, so it was certainly wise to err on the side of caution. Let us go back to Hualong Apartments, Zhao ordered. It had been a long time since he visited Zhu Guanqi. He wondered how far they'd gotten in studying the booklet he'd given them. In the car, Zhao resumed his true appearance. Su gave him a playful wink. He looked even younger than she expected. Upon arriving at Hualong Apartments, they didn't get out of the car but drove around the block first, surveying the crowd of 1,000 people to confirm there were no spies from Lord Tiger. Zhao sent a text to Zhu Guanqi, telling her to come down alone. After all, he was still a man under investigation, and it wasn't wise for his classmates to see him. The two sat in a nearby cafe. Zhu Guanqi had heavy dark circles under her eyes. She downed a cup of iced Americano in 2 or 3 gulps, then typed excitedly on her phone before placing it in front of Zhao. Thanks to the valuable experience you shared, I've broken through many bottlenecks. With financial backing from a mysterious investor and no more thugs coming after me, our first product is about to hit the market. Now we just need to find a cosmetics company to distribute it. To her, Zhao was like an older brother next door. While she put up a tight facade in front of outsiders, she let her guard down completely around Zhao, sharing her recent research findings with him. You're doing a great job, Guanqi. Zhao praised her generously, then followed up with sincere advice. Guanqi, you should set up a cosmeceutical company. Otherwise, given how greedy those capitalists are, all your hard work over the years will just end up lining their pockets. Zhu Guanqi shrugged helplessly. She knew she should set up a cosmeceutical company. But running a company isn't the same as doing research. There were so many things to consider, and the most critical was money. She didn't have the clout for that. You don't have to worry about the money at all. I can be your backer and invest. Don't worry about returns in the early stages, just give me a cut once you start making money. Zhao knew Zhu Guanqi had strong principles. She would certainly refuse a direct cash handout, but serving as a behind-the-scenes financier was a different matter. The reason he was so invested was that he saw Zhu Guanqi's future. Without any unexpected turns, her future indeed looked very bleak. After successfully developing her product, Zhu Guanqi struggled to find a company willing to partner with her. Not a single one was willing to invest in a product with no market traction. In the end, just to make ends meet, she was forced to sell it at a low price, without even securing credit for the product's development team. Later, using the proceeds from selling her first product, the small team of 5 worked day and night on research. Several years later, their second product was finally launched with great difficulty and became a massive hit across Daxia within just a few months. But the meager strength of just 3 or 5 people stood no chance against the international giants that had dominated the market for years. They failed once again, as was to be expected. As a result, Zhao's classmates either signed non-compete agreements barring them from participating in cosmeceutical research for life, or, in a state of despair, chose to take their own lives. Even the concept of cosmeceuticals, which originated in Daxia, was rebranded as the original creation of those international giants, who then turned around to exploit the nation's consumers. After all, pharmaceutical cosmetics did originate from Zhao's words. He couldn't just stand by and watch the tragedy repeat itself. Moreover, he saw the immense potential it held. In spiritual cultivation, aside from innate talent and constitution, the 4 essentials: wealth, companions, teachings, and environment are crucial, and wealth takes top priority. As one advances to higher levels of cultivation, the amount of money required grows exponentially, often reaching tens or even hundreds of billions. Relying solely on he and Su wouldn't be enough. Zhao also needed to build an industry. If he succeeded, it would become a market worth hundreds of billions, one that could stand shoulder to shoulder with century-old international giants like Estée Lauder and L'Oréal. You are giving money? Xu Guangqi typed these 3 words on her phone, then, still uneasy, reached out her small hand to touch Zhao's forehead, wanting to see if he had a fever. Zhao looked at Xu Guangqi with a hint of amusement and explained patiently, I don't have a fever, and I'm not sick. I have some savings at home, about 10 million or so. Since I won't need it while I'm in prison, I might as well save it to start a company. After all, I have confidence in our product. With a made-up excuse, the source of the funds was settled. Although he didn't have much money in his bank account, scraping together a few $100 million from Li Buotao, he and Su would be a piece of cake. Besides, with Zhao backing him up, losing money was out of the question. Upon hearing about the 10 million in savings, Xu Guangqi's mouth fell open slightly. She was clearly shocked, then she quickly typed on her phone, You're actually a secret millionaire. Watching Xu Guangqi's reaction, Zhao nodded nonchalantly. With the first step settled, the rest would be a breeze. Xu Guangqi agreed to provide financial support, but insisted that until the first product turned a profit, the 5-member team would receive only the minimum salary, and that Zhao, as the nominal chairman, would have the power to veto any decision. Zhao agreed to all of these terms. As soon as he returned, he would transfer the funds to Xu Guangqi and hire a large number of professionals to lighten their workload, allowing them to focus entirely on their research. After their conversation, Zhao parted ways with Xu Guangqi and rode back to the prison in Su's car. Over the next few days, Zhao arranged for 10 million to be transferred to Xu Guangqi to prevent Lord Tiger from striking again. He used a spare piece of top-grade jade to craft a magic artifact and had someone deliver it to Xu Guangqi. If it were attacked and triggered automatically, Zhao would know instantly. Next, he gathered the remaining materials needed to set up the little Qingming array. As the treasure pavilion was Yunqing's premier auction house, he managed to collect nearly everything within 5 days. It's worth noting that the Zhang Yingtian incident had been hushed up. The police department ruled it a case of one criminal taking down another, but Zhao knew full well that Elder Yan had intervened after all. Who else could wield such immense influence? Zhao offered a silent thank you, but his top priority at the moment was setting up the small Qingming array. Dozens of strange and exotic materials lay before him, waiting for him to act when the Yin energy was at its peak that night. Zhao had moved into a room converted from the warden's office. Li Buotao had managed to clear out the entire floor, turning it into his private domain. Several professional artisans were brought in to craft a truly magnificent altar every day. They offered Qinan Jiangzhen incense, a single stick costing several thousand yuan, literally burning real gold and silver. Zhao didn't let Li Buotao's efforts go to waste. He drew several talismans for him to wear, which had a range of benefits for calming the body and nurturing the mind. Although they couldn't compare to a magic artifact made from the finest jade, they were still extremely precious treasures. Extending his life by a decade or so would be no problem. Li Buotao was overjoyed. To him, whether or not they were magic artifacts didn't matter as long as they ensured good health and a long life. No amount of money could buy that. The dozens of materials laid out before him were all carefully selected. The 2 stone lions, each the size of a writing desk, were exquisitely carved, undoubtedly the work of master craftsmen. The intricate patterns on their bodies were clearly visible, exuding an air of majesty. Hailing from a very famous ancient tomb and nourished by centuries of Yin energy, they seemed to have almost attained a spirit-like quality. In addition to suppressing restless souls, they were also meant to deter greedy tomb raiders. 18 small banners, each no larger than the palm of a hand, were also artifacts from the ancient tomb. The flagpoles are made of ordinary black iron eroded by the passage of time. They are now heavily rusted, giving them a distinctly ancient appearance. They would shatter at the slightest touch. The flag's surfaces, however, are a dark red like blood, their color deep and eerie. The most valuable item is a suit of armor from an unknown dynasty, still in relatively good condition, which Su paid a fortune to smuggle out. Yan Shenzi also had some collectibles, all rare artifacts from ancient tombs that were normally kept hidden from the light, which he had arranged to be procured and gifted to them. Then there were personal belongings of those who had died unjustly, filling 2 large suitcases to the brim. Every single one was a deeply Yin object radiating intense malevolence. Ordinary people would feel uneasy just being near them, though they could barely serve as substitutes for the original materials. Of course, the most crucial core element was the bronze cauldron. After 2 days of ritual refinement by Zhao, it was ready to anchor the needleless-ite of the small Qingming array. In addition to gathering yin energy, the small Qingming array also served reconnaissance and defensive functions. Once successfully deployed, anyone with even a modicum of Taoist cultivation who entered would be detected immediately. Zhao's expression was solemn. Seeing that the time was right, he began setting up the array, instructing the prison guard to place the items in their designated positions before quickly returning to the duty room where he was warned not to come out under any circumstances, no matter what noise he heard. At this moment, Zhao could not afford to be distracted by a single step, so he kept the 2 kittens at a safe distance. Ha! He summoned the cluster of true spirits. Their burning golden flames voraciously devoured the surrounding yin energy, which, after being incinerated, transformed into a robust supply of mana, preventing the process from failing due to a loss of power. Yunqing prison was gradually shrouded in a thick, oppressive gloom. Even the silver moon was completely obscured, and the yin energy on the ground resembled a beast poised to devour everything. A chilling wind arose out of nowhere, carrying a bone-chilling cold and the eerie sound of a horn, sweeping through every corner of the prison. 2 stone lions stood at the prison's main gate. In the darkness, their eyes were deep and piercing, as if they had come to life, majestically guarding the entrance and deterring anyone with ill intent. At the same time, on the other side, more than 20 prisoners, their mouths gagged with towels, knelt in a row on the execution ground, facing an ancient suit of armor. Suddenly, to their shock, they saw the breastplate of the armor twitch slightly, as if a heart were beating faintly. Immediately afterward, the armor seemed to come to life, slowly rising to its feet before them. Hollow eye sockets appeared in the helmet, as if 2 invisible eyes were staring out. Its arms and legs began to move stiffly, each step causing the stone slabs to tremble, while a dull metallic clang echoed through the execution ground. The humanoid suit of armor's right hand clenched a broken sword as it strode toward the 20-plus prisoners kneeling on the ground. The prisoners' eyes bulged with terror. They let out incessant whimpering cries and instinctively inched backward, only to be met by the broken sword radiating an overwhelming aura of death. One head after another fell more decisively than with a pistol. They were all spies sent in by Lord Tiger in recent times. Zhao had not rushed to execute them. Instead, he was saving them as sacrifices for the little Qingming array, to let them radiate their final glimmer of light and warmth. It wasn't just that suit of armor that had been reawakened. The personal belongings of those who had died unjustly, contained in the 2 large suitcases, found a fertile breeding ground in today's thick yin energy, and one by one, ghostly spirits of various forms were thus reawakened. They roamed the prison, their footsteps echoing through the empty corridors. Some even let out piercing, shrill laughter. Their hideous figures flickered in and out of view under the moonlight, creating a terrifying scene reminiscent of a procession of 100 ghosts. The sleeping prisoners jolted awake, their backs soaked in cold sweat. They tried to cry out for help, but no sound came out. The eerie phenomenon didn't subside until well into the night. Zhao, his forehead drenched in sweat, sat on the rooftop panting heavily. Just as his mana was about to run out, he finally succeeded in setting up the little Qingming formation. The 2 stone lions were now extraordinary. Anyone with even a modicum of spiritual power or ill intent toward Zhao would be detected. This way, Zhao wouldn't have to make a trip every time a new prisoner arrived. Ancient armored golems and a host of ghosts served as guards, patrolling every inch of the grounds late into the night. A horse-faced Rakshasa stood watch, safeguarding his safety. With his eyes closed, he sensed the power of the little Qingming formation. 18 small banners, crimson as blood, stood erect at 18 designated positions on the rooftop, forcibly drawing the vast majority of the prison's energy toward them. Imprisoned within the few hundred square meters of the rooftop, not a single trace could escape. The bronze cauldron, serving as the array's focal point, stood in the very center of the rooftop. Zhao opened his eyes, marveling inwardly. The effectiveness of the little Qingming array far exceeded his expectations. The density had increased at least 5-fold. And this was only the beginning. As time went on, it would surely grow even stronger, possibly even transforming into a heavenly yin treasure land. The 18 small banners would benefit the most. They might even become the first great yin objects to undergo metamorphosis. The next tier up is a treasure artifact, one capable of absorbing and releasing mana on its own, possessing extraordinary power. Zhao made the most of his time, taking out the blood-young iron crystal to refine it, striving to cultivate gunmetal energy as soon as possible to break through hidden Dragon Mountain S81 magical arrays. It must be said that while the magical arrays of Hidden Dragon Mountain are far inferior to the Little Qingming array, their sheer number is overwhelming, and they are all extremely treacherous. The slightest misstep could trigger a self-destruction. Using conventional methods, it would take at least 2 or 3 months. But by refining the blood-young iron crystal, cultivating a strand of gunmetal energy, and combining that with his mastery of array formations, he could resolve the matter in just a few quarters of an hour. The horse-faced Rakshasa's chest rose and fell as it, too, absorbed the energy. Its body grew increasingly solid. Sooner or later, it would develop sentience. Zhao looked at the horse-faced Rakshasa, a gleam of determination in his eyes. Once I cultivate gunmetal energy, I'll sketch out the rudiments of the underworld. I'll even create the bridge of sighs and the gates of the underworld. Over 10,000 prisoners in the prison spent the night trembling with fear, only breathing a sigh of relief when the sun rose. It was truly spine-chilling. The shrill laughter of a woman rang in their ears, and muffled footsteps echoed down the hall. The bolder ones ventured to their doors but saw nothing. Fear hung heavy over everyone's hearts. Even the prison guards on duty had vanished. It was as if they'd been abandoned. They huddled under their blankets, not daring to even peek out from beneath them. July and August were the hottest months of the year, yet the perceived temperature certainly didn't exceed 5 degrees. The cold made every hair on their bodies stand on end. It took Zhao another 2 days to refine the flaws in the Little Qingming formation. After confirming there would be no issues, he had Li Buotao transplant several hundred locust trees from outside the prison, including many tree kings that were dozens or even hundreds of years old. Locust trees are also in nature and have the ability to attract ghosts. The wandering spirits and malevolent ghosts in the vicinity would be unconsciously drawn to the area, entering the prison only to be imprisoned by the Little Qingming array. There, they would become the prison's most loyal servants, nourished day and night by the Yin energy emanating from the Yin vein, and able to cultivate their own so-called realms. According to Yenshinzi, malevolent ghosts also have their own levels of cultivation. The disheartened ghost, the white-robed ghost, the yellow-eyed ghost, and the red-robed ghost. The one that revived from the 2 large chests last night was a disheartened ghost, its entire body shrouded in a faint, eerie gray smoke. It could only temporarily manifest in the moonlight. Upon reaching full maturity, it would condense a heart and be able to appear freely even during the day. The white-robed ghost and the yellow-eyed ghost were even more formidable, possessing a certain level of spiritual cultivation. The red-robed ghost defies the heavens, equivalent to the martial king stage in the martial arts realm or a true immortal in the realm of sorcery. Its mere appearance triggers calamity. If not dealt with promptly, thousands or even tens of thousands will suffer. The state has a specialized department to handle such matters. Yenshinzi had met one such official a few years ago, but his understanding of the matter remains very limited. Over the next few days, Zhao worked tirelessly to refine the blood-young iron crystal. The outer stone shell melted away by more than half, gradually revealing the treasure within. The crimson metal radiated a deep, blood-red glow so intense it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. The divine bird that formed the blood-young iron crystal was merely a general term. Any entity that met the criteria could be called by that name. Zhao felt that the blood-young iron crystal before him, or, more precisely, the blood of the phoenix, had taken this form. The phoenix itself is a divine bird that bathes in fire, an extremely powerful species in the universe. Once mature, it almost never perishes. Even if it is reduced to a single drop of blood in battle, it can regenerate instantly. It seems it wasn't formed too long ago. 2 beams of light shot from Zhao's eyes, refined day and night by the flame true spirit. They began to display their miraculous effects. Through the haze, he glimpsed terrifying runes coiled within the blood-sun iron crystal, struggling to break free and attack the covetous Zhao. These were the bloodline heritage of the Phoenix clan. If he could truly fuse with it, who knows what other opportunities might arise. A smile tugged at the corner of Zhao's mouth. I'm even more excited now. On the 5th day of his seclusion, Zhao finally emerged. The tempering process was nearly complete. The next step was fusion. He wanted to calm his mind, so he sat in a wicker chair by the window. A pot of tea sat on the small table beside him, and the dappled sunlight fell upon him, casting a gentle glow over his serene face. The scenery outside the window swayed gently in the breeze, and the green leaves shimmered with vibrant life. He held a yellowed, old book in his hands, its pages turned gently in the sunlight, exuding a faint scent of ink. Infusing the blood-young iron crystal into his lungs to generate a strand of gunmetal energy was an extremely perilous process. The slightest misstep could result in his lungs being torn to shreds. He had to be fully prepared, so taking a day's rest served to help him steady his emotions. The two kittens weren't by his side since learning of the hunting mission. They had spent their days refining their blood through meditation, making noticeable progress every day. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached, followed by a knock on the door. "Come in," Zhao replied. Who stood at the doorway and said respectfully, "Mr. Zhao, someone from Shinfu has arrived and wishes to see you." Zhao sat up from his wicker chair. This came as no surprise. "Bring him to the reception room. I'll be there shortly." The reception room had also been remodeled by Li Buotao, with dark marble flooring, specifically designed to welcome guests seeking Mr. Zhao. When Zhao arrived at the reception room, Shinfu was already waiting, a glass of water set before him. As soon as Zhao pushed open the door, Shinfu sprang up from the sofa and, visibly agitated, pulled out the jade pendant hanging around his neck. "Mr. Zhao, you saved my life today." Zhao noticed a crack in the jade pendant and immediately knew what had happened. "Director Shin, please sit down first. Tell me what happened calmly." Shinfu obediently sat back down on the sofa, but he was still visibly shaken. "Last night, I was leaving work late. When I reached the hospital's main entrance, a man suddenly rushed out. His right hand was clenched tightly around a long, sharp knife, which he plunged into my stomach. At that moment, I thought I was going to die. But..." At this point, Shinfu stood up again, his voice trembling with excitement. "I've been wearing the jade pendant you had sent all along." Just as the knife was about to pierce me, the pendant suddenly glowed and sent my attacker flying. I know for certain that man was out to kill me. I would have died for sure, but the jade pendant you sent saved my life. Zhao listened quietly as Shinfu spoke, showing no intention of interrupting. In his eyes, Shinfu was a fascinating man. Although he was the younger brother of the current head of the Shin family, he had no interest in business since childhood, devoting himself entirely to medicine to heal and save lives, and even after rising to the position of vice president of the hospital, he never slowed down. He spent every day on the front lines, working even harder than the doctors. Moreover, he didn't live at the Shin family residence. Instead, he rented a one-bedroom apartment near the hospital and walked to and from work every day. As Shinfu spoke, his eyes suddenly widened as his long-held beliefs were turned upside down. "I remember you're a fortune teller. Did you foresee this calamity befalling me, which is why you gave me that jade pendant?" Zhao nodded and explained matter-of-factly. "Last week, you performed surgery on a pregnant woman suffering from severe hemorrhage. You'd already been notified that her condition was critical. The only option was to save the mother by sacrificing the baby, and her husband had signed the consent form. The husband had a volatile temper to begin with. After the surgery, when he learned that the deceased baby was a boy and that his wife would never be able to conceive again, he took out all his anger on you. He bought a butcher's knife from a hardware store, figured out your work schedule, and came to make you pay with your life for his dead son. The man has since been taken into police custody and is currently being interrogated." Zhao had already explained the circumstances to Shinfu. "So that's how it was." Shinfu recalled last week's surgery and sighed, realizing the situation belatedly. When the pregnant woman was brought in, she was already suffering from severe hemorrhaging. If an ordinary doctor rather than him had performed that surgery, neither the mother nor the baby would have survived. Though he'd been a doctor for many years and had encountered similar situations before, none had been as perilous as last night's. Shinfu was a man who valued gratitude. He stood up and bowed respectfully. Zhao waved his hand. Just as he was about to say something, there was another knock at the door. Who entered with a stern expression. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Mr. Zhao, Cheng Xiao is here and would like to see you as well." Cheng Xiao was the prison's former warden. His office had now been converted into Zhao's bedchamber, so it was only natural for Hu to feel nervous upon seeing him. "Then please let Warden Cheng come in. Director Shin and I are both waiting." Zhao, however, remained completely unflustered. He took another teacup from the tea tray, poured some tea, and waited for Warden Chang. Before long, Chang Xiao, dressed in his police uniform, entered. Since taking office, his features had grown even more angular, yet his brow was etched with exhaustion clearly. The role of prison warden was no easy task, requiring him to handle all sorts of emergencies every day. Chang Xiao sat on the sofa across from Zhao, his back straight as a pine tree, maintaining his dignified demeanor no matter the occasion. I really never expected a death row inmate to make it this far. Life imprisonment, Zhao added. Thanks to Li Botao's intervention, the sentence had been commuted to life imprisonment. That's not important. Chang Xiao's thick eyebrows furrowed slightly as he clenched his back teeth and asked, "The last time someone came to my house wearing a mask, claiming to be the disciple of hypnosis master Wu Yufeng, that must have been you too." Zhao nodded in acknowledgement and asked with concern, "Has your son's condition flared up again?" At the mention of this, Chang Xiao's brows furrowed even deeper as he fought the urge to lash out. He hasn't had any more depressive episodes, but he has been keeping it from me and running off to Dongfang City every other day. It's a blessing that his condition hasn't worsened. Zhao remained completely unflustered. Instead, he turned to Shen Fu beside him. "Director Shen, please explain to Director Chang what can happen if severe depression goes untreated." Caught off guard by the sudden question, Shen Fu sighed with deep regret and spoke in a solemn tone. "If severe depression goes untreated for a long time, the mildest outcome is a loss of motivation. The worst is taking one's own life. I've witnessed far too many such cases firsthand." Chang Xiao knew all this, too. In fact, he was already quite content with his son's current state. If he wants to visit brothels, let him. After all, it's better than how he used to be constantly talking about killing himself. Besides, his studies haven't suffered. He consistently ranks in the top 10 of his grade, so getting into Tsinghua or Peking University won't be a problem. Don't let the fact that Zhao is a prisoner now fool you. There's really nothing they can do to him. The Pinyin charity organization was wiped out overnight, with all 95 members killed. The police department is determined to investigate and find the real culprit, but the military district has exerted pressure to have the matter swept under the rug. Considering the recent series of events in Yunqing, all of which were intricately linked to Zhao in prison, the meticulous Chang Xiao dared to speculate. It wasn't until he saw Zhao sitting in the reception room that he knew his guess was correct. It was truly astonishing. He was clearly a man sentenced to death, yet in just over 2 months, he had become the prison's power behind the scenes, and the man sitting beside him was none other than the second in command of the Shen family. The fact that Li Buotao hadn't shown up yet only served to confirm many things. It showed that Li Buotao wasn't the least bit afraid that the exposure of Zhao's identity would have any negative impact on him. Zhao gestured for Chang Xiao to sit down, passed him a cup of tea, and casually crossed his legs. "I don't believe Director Chang came to the prison just to discuss his son's case." Chang Xiao fell silent. Zhao had hit the nail on the head. He hadn't come to the prison today to discuss his son's case. Lifting his cup and taking a sip of tea, Chang Xiao let out a long sigh. "I'm here for my brother-in-law. He is 36 or 37 this year, nearing 40, and he is absolutely refusing to get married. He won't even go on blind dates. My father-in-law's health hasn't been good these past few years, and his only dream is to hold a grandchild before he dies. Since you were able to cure my son, I was wondering if you could also take a look at my brother-in-law to see what is wrong with him." As he spoke, Chang Xiao looked deeply troubled. His father-in-law's family had always been kind to him. Without their unwavering support, he would never have achieved what he had today. He'd already taken his brother-in-law to the hospital, where all his physical test results came back normal. It had to be a psychological issue. That is why Chang Xiao had come to the prison to try his luck. With Director Chang paying a personal visit, how could I possibly refuse? Zhao rose from the sofa and looked at Shen Fu beside him. "If Director Shen has time, please come along. After all, I'm still a layperson. I'm no match for a professional." "Sure." Shen Fu didn't hesitate to accept. The three of them left the prison one after another and took a car to Chang Xiao's father-in-law's home. Chang Xiao's father-in-law lived in a villa community in Yunqing, where the average price exceeded 30,000 per square meter fully furnished. The total cost was over 10 million. My father-in-law was the former mayor of Yunqing. He has been retired for about 10 years now. Chang Xiao explained with a sigh as he drove. "Back when I graduated from the police academy and fell in love with Pan Yan, I had neither money nor a distinguished family background, but my father-in-law never looked down on me because of it. On the contrary, he always stood up for my dignity. The first time Zhao met Cheng Xiao, he knew that his father-in-law was the former mayor of Yunqing and that Cheng Xiao was a son-in-law by marriage. However, because of his exceptional abilities, an exception was made allowing his son to take his surname. The villa community was far removed from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Each building was elegantly designed, with a green space ratio as high as 60%. Passing by a crystal-clear lake, the water shimmered emerald green in the sunlight, with the occasional swan gliding leisurely across its surface. Exquisite pavilions and benches were dotted around the lake, providing a place for residents to rest as they took evening strolls at sunset. Sitting in the back seat, Zhao noticed that the manna here was particularly dense. Those who lived here year-round would gradually enjoy better health. In addition to locals from Yunqing, there are quite a few people from other provinces who stay here for a few months during their free time. They arrived at the villa where Chang Xiao's father-in-law lived and parked the car in the spot right outside the entrance. Chang Xiao's father-in-law, Deng Kaiji, was supported by his housekeeper as he came out personally to greet them. Upon seeing Shenfu, he was quite surprised. "Director Shen, Xiaoer said he was going to invite a very skilled doctor. I never expected it to be you." Shenfu waved his hands repeatedly and turned to Zhao, saying, "I'm just here for show today." "The doctor is this Mr. Zhao." "Oh?" Deng Kaiji was quite surprised. He looked Zhao up and down, then couldn't help but exclaim, "Today, this old man has truly seen what it means when they say, great heroes come from the young. Where is the patient?" Zhao wasn't one for small talk and went straight to the point. Since Deng Kaiji had mobility issues, he asked Cheng Xiao to lead the way. The two made their way to the third floor of the villa. Zhao knocked on his brother-in-law's door, and less than 10 seconds after entering, he emerged with a complex expression on his face. "How is it? How is it?" Cheng Xiao asked anxiously. "Has he been hurt by love too?" "I've set aside 500,000. Let him go spend it all in Oriental City." Zhao's expression was incredibly complex as he looked up at the sky with a helpless sigh. "The situation is even trickier than I expected. What on earth is going on?" Cheng Xiao was so anxious he was about to lose his temper. If even Zhao couldn't handle this, he'd truly be at a loss. "Your brother-in-law has rather unique tastes. He is naturally not attracted to women. He has actually got a thing for men." Zhao stated the facts plainly. Watching Cheng Xiao stagger about, his mind reeling, he wanted to say something to lighten the mood, but after thinking for a long time, all he could come up with was, although he has never had a girlfriend, he has had quite a few boyfriends, at least 30. With a heavy heart, Cheng Xiao went downstairs and told his father-in-law the truth. Upon hearing this, his father-in-law, Deng Kaiji, nearly fainted. Cheng Xiao hurriedly asked the housekeeper to fetch some emergency heart medicine, and it took quite a while for him to recover. With tears streaming down his face, Deng Kaiji clasped Shenfu's hand. "Director Shen, I beg you, you must save Xiuwen, otherwise, the Deng family line will come to an end." Faced with this situation, Shenfu felt helpless. From a medical standpoint, homosexuality isn't considered a disease. It's classified as a sexual orientation disorder. The main issue is that Xiuwen is already in his 40s. The chances of him correcting it are negligible. Forcing intervention will only trigger greater resistance. If he experiences severe stress, who knows what he might do? My advice is to just let nature take its course. Upon hearing this devastating news, Deng Kaiji nearly fainted again. Cheng Xiao had the housekeeper take his father-in-law inside to rest. At his advanced age, he couldn't afford any drastic emotional upsets. Once his father-in-law was inside, Cheng Xiao, his eyes red, looked at Zhao, who had been standing by watching, took a deep breath, set aside his dignity as the bureau chief, and pleaded with genuine sincerity, "Mr. Zhao, I know you must have a way. Could you help me just this once?" "Why should I?" Leaning against the willow tree by the door, Zhao replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Standing nearby, Shenfu's pupils contracted slightly. He was surprised that, given the situation, Zhao actually had a solution. Cheng Xiao fell silent again. After 4 or 5 seconds, his eyes still red, he asked, "What do you need me to do?" "Straight to the point." A smile tugged at the corner of Zhao's mouth as he got right to the heart of the matter. "Within 5 days, I'll wipe out the Fox organization and Meng Shuangxi's company. There will likely be a few more deaths, but I hope the police department doesn't make too much of a fuss and waste unnecessary manpower. But rest assured, I guarantee not a single innocent person will be harmed, they're all heinous criminals. Seeing that Chang Xiao remained silent, Zhao added, I'll even dig up evidence of their crimes and place it on the chief's desk. It'll serve as a stepping stone in your career enough to propel you to your father-in-law's position within 5 years. I really can't do that. Chang Xiao spread his hands in exasperation. The Fox organization and Meng Shuangxi's company combined must have had 300 or 400 people. If they were all to die overnight, even if they were all major criminals with criminal records, it would be absolutely impossible for him, as the chief of a single police station, to cover up the incident on his own. I'm not asking you to cover it up. Zhao felt Chang Xiao had misunderstood. You just need to mind your own business and avoid wasting unnecessary police resources. And don't underestimate your father-in-law, he has just retired, not dead. His old connections are still there, it's just a matter of whether he is willing to let them go. Chang Xiao still didn't agree immediately, saying he needed to discuss it further with his father-in-law and would give a response by the day after tomorrow at the latest. When the meeting ended, it was time to head back. Chang Xiao offered to drive him personally, but Zhao declined, saying he had to visit one more person. After leaving the expensive villa complex, Zhao sent a text to Yi. Before long, a car pulled up. The driver had once been a prisoner. He'd been selected for the 5-man team, undergone plastic surgery, and had now been taught the basics of being an assassin. Mr. Zhao, my name is Sun Quan. Brother, he sent me. The driver spoke with great respect, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Zhao. Not everyone who ends up in prison is a bad person, many are simply unfortunate souls driven into a corner. Take the driver behind the wheel, for example. 35 years old and wearing thick glasses, he was frequently sent on business trips out of town by his company manager. One time, he returned 2 days early and walked right in to find his wife and the manager lying naked in bed together. Originally, for the sake of his livelihood, he had planned to keep the incident to himself. But the manager, fearing the affair would be exposed, conspired with his wife to drug and murder him. In the end, just as they were about to carry out the murder, the dose of the sedative was insufficient. Sun Quan woke up groggy and, in a fit of rage, ran into the kitchen and hacked the adulterous couple to pieces with a kitchen knife. He didn't even try to flee, he just crouched on the ground, smoked a cigarette, and then went to the police station to turn himself in. He was ultimately sentenced to 15 years. In prison, he was bullied at every turn. Just when his life seemed hopeless, things began to turn around after he took him under his wing as a subordinate. Now, having been chosen by luck, he was released from prison and saw another side of the world. Zhao had given him a second chance at life. Sun Quan would risk his very life to live up to that trust. The 5 of them were just a small test. If it really works, the numbers will gradually increase. Anyone who ends up in prison is promising material to Zhao, they're a talent pool. Aside from thieves and rapists, at the very least, they lack fighting spirit. As long as we weed out the morally corrupt trash and keep training them over the long term, we can truly build a dynasty of assassins. Mr. Zhao. Zhao leaned slightly toward Shen Fu. Having wanted to speak for some time, he could no longer hold back. Actually, this isn't difficult for Chang Xiao. It's just that he has a thorn in his side and is unwilling to cooperate with you. He may be kind-hearted, but he is no saint. He couldn't understand why Chang Xiao was making such a fuss over something that would bring nothing but benefits, ridding Yunqing of its 3 major scourges. Looking at the furious Shen Fu, Zhao knew full well that, after all, he was still a prisoner. Chang Xiao, on top of that, was a stubborn, headstrong man. Even if this matter was in his best interest, the idea of collaborating with a prisoner still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He'd definitely agree by nightfall anyway. He was just trying to maintain his public image. The righteous bureau chief forced to collaborate with a prisoner, sacrificing his dignity for the greater good. Zhao didn't care about any of that. To correct his brother-in-law's sexual orientation, all he needed to do was have him take a single tiger wolf pill to expel the feminine energy from his body. Although the tiger wolf pill wasn't as high grade as the Bai Sudan, gathering just one batch of ingredients cost 20 to 30 million and it wasn't available through normal channels. He'd ask for 20 batches and charge a small fee. Ordinary people can take it, too. After taking it, one becomes as ferocious as a tiger or a wolf. It's often used in the military to enable fearless charges on the battlefield. Zhao could use this to make the assassins he trains even more ruthless. He wasn't worried that Cheng Xiao or his father-in-law would object. Through the life-death ledger, Zhao peered into the future of his brother-in-law, Deng Shouwen, and saw that at midnight tonight, she was planning to elope with a boyfriend she'd been dating for 3 months, though they were quickly discovered and apprehended. However, Deng Shouwen threatened to kill herself, nearly causing Cheng Xiao, his father-in-law, to die of shock. By then, it would be Zhao who'd be the one putting on airs. Director Chang has his own reasons. After all, I'm a man with a past myself, let us try to be a little more understanding. The moment Zhao uttered those words, Shen Fu's expression changed. He realized he'd been too prejudiced against this young man. Setting aside his baffling methods, Zhao's broad-mindedness alone was something none of the younger generation of the Shen family could match. Their destination was Elder Yen's mountain retreat. Elder Yen, who had been tipped off in advance, was standing at the entrance to the courtyard, seated in a bamboo chair he'd woven himself. When he saw Zhao get out of the car, the wrinkles on his face smoothed out in a smile. "I've been waiting for you for half an hour. Come on in and have some tea." After being nourished by the magic artifact for some time, his physique had visibly strengthened, and his face glowed with a healthy rosy hue. The three of them sat in the pavilion drinking tea. Shen Fu recounted everything that had just happened to Elder Yen. Elder Yen, who had seen action on the battlefield several times including during the Vietnam self-defense counterattack, had a temper to match his reputation. Upon hearing the news, his mustache bristled with anger. "Go ahead and do whatever it takes, Zhao. This old man's got your back." Elder Yen's temper was truly legendary in his youth. He had been a fearless warrior on the battlefield. Otherwise, his late wife Wen Ti have resorted to praying with a string of Buddhist prayer beads. "I've known all along about the 4 great scourges and that so-called mysterious Lord Tiger. Over the years, who knows how much trouble they've caused in Yuncheng." Fired up, Elder Yen stood up from his chair and downed the tea in his cup in one gulp. "If this old man hadn't retired, I'd have brought a reinforced platoon straight from the military district and mowed down every last one of those heartless bastards. The night I heard that Ping and Charity had been wiped out and their boss, Zhang Yingtian, was found hanged at the welfare home, I knew right away it was you, young Zhao, who did it. It's a damn relief. They're the ones who framed you and sent you to prison, right?" Seeing Zhao nod, Elder Yen grew even more agitated. "I'll say this right here and now, Zhao Xiaoyu, go ahead and do it. It doesn't matter if Cheng Xiao disagrees. If it comes to it, I'll just sit right in front of the police station. Anyone who tries to arrest me will have to step over my body." Shen Fu was taken aback. It was the first time he'd ever seen Elder Yen act this way. The three of them chatted into the evening, sat down to eat together, and Elder Yen brought out some fine wine he'd been saving in the cellar. They didn't call it a night until they were all thoroughly drunk. Stepping out of the small courtyard and getting into the car, Zhao quickly sobered up. He asked Sun Quan to drop Shen Fu off first, and then head to the prison. By the time they returned to the prison, it was already the early hours of the morning. Li Buotao was crouching by the prison's main gate, convinced that the stone lion beside him was alive, and kept glancing his way from time to time. It had scared him so much his calves had gone numb. It wasn't until he saw Zhao that he felt as if he'd found a lifeline. "Mr. Zhao," he called out warmly, handing him a thermos. "It's cold out at night, don't catch a chill." Zhao took the thermos. He knew exactly what Li Boshio was thinking, but still felt a little guilty. As he walked inside, he reassured him, "Everything is fine with Cheng Xiao. He just needs a favor from me. Don't let this scare you into having nightmares." Li Buotao smiled and said, "Not a chance," and the huge weight on his stomach finally lifted. Zhao went back to his room, set down his phone and other belongings, and then headed up to the rooftop. Feeling in excellent form at that moment, he decided to fuse the blood yang iron crystal and cultivate a strand of gunmetal energy. The early morning night was as desolate as a black silk scroll, silently unfurling across the sky, with only a few sparse stars occasionally twinkling. He picked up the blood yang iron crystal and chipped away its outer shell. It was now only as thick as a pair of chopsticks. He channeled the immortal incinerating art, summoning the true spirit flame. Under the scorching heat of the flame, the crimson yang iron crystal gradually began to melt, growing ever more brilliant. The terrifying runes coiled around it threatened to transform into a phoenix, shattering both the crystal and Zhao into pieces. But the golden flame was too extraordinary, capable of incinerating all gods and demons. Provoked by the runes within the phoenix's blood, it actually began to subtly transform into a furnace. Correspondingly, the yin energy within the celestial platform was rapidly dwindling with every breath. A large portion of it would evaporate, transforming into fuel for the furnace's fire. The crimson sun iron crystal could not withstand the assault, and the runes reverted to their primordial state. Zhao saw that the time had come. He opened his mouth wide, gulping it down in one go, then sat cross-legged on the ground and began circulating the magical incantations to fuse it within him. The liquid, scorching and heavy, flowed through his body. Zhao felt his entire body burning. His eyes were so intense they seemed ready to spew fire, their temperature several times higher than that of magma. He couldn't help but utter in a low, strained voice, "Am I really going to forge the golden eyes of fire?" Moreover, a series of ferocious bird-like cries emanated from his abdomen, soaring straight up to the heavens. Finally, the energy converged in Zhao's lungs, immediately followed by a resounding clang as if being forged by 10,000 hammers. A faint red mist emerged from his mouth and nose as it drifted outward and struck the concrete railing of the rooftop. It cleanly severed a large chunk. "The divine ability, it's complete!" Zhao shouted excitedly. Half a minute later, the extraordinary phenomenon vanished. The rooftop's yin energy had been completely depleted and would take time to replenish. Whether it was a cultivation technique or a magic artifact, they all required time to activate, but a divine ability was different. It was an innate capability possessed by the cultivator himself. Even if Zhao stopped consuming precious metals, the gunmetal energy nurtured within his lungs would continue to evolve as his cultivation realm grew. And Zhao was thrilled. Tonight's gains didn't end there. Stimulated by the terrifying runes, the golden flame was forced to reawaken, taking the form of a rudimentary furnace. It refined the profound secrets of the Phoenix clan, baptizing Zhao's physical body and bestowing upon him a tremendous blessing. Zhao expelled a wisp of gunmetal energy toward his right arm. The gunmetal energy radiated a killing intent that pierced the heavens. It instantly carved a 10-centimeter long gash into his physical body, a body that bullets couldn't even scratch. But before the blood had a chance to flow, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Phoenix clan's healing talent is second to none. Though a single drop of blood wasn't enough for Zhao to inherit it, it was sufficient to accelerate his healing speed tenfold. What the human clan calls divine abilities are simply the innate talents of the beast clan. They're just named differently. There's one more. Zhao's body shook violently as a powerful force surged from his back, slowly giving rise to a pair of wings. The wings blazed like raging fire, radiating intense heat and casting the night sky in a blood-red glow. This, too, was an innate ability of the Phoenix clan. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been able to master the mighty power to soar into the skies until he reached the peak of the mortal shedding stage, but now, at the mid-true spirit realm, he could do so and at a terrifying speed. Flying at full speed was comparable to that of a commercial airliner. Of course, the mana consumption was also incredibly staggering. Zhao estimated that if he flew more than 100 kilometers, he'd be at risk of crashing. On top of that was his lifespan. Having fused with that single drop of Phoenix blood, even if he didn't continue cultivating, his lifespan could reach a staggering 2,000 years or more. In high spirits, Zhao returned from the rooftop to his bedroom, picked up his phone from the table, and discovered over a dozen missed calls, all from Chong Xiao, who had called not long ago. Zhao didn't call back. Instead, he walked into his 50-square-meter bathroom and enjoyed a relaxing soak. Half an hour later, he emerged, lazily picked up his phone, and found another dozen or so missed calls. He dialed back, and the call connected instantly. Chang Xiao's anxious voice came through. "I finally managed to reach you." "What's up?" Zhao yawned lazily. "Nothing urgent. Let's talk about it tomorrow. You woke me up from a nice dream." No. Chang Xiao, on the other end of the line, was in a panic, pleading 3 times for Zhao not to hang up. "Something major happened tonight. My brother-in-law eloped with a man he has known for only 3 months. They were planning to leave Dacia for the US, but I managed to stop them just in time. But he is in a very unstable state right now. He is screaming and threatening to kill himself. My father-in-law is so upset he is in the hospital, and my wife is so frantic she has got 5 blisters on her lips. I've agreed to your terms. I'm begging you, please step in and help. Zhao remained silent. Chang Xiao sensed an opening and asked frantically, is there anything you need? Just tell me if there is anything you're missing. I promise I won't charge you double the price. Zhao sent over a list of medicinal herbs he'd prepared long ago, with times 20 written next to each item. Just one glance was enough to give Chang Xiao a headache. It was an outrageous demand. He couldn't afford it even if he sold everything he owned. With a bitter expression, he said, I can't afford it. Zhao already knew Chang Xiao's line of reasoning and retorted without any hesitation, I've already told you don't underestimate your father-in-law. He is retired, not dead. The retired mayor of Yun City still wielded considerable influence. Chang Xiao couldn't afford it, but his father-in-law certainly could. I'll need to discuss this further with my father-in-law. Chang Xiao had to run it by his father-in-law. 5 or 600 million wasn't a small sum, and more importantly, it would require cashing in a lot of favors and tapping into numerous channels to secure it. Favors are a finite resource. Each time you use one, you have one less. Unless absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to dip into them. Of course, no problem. Zhao said this and hung up the call. He turned off his phone, tossed it aside, and lay down on the bed to rest. He slept until 10 a.m. After waking up, he texted who to send breakfast. Li Buotao also came over eagerly. As soon as he walked in, he said respectfully, about 2 or 3 hours ago, Chang Xiao called me more than a dozen times, asking how you were doing, but you haven't responded yet. I figured you must be resting, so I didn't come to disturb you. To be honest, Li Buotao felt a secret thrill. Back when Chang Xiao was the warden, he'd walk around with a sour expression all day, acting as if everyone owed him money. A single word from him could send shockwaves through the prison, and Li Buotao had suffered plenty because of it. Hearing Chang Xiao beg for a favor for the first time, even going so far as to call him Brother Tao, made Li Buotao feel instantly elated. It was a shame he'd forgotten to record the call, otherwise, listening to it from time to time would have been one of life's greatest pleasures. Zhao slowly turned on his phone. There were over 30 missed calls, all from Chang Xiao. When he called back, the line connected instantly. The voice on the other end sounded visibly exhausted, his throat hoarse as he exclaimed excitedly, Master Zhao, I've agreed. Zhao tapped his fingers lightly on the table, feigning resignation, I've run into a bit of a snag. 20 copies won't be enough. I'm afraid I'll need 30. Chang Xiao was so furious his liver ached. This was nothing short of blatant extortion. But with his brother-in-law threatening to kill himself and his father-in-law on a ventilator in the hospital, if anything happened to the old man or the child, his wife would probably lose her mind too. Fine. Chang Xiao gritted his teeth and agreed. He was afraid that if he said he needed to think it over, the demand would jump to 40 portions in a moment, and by then, he'd be ready to jump into a river, but it's such a huge amount. I need time to scrape it together. It'll take at least 2 or 3 days at the earliest. No problem. Zhao's tone remained unchanged. As soon as Director Chang has the herbs ready and delivers them to the prison, I'll be able to start refining the elixirs. On the other end of the line, Chang Xiao was in agony. His tone had shifted from pleading to begging, please, Master Zhao, give me some advice. I'm being roasted over a fire right now. Is there any way to keep my brother-in-law quiet for 2 or 3 days? Otherwise, all I'll have left to show for it in 2 or 3 days is a corpse. He really wasn't joking. His brother-in-law was now at his wits' end. He'd given him just one final hour. If he didn't comply, he'd take his own life right there at the airport. Zhao felt that Chang Xiao was simply too close to the situation to see clearly, so he offered the simplest, most brutal solution: send someone to hit him on the back of the head with a hammer. Just knock him out for 3 days in the hospital. That'll do. Don't worry about hitting him too hard. As long as he is still breathing, I can bring him back. Chang Xiao, on the other end of the line, winced. This plan was utterly unethical, but it seemed to be the only option. After exchanging a few polite words, he hung up. Zhao put away his phone. He had Li Buatao and Hu go out, and after finishing breakfast, they left the prison. They hailed a random taxi at the gate, got off in the suburbs 2 hours later, and then Zhao summoned the Crimson Wings on his back, flying at full speed toward Hidden Dragon Mountain. Soaring through vast stretches of mountains and forests, Zhao moved with grace and speed, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. It took him only 10 minutes to reach the summit of Hidden Dragon Mountain, leaving Yenshunzi, who had been intently patrolling the area, stunned. A true immortal. His mouth gaped wide in shock. In all his years, he'd never heard of a true immortal capable of flight. Zhao paid no heed to Yenshunzi. After stabilizing his fluctuating mana, he set foot on the soil of Hidden Dragon Mountain and murmured with deep emotion, "Sealed away for so many years, it's time to restore you to your former glory." He then ordered Yenshunzi to go down the mountain. The farther away, the better. If the area were to be affected by the aftermath, he wouldn't be able to spare the mental energy to protect him. Yenshunzi immediately obeyed Zhao's orders. If even a true immortal said he couldn't protect him, Yenshunzi didn't believe his luck was good enough to survive the backlash. Once Yenshunzi had descended the mountain, Zhao, standing at the center, summoned his Crimson Wings once more, soared into the air, and hovered mid-air. He opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of blazing gunmetal energy, like a roaring waterfall. Though it had only just been cultivated, it already possessed remarkable power, 100 times stronger than a flying sword. One magical formation after another was cleaved apart, destroyed as easily as breaking dry twigs. The commotion was immense, and all manner of terrifying attacks swept through the area. Fire essence, freezing cold, venom. Finally, several flying zombies even leaped out, the vicious guardians of Hidden Dragon Mountain, tasked with killing anyone who attempted to destroy the magical arrays. But they were no match for the gunmetal energy. In an instant, they were torn to shreds. Yenshunzi, who had hidden behind a rock at the foot of the mountain thinking he was safe, was now howling in agony. His Taoist robe had been shredded by the blood-red afterglow, and he ran away crying, his bare buttocks exposed, his head swollen with over a dozen lumps from being struck by flying debris. With the 99 magical arrays destroyed, the dragon vein of Tenglong Mountain was now free once more. After being trapped for so many years, the dragon vein at the mountain's base was finally able to move, letting out an excited roar. Yenshunzi, who had gathered a few leaves to cover himself, looked at Hidden Dragon Mountain in utter astonishment, vaguely guessing what was happening. The body of Hidden Dragon Mountain rumbled as it rose at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, restoring its former glory. In tandem with this, the mana was slowly rising. The half-dead tea trees, now nourished, were finally about to burst with vitality. Zhao had destroyed 81 magical arrays. In addition to breaking the seal on Hidden Dragon Mountain, he now found 8 small, mud-stained objects at his feet, ranging from a silvery white dagger to a purple gold gourd, all precious magical artifacts that had served as array focal points. Though not quite on par with the bronze cauldron, they were by no means inferior. Yenshunzi, who had scrambled back up to the mountaintop using both hands and feet, knelt beside Zhao. Trembling, he cupped a handful of soil and murmured in utter awe, "It's actually a dragon vein. Was it sealed by a magical formation? I can't believe I've witnessed this in my lifetime." A dragon vein is the essence of heaven and earth wherever it lies. Mana is exceptionally dense, making it a sacred site that all martial artists and sorcerers spend their entire lives seeking. He never imagined that after guarding this desolate mountain for over a week, its origins would turn out to be so vast and boundless. Cough cough. Young friends, isn't it a bit rude to rashly tamper with this mountain-s formation without the master's permission? A hoarse, aged cough rang out, followed by a reproachful voice. Yenshunzi instinctively turned around and saw an old man clad in a gray straw raincoat. He had appeared out of nowhere, standing a dozen meters behind them. The old man was far older than him, his eyes hollow and lifeless, like black glass beads from a street stall. Time had eroded him to the extreme. He looked more like a skeleton wrapped in bandages. Yenshunzi furrowed his brow. The man looked somewhat familiar, as if he'd seen him somewhere before. The old man before him appeared to be at least 120 years old. His skin was rough and sagging, like the bark of an ancient tree, covered in furrows and wrinkles. Having long since lost its elasticity, it clung tightly to his bones, giving him an exceptionally terrifying appearance. "I remember now." Yenshunzi's expression turned solemn. A grand elder of the Kumu sect suddenly vanished 30 years ago. I presume you must be Elder Kuing. The Witheredwood sect was one of the top-tier sects in Great Xia. Though it couldn't compare to the Celestial Master's mansion or 10,000 Swords Mountain, it was incomparably stronger than the Blazing Fire sect to which he belonged. As a Grand Elder of the Witheredwood sect, Elder Withered Shadow had already reached the perfect entry into the Tao stage 30 years ago. A rasping sound emanated from the old man's throat, and a hint of approval flashed in his ashen eyes. I never imagined that after disappearing for 30 years, I'd still be recognized today. I'll make sure to kill you quickly and painlessly. He had now reached the Martial King stage, dozens of times more powerful than he had been 30 years ago. The one shrouded in leaves, radiating intense heat, was likely a practitioner of fire-based spells at the early stage of the Tao realm. As for the young man, he emitted no spiritual energy fluctuations indicative of spell cultivation, nor did he show any signs of rigorous martial arts training. He was an ordinary, unremarkable person. Although he didn't know how the two of them had managed to break through the hidden Dragon Mountain formation, he would simply kill them all and be done with it, leaving absolutely no potential threats behind. Zhao looked at Elder Kuing and activated the life-death ledger to review his life history. In that split second, Elder Kuing felt as if the space around him had frozen solid, and a mysterious, overwhelming force enveloped his entire body. A flicker of terror crossed his face as he instantly realized what was about to happen, but he found himself powerless to stop it. At that moment, the course of his life unfolded before the young man's eyes like a scroll. His past, present, and future lay completely exposed. Zhao's gaze was focused and profound. Reviewing the life history of a Martial King stage practitioner indeed consumed a significant amount of mana equivalent to that of 10,000 ordinary people, and nearly half of his mana vanished in an instant. But the information he gleaned from Elder Kuing resolved all of Zhao's doubts. The 81 magical arrays of Hidden Dragon Mountain were the masterpiece of the Shangliu organization. The mysterious Lord Tiger and Elder Kuing were both members of the Shangliu organization. Legend has it that Shangliu originated from a strange demon in the classic of mountains and sees a ferocious beast from the ancient era. After being defeated, it fled in disarray to Wa, where it was renamed Yamada no Orochi. There, it was revered as a supreme deity, honored with temple offerings, and enjoyed the highest status. The Shangliu organization is a terrorist group that secretly took root in Daxia in 1945, after Japan's unconditional surrender following its defeat in World War II, and has been developing its power in the shadows ever since. Over the past few decades, Japan has covertly provided support. According to Elder Kuing's knowledge, the organization's operations span more than a dozen provinces, with puppets planted in over 100 cities. Lord Tiger is one of them. The identities of these puppets vary. They must undergo rigorous selection and are injected with a toxic agent, which is suppressed annually with an antidote. During the war, Hidden Dragon Mountain fell into the clutches of Japanese sorcerers. Upon discovering the dragon vein at its base, they were overjoyed and settled there permanently to cultivate their arts. Before departing, to prevent Great Xia from utilizing it, they jointly set up 81 magical arrays. Each formation was crafted with painstaking effort, consuming vast quantities of rare and precious natural treasures. The 9 most precious treasures were designated as the formation's focal points, with the intention of infiltrating Great Xia to reactivate them when the time was right. 30 years ago, Elder Kuing was nearing the end of his life. Before his death, a man wearing a white mask sought him out, promising to help him break through to the Martial King stage on the condition that he receive an injection of a toxic agent and silently guard a mountain of great strategic importance. Advancing from the perfect Tao realm to the Martial King stage could extend his lifespan by 50 years. Elder Kuing agreed. He then settled on a desolate mountain 20 kilometers away from Hidden Dragon Mountain. For 30 years, he never set foot in a city. Once when thirsty, he drank dew and spring water. When hungry, he hunted wild beasts and ate wild fruits from the mountain. It wasn't until the dragon vein's seal was just lifted that he rushed here in a panic. Zhao understood everything, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. What exactly did you do to me? Elder Kuing, whose aura was both mysterious and formidable, took a huge step forward. Having lived for over 100 years and been tempered by countless brushes with death, his resolve was far beyond that of ordinary men. He stared at Zhao, a sinister, malevolent grin curling at the corners of his mouth. You must have a powerful magic artifact on you, but it'll be mine in a moment. Dying at the hands of a martial king is the greatest honor of your lives. Faced with a mountain of murderous intent, Yan Shenzi showed not the slightest sign of panic. Instead, he flashed a mocking smile. So what if he is at the martial king stage? Zhao, standing right beside him, was a genuine, authentic true immortal. Withered wood palm. Sensing something was amiss, Elder Kuing lunged at Zhao, rings of tree growth rings appearing on his palm as he slashed toward the man's brow. The withered wood palm of the withered wood sect had long been renowned. Any part of the body struck by it would wither instantly, turning into lifeless, decaying flesh. Such a heinous technique, however, comes with its own drawbacks for practitioners even more severe than those of the blazing fire sect. The skin withers into something resembling tree bark, turning the practitioner into a monstrosity that is neither human nor ghost. The deeper one delves into the practice, the more pronounced these effects become. When Elder Withered Shadow, at the martial king stage, unleashed this palm strike, it was all the more terrifying. The air itself exuded an aura of withering decay, and the weeds in its path withered instantly. Zhao didn't flinch or dodge, he simply exhaled calmly, instantly plunging Elder Withered Shadow into an ice chamber. The elder had no time to resist and could only watch helplessly as he froze into an ice sculpture before hitting the ground. Yan Shenzi was completely dumbfounded. He knew that a true immortal would undoubtedly triumph over a martial king stage cultivator, but this was simply too outrageous. He hadn't even made a move or cast a spell. He killed him with a single breath. The martial king stage is the threshold one crosses to enter that realm, granting extraordinary combat prowess. Yet, when facing Zhao, they were no stronger than ants. He was frozen into an ice sculpture in an instant, dead as a doornail. A storm of emotions raged within Yan Shenzi's heart. He had underestimated Master Zhao's strength. Even the young Celestial Master of the Celestial Master's mansion, a prodigy seen once in a century, would likely pale in comparison. Suddenly, he felt a surge of relief. Back in the scripture hall that day, it was only thanks to Zhao Zhenren's mercy and his own quick thinking in handing over the ransom money in time that he had avoided the same fate as Elder Kuing, who now lay frozen as an ice sculpture. Zhao put away the 9 magical artifacts. Using just 3 or 4 of them, along with some auxiliary materials, he could re-establish a mountain ceiling grand formation. Even if a martial king or a true immortal were to arrive, they wouldn't stand a chance of entering or leaving unscathed. With Hidden Dragon Mountain dealt with, it was time for him to return. The information he obtained from Elder Kuing only deepened the murderous intent in Zhao's heart. It turned out to be a group of Japanese collaborators lying in ambush, preying on Huohua Cloud City for all those years. Every extra day they lived was a disgrace to Zhao. I'll recite a few more passages of cultivation techniques for you. It'll be enough for you to reach the pinnacle of the entry into the Tao stage without causing any harm to your body. The dragon vein of Hidden Dragon Mountain had just been unsealed and was in the midst of a period of reconstruction. There could be no further mishaps. Zhao's demeanor was calm, his eyes serene and unruffled, as he looked at Yan Shenzi and said, "From now on, you will remain stationed here permanently. You must not allow anyone to approach. If anything goes wrong, I'll have your head cut off first." Yan Shenzi agreed with great enthusiasm. With the dragon vein of Hidden Dragon Mountain unsealed, the mana would gradually rise, transforming the place into a celestial paradise. In the current cultivation environment of Great Xia, this was a truly rare treasure. A single day here was equivalent to half a month in the outside world. If it were truly possible, he hoped he could stay here forever. Moreover, there were fire elemental cultivation techniques that could be practiced all the way to the great perfection of entering the Tao, techniques that posed no harm to the body whatsoever. It was the kind of blessing that would make him smile in his sleep. Zhao passed on several sections to Yan Shenzi common fare in the starry sky universe that were complete enough to reach the perfected mortal shedding stage. To Yan Shenzi, these were truly divine scriptures. He immediately sat cross-legged to begin contemplating them, his face unable to hide his wild joy. Summoning his crimson wings, Zhao prepared to return to the city. The mana levels on Hidden Dragon Mountain were still too low. Even if he planted that seed, it wouldn't sprout. It might take about a year or even several years before the mountain could fully regain its former glory. He could find ways to shorten that time in the life-death ledger, but for Zhao, as he was now, it was simply impossible. "I'm actually pinning my hopes on the Shangliu organization." High in the sky, Zhao let out a cold laugh, his body shrouded in a fiery glow, as if he were a figure from mythology. Zhao surmised that since the Shangliu organization had sent Lord Tiger, their goal was to quietly take over Hidden Dragon Mountain. They must be planning to reactivate the dragon vein at its base, and since they couldn't wait that long, they surely had a way to shorten the process. Now the roles of hunter and prey had reversed. He would simply lie in wait, first eliminating all of Lord Tiger's closest confidants, then seeing what other tricks he had up his sleeve. Back at the prison, Zhao sent a message to Xin Yunxiang. The time had come to see the results. By tomorrow morning, the head of the Fox Organization's leader would be on his desk. At the same time, he sent a message to He. As soon as he received confirmation of Sua's success, he was to immediately launch a purge against the remaining members of the Fox Organization, not sparing a single executioner with blood on their hands. Black Sun and White Dawn, the two kittens from Yao, lay quietly at Zhao's feet. Every day, they consumed large quantities of fresh beef, then channeled the Demon Emperor skill to temper their own blood. Now as sturdy as young leopards, every movement they made exuded an undeniable air of authority. Who was in charge of feeding them, felt that the two kittens were becoming increasingly different. The occasional gleam in their eyes made him feel as if he were facing two people. Besides refining their blood with the Demon Emperor Heart Sutra, Zhao would often take them for drives around Cloud City. Since the two little ones had awakened their spiritual intelligence, their memory was no less impressive than they had long since etched the entire map of Yun City into their minds. Zhao had also passed on the introductory chapter of the Assassin Guild's teachings for them to study. Being natural-born killers, receiving this introductory chapter was like a divine blessing. Their wild nature was fully unleashed, and they could even engage in combat against a martial master at the Great Achievement stage. In reality, they were Zhao's top combat forces. They just hadn't had a chance to show their stuff yet. Meow, 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 meow. Seeing their pouting expressions, Zhao said with a smile, "Tonight, I'll let you two take action. In a moment, I'll send you photos and locations of Meng Xuanxi and his subordinates. Don't let a single one get away, but above all, don't leave any obvious traces." Hearing that they could finally go into action, both of them pricked up their ears and nodded excitedly. After making the arrangements, Zhao sent a message to Cheng Xiao. All police officers are to remain on standby tonight. Ignore any related emergency calls. Just wait patiently for dawn to appear, then all of this will be over. The more you look forward to something, the slower time seems to pass. That was exactly the case for Black Sun and White Dawn, who were pacing anxiously around the room, scratching their heads in frustration. Finally, as the city's bustle faded, the streets emptied, and the stars and moon were obscured by dark clouds, Zhao watched the receding figure, his eyes cold and devoid of any emotion. The law is too merciful. I will judge the guilty. Black Sun and White Dawn had a clear objective. Running lightly and nimbly, they headed straight for a remote development zone. The development zone was an area awaiting development, filled with construction sites fenced off with corrugated iron. At night, not a soul was to be seen. Ever since the incident at Ping and Charity, the other three companies had stepped up their security measures. They arranged for several people to take turns on night watch, spent a fortune on dozens of infrared cameras, and ordered a large batch of peachwood amulets online to ward off evil spirits. When 3 5-story townhouse-style private villas came into view, sinister smiles curled at the corners of their lips. The villas were surrounded by high walls topped with barbed wire, live with high-voltage electricity 24 hours a day, and dotted with surveillance cameras and automatic alarms. The moment a stranger trespassed, an alarm would immediately alert those inside. Black Sun and White Dawn perched on the branches of a large tree outside, watching intently. No one coming or going escaped their gaze. At least 60 or 70 people were being held captive inside the villa. Security was extremely tight. High-wattage incandescent lights illuminated the place brightly, and there were even several Tibetan mastiffs on the premises, deliberately fed only once a day, leaving them hungry and highly agitated. Forcing their way in wouldn't be a problem, but it would tip off the occupants, and some might escape. The two exchanged a glance, both having come up with a plan. One after another, they left the tree and approached the power pole. They extended their sharp claws, and in an instant, sparks flew everywhere, plunging the 3 townhouses into total darkness. The roars of the Tibetan mastiffs and the voices of the people rang out simultaneously. "Why's the power out? Hurry up and get the generator, the boss is already cursing." Why would the power go out for no reason? Is something bad going to happen? Shut your mouth, you're a jinx. 5 or 6 burly men headed to the basement to fetch the generator, but even after 5 or 6 minutes, the villas remained in darkness. Those ferocious Tibetan mastiffs, as if they'd seen something terrifying, lay cowering on the ground, whimpering, so terrified they'd lost control of their bowels and bladders. The villa's lights would never come on again. 2 figures, one white, one black, transformed into merciless killing machines, their eyes glowing eerily in the darkness. Everyone in their path fell without any resistance before they could even see what was happening. They were reduced to cold, lifeless corpses. In their desperation, some chose to call the police, preferring to end up in jail rather than lose their lives for nothing. But no matter how many times they rang, no one answered. At that moment, they felt as if the world had abandoned them, with only the cold wind and desolation for company. 5 minutes later, black sun and white dawn came to a halt. Not a single living soul remained. Even the Tibetan mastiffs had been disposed of to ensure no potential threats remained. Not a single drop of blood stained their pristine fur. They began taking roll call to make sure no one had slipped through the cracks. As they counted, something felt off. The 2 exchanged a glance, their pupils involuntarily dilating. One person was missing. And it was the most crucial one, their number 1 target, Boss Meng Xuanxi. After circling the townhouse carefully, they discovered a dog hole that was extremely hard to spot. It seemed Meng Xuanxi had crawled out through it. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. They exchanged a glance, sniffed the air, and decisively chose to give chase. This was their first mission. If they let Meng Xuanxi get away, who knows how long they'd be grounded. Before setting off, they slashed the tires of all the nearby cars. He certainly wouldn't get far. Meng Xuanxi had survived this long and risen to become a local tyrant in Yunqing by reading the situation and adapting. He wore a bulletproof vest year-round, never taking it off, not even to sleep or shower. The moment the power went out in the villa, he crawled out through the dog door alone, leaving his henchmen as human shields, and fled in a car. The computer screen in the car was connected to a hidden micro camera inside the villa and had its own independent power source. This was a secret known only to him. Although it was pitch black and he couldn't see a thing, he could hear his men's agonized screams. What the hell kind of monster is this? 80 or 90 men with over a dozen guns, and they didn't even last 3 minutes. Meng Xuanxi's chest heaved violently, the veins in his neck clearly visible. He couldn't remember the last time he felt such fear coursing through his entire body. He already sent a message to Lord Tiger, but the other party hadn't replied, a sign that even Lord Tiger thought he was beyond saving. Run! He had only one thought now: get out of the development zone as fast as possible and head to a populated area. Only then might the killer be deterred. The tires screeched sharply against the ground, leaving a scorched trail on the asphalt. Damn it all to hell, why did they all go flat? Who the hell is trying to kill me? Did I break some heavenly law or something? Do they not even care about the consequences? Meng Xuanxi was on the verge of despair. His whole body was drenched in cold sweat. With all 4 tires flat, he couldn't drive much farther. He could only leave it to fate. Finally, as he reached the edge of the development zone just as the car was about to break down completely, its speed reduced to barely more than that of an electric scooter, a dozen or so soldiers in military uniforms, their expressions exceptionally solemn, came into view. Meng Xuanxi cried out in excitement. He'd never seen soldiers so approachable. He stopped a few meters away from them, scrambled out of the car in a panic, and shouted, "Soldiers, save me! Someone's trying to kill me!" The dozen or so soldiers maintained their solemn expressions. The man leading them was tall and burly. At 25 or 26 years old, he was already a major, a promotion speed that was truly staggering. He looked at the man who had run over, panting heavily, took a 1-inch photo from his pocket, examined it 5 or 6 times, and then asked uncertainly, "Are you Meng Xuanxi?" Although Meng Xuanxi didn't know how the officer recognized him, he didn't have time to worry about that now. He nodded and pleaded, "Sir, please take me away immediately, my life is in danger." The major put the photo away. Someone handed him a pair of white gloves. After putting them on, he drew his service pistol from his waist, chambered around, and fired all in one fluid motion. Meng Shuangxi collapsed to the ground, shot between the eyes, his face still frozen in the shock of his impending death. He never could have imagined he'd die at the hands of someone from the military district. After shooting Meng Shuangxi, they quickly disposed of the body, got into the military district's jeep, and soon vanished into the night. Everything was clearly witnessed by Black Sun and White Dawn, who were hiding in the grass in the distance. They had almost caught up, but then they saw this scene. The two exchanged glances, sensing each other's confusion, but decided not to probe further. They returned to the prison to report back to Zhao. Zhao had been waiting in the prison for quite some time. Seeing the two return safely, he looked nervous and guilty. Using the life-death ledger, he could see exactly what had happened. The military district's men actually showed up too. Elder Yan has truly been generous to me. He even prepared a backup plan. It went without saying that this was connected to Elder Yan. There was no one else in Yunqing capable of mobilizing the military district. Established 40 years ago, the Yunqing military district is one of the 10 major defense commands of Great Xia, boasting formidable military strength. Commanded by a general of the army, even the current mayor must make an appointment days in advance to visit. That major, though the one around 25 or 26, looked somewhat familiar. Zhao smiled cheerfully at the two young guys, who looked a bit guilty. No matter how you look at it, you had someone else clean up after you. Until you're strong enough to match the Martial King stage, and you've mastered the Assassin's Primer to perfection, don't even think about going out there again. Upon hearing this, Black Sun, White Dawn, and Heyo's faces immediately fell, but they didn't argue. Still, for your first mission, you did an excellent job. I've prepared a gift for you. Having sprinted from the prison to the old quarter, killed their target, and then raced back, Zhao could tell they'd expended a great deal of energy. He picked up a beast bone from the table about as thick as an adult man's arm and entirely jet black. It was unclear what species it belonged to, but even after all these years, it still exuded an inexplicable aura of power. Unlike that drop of phoenix blood, which held a special destiny, this bone simply contained immense energy. One of the 9 magic artifacts, Zhao set it aside. Even without any refinement, it possessed considerable power. Zhao estimated that the original form of this beast bone far surpassed the Martial King stage and even the true immortal realm, making it the perfect blood offering for the two kittens. The higher the quality of the blood offering consumed, the more pronounced the effects of the Demon Emperor skill. This mysterious beast bone on the table was 1,000 or even 100 times more potent than fresh beef. Meow! The two kittens let out delighted cries. Once again, the greedy Black Sun and White Dawn were the first to pounce. Though a single bite from them could sever rebar, they could only leave a faint mark and managed to gnaw off a tiny bit no bigger than a sesame seed. Even so, it was more than Black Sun and White Dawn could handle. It felt so hot it seemed like it would burst into flames. They hurriedly activated the Demon Emperor skill and didn't calm down until several minutes later. Black Sun and White Dawn's eyes lit up. They had gained immense benefits from this. Even that tiny speck of sesame seed was worth thousands of gene of beef. You've worked hard, too. Get a good night's rest tonight. Zhao offered a word of encouragement. Now the two of them had their own room and didn't have to stay with Zhao anymore. Rushing from the prison to the development zone, killing their targets, and then rushing back had taken a massive toll on their stamina. They needed a good night's sleep to recover. Watching the little cat walk away with a bone in its mouth, Zhao sat back down at the table. The night wasn't over yet. He still had to keep waiting. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, he and Sue arrived as well. Tonight, Sue was wearing a white, printed, satin, sleeveless cheongsam dress. The bodice featured a sheer, openwork design, and her alluring cleavage was barely concealed by the translucent fabric. It had been custom-made by a specialist to fit Sue's figure perfectly, not only accentuating her stunning curves but also adding a touch of refined intellect to her naturally dignified and alluring demeanor. But, uncharacteristically, her face was expressionless as she held out a wooden box with both hands. Zhao opened the box, and a grinning human head caught his eye. It was the head of the Fox Organization's leader. The Spirit Fox clan was not skilled in direct combat, but they mastered the art of seduction to its utmost. Even the strongest willpower could not resist, as their charm acted directly on the soul, subtly ensnaring the mind without the victim's awareness. After Sue's spiritual cultivation, her charm had increased dramatically. In just 5 days, she had bewitched the leader of the Fox organization to the point where he was staggering all over the place. He resigned himself to handing over the organization's entire membership list, then willingly grabbed a kitchen knife from the kitchen and, with a smile on his face, took his own life. He was no slouch himself, but he kept his distance from Sue ever since he walked in. The method of killing was too bizarre. It was the first time he ever heard of making an enemy commit suicide. It made his scalp tingle. "You did well. I'm very satisfied." Zhao was generous with his praise. Sue's talent was exceptional with her modeled, natural allure physique. Even he had to admit defeat. "Now that you've passed the test, you've become a member of my team." Sue nodded excitedly. "I'll keep working hard and live up to Mr. Zhao's high expectations." She had already felt the benefits of her training. Her every word and gesture was captivating, and her physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary person. A single light leap could carry her 3 meters. He also handed over a list containing over 300 names, each marked with a cross at the end. "The list Miss Sue gave me, not a single one was missed. My team of 5 and I have taken care of them all. We also dealt with Lu Lawai. We recognized he still has some value, so we spared his life for now." At this point, he paused for a second before continuing. "He actually showed some guts. To avoid arousing Lord Tiger's suspicion, he actually had me make a 1 centimeter incision just below his heart and ordered me to kill 2/3 of his men. He is now in the hospital's intensive care unit, fighting for his life. You did a good job, too." Zhao glanced at him with a smile. It had to be said that he was a talented individual. Aside from his natural gifts, he was also a rare orator capable of brainwashing an ordinary person into being willing to lay down their life for him in just half a month. He was perfectly suited to cultivating a group of die-hard loyalists. Zhao had observed the other 5 as well. Now, from the bottom of their hearts, they believed that Zhao had granted them a second life even if it cost them their own lives. They could not let him down. Lu Lawai's actions were Zhao's idea. The other 3 leaders had all been eliminated. Why should you alone be spared unscathed? To avoid arousing Lord Tiger's suspicion, he had no choice but to sever his own hands and feet. Zhao picked up a box from the table, a rather decent magic artifact, crafted from the fangs of a venomous snake with 100 years of cultivation. "You've done a lot for me. Consider this a reward." Taking 4 or 5 of the 9 magic artifacts would be enough. Any more would just be a burden. He had no use for them anyway. He could smash them with a single punch, so he might as well give them away as a reward. He accepted the box with delight. A silvery white dagger lay quietly inside. Its hilt was simple yet elegant, exuding a dangerous yet alluring aura. He couldn't help but gently stroke it. It was as if it had been tailor-made just for him. With this dagger at his side, he would be even more formidable. Even if he encountered a martial master, he'd have the confidence to ambush and kill them. In recent days, he had devoted himself to gathering information and had gained a basic understanding of martial arts and sorcery, realizing just how arduous the training process was. Martial arts emphasize arduous training year after year of diligent practice. Even those with exceptional talent take 10 years to reach the martial warrior stage, and 30 to 50 years to have a chance at the martial master stage. As for the martial king stage, it remains a distant dream. While magical arts offer quick results, their drawbacks are too great. Practitioners either end up neither human nor ghost, or their lives are cut short. He also knew what a magic artifact was, a priceless treasure that money couldn't buy, and many martial masters didn't even possess a single one. But what Mr. Zhao taught was different. It allowed him to gain power without arduous training, and it had no adverse effects on his body. Moreover, Mr. Zhao casually gifted him magic artifacts with precious attribute values. Deep down, he truly revered Mr. Zhao as a god. Don't get too excited just yet, there is still a task to complete. Zhao's words brought him back to reality. I want you to select another 24 reliable people from the prison. Once you've confirmed they're suitable, teach them the basics of the Assassin Guild and establish an assassin organization. As long as he obtained the herbs Cheng Xiao had given him, he could refine 30 tiger wolf pills. He'd give one to Cheng Xiao's brother-in-law, Deng Xiuan, and the remaining 29 would forge 29 individuals who feared neither life nor death. Their bodies would also become vastly stronger, and with a little training, they could become top-tier assassins. Then they could take on missions from the dark web to hunt down targets with bounties on their heads, bounties that were astronomically high, starting at $1 million for even the lowest tier targets. It would be a world of difference from the petty jobs they were doing now. I guarantee we'll complete the mission. He, too, felt his blood boil, as if he could already see the assassin organization shining brightly in the future, becoming a name that struck fear into the hearts of all who heard it. The Assassin Guild's training methods are designed for those who make a living by killing. Strict, by-the-book training yields very little results. Only by repeatedly teetering on the brink of life and death can one seize the opportunity for a breakthrough. Sue, standing nearby, looked on with envy. It was clear that the dagger was extremely valuable, but having just passed the trial and yet to earn any merits, he could only gaze at it longingly. Zhao, of course, noticed Sue's expression. He turned to him and said solemnly, "I have a daunting task to entrust to you. Mr. Zhao, please go ahead." Su was also excited, eager to prove himself. The products developed by Zhuangqi Research are about to hit the market. I've already had someone set up the company. It's called Shuling Cosmetics, located in the new district, but we're still missing a brand ambassador. I think you're the perfect choice. A brand ambassador? Su was a bit puzzled. But I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have the fame of a celebrity in the entertainment industry. Why not choose a superstar who's at the peak of their popularity? They have a much better chance of making the product an instant hit. Because you're a natural allure physique, every glance and smile of yours captivates the soul. You're far superior to those celebrities who rely solely on their looks. Zhao encouraged Su to think outside the box and offered a practical approach. Besides, you can become a star yourself. Start filming tomorrow. We'll tailor a great script for you, and it'll be released in a few months. By then, you'll have gained popularity. A natural allure physique who has cultivated her abilities is bound to become a sensation. I forgot to tell you that there's a shortcut to the Spirit Fox Clan's cultivation techniques. The more people you charm, the more vital energy you'll gain from them. For you, that's the best tonic you can keep breaking through without even cultivating. A single day's progress will equal what it normally takes months to achieve, and it can even compensate for the drawbacks of an impure bloodline. The nine-tailed demon foxes of the Spirit Fox Clan are pure-blooded natural allure physiques. They attract countless prodigies to follow them and can reach the pinnacle of power in the shortest possible time. Sue's heart was pounding as he envisioned a bright future ahead. And Zhao smiled and continued, "Don't think of Snow Spirit Cosmetics as a small brand taking on an endorsement role. 1T be a step down for you. I see the future of Snow Spirit Cosmetics. Its first product launch is bound to be a dark horse that takes the industry by storm, and it will bring you your first wave of fans right away." The news he and Su received tonight was nothing short of mind-blowing. Zhao had mapped out a future for both of them. He was so excited he wouldn't be able to sleep for the next few nights. Go back and get ready. A bright future is beckoning you. Zhao's phone rang. With everything said, it was time to let them go. He and Su bowed respectfully to Zhao and silently left the prison. A familiar unknown number. Zhao already knew who it was. He put the phone on speaker and placed it on the table, and a hoarse roar followed. "So you really want to let this go until one of us is dead, huh?" Even through the phone, Zhao could feel Lord Tiger's fury. With 3 of his 4 closest confidants dead and 1 crippled, his power in Yunqing completely uprooted, there was no way he could remain calm. "Keep your voice down. It's the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid of disturbing the neighbors?" Zhao picked his ear, thoroughly enjoying this moment when Lord Tiger lost his composure. "If we get the neighbors to call the police and end up getting hauled into the station, this whole mix-up will blow up in our faces. I'm giving you one last chance. You don't know who you're messing with. Even if you've got some tricks up your sleeve, it's nothing more than a mayfly trying to shake a tree." Lord Tiger forced himself to calm down and revealed a bit of the truth to Zhao. The special envoy was about to arrive, and he had to resolve all the troubles in Yunqing before then secure the deed to Hidden Dragon Mountain and make Zhao disappear forever. "Little Tiger," Zhao suddenly called out. Lord Tiger, on the other side, visibly paused, looking stunned and incredulous. "You called me what?" "Little Tiger, what's wrong?" Zhao lowered his voice, pretending to be running, and said with great solemnity, "Don't think you're hiding very well. I've already figured out where you are, and I'm on my way to your house right now. You're bluffing. Lord Tiger's voice returned to its usual cold tone. He wasn't going to fall for it that easily. He knew that the Great Xia dynasty had enshrined immortals, so he was exceptionally careful about his movements, resolutely avoiding exposure to the public and directing operations from behind the scenes, unknown to anyone. He believed he had been flawless for the past 5 years. Zhao was almost certainly bluffing. A puppet of the Shangli organization and a lackey injected with poison. Do you really think no one knows your whereabouts? Zhao responded with a cold laugh of his own, using the Heart Sutra of creation to conjure gusts of howling cold wind that made it feel as if he were sprinting. Little tiger, if you don't believe me, just sit there and don't move. I'll take your dog's life within half an hour. Lord Tiger on the other end of the line fell silent. He was indeed intimidated by Zhao. After 5 seconds of silence, he gritted his back teeth and spat out 3 words, "You're ruthless." Then the call was hung up. When Zhao dialed back, the display showed out of service area. A smug, triumphant grin spread across his face. "I scared the hell out of you, you fool. You're probably running for your life right now. I'm off to sleep." In high spirits, Zhao lay down on his bed and quickly fell asleep. It wasn't until the sun rose slowly, its golden dawn light quietly spilling down and draping the earth in a dazzling mantle. Yunqing was shaken once again and on an unprecedented scale. The police station's phones were ringing off the hook, with countless people reporting that they'd seen one gruesome corpse after another. Chang Xiao acted as if nothing had happened, sending officers over to go through the motions. By noon, he publicly announced that it was a case of criminal on criminal violence. He stated there was conclusive evidence that all the victims had been involved in murder cases, and that the killer was still being pursued. Any new developments would be announced immediately. The people of Yunqing were grinning from ear to ear. Over 1,000 of them gathered spontaneously at the police station entrance to submit a joint petition, begging the police to stop the investigation. Those who died were all heinous criminals, worse than beasts. "Don't dare slander our benefactor as the killer, or we'll camp out right here at the police station entrance and never leave." These 4 scourges had plagued Yunqing for over 20 years, devastating countless families and forcing innumerable women into prostitution. Now that they've been eradicated overnight, if the police dare lay a finger on their benefactors, the thousands standing at the police station entrance will be the first to object. The general public has its own sense of justice, which is often more accurate than the law itself. Dozens, even hundreds, of banners were plastered across an entire wall, ridding the people of evil a legacy for the ages. The sword of justice eliminating violence and bringing peace. Fearless heroes protecting the people and ensuring peace. The police were completely at a loss and had no choice but to come out and hand out bottled water. Among the thousands of petitioners were many elderly men. It was the height of summer, and if anything were to happen, the police would be held responsible. The petitioners were resolute. They didn't leave even late into the night. Moreover, as the incident gained publicity, the crowd actually grew larger and larger. Through the window of the chief's office, Chang Xiao could clearly see the expressions on each petitioner's face, a mix of emotion and resignation and even a touch of envy. Deep down, he found himself wondering whether the law was too lenient these days, whether the judicial system had become too bloated, and whether the process from investigation to sentencing took far too long. As long as there was a single flaw in the process, those with ulterior motives could exploit the loophole. Zhou's approach of fighting fire with fire was, in fact, far more efficient. It really is taking credit for someone else's work. No matter how much he disliked Zhou's status as a criminal, he had to admit what a massive gift he'd been given. All he had to do was clean up the mess. He didn't linger in the office for long and left through the back door of the police station. He just sent Zhao a text message, arranging to meet at his father-in-law's villa complex shortly. He already prepared 30 sets of documents and sent someone to deliver them to Yunqing prison, a process that had cost him not only an astronomical sum but also a significant number of favors he'd accumulated over the years. However, with this generous gift from Zhao, his promotion to deputy mayor in a few years was a sure thing. Arriving at the villa where his father-in-law, Deng Kaiji, lived, he waited at the entrance for over 10 minutes before Zhao finally showed up. The two entered together. His father-in-law, Deng Kaiji, had been discharged from the hospital against medical advice and was being pushed in a wheelchair by his daughter, Deng Panyan. As for his son, Deng Xiuwen, he'd become a source of torment if he couldn't come to terms with his sexual orientation. He wouldn't have long to live. Zhao asked, "Where is he?" Chang Xiao led the way, unlocking the innermost bedroom on the third floor with his key. There they found Deng Xiuwen, bound like a rice dumpling, his mouth sealed with duct tape, his eyes practically shooting fire. Deng Xiuwen was strikingly handsome, with delicate, refined features. At 36 or 37, his skin was still smooth and supple, the kind of man who was very popular in the straight scene. Upon seeing his brother-in-law Chang Xiao arrive, he let out a series of anguished whimpers. If he hadn't been tied up so tightly, Deng Xiuwen would have leaped up to kill someone. He'd been tied up for 3 whole days, forced to relieve himself on the bed. It was more despairing than death itself. Facing Zhao's appraising gaze, Chang Xiao sighed helplessly, pressing his hand to his forehead. "Your plan is way too risky. He is a grown man going without food for a few days. Won't kill him?" Zhao wasted no time. He stepped forward, ripped off the duct tape, leaving him no chance to struggle, pulled the prepared tiger wolf pill from his pocket, and roughly shoved it into Deng Xiuwen's mouth. He then forced a few mouthfuls of mineral water down his throat, ignoring the fact that Deng Xiuwen's face had turned bright red from choking. After finishing, he sealed Deng Xiuwen's mouth with duct tape again. Zhao wiped his hands with a towel. "Let us go sit outside for a bit. Half an hour should be enough." Chang Xiao's expression was incredibly complex. Although he knew Zhao was genuinely skilled, the treatment process had been far too simple and rough. Even a village veterinarian treating livestock would have examined the patient more carefully for a while. But seeing how confident Zhao looked, he didn't feel he could say anything more and could only follow him outside to drink tea. That half hour felt like an eternity. Chang Xiao had already braced himself for the worst. But as he nervously climbed the stairs and entered the bedroom, the scene that greeted him left him speechless. Deng Xiuwen, whom he hadn't seen for half an hour, had taken the pill Zhao had given him and had rolled off the bed onto the floor. He was now using a protrusion in the corner of the wall to fray the rope. He paid no heed to the roughness of the rope, nor did he care that his arms were bleeding from the friction. Give him a little more time, and he really would have escaped. Most crucially, his demeanor had changed. There was no trace of his former effeminate air. His entire being radiated a powerful masculinity, as if he were a completely different person. But Chang Xiao still couldn't be sure. What if his brother-in-law was just putting on an act? Once everyone believed it was real, and he suddenly fled the country, they'd be screwed. Zhao sensed Chang Xiao's concerns. He picked up Deng Xiuwen's phone from the table, entered the 6-digit passcode to unlock it, and expertly opened the encrypted photo album. Inside were hundreds of short videos at random. He tapped one that showed Deng Xiuwen being mounted and howling in pleasure. Deng Xiuwen took just one glance and stared at Zhao in sheer horror, instinctively reaching out to snatch the phone. "Delete it right now." He felt like he must have been possessed by a demon. Back then he was actually a bottom in the gay scene. Just thinking about what he'd done in the past made him cringe. Women with big breasts and perky butts were his type. Plus, the guy across from him was way too shameless, playing a video of him being ridden like a horse right in front of his brother-in-law, with the volume cranked all the way up so loud you could hear it all the way down on the first floor. He was too embarrassed to stay there. It was a total social death scene. Chang Xiao was the police chief. He dealt with criminals every day and was an expert at reading micro-expressions. You could tell my brother-in-law's disgust came from the bottom of his heart. It's the kind of expression you just can't fake. I can confirm his sexual orientation has truly been reversed. Zhao handed over the phone with a smile. An agitated Deng Xiuwen couldn't be bothered to delete the videos one by one, so he slammed the phone hard onto the floor. Only after ensuring there was no chance of recovery did he let out a long sigh of relief. Once Deng Xiuwen had calmed down, the three of them returned to the first floor. Chang Xiao had been constantly worried about his father-in-law's health and hadn't let him go upstairs for the past 3 days. Now, seeing his son finally back to normal in front of so many people, he couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Even if he were to die right now and go to the afterlife, he'd have the face to answer to his ancestors. Since the matter is settled, I'll be on my way. Zhao still had a pile of things to take care of. Just as he was about to leave, Deng Kaiji called him back. Shaking slightly, he pulled a set of keys from his pocket. "Mr. Zhao, I owe you a great debt of gratitude this time. I own 2 properties in this complex, the other one is just sitting idle. If you don't mind, please accept it. Although the villa wasn't particularly expensive, the fact that it had been sold out 5 or 6 years ago and hadn't been put back on the market since made it all the more valuable. Standing nearby, Deng Xiuwen stuck out his neck, shedding his effeminate demeanor. His personality had undergone a complete reversal. Upon hearing that a villa was being offered as a gift, he couldn't contain himself and blurted out, "Am I even your son? You're giving away the entire family fortune to that old Deng. Don't be rude." Deng Kaiji glared at Deng Xiuwen with eyes wide with fury. He knew Zhao was a remarkable figure, someone with connections even to the military district, and that the future held limitless prospects. If he didn't build a relationship with him now, he'd never have another chance. If only his health allowed it, he'd have loved to kick him a couple of times. Zhao accepted the offer. He thought the scenery here was nice, and since it was close to Shuling Cosmetics, it would be a good place for his classmate Zhu Guanqi to live. After all, she was his cash cow, and living in a place that was too remote would seriously hinder her inspiration when researching new products. Deng Kaiji was overjoyed. His complexion even looked rosier. He insisted on personally seeing Zhao off to his car and didn't return home until he had watched him drive out of the community gate. Zhao didn't return to prison immediately. Instead, he went to visit Elder Yan again. Elder Yan had given Zhao tremendous support, both in words and deeds. That military unit that had surrounded Meng Xuanxi was a contingency plan Elder Yan had arranged to prevent Zhao from making any mistakes. Arriving at the small courtyard halfway up the mountain, Zhao found not only Elder Yan at the gate but also a young man waiting nearby, the major who had executed Meng Xuanxi that night, a face that looked somewhat familiar. "Young Zhao, you finally arrived. I'd been waiting for you for ages." As soon as Zhao got out of the car, Elder Yan warmly greeted him and led him into the courtyard, where 5 or 6 small dishes were laid out on the table in the pavilion. That was a truly satisfying kill that night. You didn't let a single little punk get away. The celebratory drinks have been ready for ages. I've heard that the people petitioning on your behalf completely surrounded the police station. Listening to Elder Yan's banter, Zhao smiled but said nothing, simply pouring himself a drink. "Oh, right. Elder Yan tapped the back of his head lightly and pointed at the young man, saying, "I forgot to introduce him to you. His name is Xin Zhongjian. He is the most accomplished member of the Xin family in 3 generations, a major at just 25, and now the captain of the Special Forces unit." Zhao realized why the young man looked familiar. He bore a slight resemblance to Xin Fu, but his demeanor was entirely different. Xin Zhongjian showed not a trace of arrogance. His brow radiated a heroic spirit. As a soldier tempered on the battlefield, he respectfully extended his hand. "Mr. Zhao, I've heard your name mentioned time and again. You saved Elder Yan's life. You are a benefactor to the entire Xin family." Zhao politely shook his hand, then sat down and clinked glasses with Elder Yan. Xin Zhongjian didn't sit down either. He stood behind Elder Yan, pouring wine for the two of them from time to time. After 3 rounds of wine and a meal featuring 5 different flavors, the meal was nearly over, and they turned to casual conversation. Xin Zhongjian, who had been silent for nearly half an hour, finally couldn't resist speaking up. "Mr. Zhao, I've heard from Elder Yan that you're a man of true ability. Why don't you come visit the military district sometime?" Zhao could also sense the mark of a martial artist in Xin Zhongjian. There were martial arts masters in the military district as well, and they were even stronger than Wang Fuzhu. Xin Zhongjian's invitation for Zhao to visit the military district was also a way to test his true capabilities. "I'll go when I have time." Zhao gave a perfunctory reply, finished his lunch, and returned to the prison. He immediately set to work using the remaining 29 sets of ingredients to refine 29 tiger wolf pills. He employed the bronze cauldron that served as the core of the little Qingming formation, resulting in a quality far superior to the pills he had given to Cheng Xiao's brother-in-law. After finishing the refinement, he notified he to come over and select the candidates. There were already 5 people. He needed to select 24 more. He had already taken several Bai Sui pills and had absolutely no need for the Tiger Wolf pills. With his deep roots within the prison, he selected the 24 most outstanding candidates. Clutching the bottle filled with pills tightly, he hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "Mr. Zhao, could you give this assassin organization a name?" Zhao tapped the table lightly and, after a moment's thought, said, "The underworld. You will be the assassin guild under the underworld. Train these 24 men as quickly as possible. Within half a year, each of them must complete 3 assassination missions on the dark web. Those who fail will be expelled and never rehired." In mythology, the underworld has 10 halls now. Zhao was recreating it. The 24 couldn't take the tiger wolf pill right away either. They also needed to undergo plastic surgery and be monitored for a while to ensure no oversights occurred. Zhao sent a message to Cheng Xiao, instructing him to find a way to delete the personal records of all 30 people including he and Dasha, so that from then on, they would be ghosts who never existed in this world. Cheng Xiao agreed it wasn't a difficult task and could be completed in a few days. Over the next few days, the media frenzy surrounding the 3 great scourges gradually subsided. Fewer and fewer people came to the police station to protest each day, and Yunqing welcomed a long-awaited peace. The crime rate hit a 50-year low, and the police were so bored they were practically twiddling their thumbs. Mainly, the small-time thugs were scared terrified that they might be wiped out in the middle of the night. Zhao Henti left prison. He was immersed in designing a magical formation for Hidden Dragon Mountain. Now, who wasn't allowed to visit him casually except to deliver meals if he had anything to report, he sent a text message. Who had just sent Zhao a message informing him that Gu Qingqing and Wang Fuzhu had arrived. The reception room. Zhao replied with just those 3 words, then left the room and went downstairs. Gu Qingqing was wearing a purple Suzhou embroidered cheongsam, her long hair styled into a beautiful bun. Standing 1.75 meters tall in stiletto heels, she put many young men to shame. After killing her second uncle, Gu Yulong, Gu Qingqing had undergone a dramatic transformation. She began taking an active role in the family business and had dealt with quite a few people who had been close to her second uncle. Old Master Gu had also begun to delegate authority, preparing to step down as head of the Gu family. Gu Qingqing was the front-runner to succeed him as evidenced by his decision to appoint Wang Fuzhu as her personal bodyguard. Wang Fuzhu, clad in his ever-unchanging black training uniform, looked at the radiant Zhao with a puzzled expression and asked, "The immortal you serve is so formidable, and they've been intervening repeatedly lately. How come there's not a single sign of backlash?" The ancestral records were very clear on this, but they didn't apply to Zhao. "Maybe I have a good relationship with the immortal." Zhao made up a casual excuse. This immortal who no longer existed was his greatest source of support. If he himself was already so formidable, the immortal must be infinitely powerful, so much so that Lord Tiger fled in the dead of night, terrified. I wonder if he has been able to sleep these past few days. Wang Fuzhu remained silent, convinced that Zhao must have a way to control the backlash but was simply unwilling to reveal it. Of course, he fully understood, if one could coexist peacefully with an immortal, that would transcend the cultivation systems of martial arts and sorcery. Who knows how many people would flock to it, willing to pay any price to attain it. Gu Qingqing changed the subject. Time was of the essence now. She had to wind down the Gu family's business as quickly as possible. The longer it dragged on, the more likely things would go awry. I've received some breaking news. Xin Hong is going to hold a funeral for his son, Xin Yuanhao, in 5 days. And Xin Hong claims he already knows who killed his son, but because he couldn't find evidence, the culprit has gone unpunished. He'll publicly reveal the culprit's identity on the day of the funeral. All signs point to this being directed at you, who is currently in prison. Over the next few days, every notable figure in Yunqing will receive an invitation to attend the funeral, which will be held on Dongping Avenue in the new district. Zhao stroked his chin. What I'm really curious about is why it has to be 7 days from now, and why it has to be on Dongping Avenue. Shuling Cosmetics is located on Dongping Avenue, and they're launching their first product in 5 days. Gu Qingqing now holds all the power and can tap into the Gu family's entire network. Yin Jia, a graduate of the art department at Yunqing University, has been frequently visiting Qin Hong's home lately. My investigation revealed that she used to be Qin Yuanhao's mistress. Yin Jia. Zhao paused for a second to recall Yin Jia from the hotel management department, who was famous at Yunqing University for her fiery temperament. She went through boyfriends like water. If she took a liking to someone, she'd start dating him right away, even sleeping with him on the first day they met. She was practically as easy as a bus. Moreover, she never cared about her surroundings once the mood struck, she'd even do it in the restroom. She occasionally took on part-time jobs off campus. Her status as a Yunqing University student was quite sought after, and many employers with lower educational backgrounds were quite fond of her. On top of that, having studied dance since elementary school, she could perform difficult moves like the splits, earning several thousand to tens of thousands of yuan in just half an hour, though this was a rather private matter known only to a very few. Later, for reasons unknown, she hooked up with Qin Yuanhao, who paid her 6 or 7 10,000 yuan a month in maintenance money. Besides using the money for herself, she'd take him to bars every few days and share it with her friends. After Qin Yuanhao went to prison following the medicinal herb field incident, he had Jie figure out a way to seduce Xiao, planning to set him up and frame him for rape. But no matter how foolish Xiao was, he wouldn't fall for it. Instead, he turned the tables and obtained a video of Jie selling herself, which enraged Qin Yuanhao to the point of wanting to kill someone. If it's Jie, then everything makes sense. Zhao said, Jie knows about my relationship with Zhu Guanqi, so she must have guessed that I'm also connected to Shuling Cosmetics. That's why she is trying to force me to show up at Qin Yuanhao's funeral in 5 days. Gu Qingqing furrowed her brow slightly. She really is a vicious woman. Do you want me to teach her a lesson for you? No need to go to all that trouble. Zhao smiled, dissuading Gu Qingqing from taking unnecessary action. Everything they've done is just to get me to show up at the funeral. I'll just show up when the time comes, so as not to let certain people's meticulous preparations go to waste. He had figured it out. There was a hidden hand behind the scenes, Lord Tiger of the Shangli organization. Having lost his 4 closest confidants, Lord Tiger would have to step in personally, no matter how much he didn't want to. Zhao had been waiting for this very day. No matter what tricks you have up your sleeve, I'll take them all on. Wang Fuzhu also offered to lend a hand, but only on the condition that he wouldn't get too deeply involved, so as not to drag the Gu family into trouble. After all, Gu Qingqing was still inexperienced, and established rivals were watching her closely. One wrong move could put her at a disadvantage. Zhao thanked Gu Qingqing. There were no conflicting interests between them. Thank you. Gu Qingqing blinked her beautiful eyes repeatedly, looking at Zhao with anticipation. Zhao suddenly sensed that Gu Qingqing's motives for coming today weren't entirely pure. Just as he was about to use the life-death ledger to investigate, she beat him to it. I won't give you a chance to read my fortune. I hope that when Snow Spirit Cosmetics launches its products, the Gu family can secure the right of first refusal. The Gu family has been too complacent for too long. Many of its sectors have become stagnant, and its outdated industries need to be phased out. I have great confidence in you. Although she hadn't seen Shuling Cosmetics products or knew how effective they were, Gu Qingqing had strong faith in Zhao. She was certain he would astonish everyone. She had to get in on this while they still had a relationship. It's better to help someone in need than to add to their success. Otherwise, if she tried to get a piece of the pie later, who knows how long she'd have to wait in line. Agreed. Zhao agreed. If the Gu family got on board as well, things would indeed go much more smoothly. Gu Qingqing and Wang Fuzhu stood up, wasting no more time, and left the reception room to exit the prison. Zhao didn't stay at the prison much longer either. He hadn't been to Hidden Dragon Mountain for several days. Although Yan Xinzi sent messages every day assuring him that everything was fine, he still needed to go and check for himself and to set up a magical array. He brought the 2 kittens along as well. As usual, they drove to the suburbs, summoned their wings, and flew to Hidden Dragon Mountain. It was Black Sun and White Dawn's first flight with He Yao. Zhao grabbed them by the back of the neck with one hand, and as they looked down at the mountain scenery from high above, they were so excited they kept sticking out their tongues. As soon as they landed on the mountaintop, they saw Yan Xinzi acting suspiciously, seemingly up to something. Upon getting a clear look, Zhao's expression turned utterly exasperated. Damn it, put that Fiji cup away, you're so full of energy at your age. Yan Xinzi hadn't expected Zhao to pay a sudden visit either, and he awkwardly tucked away the Fiji cup. Master Zhao, how did you just show up like this? If I hadn't dropped by unexpectedly, I'd never have known Master Yan had such a hobby. Zhao said with a cold laugh. He truly hadn't expected to witness such a scene, and it was a good thing he'd arrived a second later, otherwise, it would have been too spicy for his eyes. Black Sun and White Dawn, along with the two little cats from Heiyao, also stared at Yen Shinzi with curiosity, unable to fathom what the human before them had done wrong to make their master fly into such a rage. Yen Shinji, his old face flushed with embarrassment and fearing Zhao might slap him to death, hurriedly explained, "The downside of cultivating fire-based spells is that you're constantly consumed by inner fire. If you don't release it in time, you could even lose control and go mad. Besides, I'm very careful about hygiene. I put everything in a trash bag. I didn't even drop a single piece of toilet paper on the ground." Even though he knew Yen Shinzi was telling the truth, Zhao issued a warning this would be a one-time exception, otherwise, he would permanently resolve the issue. Yes. Yen Shinzi knew the matter was settled and eagerly responded with a nod. Moreover, as he cultivated the spells bestowed by Zhao, the physical side effects he had previously suffered were gradually weakening, and he would no longer need to resort to such primitive methods to vent his inner fire. He then looked at the two kittens in astonishment and couldn't help but exclaim, "Master Zhao, you truly have extraordinary good fortune. What rare spiritual beasts, and you've managed to bring them both under your command. Their innate potential and talent surpass even my own. Given time, they might even rival the martial king stage." Although there was an element of flattery in his words, Yen Shinzi was genuinely astonished. He could clearly see the extraordinary qualities of the two kittens. In Great Xia, there were sects dedicated to raising spirit beasts, which Yen Shinzi had encountered during his travels across the land. Yet none could compare to the two kittens before him. Their tiny bodies harbored terrifying power. When Yen Shinzi was suddenly locked in their gaze, he felt a heart-stopping illusion as if he were facing two ferocious tigers. "Step aside for now, I need to set up a formation." Zhao instructed Yen Shinzi to keep his distance, and the two kittens also retreated to a safe spot, crouching on the ground and waiting quietly. He rose into the air, took out 5 magic artifacts and the materials he'd gathered over the past few days, and began setting up a magical formation for Hidden Dragon Mountain. As the seal on Hidden Dragon Mountain was lifted, the mana levels rose daily, and the biggest beneficiaries were those tea trees, which, nourished by the mana, burst with new vitality. The leaves, once withered and yellow, turned a vibrant green in the sunlight. They shimmered like jade, radiating vitality. With the experience gained from setting up the little Qingming formation, he now worked with ease, and the task was largely completed in 2 or 3 hours. He used 5 magic artifacts from the Shangliu organization, the most valuable of which was the purple gold gourd. Its surface was covered with a layer of purple gold luster, rippling with threads of mysterious runes. It was carved with patterns of billowing clouds as well as auspicious symbols of dragons and phoenixes bringing good fortune. It doesn't look like it was made in Wa. Zhao thought about it and realized it made sense. During the years when Wa invaded Xia, who knows how many treasures were looted. The purple gold gourd was one of them, and now it had become the core of the grand formation. It could absorb the mana of Hidden Dragon Mountain, convert it into primal energy, and unleash terrifying attacks. Even martial king stage cultivators and true immortals would have to dodge, not daring to face it head-on. Yen Shinzi, standing nearby and witnessing the entire scene, was so stunned he couldn't speak. Time and again, Zhao Zhenren had shattered his preconceptions single-handedly, setting up a complete mountain-sealing battle formation. Even the top-tier sects of Great Xia possessed sect-sealing formations, but they were certainly not set up by a single person. They required the efforts of dozens or even hundreds of years and several generations, with Zhenren-level experts constantly refining them. As Zhao landed, he took a deep breath. The mana of Hidden Dragon Mountain surged toward him after being tempered by the golden flames. It transformed into mana to replenish the array's energy expenditure. It's still nowhere near as taxing as the prison. It'll take at least 2 years to recover. This thing has been with you for many years. Haven't you figured out what it really is yet? Zhao poured out of the small wooden box that palm-sized, wrinkled, and deeply furrowed object a white-brown, jelly-like trinket and looked at old Demon Hua with a smile. "Please enlighten me, true immortal Zhao." Old Demon Hua nodded. He was indeed very curious. Over the years, he had pored over hundreds, even thousands, of ancient texts, yet had failed to uncover even the slightest clue. Zhao placed the object into the hole, filled it in bit by bit with soil, and softly uttered 2 words, "Seed." "Say, Ed?" Yen Shinzi's mind went blank for a moment. He considered many possibilities, but had never associated it with a seed. Besides, it looked completely withered. Was there any chance it could sprout again? Some extraordinary elixirs, having lived too long, face the jealousy of the heavens when they are about to develop sentience. This triggers the 9 heavens thunder tribulation to strike them down. The one you've obtained must be a precious elixir from Mount Chanbai that failed to survive the tribulation, one with less than 1 in 10,000 chances of survival. Zhao's eyes burned with intense anticipation. A spiritual herb capable of summoning a thunder tribulation must be extraordinary. The notes recorded that it could bring the dead back to life and achieve the miraculous effect of regrowing flesh on bare bones. Starting today, report to me once a day on the seed's condition. Zhao issued an order to Yenshunzi. Even though he knew the mana wasn't dense enough at the moment, there might be hope if enough time passed. It's still not enough. He summoned the horse-faced Rakshasa once more. The moment it appeared, Yenshunzi was filled with dread, and a bold suspicion took root in his mind. Could it be that Master Zhao has enshrined an immortal being? It actually seemed plausible. Master Zhao, in his early 20s, had no master but possessed precious cultivation techniques. He could even fathom the mysteries of heaven and see through destiny, something only those enshrined by the immortal sect could achieve. But Yenshunzi recalled that those enshrined by the immortal sect were supposed to revere the sect as their ancestors, so why did Master Zhao treat them as if they were at his beck and call? Now that the prison was protected by the Little Qingming formation, security was no longer a concern. He would leave the horse-faced Rakshasa at Hidden Dragon Mountain. Its combat prowess rivaled that of the martial king stage, making it capable of shouldering the crucial task of protecting the seed. He then turned his gaze to Black Sun and White Dawn, the 2 kittens sitting quietly. From now on, you'll stay here too. Aside from that single beast bone, you'll have to hunt for your own daily blood offerings, or else, you'll just have to go hungry. The 2 kittens were growing larger by the day, now about the size of small leopards, and keeping them in the prison was becoming quite inconvenient. It would be better to bring them to Hidden Dragon Mountain as well. After all, the area was surrounded by mountains for 100 kilometers in every direction, with no shortage of large prey like wild boars, more than enough to fill their bellies while honing their combat skills through the hunt. Black Sun and White Dawn exchanged a glance with Heya. There was no hesitation in their eyes, only excitement and anticipation. They'd been feeling stifled in prison, confined to their room every day. Now they felt an infinite sense of freedom and couldn't wait to go hunting. Zhao picked some tea leaves and put them in a cloth bag. They looked promising, though he wasn't sure about their quality. After descending the mountain, he asked Su to recommend a tea frying master. Once he got the address, he drove there and arrived at a very famous tea house 2 hours later. Following the address Su had given him, he made his way to the very back of the premises and stopped in front of an unremarkable little courtyard. Specialization is key. Tea frying, also known as kill green, is a crucial step in tea production. The purpose is to use high heat to deactivate the oxidase enzymes in the fresh leaves, evaporate some of their moisture to soften them, making them easier to roll into shape while simultaneously removing the grassy odor and promoting the development of a pleasant aroma. Yinqing is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and is home to many tea growers. Though it may not be as famous as Wui Mountain, its tea growing scale is by no means small. The small courtyard was inconspicuous amid the high rises. It lacked lavish decor but possessed a unique, understated elegance, much like a beauty who lives a secluded life. The first thing that catches the eye is the wooden door, free of elaborate ornamentation, meticulously crafted from dark brown wood, and exuding a faint, fresh fragrance in the sunlight. A man in his 30s, dressed in a suit, spotted Zhao approaching while following his navigation app and eagerly stepped forward to greet him. "Are you Mr. Zhao?" Seeing Zhao nod, the man in the suit smiled even more broadly. "I'm Chening Jian, manager of the Treasure Pavilion. Mr. Su has already briefed me. My grandfather is a tea-making master renowned far and wide. Many big-name business tycoons used to come here seeking his tea, but he stopped working a few years ago due to an illness. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." As he spoke of his grandfather, a look of pride flashed across Chening Jian's face, and he hurriedly ushered Zhao inside. This was the VIP that Boss Su had specifically emphasized. He'd promised to raise his annual salary to 1 million if he could satisfy this guest. Stepping into the courtyard, Zhao found the interior even more rustic, with nothing but a wooden table for tea. "We don't sell tea here. You'll have to go elsewhere." Behind the wooden table, an old man in loose gray robes, with snow-white hair and beard, was reclining in a bamboo chair, leisurely basking in the sun.
"Grandpa, it's me," Chun Jian replied irritably.
The old man looked up from the bamboo chair, and upon seeing that it was his grandson despite being over 90 years old, he nimbly sprang to his feet, grabbed a stick, and ran over to beat him. "I don't have a grandson like you. You finally show up, and you actually have the nerve to come empty-handed." Chen Jian howled in pain as he scrambled around the courtyard, clutching his head. "I'm here on important business today to help this guest roast tea. I'll make up for the gift tomorrow." Hearing this, Chen Jing stopped his beating, muttered a few words under his breath, then turned to Zhao, who was standing nearby. "Although you're generous guest, I'm not one to settle for just anyone. If you don't meet my standards, please leave." After a serious illness, Chen Jing had completely retired and rarely made tea himself anymore. Only when he came across those rare, once-in-a-lifetime premium tea leaves and his hands itched with the urge to work would he take matters into his own hands. Standing nearby, Chen Jian kept giving his grandfather meaningful glances. This was the guest that Boss Su had emphasized time and again. If they didn't tea save face today, he'd probably lose his job. He truly regretted that, as a child, he found tea roasting too arduous and hadn't learned his grandfather's craft. Now he could only watch helplessly. Zhao expressed his understanding and untied a small opening in the cloth bag. Artisans have pride, they devote their entire lives to their craft, so it's only natural to have their own standards. If you don't care for the ordinary tea we produce, we won't force the issue. Chen Jing glanced over dismissively upon hearing our own tea. His expectations had already plummeted. But when he actually saw it, his expression changed instantly. Having dealt with tea his entire life, he started roasting tea with his elders at the age of 5. He long since honed a keen eye and could tell the quality of tea at a glance. Judging solely by its appearance and color, the tea in front of him was undoubtedly top grade.
"May I try a leaf?"
Chen Jing's expression completely changed as he watched Zhao rub his hands together with excitement. After receiving permission, he carefully picked out a single leaf, first holding it to his nose to inhale its fragrance. His eyes growing ever brighter, then solemnly placed it in his mouth to chew. He closed his eyes, savoring every nuance, breathing in the moment with pure delight. It took him a long time to snap back to reality, his body trembling slightly with excitement. As light as a feather, yet as smooth as jade, its aroma is fresh and lingering. This is a gift from nature, a masterpiece that transcends even the finest grades. I've been drinking tea my whole life, and aside from the 600-year-old tea tree king of Mount Amei and the Dahongpao mother tree of Mount Wui, this tea is more than worthy of a spot in the top 3. Chen Jing swallowed the tea with a heavy heart, looking wistful and lost. He turned to Zhao with a solemn expression. "Leave the tea processing to me. I can guarantee you, young man, that in Yunqing, only I am capable of handling this. No one else would do these leaves justice." Zhao trusted Su's judgment and placed the cloth bag on the table.
Tea processing takes time.
The two agreed to pick it up in 5 days. Chen Jing paid no mind to his grandson tagging along with Zhao and immediately lit the fire to begin pan-frying the tea. For tea-making master Chen Jing, at over 90 years old, money and fame held no allure. His sole interest was crafting precious tea. Zhao walked out of the small courtyard and took a car back to the prison. Halfway there, Chang Xiao called.
Zhao answered the call.
"Hello? We're still working on deleting the files, but I'm calling about something else."
"What?"
Chang Xiao's voice on the other end sounded grave. "In recent days, quite a few shady characters have been sneaking into Yunqing. We've only tracked down a handful so far, but I believe this is just the tip of the iceberg. The reason is that someone has posted a bounty on the dark web." Zhao's interest was piqued. He never imagined that one day, he'd actually end up on the dark web. Immediately afterward, Chang Xiao sent over a link. Clicking on it revealed a mysterious bounty. The poster was someone using a tiger avatar. The assassination targets hadn't been revealed yet, but interested parties were being asked to come to Yunqing first, with a bounty as high as 100 million. No need to think twice, it had to be Lord Tiger. Plus, just for claiming the mission, they receive 100,000 as travel expenses to get to Yunqing. Below were dozens, even hundreds of comments, all from assassins registered on the dark web, spread across hundreds of countries worldwide. 10 billion yuan, that's about $170 million. I've already arrived in Yunqing, waiting for the target to be announced.
After pulling off this job, I can retire. Hawaii is waiting for me.
A target worth 100 million definitely isn't a small time figure, but I've already looked into it. There are no Marshall King stage or true human level experts stationed in Yun City. The only risk is a military district.
Guys, I've set up a small group chat.
We're already at 36 members.
Going it alone won't get us far. Why not team up to pull this off and split the 100 million evenly? I'm in. Working together is definitely a good idea. I'm in too. Comments aren't private.
If anyone wants to join, send me a private message.
I'll verify your identity and invite you in.
Zhao looked at the heated discussion in the comments and said to Cheng Xiao, who hadn't hung up yet, "Tell me the locations of those assassins.
I hope you track down a few of them.
If any of the assassins who joined the group are among them, we can take all 36 of them out in one fell swoop."
This is a hassle, Mr. Zhao. Cheng Xiao felt conflicted.
Yun City had finally settled down, only to be flooded with so many assassins again he didn't even dare sleep at night.
If anything really went wrong, he'd be the first to take the fall.
Send it over as soon as possible, their most recent location.
The more detailed, the better.
Zhao knew he was the target of the bounty, and that Cheng Xiao was acting in his own interest.
Cheng Xiao instantly sent over a file.
Upon opening it, he saw a total of 5 people, all assassins registered on the dark web who had completed several assignments. Their registered addresses spanned several countries, and the file also listed their last known locations. Assassins are nocturnal creatures. They avoid appearing in public during the day to prevent exposure.
Zhao hailed a taxi back to the prison, planning to deal with them that night.
Upon returning to the prison, he went up to the rooftop and entered a state of meditation and seclusion. Since fusing with the blood young iron crystal, his strength had surged once again. He was now infinitely close to the late stage of the true spirit realm and was ready to break through today. All the yin energy he had expended had been replenished. He also cast a concealment formation over the rooftop where he was staying. No matter how much commotion occurred, to the outside world, everything appeared as normal. Zhao crossed his legs and sat down directly on the ground. A cluster of golden flames, simple and unadorned, hovered quietly above him. And the air around him began to swirl, as if guided by an invisible force, forming mysterious vortices. As the vortices rotated slowly, yin energy from within 100 li radius was drawn in like seawater swept up by a giant wave, all surging toward that cluster of golden flames. In the blink of an eye, the golden flame swelled to several times its original size, instantly incinerating the surging yin energy and transforming it into strands of the most potent mana, which filled every fiber of Zhao's being. The entire process continued until late into the night, when Zhao suddenly opened his eyes, shooting out firelight that had solidified into a tangible form, as his power ascended to a new level, sweeping across the star domains, swallowing and expelling the heavens and earth, subduing all realms. The forge of transformation. The golden flame suspended above him abruptly transformed, emitting a roaring, crackling sound as it began to vaguely take the shape of a forge. The 100 ghosts patrolling the prison suddenly sensed an immense, oppressive force like an invisible mountain crushing their spines until they could find relief only by kneeling on the ground, their eyes filled with terror and awe. Finally, halfway through the process, the golden flame slowly came to a halt.
Just as I expected.
Zhao wore an expression that suggested he had known this all along. Breaking through to the late true spirit realm is still insufficient to transform into a crucible. It seems I'll have to reach the perfect true spirit realm after all. Only upon transforming into a crucible could he truly unleash his full power. Once the crucible is formed, it devours all things. The essence of plants, trees, the sun, and the moon, the life essence of others, and even the power of the stars, all can be transformed into primordial essence. According to the notes of the divine silkworm Taoist, although he did not return to cultivate the immortal incinerating art, he did draw upon some of its profound principles. To compensate for his lack of natural talent, he devoured the primordial essence of 10,000 peerless prodigies, trampling on their bones to defy heaven and rewrite his fate. Just thinking about it sent shivers down Zhao's spine. Since he had only borrowed some of the profound principles far inferior to the authentic immortal incinerating art, more than 2/3 of the essence had been wasted. However, the golden flame had expanded several times in size and could now temper nearly half of his skull.
The skull is the most vulnerable part of the human body. After being tempered by the golden flame for a while, I'm afraid not even a magnum bullet could penetrate it.
Zhao was extremely excited, feeling the changes brought on by his breakthrough. The mana stored within his body had increased several-fold now. When heading to Hidden Dragon Mountain, he no longer needed to take a car to the suburbs. Flying 300 to 500 kilometers was a breeze. He sent Zhao his location and asked him to drive over to help.
Before long, he arrived in a black sedan.
After Zhao got in, he gave a brief explanation. They must have the nerve of a bear and the audacity of a leopard to dare attempt to assassinate Mr. Zhao. He was furious, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly they creaked.
Xin Hong was just discharged from the hospital last week and is recuperating at home.
Give me half an hour, Mr. Zhao, and I'll make sure he never makes it to his son's funeral. No need to act right now, they're just grasshoppers waiting for autumn. What Zhao wanted now was to use the 5 assassins to infiltrate that group chat, head to the Xiaoyu library in the new city district first. One of the assassins listed in the file was John, an African American with U.S. citizenship who had successfully carried out 2 assassinations, earning bounties of 500,000 and 200,000 respectively, placing him near the bottom of the registered assassins rankings.
The Xiaoyu library is open 24 hours a day.
Zhao instructed he to park the car at the entrance and infuse it with mana to extend the range of the life-death ledger, quickly pinpointing John's location. Although he hadn't joined the group chat, since he was already there, it was best to deal with him.
Wait a moment, I'll be right down,
Zhao said to he, got out of the car, and walked into the Xiaoyu library. He took the elevator to the 7th floor, where there were individual study rooms filled with many students preparing for graduate school entrance exams. Crucially, no registration was required, allowing him to avoid detection, and John was right there inside. Upon reaching John's room, Zhao actually heard faint snoring. He'd fallen asleep after arriving in Yuncheng.
Zhao extended a finger through the wooden door.
Whoosh! John, who had been sound asleep, would never wake up again.
In an instant, he was reduced to a small pile of white ash, not even enough to yield any results from a DNA test.
Zhao had never had a good impression of black people. When he struck, he left no trace. He left the Xiaoyu library, got into the back seat of a black sedan, and headed for the location where the next assassin was appearing.
The second one was also a black American who joined the group chat.
Zhao provided him with the same free cremation service. When he found the 4th assassin, the man was extremely wary and hiding in a park.
Zhao checked the life-death ledger and read, the assassin's name is Atai. He has skilled in Muay Thai and assassination.
He once helped a Myanmar cartel boss assassinate a high-ranking government official for 3 million. After being hunted by over 100 soldiers, he turned the tables and killed them all in a dense forest.
He is currently ranked 900th on the dark web's assassin leaderboard.
Atai wasn't supposed to have been exposed, but as a national fugitive, his profile had been captured from the side when he crossed the border.
The dark web maintains a hitman ranking list with a total of 1,000 entries. The more contracts a hitman completes, the higher the bounty, and the higher their ranking.
There are countless hitmen on the dark web, well over 100,000, to be sure, so being ranked 900th already signifies considerable strength.
Go give it a try. Zhao smiled at the man was an excellent sparring partner. Don't destroy his phone, I can still use it.
Got it.
He licked his lips with excitement.
His movements were light and agile, like a venomous snake gliding through the grass, blending perfectly into the surrounding night like a ghostly shadow. 5 minutes later, he returned, not a drop of blood on his clothes, though his face was slightly flushed. He respectfully handed over a smartphone. Zhao took it, unlocked it with the passcode, and opened a group chat. In just 8 or 9 hours, the group had grown to 52 members. The 10 billion bounty had truly tempted many. But no one was chatting, everyone used codenames, afraid of getting caught off guard.
Atai's codename was Rattlesnake.
Zhao took the initiative to break the silence, typing a few words and sending them out. Good evening, everyone.
Just over 10 seconds after Zhao sent the message, the group chat came alive. Someone actually said good evening in a hitman group?
In 10 years on the job, this is the first time I've seen that.
Could it be that a sheep has snuck in?
The scenery in Yuncheng is really nice, it's a great place to settle down.
Once I finish this job, I don't plan on leaving. Aren't you afraid your identity will be exposed?
You're seriously underestimating my ability to lie low. Right now, I'm infiltrating the home of a mother and daughter. By threatening the daughter's life, I can make that mature mother do whatever I want. She'll have to do it. I could stay there for 10 years and never be discovered.
The view tonight is really nice.
I'm going out to kill someone in a bit, otherwise, my hands will get rusty.
Zhao watched the assassin's chat, used a voice-altering spell to mimic Atai's voice, and asked in a low, eerie tone, "Have any of you noticed anything strange?" He, in the driver's seat, narrowed his eyes slightly. He noticed it immediately. That was the voice of Atai, whom he just killed. Mr. Zhao had never even seen the man's face, yet he could imitate him perfectly. The assassin's curiosity was instantly piqued, drawing out quite a few who'd been secretly watching the screen. They all asked the man codenamed Rattlesnake what exactly he found suspicious. "Have you noticed that the group's membership is growing rapidly?
It's only been 2 or 3 days since it was created, and there are already over 50 people.
It won't be a problem for it to eventually surpass 100.
Zhao continued using Atai's falsetto to send a voice message to the group. A 10 billion bounty is indeed very tempting, but even if 100 people split it evenly, that's only 10 million each, and that's the most conservative estimate.
The actual number of people sharing the spoils will be even higher."
The 50-odd members, each with their own ulterior motives, agreed that Rattlesnake had a point. 100 people was definitely a conservative estimate. Given the current rate of growth, the group would likely surpass 200. Zhao saw that no one was speaking in the group chat, yet he knew his scheme was already beginning to bear fruit. Then, right in front of his features began to blur, gradually forming a completely new face, none other than the long-dead Atai. His mouth dropped open involuntarily once again. Mr. Zhao had blown his mind. It was simply too unbelievable. For Zhao, this was a piece of cake. He'd been devoting himself to mastering the art of shapeshifting recently and had made remarkable progress. He could effortlessly mimic anyone's appearance and voice, and having just reviewed Atai's life history using the life-death ledger, it was safe to say that as long as Zhao wanted to, he could be the real Atai. He opened his phone's camera, tapped the video recording function, and said anxiously into the screen, "I'm Atai, ranked 900th on the dark web assassin rankings. I suspect the group admin is carrying out an anti-clearance operation, hunting down assassins who come to Yunqing to prevent too many people from competing for the 1 billion bounty. 4 assassins have already been killed. I narrowly escaped death myself just now, paying a heavy price to evade the manhunt. Only the group admin knows my true identity. You must provide a reasonable explanation." After recording, he reviewed the video once more. Satisfied that everything was in order, he tapped send to the group chat. Half a minute later, the group chat exploded. Almost everyone was tagging the group admin, demanding an explanation. Atai ranked 900th on the assassination leaderboard and was quite well known on the dark web. Combined with the video where he'd just shown his face, his anxious demeanor didn't seem fake, and lying wouldn't have served him any purpose anyway. To join the group chat, assassins had to disclose their profiles to the group admin. If information had indeed been leaked, the group admin was certainly the prime suspect. No one suspected Atai. Having achieved his goal, Zhao slipped his phone back into his pocket. I estimate that in no time, over 50 people will discover the 4 assassins they've taken out themselves, and then turn their suspicion toward the group admin. The overwhelmed admin will have no choice but to reveal his identity to clear his name, and by then, I'll have already tracked him down. A cold glint formed in Zhao's eyes. Those assassins from all over the world had come to Yunqing to commit every conceivable evil, even worse than the 4 great scourges. Once he found the group admin, he'd uncover the identities of the members and then kill them all. He was so stunned he couldn't speak. Aside from his masterful disguise techniques, Mr. Zhao's grasp of human nature was truly exquisite. With just a few words, he'd caused the group chat to fall apart. He knew deep down that he was nowhere near capable of such a feat. Seeing he staring blankly, Zhao knew exactly what was on his mind. "So do you want to learn?" He nodded repeatedly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. If he could truly master Mr. Zhao's disguise techniques, was there anyone in this vast world he couldn't assassinate? "If you break into the top 100 on the assassin rankings within a year, I'll consider teaching you the art of shapeshifting."
Zhao chuckled lightly as he made his promise. The art of shapeshifting was indeed well suited for assassins, though it had been popularized by thieves. His heart pounded with excitement. Breaking into the top 100 on the assassin rankings within a year was indeed an enormous challenge. He'd have to complete at least dozens of major contracts, with total bounties reaching $100 million, but he was determined to give it his all and live up to Mr. Zhao's high expectations. Then, as if a thought occurred to him, he looked at Zhao expectantly. The 29 trainee assassins have all taken the tiger wolf pill and completed their first transformation. Do you have time to inspect them, Mr. Zhao? This wasn't just his thought. All 29 assassins felt the same way, eager to show Zhao the results. Let us go take a look. I'm curious too. With the assassin matter temporarily resolved, Zhao felt much more at ease and asked he to drive him over to take a look. He paid close attention to every pawn in the game, fully aware that during a match, even the most inconspicuous piece could play a major role. He placed even greater importance on the assassin organization. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble of obtaining the tiger wolf pill to shorten their training period. In the future, they would be spread across the globe, gathering intelligence from every corner of the world. He drove with great excitement. The base was located on a small, desolate mountain in the suburbs, originally an air raid shelter built by the military in the 1980s. It had gradually fallen into disuse and wasn't marked on any maps. He had gone to great lengths to find it. It had become a forgotten place. No one knew its history or former purpose. After some initial renovations, it was suitable for assassin training. 3 hours later, he parked the car at the foot of the mountain. The air raid shelter blended into the desolate surroundings. Its entrance was concealed by dense thickets and weeds, with only a faintly visible muddy path winding toward the rusty iron gate. The two walked to the entrance. Several spiderwebs hung from the 7 or 8 meter high doorway, and a cold, damp air hit them in the face, mingled with the foul stench of rotting animals, causing them to involuntarily furrow their brows. The interior of the air raid shelter was a complex labyrinth without a guide. Anyone who wandered in by mistake would be unable to find the exit for days. In addition, numerous hidden traps had been set up to ward off those with malicious intent. Redline cameras and various defensive devices would be installed later, transforming the place into a true fortress. Zhao would no longer provide assistance with the formation, lest it foster a sense of dependency. He had long since committed the map to memory. He could navigate it without error even with his eyes closed. It took another 20+ minutes before they reached the core area of the air raid shelter. The 29 selected assassin trainees were training at the very heart of the bunker. Upon seeing he and Zhao arrive, they immediately assembled in 2 rows. Having been constantly exposed to his praise of Zhao, these men, whose original fate was to spend the rest of their lives in prison, had not only regained their freedom but also consumed spiritual elixirs to gain extraordinary powers. In their hearts, they had long regarded Zhao as a godlike figure. Now, seeing Zhao arrive, their faces were filled with reverence. Zhao, in turn, was sizing them up. After taking the tiger wolf pill, each of them had become incredibly powerful, as if they had boundless energy. Their eyes were sharp and fixed straight ahead, and after several days of grueling training, their bodies radiated a menacing aura. The tiger wolf pill had purged them of their effeminate energy. Now, in action, they were fearless in the face of life and death, unflinching even if Mount Tai were to collapse before them. No matter which assassin organization in the world they were placed in, they would be top prospects for intensive training. They were destined to become ace assassins. But for Zhao, a single tiger wolf pill was all it took to forge them. As long as he had a sufficient supply of medicinal ingredients, he could build an army as fierce as tigers and wolves. Not bad. Zhao nodded slightly. The 29 men's faces lit up with joy at the praise, and he shared in their pride, but the next sentence caused their expressions to turn grave. But it's still far from enough. Do you know why the organization is called the Underworld? Everyone fell silent. Sun Quan stepped forward from the ranks and shouted earnestly, I think Mr. Zhao wants us to be like the black and white judges from the underworld, silently and imperceptibly claiming the lives of our enemies. You're half right. Zhao let a faint smile play on his lips. Calmly holding up 2 fingers, he began to trace swift patterns in the air. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, and a mysterious force permeated the entire air raid shelter. Everyone's gaze followed Zhao's fingers intently.
Like a calligrapher wielding a brush on rice paper, a magnificent bronze gate emerged from his strokes, then gradually took on a tangible form in reality. The bronze gate was carved with intricate patterns, exuding an ancient and solemn aura. Even from several meters away, they felt its overwhelming presence and irresistible urge to kneel and pay homage. Squeak creak. With a low command from Zhao, the bronze gate slowly swung open. The 29 assassins, along with he, peered through a crack in the gate and witnessed the brutal scenes of another world. Everywhere they looked were malevolent ghosts bound in iron chains. Their faces were grotesque and ferocious, their eyes flashing with venom and resentment. Behind them were ghostly constables in official robes. Whenever a malevolent ghost fell behind, the constables would raise their whips and lash their backs mercilessly, inevitably resulting in horrifying wounds that tore the flesh open. A dark yellow wooden bridge spanned a raging river. The malevolent spirits on the bridge trudged forward step by step, weighed down by heavy leg irons. Every step forward brought them endless agony. Beneath the bridge, the surging waves glowed in eerie green, as if devouring all signs of life. A sinister aura permeated the air. Even after ingesting the tiger wolf pill, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, acutely aware of their own insignificance. They instinctively bowed their heads, unable to bring themselves to look at the scene beyond the bronze gates. There was no need to speculate any further. The bronze gates undoubtedly led to the underworld. They were utterly stunned, their hearts pounding so hard they felt as if they would leap from their chests, yet Zhao seemed completely detached from it all. His eyes held only calm and depth, and his figure appeared even more towering and mysterious, named after the underworld. Do you understand now? In the future, once you pass the screening, you too can become members of the underworld, its enforcers in the mortal realm. Looking at everyone's fervent expressions, Zhao nodded with satisfaction, then poured a bucket of cold water on their enthusiasm. In the underworld, there are no failures. You either complete your mission or die on it. The threat of death did not dampen their enthusiasm. On the contrary, a blazing fire ignited within their hearts. Their knuckles turned white from clenching their fists, yet they refused to let go, desperate to embark on a mission right then and there. Snap! Zhao withdrew his mana. Everything vanished like a dream or a bubble, as if it had never existed. He let out a long sigh. Sketching a corner of the underworld had truly drained his mana, even though he'd broken through to the late true spirit realm, increasing his reserves 5 or 6-fold. 2/3 of it had evaporated in just a few seconds. But it was all worth it. It was as if he'd implanted a faith within everyone present, an effect 1,000 or 10,000 times more potent than any pyramid scheme. There would never be any possibility of betrayal again. Moreover, the more believers there are in the Heart Sutra of creation, the more real the things it conjures become, and the less mana it consumes from the practitioner. The horse-faced Rakshasa is already quite complete, with an immense number of believers. Li Buotao would love to burn incense for it every day. Now, as long as it doesn't suffer catastrophic damage, the mana consumption is negligible. As long as Zhao doesn't perish, it can continue to exist indefinitely. In the future, as assassins complete their missions and leave behind the underworld's reputation, the number of believers will grow. Sooner or later, Zhao will be able to fully bring it to life, and it will endure for a long time. After visiting the assassins, Zhao walked out of the bomb shelter. He didn't need he to drive him home. Instead, he summoned his wings and simply flew back. High in the sky, he pulled out Atai's phone. Although it was the wee hours of the night, the arguments in the group chat were intense. The group admin was already under fire and, with no other choice, stepped forward to explain, "This really has nothing to do with me. Our partnership in creating this group was purely a collaborative effort. After all, someone with a bounty as high as 10 billion can't possibly be an ordinary figure. I guarantee there's no so-called purge plan." Not a single group member believed him, and they relentlessly pressed the admin for answers. "I've already looked into it. 4 assassins have indeed gone missing, and I can't get in touch with any of them. Apart from you, no one else knows our location. How else do you explain what happened to Atai? Atai is ranked 900th on the assassination list. If no one had known his location, how could he have been attacked out of the blue? You must give us an explanation today, or we won't let you off the hook. Don't think you're safe just because you haven't revealed your real name. If we really join forces, we'll track you down sooner or later. Looking at the chat logs in the group, a smile tugged at the corners of Zhao's mouth. If the group chat hadn't been built using a program developed on the dark web, one that made the signal untraceable, Zhao would already tracked them down and killed them one by one. But now it was about time. If the group admin didn't provide an explanation, having offended so many people, something major was bound to happen. Just as Zhao had expected, after half a minute of silence, the group admin finally sent a voice message. I'm the magician, ranked 90th on the assassin list. If I'd actually been the one to strike, there's no way he could escaped. If anyone doesn't believe me, including Atai, the victim of the attack, come find me at the 7th Pavilion by Pingyang Lake right now, and I'll definitely give you an explanation. Zhao changed his flight path, transformed into Atai's likeness, and headed straight for Pingyang Lake. On his way to Pingyang Lake, Zhao used Atai's phone to log into the dark web and look up the magician. The magician's name was Henry, an assassin from the United States. He was hailed as the most formidable target of the past decade, highly skilled at exploiting terrain and using elaborate stage performances to execute his targets in broad daylight. The incident that caused the biggest sensation occurred last year in Las Vegas, when he remotely stole $69 million from a bank. Not a single one of the more than 30 staff members on duty that night survived, and to this day, the police have yet to discover where the victims' heads are hidden. Quite interesting. Zhao looked down from high above at Pingyang Lake. The magnificent scenery and rich ecological resources, dotted with ancient-style pavilions along the shore, attract countless tourists every year. The lakeshore winds and twists, lush with greenery all along the way. In ancient times, Pingyang Lake was also known as Daisy. Very few people know that in the 1980s and 1990s, a water monkey terrorized the area, killing over 100 innocent fishermen. It wasn't until a high-ranking monk from Taohua Temple was summoned that the chaos was finally quelled, which is the origin of the lake's name. Zhao's gaze was piercing. He saw right through the darkness, spotting agile figures clad in black bodysuits and wearing black masks as they approached the 7th Pavilion near Pingyang Lake. There were 8 or 9 of them, though clearly more were watching from the sidelines, unwilling to reveal themselves. To avoid drawing attention, Zhao also landed, feigning injury and looking disheveled, and joined their ranks. Atai, you're here. You're actually injured. The only one who could hurt you is the magician. Why hasn't the magician shown up yet? We haven't fallen into a trap, have we? Tell us exactly what happened. It might not necessarily be the group leader, the magician. In Great Xia, there are martial arts and sorcery, and there are also extraordinary individuals among them. Assassins from various countries, all wearing black masks, turned their gaze toward Zhao pretending to be Atai and asked for details about the ambush. Once they had calmed down and considered the many suspicious points, they all maintained a safe distance from Zhao's disguise as Atai. Zhao said nothing, merely gazing toward the pavilion. At some point, a tall, slender figure had appeared, a classic Caucasian face with dozens of metal studs piercing various areas from his ears to his lips. A gray-blue satanic tattoo covered most of his face, giving him an eerie, otherworldly appearance in the darkness. It really is the magician. The assassin closest to Zhao shouted the magician was simply too distinctive for anyone to imitate. The magician's voice was shrill as he glared intently at Zhao, disguised as Atai. You've all been deceived. He's the one who leaked the information. I don't know his motives yet, but take him down first, then interrogate him. 8 or 9 assassins exchanged glances. Although they didn't trust Atai either, they couldn't just attack him based on one-sided claims. What proof do you have? Zhao, disguised as Atai, was furious. Although the question was in English, he understood it. He held up his still bleeding arm, gritted his teeth, and shouted, enunciating each word clearly, "It can't be that I'm just framing you, can it? What's in it for me?" Clearly, the magician didn't have much patience either. Without hesitation, he sprang into action and counterattacked. You'll find out once I've taken you down and interrogated you. With a flick of his wrist, a bright red cloth appeared in his hand. He shook it violently, sending a barrage of playing cards hurtling toward Zhao. They fell like rain, forming a dense, impenetrable wall. Each card was a wafer-thin sheet of iron coated with a special matte paint, making them nearly invisible in the darkness. A direct hit would slice off a large chunk of flesh. A smile tugged at the corner of Zhao's mouth. He exhaled a blast of cold air, instantly freezing all the playing cards in mid-air. The magician's expression changed drastically as he realized something was wrong. "You're not a Thai." The real Thai was a master of Muay Thai and assassination. That technique of turning breath into ice was far beyond the capabilities of someone ranked 900th on the assassin's list. Without a second's hesitation, the magician produced 2 more colorful prop balls and hurled them at Zhao with both hands, unleashing a blindingly bright white light in midair. It all happened in the blink of an eye. 8 or 9 assassins were caught in the blast as well. 2 streams of blood and tears trickled down the corners of their eyes. Zhao then exhaled another blast of cold air, extinguishing all life within them and turning them into a series of ice sculptures. Circus-level tricks not fit for a sophisticated audience, Zhao remarked, glancing at the magician who had already fled a considerable distance away, then gave chase. The prop balls used in the performance were nothing more than military-grade blinding grenades disguised to lower people's guard. Military-grade blinding grenades emit a blindingly bright light within seconds, causing temporary blindness in the target, while also producing a deafening noise that temporarily deafens anyone within range. Wearing protective goggles, the magician had planned his route in advance and was fleeing at a tremendous speed, using a series of complex obstacles to block Zhao's line of sight and slow his pursuit. But all of this was futile against Zhao. With a single stride covering dozens of meters, he closed the distance to just 5 meters. With a blast of cold air from his mouth, the magician sensed imminent danger. He instantly shed his outermost layer of clothing and used the golden cicada shedding its shell technique to evade the fatal attack. Immediately afterward, an explosion erupted beneath Zhao's feet as he stepped on 2 fragmentation mines that had been buried there long ago. I have to admit, the assassin ranked 91st has some skills. Zhao offered his assessment, having planned everything in advance. He even set up ambushes along the escape routes in case of failure, but faced with the fragmentation mines about to explode, Zhao didn't even think of dodging. After all, the whole point was to test just how resilient his body was. Otherwise, how could he have made such a rookie mistake? Boom! A massive blast wave engulfed Zhao. The magician glanced back, but before he could even crack a smile, he saw Zhao walk out completely unscathed. What kind of monster is this? The magician blurted out a curse. If even a high-explosive landmine couldn't kill him, was he even human? Zhao had had enough. In the face of absolute power, even the most meticulously designed schemes were nothing but a joke. He took a few quick steps forward, coming to stand before the magician, and landed a seemingly ordinary punch right on his chest. The magician flew through the air like a kite whose string had snapped, hurled dozens of meters by the terrifying force. Even though his clothes were made of bulletproof material, his chest caved in violently, shattering more than a dozen ribs. If Zhao hadn't held back at the last moment, the magician would have been reduced to dust. Spare the magician's life it wasn't out of mercy, but because he still had a major use. Zhao didn't linger. He summoned his crimson wings, grabbed the half-dead magician with one hand, and swiftly flew away from Pingyang Lake. Arriving silently on the rooftop of the 3-star hotel where Qin Han was staying, Zhao sat nonchalantly atop the magician. Before long, a man climbed the stairs, wearing a makeshift Ultraman mask. Zhao smiled, "The top disciple of master hypnotist Wu Yufeng. Do you really think I wouldn't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask?" The man struggled to keep his right hand from trembling as he removed the Ultraman mask. He was in his 30s, with alarmingly dark circles under his eyes. "I admit defeat today. I have no idea who you are, but how did you manage to uncover my identity?" "Feng Yu, right?" Zhao watched as the man nodded, then continued, "A top disciple of master hypnotist Wu Yufeng, currently serving with the Night Watchers of Daxia, on a mission to Yunqing to resolve the incident involving assassins gathering there." The Night Watchers is a department established decades ago in Daxia, with the authority to coordinate units across all provinces. Nationwide members are selected through a rigorous vetting process. The organization is secretly composed of a group of elite experts from diverse backgrounds. Some are former military personnel, others are recluses from the martial arts underworld, and still others come from martial arts clans with generations of heritage. When not on a mission, they live ordinary lives under their civilian identities. Its mission is to handle tricky incidents that threaten public safety, oversee domestic martial arts sects, and counter foreign organizations with designs on daxia.
Confucians use literature to subvert the law. Knights errant use martial arts to break prohibitions. Whenever one possesses superhuman abilities, trouble is bound to arise. Ordinary people are one thing, they have the twin swords of the police and the law hanging over their heads. But martial artists and sorcerers are different. If they are truly determined to commit crimes, the police are powerless to stop them, and that is when the Night Watchers step in to fulfill their duty. Zhao had previously learned about him from Elder Yen and heard a mention from Yen Shenzi, but he never expected to meet him in person today. Wu Yufeng is a highly renowned master of psychology who has carved out a unique niche in the field of hypnosis, something Zhao had learned during his first visit to Cheng Xiao's home. He had originally thought Wu Yufeng was just a skilled doctor, but now it was clear that wasn't the case at all. Even his apprentice could hypnotize the magician ranked 90th on the assassin rankings. According to Feng Yue's background information, even a martial king stage practitioner would have to bow in respect upon meeting Wu Yufeng. He was also a member of the Night Watchers and held a very high position within the organization. Feng Yue's expression changed drastically. How do you know about the Night Watchers? Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He never expected the mysterious figure before him disguised as Atai to know this. After all, information on Night Watchers members is top secret. No one below the rank of lieutenant general has permission to access it. Watching the other man's tense expression, Zhao let a smile play on his lips. Using the life-death ledger to review the man's background, Zhao learned the full story and discovered that their plans were, in fact, in perfect alignment. After Feng Yu arrived in Yunqing, through a series of twists of fate, he discovered the magician ranked 90th on the assassins list. He successfully hypnotized the man and set up a collaborative group chat, intending to take down the international assassins all at once. Unexpectedly, he ended up killing Atai, who then framed Feng Yu in the group chat. With no other choice, Feng Yu was forced to reveal the magician's true identity, lured Atai to Pingyan Lake to deal with him, and got the plan back on track. Unexpectedly, Zhao disguised as Atai proved to be so ferocious that the hypnotized magician was no match for him. The meticulously planned ambush failed completely. After just a few exchanges, the magician was beaten half to death with a single punch. Had Zhao not held back, he would have met the same fate as those 8 or 9 assassins. Zhao used this opportunity to follow the trail and track down Feng Yu at the hotel. Having already witnessed his opponent's strength, Feng Yu didn't even think of running away. He knew his place and didn't attempt to hypnotize him. Don't be so nervous. I'm not a bad guy. Zhao stood up from the magician and patted Feng Yu's shoulder apologetically. Actually, I'm also a member of the Night Watchers unit. I was sent to Yunqing to back you up. I was planning to fish out the assassin's messages from the group chat, but I never expected things to backfire so badly. Feng Yu? Although he felt something was off, what the other man had done did seem legitimate. Are you really a member of the Night Watchers? Seeing Feng Yu's skeptical expression, Zhao nodded earnestly. Feng Yu nodded in turn, indicating he believed him. Welcome, comrade. In truth, he had no choice but to believe him, otherwise, if he called him out and provoked the other man's anger, the consequences would be unimaginable. All right. Zhao didn't care whether Feng Yu truly believed him. Verbal confirmation was enough. International assassins are posing an ever greater threat to Yunqing. We must take action. What action? Feng Yu was taken aback, feeling like he'd been tricked. Zhao replied calmly, of course, we'll use your hypnotic abilities to hypnotize all the assassins in the group chat. Otherwise, with just the 2 of us, we're at a serious disadvantage in terms of manpower. Originally, he planned to eliminate the 50+ assassins in the group chat. But now that he witnessed Feng Yu's hypnotic skills, he come up with a different idea: hypnotize them all and turn them into temporary allies, then give Lord Tiger a huge surprise. Sir, you're not joking, are you? Feng Yu felt as though the other man was talking nonsense. Hypnosis isn't as simple as you think. It's extremely draining on both mental and physical energy. Don't be fooled by the fact that I hypnotized the magician that took me 2 days in bed, and he could wake up at any moment. The stronger a person is, the greater their mental power and the harder they are to hypnotize. Someone with the magician's abilities was already on par with the martial master stage. Breaking through that mental barrier was extremely difficult.
Unless his master intervened personally, there was absolutely no way he could hypnotize all 50 of them. Zhao flashed a confident smile. You just focus on the hypnosis, leave the rest to me. Feng Yu had no choice but to follow along. He had already pinpointed the locations of 8 or 9 assassins and led Zhao first to the urban village, where there were many unlicensed ghost houses that didn't require ID registration for check-in. The two weaved through one dark alley after another, their feet treading on uneven dirt and gravel, the air thick with an indescribable odor, until they entered a guest house with a sign reading 21 nights. They gave the owner 100 as a tip, asking her to pretend nothing had happened. Zhao waited at the entrance while Feng Yu went up alone. 10 minutes later, Feng Yu came back down, clutching a solid silver pocket watch in his right hand. His face showed signs of exhaustion, and he gestured to Zhao, next. For the rest of the long night, the two of them were on the move. One assassin after another was hypnotized by Feng Yu. By the time they reached the 5th one, he simply couldn't take it anymore. Both his mental and physical stamina had reached their limits. His head felt like it was about to explode, and he could pass out at any moment. Zhao reached out at just the right moment, placing her arm on Feng Yu's shoulder and infusing him with a surge of powerful mana. Instantly, Feng Yu's eyes widened, the fatigue was instantly washed away, and his body was infused with new vitality, brimming with strength and vigor. Moreover, the heaviness in his head eased. Feeling refreshed, he unconsciously stretched and looked at Zhao with a completely different expression. The hypnotic technique he used was, in fact, a form of mental magic. The drawbacks were also very obvious. It made it difficult to fall asleep, and the deeper one delved into it, the worse it became. For instance, he could only sleep a few hours every 5 days on average. According to his master, he hadn't slept for several years and had even forgotten what it felt like. He could only rely on meditation to replenish his spirit. According to his master, Wu Yufeng, over the past few hundred years, not a single founder of this art had survived without going mad from lack of sleep. Thank you, Your Excellency, Feng Yu said gratefully. He now understood what Zhao had meant when he said, you just focus on hypnotizing them, leave the rest to me. A single burst of mana restored Feng Yu's energy to full, shortening the time required for each hypnosis session. The two of them didn't rest until dawn. I've already hypnotized 12 people. At this rate, we'll have everyone hypnotized by tonight, Feng Yu said excitedly. He had never been this driven before, hypnotizing 12 people non-stop while remaining fully energized, both mentally and physically. It was an unprecedented experience. Master, I'm rested. Let us continue. Feng Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his spirit was more vibrant than ever. Every time Zhao infused him with a burst of mana, it felt as though he slept deeply for over 10 hours. Hypnotizing so many people in a row had greatly deepened his understanding of the art, equivalent to years of arduous training. His address for Zhao had also changed from sir to master. In his eyes, Zhao was now like a mentor and in some ways, even more formidable than his own master. Let us go. Zhao and Feng Yu headed to the next location. By 12:30 p.m., they had hypnotized all 20-odd people at the known locations. All were in a deep state of hypnosis without outside assistance. It would be difficult for them to wake up within a week. The two sat at the Hongyun Chitian 3-star hotel, owned by Qin Hong. As a token of gratitude, Feng Yu ordered a large spread of dishes. Just as they were about to finish eating, he respectfully poured Zhao a cup of tea. What should we do next? Facing Zhao, who was disguised as Atai, Feng Yu no longer felt the wariness he had at the beginning. Given the other man's capabilities, if he truly intended to kill him, he would have done so long ago. Now, have the magician post a video testifying that Atai is deeply troubled and that he brought a mysterious master to kill me. Everyone who went to the pavilion that night was wiped out because they wanted to obtain information on the assassins in the group chat and reduce the number of contenders for the 1 billion reward. Then have the 20-odd hypnotized assassins send private messages to the unhypnotized ones, asking if they want to cooperate to lower the risk of being ambushed. Zhao took a small sip of tea. It was nowhere near as good as what Li Buotao had served him in prison, but he managed to drink it anyway. He hadn't killed the magician last night precisely so he could use him now. Brilliant! Feng Yu slapped his thigh in excitement. Right now, the assassins in the group chat were all on edge, terrified of sudden attacks. Surely many of them would want to band together for protection.
Let us get to it after dinner.
I'm staying at the hotel, let me know if you find anything. Zhao took a few half-hearted bites, then stood up and left the private room.
Feng Yu watched his retreating figure. Once he was sure Zhao was far enough away, a look of deep apprehension crossed his face.
He pulled out his phone and called his superior. I now have 3 theories regarding the identity of the mysterious person posing as Atai. There was a second of silence on the other end. Go on. First, he is indeed a member of the Night Watchers division, but the probability is extremely low. Given his abilities, it would be a waste of talent to assign him to such a menial task.
The Night Watchers in Dongshan province are currently facing a thorny problem. They're clearly short-handed.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent just me alone to Yuncheng. Feng Yu paused mid-sentence. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that it's a Night Watcher from another province, one of the highly revered ones who happen to be traveling through Yuncheng. Night Watchers are scattered across the country, with members in every province, and they have no contact with one another. Since the other party was using a disguise, it would be difficult to determine their authenticity in such a short time. The second possibility is that he is a member of the Tianji sect. The Tianji sect possesses abilities that defy comprehension. They've made various prophecies by divining the will of heaven, which is why he was able to identify me as a Night Watcher. After saying this, Feng Yu smacked his lips. Of course, that is even less likely.
Why?
The superior across from him asked curiously. First of all, divining the will of heaven is, in itself, an act of defying the heavens. Even those with the most extraordinary talent need 30 years to enter the field, and the youngest to achieve even modest success must be 60 or older. Moreover, those who peer into the will of heaven invite the wrath of the heavens. Every divination comes at a heavy cost, and not a single one has met a good end.
Though they possess earth-shaking divine arts, it's difficult for the tradition to flourish.
Throughout history, there have been only a handful of successors, and they must hide deep in the mountains, secluded from the world, doing their best to avoid entanglement with the karma of the mortal realm. Although that person has concealed his true appearance, I can sense that his vital energy is as vigorous as a blazing furnace. Moreover, aside from fortune-telling, he possesses the lethal ability to turn his breath into ice, a feat that can only be achieved by at least a true immortal or someone at the martial king stage. Whether it's divining the will of heaven or the ability to turn breath into ice, each requires an immense amount of time to master. It's difficult enough to excel at just one. A person's energy and time are limited. Mastering even one of these would be enough to outshine one's peers.
What about the last possibility?
The superior's tone also grew somber. He hadn't expected the situation to be so complex.
The last one is he worships an immortal, and a particularly fierce one at that.
That is why he possesses both fortune-telling abilities and the power to freeze things with his breath, skills sufficient to rival those of a true immortal or someone at the martial king stage. After speaking, Feng Yu let out a sigh, his tone growing anxious. No matter what, he is currently on our side. Hurry and send a powerful expert over.
If he really is an enemy, Yuncheng is in for a catastrophe.
Meanwhile, Zhao, who had just stepped out of the private room, had no intention of returning to prison.
He took the elevator down to the first-floor front desk. Hello, book me a presidential suite.
Since Qin Hong had dared to set a trap to kill him, a trap laid by Lord Tiger, he might as well forget about leaving the funeral alive. By then, Yun City's only 3-star hotel would be his own property. Staying there now was simply a way to scout it out in advance. One of the receptionists, a young woman with a sweet face, wearing a light gray business suit with a pencil skirt, a blue micro mini skirt, and black stockings, checked the room availability on her computer and said politely, "The presidential suite is 9,800 yuan per night.
Please show me your ID, sir."
Hold on a moment. Zhao took out Atai's phone, dialed a number, and shortly afterward, a weak, middle-aged male voice came through. "Who are you? How did you get my private number?" "I'm an international expert hired by Lord Tiger.
Since I'm wanted by the Disya authorities, I currently have nowhere to stay. Lord Tiger said I could contact you if I had any issues."
Zhao lowered his voice to mimic Atai's tone. Qin Hong, on the other end of the line, paused for a second before his tone turned serious. "Where are you right now?" Qin Hong, who was recuperating at the hospital, recognized the unfamiliar voice on the phone as that of the expert hired by Lord Tiger, so he harbored little suspicion.
I'm right here at the front desk of your hotel. She's asking me to show my ID.
Upon hearing Zhao's words, Qin Hong immediately replied, "Please hand the phone to the front desk clerk, I'll take care of it." Since this was an international expert hired by Lord Tiger, proper etiquette was essential. After Zhao handed the phone to the front desk clerk, Qin Hong repeatedly instructed them to book the most luxurious room available and assign several perceptive staff members to stand by around the clock. Under no circumstances should this guest be allowed to feel the slightest dissatisfaction.
He ended the call.
The receptionist respectfully handed the phone back. A faint blush tinged her round, oval face. This was the first time she encountered a guest whom the boss treated with such solemnity. Led by the sweet receptionist, Zhao arrived at the hotel's top floor, in the most luxurious presidential suite, a room normally off limits to regular guests, reserved exclusively for the boss or distinguished guests. The most striking feature was the massive floor-to-ceiling window, which took up nearly the entire wall, flooding the room with natural light and offering an unobstructed panoramic view of the city. As the sweet-faced receptionist was leaving, she placed a white piece of paper on the table with her contact information written on it. Zhao glanced at it briefly, a contemptuous smile curling the corners of his mouth. He casually crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the trash can. My damnable yet irresistible charm. Zhao knew the end of the month was fast approaching, and Lord Tiger had already burned his bridges. To resolve all of Yunqing's problems before the envoy in the white mask arrived, he certainly wouldn't rely solely on the bounties from the dark web, but no matter what tactics were employed, he was fully confident he could crush them. Feng Yu followed Zhao's plan, having the magician record a video and send it to a group chat of over 50 people, and sure enough, it caused a massive uproar. In the video, the magician was severely injured, almost on the verge of death, and his credibility was far greater than Attai's. Attai had merely injured one arm, but the magician had nearly lost his life. Everyone in the group knew full well just how powerful the magician was, and a shadow of fear fell over their eyes. Originally, they'd only come to Yunqing to get a piece of the action. At the very least, they'd have 100,000 for travel expenses, and if all else failed, they'd just treat it as a vacation. But now that they realized they'd become the prey themselves, they instantly lost their composure. Facing a master who had severely wounded the magician in such a short time, if they went head-to-head, they'd have no chance of survival. That's when the hypnotized assassins stepped in. One after another, they sent private messages to the remaining, unhypnotized assassins, asking if they wanted to team up to increase their chances of survival. They went public, revealing their true identities, their tone sincere. Sure enough, there was an immediate response. Several assassins agreed to cooperate and provided their approximate locations. Feng Yu notified Zhao, and the two headed out together. Zhao expanded the range of the life-death ledger to pinpoint the assassin's exact location, then had Feng Yu go hypnotize him. Once successful, he was to send a message to the group chat to sway those still on the fence. Of course, Feng Yu's hypnosis didn't work on everyone. Occasionally, an assassin would struggle to break free, only to be turned into an ice sculpture in one breath by Zhao, who was waiting outside. In less than 2 days, all the assassins in the group chat had been hypnotized, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. The group's name was changed to Help Each Other and Get Rich Together. This attracted quite a few people who hadn't yet joined the group. As soon as they entered, they were greeted with friendly private messages. Once their exact locations were ascertained, the hypnotic service was delivered right at their doorstep. Master, Feng Yu said excitedly, our army of hypnotized assassins has surpassed 70. Hypnotizing over 70 people in 2 days, that was more than in the past 10 years combined. Keep up the good work. Zhao's attention was elsewhere. Whether the hypnosis succeeded or failed, he had obtained a total of over 80 cell phones from the assassins. After all, these were assassins who had completed several assignments. Aside from carrying out bounty missions on the dark web, they were all local power brokers in their respective areas, running various gray and black market operations. The least they had in their bank accounts was several million. All added up, the total amounted to over $20 billion, which, converted to Chinese yuan, exceeded 100 billion. Zhao had suddenly struck it rich, becoming a billionaire, and couldn't help but sigh. No matter how lucrative an industry is, it can't make money as fast as murder and robbery. He used a 10 billion bait to lure in so many big fish. However, transferring the assets was no small task. It involved cross-border transfers across more than a dozen countries, as well as hundreds of real estate properties and the black and gray market operations they ran.
Zhao left it all to Feng Yu to handle.
Master, I'm familiar with this line of work. Give me someone who can use a bank card, and I guarantee the funds will be in place within 10 days. Feng Yu patted his chest as he took on the job, then added solemnly, I just received information from a hypnotist assassin. A level 3 mercenary group has arrived in Yunqing, consisting of about 8 or 9 people, led by the Butcher, who ranks 50th on the assassination list.
International mercenary groups have a strict ranking system.
There are 7 levels in total, from level 1 to level 7.
Level 1 is the highest, and level 7 is the lowest. Level 3 is already extremely formidable. They've completed contracts worth over $500 million. Their leader, the Butcher, is particularly brutal. He has severe mental issues and knows no bounds when he goes on a rampage. He once slaughtered an entire small town in Madagascar, massacring nearly 800 innocent lives. His strength rivals that of a great achievement martial master. Feng Yu spread his hands in resignation. I can't hypnotize the Butcher. What do you suggest we do? Where is it? The Chongyang Senior Apartments in the Old City. Let us go take a look first. Yunqing is divided into 4 districts, the New City, the Old City, the Development Zone, and the suburbs. Each district is several times larger than a typical county seat, housing a population of 8 to 9 million people, and stands head and shoulders above neighboring cities. Only the provincial capital, Qizhou, surpasses it by a small margin. The Chongyang Senior Apartments were built 4 or 5 decades ago and house elderly residents who have no children or relatives. Located in a relatively remote area, young people rarely venture there. The two arrived at the Chongyang Senior Apartments by car. Just as they were about to get out, Zhou's expression suddenly changed, and he let out a soft sigh. We're too late. We owe someone a favor. What do you mean? Feng Yu looked completely bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Zhao didn't offer an explanation. He simply walked toward the Chongyang Senior Apartments. After 4 or 5 decades of weathering the elements, the apartment's walls were already mottled, revealing dark red bricks, and the floor tiles were covered with cracks. From time to time, the sound of coughing could be heard from inside. Wang Fuzhu stood right at the entrance of the apartment, his bare hands dripping with blood. He recognized the disguised Zhao mainly because they'd worked together before and he was familiar with Zhao's unflappable demeanor. Come on in and take a look. I've taken care of everything. The apartment was littered with the corpses of the mercenary group. The leader, the Butcher, had his skull smashed open, with red and white brain matter splattered everywhere. Not even a whole body remained. How did you do that? Feng Yu stared at Wang Fuzhu in utter shock. He knew full well that the Butcher's combat prowess was on par with that of a great achievement martial master stage fighter. In fact, when the Butcher was in the throes of a psychotic episode, his desperate fighting style was so fierce that even a great achievement martial master stage fighter wouldn't dare to challenge him. He could tell that although Wang Fuzhu standing before him was also at the great perfection martial master stage, how could he have wiped out the entire group so effortlessly, without even a visible wound on his body? Could he be a martial king stage practitioner lying low in Yuncheng? The iron sand palm is fierce and unyielding, but it takes a heavy toll on the body. Even if practiced to the great perfection stage, one will end up paralyzed in old age. Zhao looked at Wang Fuzhu and cut straight to the heart of the matter. You're well aware of the drawbacks of the iron sand palm. You became a guest of honor in the Gu family, and old Master Gu held you in high regard. He even spent a fortune to acquire a manual on internal martial arts for you. Cultivating both internal and external arts, harmonizing yin and yang. Your natural talent is truly extraordinary. You're on par with the founding patriarch of the school. The iron sand palm has truly flourished in your hands. Progress in the martial arts is inherently slow. It takes 8 or 10 years of arduous training to see even a little result. If you dedicated yourself solely to the iron sand palm, you might even have had a chance to reach the martial king stage. But even while cultivating both internal and external styles simultaneously, Wang Fuzhu still reached the pinnacle of the martial master stage. The benefit is that he has no equal at his level. Using internal breathing techniques to power his iron sand palm, he crushed the level 3 mercenary group the Butcher belonged to. Wang Fuzhu let out a long sigh upon hearing this, feeling no sense of pride. The drawbacks are even more fatal. The gap between the martial master stage and the martial king stage is already an insurmountable chasm. Doing it this way effectively doubles the difficulty, making it nearly impossible for me to ever reach the martial king stage in my lifetime. Zhao smiled and said earnestly, enunciating each word clearly, I don't like owing anyone a favor. When you advance to the martial king stage, I'll help you become a true martial king. Wang Fuzhu could not remain calm. His expression changed dramatically, and he bowed deeply to Zhao. If you can truly help me advance to the martial king stage, I will be at your service from then on, provided that whatever I do does not betray the Gu family. The Gu family had truly been generous to Wang Fuzhu, supporting him wholeheartedly. Literature is for the poor, martial arts are for the rich. The cost of Wang Fuzhu's iron sand palm training was enormous. His monthly herbal baths alone ran into the millions, all made with exorbitantly expensive herbs. It was essentially built on a mountain of money. Without the Gu family's unwavering support, Wang Fuzhu would never have achieved such heights. Of course, Wang Fuzhu remained loyal and conscientiously fulfilled his duties as a bodyguard. With his mastery of both internal and external cultivation at the martial master stage, he was confident he could hold his own against even a martial king stage opponent for dozens of rounds. Over the years, he had helped the Gu family resolve countless troubles. Wait until you advance to the martial king stage first, Zhao said calmly. Unless Wang Fuzhu reached the martial king stage, he wouldn't offer his assistance prematurely. The martial king stage transcends the realm of humanity. It involves drawing heaven and earth mana into the body, combining it with one's vital essence to generate mana, a process indistinguishable from spiritual cultivation. Even taking a half step toward this stage is incredibly difficult. Out of 1,000 fully accomplished martial masters, only one might succeed. Although the butcher had already been killed by Wang Fuzhu, Zhao still walked over to the body, retrieved 8 or 9 cell phones, and tossed them to Fengyu standing nearby. Transfer them all to me when the time comes. The level 3 mercenary group was indeed very wealthy, with total assets of $600 million, all of which went to Zhao. After bidding farewell to Wang Fuzhu, Zhao returned to the hotel. Over the next 2 days, he hypnotized more than a dozen assassins. Although a few cautious ones hadn't shown their faces yet, he estimated there weren't many left at large. Nearly all those lured by the 10 billion bounty had been wiped out. He just had to wait for the funeral to end. Once they lost their value, they could die. Zhao had left a trace of extremely cold mana in the hearts of each hypnotized assassin, a trace he could detonate with a single thought. This served as a double safeguard to prevent any assassin from breaking free from the hypnosis. With only 1 day left before the funeral, the 1 billion yuan bounty on the dark web revealed the target of the assassination. Zhao Yi? Fengyu stared at the photo of the handsome young man, then looked at Zhao, who had transformed into Atai, and asked in confusion, Master, have you heard of Zhao? He had assumed that the person with the 10 billion Huabian bounty would be either a high-ranking official or the chairman of a publicly traded corporation, but he never would have imagined it would be such an obscure young man. The poster, using a tiger avatar, stated that Zhao would appear at Qin Yuanhao's funeral tomorrow. They emphasized that Zhao possessed fortune-telling abilities, likely because he worshipped a divine being and advised against a close-range assassination. Instead, they recommended using a sniper rifle to kill him with a single shot from a distance. Everyone of any standing in Yunqing, big or small, had received an invitation. After all, Xin Hong was considered a major figure in Yunqing, so the vast majority of people would attend, and several local media outlets had been invited to cover the event. Apparently, he is a death row inmate. I hear he is incredibly handsome. Zhao replied casually to Fengyu, his eyes glancing out the window at the scenery. I need to go make my preparations. I'm leaving the 90+ assassins to you. On the day of the funeral, take out the assassins who haven't been hypnotized. Fengyu watched Zhao walk out of the room, feeling that something wasn't quite right. The description provided by the poster with the tiger avatar seemed to match perfectly with this mysterious master standing before him. Holy shit! Realizing he uncovered the truth, he blurted out a curse, then quickly clamped his mouth shut upon realizing his slip. Zhao summoned his crimson wings and made a trip to Hidden Dragon Mountain, where Yan Shenzi greeted him with great solemnity. After practicing orthodox cultivation techniques for several days, Yan Shenzi's wounds were gradually healing. Coupled with the daily increase in mana at Hidden Dragon Mountain, his strength had improved significantly. Master Zhao, you've arrived. The seed hasn't sprouted yet, everything is going perfectly. Black Sun and White Dawn, along with Heiyao, sensed the aura and raced over, excitedly rubbing against Zhao's pant legs. On Hidden Dragon Mountain, they were undoubtedly like dragons returned to the sea. They spent their days gnawing on that mysterious beast bone, using the Demon Emperor's skill to temper their blood, and hunting in the surrounding mountains and forests whenever they were hungry. In just a few short days, they had undergone a remarkable transformation. They were now nearly as tall as Zhao's waist. Yan Shenji's expression was complex as he said in astonishment, "Master Zhao, these two little beasts of yours are truly extraordinary. I'm beginning to wonder if they have dragon blood flowing through their veins." He wasn't just paying a compliment, he was genuinely moved. At first, the two little cats had hunted herbivores like roe deer, but yesterday they had torn apart a 500-gene wild boar and devoured it entirely in just half a day. A 500-gene wild boar was practically a spirit beast, its body covered in a thick layer of mud that even hunters' homemade muskets couldn't penetrate, yet it was torn apart by the two little cats before him, their sharp claws splitting the hardest part of its spine in two. The sight sent a chill down Yan Shenji's spine. If he were to face such a creature, he feared he wouldn't even have time to cast a spell before becoming another victim of those claws. The two kittens, sensing that Zhao had business to attend to again, eagerly offered their help. The funeral is just a piece of cake. There's a major battle coming at the end of the month. Zhao gently rubbed their heads. After all, Lord Tiger was merely a puppet of the Shangli organization, his status far inferior to that of the slain Kuing Changda. The envoy arriving in Yunqing at the end of the month was the truly dangerous figure. However, ignoring his enemies was definitely not Zhao's style. Lord Tiger had dominated Yun City for 5 years, he surely had some hidden trump cards up his sleeve. In any case, he'd better not let his guard down tomorrow. He recalled the horse-faced Rakshasa and returned to the prison. He hadn't been back to the prison for a few days, and a considerable amount of yin energy had gathered on the rooftop. He refined it all into mana, bringing him one step closer to the peak of the true spirit realm. The next realm beyond the true spirit realm was the 5 Viscera realm. Once one enters the 5 Viscera realm, divine abilities arise naturally. Unlocking the immense potential of the 5 Viscera leads to a massive increase in strength. Those with exceptional innate talent even have a higher chance of developing a unique, innate divine ability. Having finished his cultivation, Zhao returned to his room and sat in a chair to rest for a while. Li Buotao rushed over, anxious and nervous. After knocking and receiving permission, he pushed the door open and entered. "Mr. Zhao, you're finally back. Someone has put a 1 billion bounty on your head. You absolutely must not go out anywhere for the time being." He, too, had received word that many international assassins had arrived, all of them cold-blooded killers. "What kind of spectacle is this? Straighten out your tongue before you speak," Zhao said with utter composure. Whenever he spoke, it was as if his words held a magical power that always calmed people down. Only after watching Li Buotao return to his normal state did he say, "Go prepare 3 wreaths for me. Before I attend the Snow Spirit Cosmetics product launch tomorrow, I'm going to Qin Yuanhao's funeral first." "Got it." Feeling reassured, Li Buotao then asked in confusion, "But only one person died, why prepare 3? "You'll find out tomorrow." Zhao didn't want to explain further and closed his eyes to rest. The next day, Zhao got up early and had Li Buotao drive him to the funeral. "I've been preparing for this day for a long time, it's finally time to bring this to a close." Qin Yuanhao's funeral was a grand affair, arranged in a classical Western style, with over 100 security guards hired to maintain order and a priest delivering the eulogy. The parking lot was packed with luxury cars, each one a symbol of a guest's status and standing, ranging from classic Rolls-Royces to modern Lamborghinis. The security guard in charge of opening the gates was baffled. He'd been watching over the parking lot for 5 years, yet he'd never seen so many luxury cars in a single day. Every prominent figure in Yunqing was there, presenting a wreath to express their deep condolences. The melodious strains of the organ, accompanied by a somber choir, created an atmosphere of grief. The guests found their seats and settled in, waiting for the funeral to begin. Xin Hong had spent a fortune to invite numerous media outlets from Yunqing, and many unsuspecting members of the public also gathered curiously to watch. The scene was packed with people, and the traffic jam remained gridlocked for several tens of minutes. The goal was to create chaos, making it easier for the hitman to strike later.
At that moment, Qin Hong sat in a wheelchair, pushed from behind by a woman with a stunning figure. His injuries would take a year or so to heal, but he was chatting and laughing with several men of similar age, all dressed in high-end suits. I'll leave this matter to you all. Tomorrow, I'll host a banquet at Hongyun Chitian to thank you. The men were all major players in Yunqing's cosmetics industry. Qin Hong, completely unconcerned, clinked his glass. We've been old friends for over a decade. Pharmaceutical cosmetics sounds like nothing more than a gimmick. One word from me is all it takes to make sure he can't survive in Yunqing. I heard there's a new product launched today. Let us go check it out later. Having operated in Yunqing for so many years and holding an 80% market share, he had the sheer power to speak so boldly. The woman with the sizzling figure was in high spirits. She was Yin Jia, whom Qin Yuanhao had kept as a mistress during college. By selling the scoop on Zhu Guanqi, she'd taken the opportunity to sleep with Qin Hong at the hospital. To be on the safe side, she'd quickly found a few other lovers and undergone more than a dozen rounds of hardening treatments. Now that her period was overdue, it was 9 out of 10 she was pregnant. Upon hearing this good news, Qin Hong immediately transferred 1 million to her as pregnancy support. Having a child in his middle age meant his lineage would be secured. If she could bear a son for Qin Hong, she would become the boss's wife of Hongyun Chitian. Yin Jie suddenly felt that Qin Yuanhao's death was for the best. There would be no one to contest the inheritance. Otherwise, given that playboyish temperament, she certainly wouldn't have been able to give birth to the child safely. The harmonious scene was soon interrupted when a black minivan ignored security and drove right into the middle of the funeral before coming to a stop. Li Buotao stepped out of the driver's seat. Many people recognized him as the warden who had taken office at Yunqing prison 2 months earlier, but wasn't he barging into a funeral a bit too rude? After all, there were high-ranking officials among the attendees, and none of them had acted so recklessly. After getting out of the van, Li Buotao first unloaded 3 wreaths before opening the rear door and respectfully helping Zhao out. The other mourners at the funeral noticed this as well, and their eyes turned toward Zhao and Li Buotao, assuming they were also guests who had come to pay their respects. Zhao, wearing a pair of sunglasses, walked toward Qin Hong with a smile on his face. When Qin Hong saw the man who had killed his son, his eyes widened in shock. He gasped for breath, ugh, while glancing around at the surrounding buildings out of the corner of his eye, hoping an assassin would suddenly appear and put this bastard down with a single bullet. However, even as Zhao approached, the scene he'd imagined never unfolded. "Who are you?" the owner of a cosmetics company asked in confusion. Since he could afford to hire Li Buotao as a driver, his status must be quite high. What's the meaning of sending 3 wreaths for one death? In Yunqing, people considered this taboo and believed it to be bad luck. Zhao ignored the cosmetics company owner, extended an arm, and casually draped it over the nervous Qin Hong's shoulder. "You went to all that trouble to set up this trap and even held the funeral near my company. Wasn't that just to lure me here?" "How? Now that I'm here, you're actually nervous?" Qin Hong's body was tense, his eyes filled with panic. Of the 10 billion yuan bounty, he had put up 400 million himself, yet it hadn't even caused a ripple. Had all the assassins been killed? What he didn't know was the assassins really had all been eliminated. Feng Yu had ordered the hypnotized assassins to comb the area within several kilometers of the funeral venue, starting last night. All the assassins who had slipped through the net had been dealt with. There was no way anyone could snipe Zhao now. "I'll tell you a little secret before I die." Zhao smiled at Qin Hong and said loudly, "The child in Yin Jie's womb isn't yours." After she left the hospital that night, she slept with 5 or 6 other men, all just to get pregnant as soon as possible and become the mother of your dead son. Qin Hong's expression changed drastically. A sharp pain pierced his heart, and he glared furiously at Yin Jie. But he had no chance to confront her further. Zhao exhaled a blast of cold air and killed Qin Hong in the same manner. Yin Jie's expression turned to sheer terror as she watched a living person turn into a corpse. She let out a shrill scream, "Murder! Murder! Murder! Help me! Shut up!" Zhao exhaled another blast of cold air, turning Yin Jie into an ice sculpture as well. The scene instantly grew much quieter. He then turned to the owners of the cosmetics companies. "Now you know why I sent 3 wreaths, don't you?" Terrified, the owners dared not utter a word, afraid of provoking this cold-blooded killer into using his supernatural powers to freeze them into ice sculptures as well. Having lived most of his life and weathered many storms, he'd seen it all, but this was the first time he'd ever encountered such a lawless madman who, in a public setting under the watchful eyes of so many, and in front of all that media, didn't he utter a single word of nonsense but simply struck without warning, killing 2 people in a row. However, having executed both Qin Hong and Yin Jie in front of so many people, someone was bound to have already called the police. The situation was becoming extremely difficult to handle. Beep beep beep. Just as they'd expected, a dozen or so police cars arrived shortly afterward. More than 40 heavily armed officers got out and quickly surrounded the entire funeral. Police Chief Chang Xiao, dressed in uniform and holding a megaphone, was followed by several officers as he walked step by step toward Zhao and the business owners. He first glanced at the 2 bodies, now frozen solid, then raised the megaphone and shouted in a powerful voice, "Qin Hong colluded with external enemies through Yin Jie, plunging Yunqing into peril. The evidence is irrefutable, he has been shot dead on the spot." After speaking, he scanned the crowd, especially the representatives from the news media, his expression growing even more stern. "Everyone here will sign a confidentiality agreement shortly. If anyone dares to spread false information and mislead the public, you'll face the consequences." A business owner standing nearby who had been on good terms with Qin Hong hesitated, opening his mouth as if to speak. Chang Xiao strode over in 2 steps and pressed a megaphone against the man's forehead. "Do you have any objections? Or are you connected to Qin Hong? If so, you'll be coming with me to the police station for questioning." The high-ranking officials attending the funeral were now as frightened as little quails, cowering in the crowd, terrified that Chang Xiao might suddenly single them out. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't have been a problem, they had nothing to fear from Chang Xiao. But now, Qin Hong was accused of the heinous crime of colluding with foreign enemies in treason. They had absolutely no idea about this, they simply frequented the Hongyun Qitian restaurant and had engaged in some under-the-table, mutually beneficial, but unsavory grey market deals. Now that his only son was dead, it was only natural for them to come pay their respects. But what they feared most had come to pass. Chang Xiao clearly had no intention of letting them off the hook. His gaze swept over each high-ranking official in turn, and a cold smile played on his lips. "I've taken note of every official here to pay their respects today. I hope you'll issue a statement as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, don't blame me for not warning you." The high-ranking officials turned pale, knowing their political careers were over. Attending the funeral of a traitor who had colluded with foreign enemies would inevitably be exploited by their rivals sooner or later. Finally, Chang Xiao bowed respectfully to Zhao, then turned and strode toward the crowd. He still had plenty of work to do, maintaining order at the scene and managing the surrounding onlookers. There were simply too many people, and the numbers kept growing. Someone was undoubtedly stirring things up behind the scenes, making a stampede highly likely. The only one truly delighted was Li Buotao. He'd spotted 5 or 6 big fish among the officials. If they were taken down, he'd be thrilled to take their seats. Zhao glanced back at the crowd surging like a tide and immediately understood what Qin Hong and Lord Tiger meant. They were using a human wave tactic to disrupt his ability to scan the scene with the life-death ledger. With thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of people present, even he couldn't screen them all in such a short time. But Zhao wasn't intimidated, it just showed they were truly at a loss and had no choice but to resort to such crude methods. Zhao activated the life-death ledger, channeling stream after stream of mana to cover the entire funeral. He had plenty of time to check them one by one. Just 2 or 3 minutes later, another Rolls-Royce pulled in. A middle-aged man in workout clothes got out first, followed by a woman in a white business suit. Her slender calves, exposed below the knees, exuded a breathtaking beauty. Appearing before the crowd as if a queen had descended, she became the undisputed center of attention. Many men were practically drooling. Just a pair of legs like that was enough to keep them spellbound all night. Yet every gesture she made exuded a subtle air of authority, deterring anyone from approaching her to strike up a conversation. Gu Qingqing had already assumed full control of the Gu family. With the patriarch having announced his retirement and the ceremony for her inauguration as head of the family scheduled for the end of the month, she naturally carried the aura of a leader. Wang Fuzhu stood right beside Gu Qingqing, wearing a pair of pristine white gloves, as silent as a statue. Several younger members of the Gu family in the crowd felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw Gu Qingqing appear. Just as they were about to reassure themselves, they heard her icy voice, "Everyone from the Gu family, get out here." The younger members of the Gu family could no longer sit still. Not daring to cross Gu Qingqing, they dragged their feet as they stepped forward. Slapped them across the face. As soon as Gu Qingqing spoke, Wang Fuzhu sprang into action, delivering 5 slaps to each of them. He applied his force with precise control, just enough to make their faces swell like pig-s heads, but not so much as to split their skulls open. Get back to the Gu family ancestral hall and face the wall for 2.5 years. Gu Qingqing paid no heed to their injuries, settling their punishment with a single sentence. She then turned to Zhao and smiled warmly. "I'm afraid I've caused you some embarrassment, Mr. Zhao. I was actually on my way to attend your Shuling Cosmetics product launch, but upon learning that a few of my younger relatives were making fools of themselves here, I had to come take a look." The owners of the cosmetics companies exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. They knew exactly who Gu Qingqing was. Just moments ago, they'd been brazenly boasting that a single word from them could bring Shuling Cosmetics to its knees. Yet the man standing before them was actually the owner of Shuling Cosmetics and someone with deep ties to the head of the Gu family? Forcing themselves to take a deep breath, they thought, the Gu family is the Gu family, we can still manage to hold our own. Before they even had time to process the bombshell news of the Gu family patriarch's personal arrival, several olive green jeeps bearing military license plates barreled in and pulled up beside Li Buitao's minivan. A young man in a crisp military uniform stepped out, looking like a sword drawn from its scabbard. He held a rhino hide whip in his hand, drawing even more attention than Gu Qingqing. Even Chang Xiao had come over and saluted the young man. Shen Zhongjian returned the salute, his voice resonant and firm. "I'm here today on personal business, bringing an elder to attend the product launch and, while I'm at it, to discipline a younger family member who has broken the clan's rules. Director Chang, please go back and preside over the proceedings." The window of the jeep rolled down, revealing the face of an elderly man, who smiled at Chang Xiao. Chang Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and his face flushed with excitement as he recognized the elderly man, Yan Xiaozong, who had long since retired to the mountains. How could he have come down to attend the Shuling Cosmetics product launch? Yan Xiaozong was a renowned figure at the Yunqing Police Department and national hero who had fought in the self-defense counterattack war. His portrait even hung in Chang Xiao's office. He had declined the rank of general and was one of the few people Chang Xiao held in the highest esteem. Shen Zhongjian ordered the younger generation of the Shen family to come forward, line up, and kneel in order. I wield the Shen family's disciplinary whip. For aiding and abetting the persecution of our family's benefactors and participating in the funeral of a traitor, I shall receive a total of 25 lashes. Any objections? Not a single one of the younger generation of the Shen family dared to utter a word. Although some of them were older than Shen Zhongjian, he was the sole son of the current family head. Sent to the military at the age of 16 to be tempered, he had seen combat several times and, despite his youth, had already attained the rank of major. He might well go on to achieve great feats in the future. They could only grit their teeth and reply, "No objections." Good. Shen Zhongjian barked. It was summer, and since they were already lightly dressed, there was no need to strip. He showed no mercy as he lashed out the whip, left white trails in the air. 25 lashes each, every one of them left with their skin torn open, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Take them to the hospital. If they die, it's their own fault. Shen Zhongjian didn't even glance at the younger generation of the clan. He merely cast a sideways look at the owners of the cosmetics companies. The executives instinctively took a step back. Though they didn't utter a word, that aura of lethal intent was simply too much for men accustomed to a life of luxury to bear. It's really over. Shen Zhongjian, dressed in his military district uniform and wielding the Shen family's ceremonial whip, represented both the Shen family and the military district. Faced with these two colossal forces, they stood no chance of holding their own. The only way to avoid annihilation was to submit meekly. Everyone present in Yunqing was somewhat well known, and they all looked at Zhao with curiosity. Today had truly broadened their horizons. It was simply unimaginable what kind of background this young man had, one capable of drawing the two leading figures of the Guanshan families to attend the Snow Spirit Cosmetics product launch. The person sitting in the Jeep was even more extraordinary. There were probably only a handful of people in the entire city who could make Chang Xiao lose his composure like that. Zhao's focus was no longer here. His figure suddenly vanished from where he stood, sprinting at a speed nearly matching the speed of sound. When he reappeared, he was already in the crowd, delivering a punch toward a short monk wearing a tattered gray and white robe, his head covered in scabs. "I've found you." The scabby-headed monk clearly hadn't expected to be spotted so suddenly by Zhao. Caught off guard, he instinctively raised his arm to defend himself, while a faint Buddhist light emanated from his chest, forming a protective shield intended to knock Zhao away. But Zhao's punch wasn't about to be easily fended off. The pale yellow Buddhist light that had formed the Vajra shield lasted only 3 seconds before shattering, and the bald-headed monk couldn't withstand the impact. He flew backward, coughing up blood in great gulps. The surrounding crowd screamed and quickly cleared a space to avoid being injured by the battleless aftershocks. "How can you be this strong?" Monk Lai too scrambled to his feet, both arms on the verge of breaking. He pulled out the black bowl, now shattered into several pieces, from the chest pocket of his Tibetan monk's robe. "If it weren't for my magic artifact and the protection of the Buddha's light at that critical moment, that punch of yours would killed me." He was already on par with a Grand Martial Master, and that black bowl was no ordinary object. It had been blessed by a high monk chanting sutras day and night for decades, and even a martial king would have struggled to shatter it. Yet it had indeed been smashed to pieces by a single punch. "I really can't understand why you can wield such immense power without communicating with the immortals. Moreover, I'm wearing a magic artifact that conceals my divine aura. How on earth did you see through my disguise? And are you also wearing a magic artifact that conceals the will of heaven? Why can't I see anything on you?" Monk Lai too knew that those wearing such artifacts were usually shrouded in a faint gray mist. Even if one strained one's eyes until they bled, one couldn't make them out clearly. Yet Zhao was as clear as a pool of still water, like a banished immortal who had descended to the mortal realm. Zhao looked at the baffled Monk Lai too, knowing that what he referred to as a magic artifact to obscure the will of heaven, a bracelet strung from a dozen or so small bone fragments, was completely ineffective against the life-death ledger. It took only a slight expenditure of mana to see right through it. "So you're the one Lord Tiger spoke of, the one who also worships the immortals?" The bald-headed monk's expression shifted slightly. Beneath his ashen-gray monk's robe were festering sores, blood mixed with green pus, causing extreme physical revulsion. "I take your money to ward off your misfortune. Today, you will surely die." With that said, he began to chant a repetitive incantation under his breath, and the aura surrounding him rapidly transformed as he channeled the immortal he served. His eyes suddenly revealed nothing but eerie whites, and fine black hair rapidly sprouted from his skin, though it was coated in a foul-smelling, sticky mucus that clung tightly to his skin. Even his features were changing. His nasal bone jutted high, his forehead and skull broadened, fangs protruded outward, and 2 white eyebrows hung down to his waist. He was the spitting image of an ape. This was also the first time Zhao had seen someone who truly served an immortal. Such people were also called immortal attendants, meaning those who attended to the daily needs of the immortals. Normal immortal attendants who communicate with the immortals certainly wouldn't be as terrifying as Monk Lai too. The main reason was that he sensed Zhao was far too formidable, so he immediately resorted to the most powerful technique, inviting an immortal to possess his body, a ritual that would cost him 20 years of his lifespan in a single go. I wondered what kind of immortal it was. Turns out it's just an old ape. Zhao let out a derisive snort, completely dismissing him. What is an immortal? They are merely those who, in life, attained profound spiritual cultivation and possess souls powerful enough to influence reality after death. They remain undissolved in the world, sustained by special rituals. But over time, this becomes unsustainable. The persistence of the deceased inherently defies the laws of heaven, as they are constantly cleansed by the rules of the Tao. Day and night, their minds gradually become clouded, leaving them with 2 choices: either to draw yang energy from the living, or to establish a sect or temple to receive offerings. Those who establish their own sects and temples to receive offerings are extremely rare. There have been very few throughout history. Therefore, drawing yang energy from the living is the choice of the vast majority. An unequal contract is formed between the 2 parties. The immortal lures the devotee with the promise of power,
while subsisting on their yang energy. Of course, not everyone can become an immortal disciple.
Serving an immortal entails bearing heavy karmic consequences. One's birth chart must be sufficiently robust, or else they will meet a violent death within 3 days.
Monk Lazy 2 is no saint either.
A few years ago, he was a thug in a small town who raped a widow who had lost her husband. To escape prison, he fled to Taohua Temple, where he shaved his head and became a monk at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Later, after engaging in underhanded schemes at Taohua Temple and facing expulsion, he was chosen by the old ape to become a celestial disciple. Every time the monk with the scaly head used his immortal powers, a festering boil would appear on his body. When it flared up, he would scratch and claw at himself incessantly, leaving behind harrowing scars of torment far worse than the cruelest form of slow slicing.
Who is this greenhorn speaking so disrespectfully?
The monk with the scaly head was a completely different person now, his voice deep and hoarse, occasionally emitting bestial growls. Zhao's smile never wavered as he revealed its origins, nothing more than the old ape of Peach Blossom Temple, one who eavesdropped on the sutras day and night until his mind was awakened, and after 100 years of arduous cultivation, he has become something of a force. But no matter how you look at it, he is still nothing more than a beast.
Hey!
Zhao's few casual words seemed to strike a nerve deep within the old ape's heart. His eyes instantly turned blood red, like 2 burning flames, as frenzied rage churned violently within them. I've lived at Peach Blossom Temple for over 100 years. In my lifetime, those bald monks would bow deeply before me, and I would sit and discuss Zen with Abbot Yunhai. Yet here you are, a greenhorn, calling me a beast at every turn. Today, I have no choice but to kill you. Monk Lai too, now possessed by a celestial being, had hair that had been lying flat against his skin. It instantly stood on end like steel needles. He threw back his head and let out a deafening roar that echoed throughout the entire funeral procession, causing tens of thousands of people to collapse to the ground.
Feng Yu had arrived as well.
But he couldn't help.
The current monk Lai too possessed martial king stage strength, far beyond what a human could contend with. Stepping forward would be pure suicide.
Ironically, though the old ape had devoted his life to studying the Buddha's light, after death he was consumed by overwhelming resentment. His body was wrapped in pitch-black malevolent energy, intent on corroding Zhao into a pile of sludge. Why don't you contact your immortal masters and let me see what kind of beast could have raised a creature like you?
You're not worthy. Zhao grew serious as well.
Frost suddenly appeared wherever he passed. He struck out with a fierce palm strike, channeling the mana of the Nether Emperor's art, causing the air temperature to plummet below zero and freezing the invisible, pitch-black malevolent energy in its tracks. The old ape's pupils contracted slightly as it hurriedly burst backward, but Zhao quickly closed the distance, striking palm after palm against its body.
Wherever he struck, ice formed instantly, severely hampering its movements. The police officers brought by Chang Shao frantically maintained order, trying their best to keep the citizens back.
The battle had long since defied all expectations, and many people pulled out their phones to film the scene frantically.
Roar!
The old ape howled in agony. It was no match for Zhao at all. If it hadn't cultivated the Vajra invincibility divine art, it would have been frozen into an ice sculpture long ago, but even so, its entire body was trembling from the cold. It channeled all its malevolent energy, activating the string of bone bracelets it wore. The pitch-black malevolent energy began to materialize, rapidly expanding into ropes that bound Zhao. Hurry up and come help me, or we'll all die together. As its words fell, a hunched figure darted out from the crowd, its right hand clutching a blood-red spike, launching a surprise attack from behind to pierce Zhao's skull. Zhao whipped his head around to face the hunched figure, blew gently on the bone bracelet, which instantly crumbled to dust, revealing his snow-white teeth. You finally decided to show yourself, Lord Tiger, hiding behind the scenes.
I've been waiting for you for a long time.
The hunched figure was concealed beneath loose, baggy robes, but Zhao's eyes shot out invisible golden light, revealing the true form beneath. Far different from the image Zhao had conjured in his mind, Lord Tiger was only about 30 years old, and strangely, his entire body was completely hairless. His skull was so smooth it reflected light, with not a trace of hair. Even the finest vellus hair and armpit hair had vanished. The skin on his lower body clung tightly to his bones, with not a drop of blood beneath it, making him look like a taut drumhead. This extreme emaciation. This extreme emaciation made his face look haggard and his body appear abnormally frail, as if a mere gust of wind could knock him over. Wrapped in a layer of pure white cotton cloth, he exuded an eerie aura of a living, breathing Western mummy. Feng Yu and Wang Fuzhu were deeply shaken. It was clear that the mysterious figure who had suddenly appeared exuded an aura no weaker than that of the martial king stage. What kind of heretical art is he practicing? How can he look so eerie? Martial king stage practitioners, who were usually as elusive as a dragon seen only in glimpses, had suddenly appeared in pairs today. They had joined the crowd evacuation efforts, otherwise, far too many people would have perished. Deep cracks spread across the ground, cracks that even a bulldozer couldn't break, yet they were caused by the old ape's fist strikes. Several cosmetics shop owners who had taken cover in safe spots were even thinking to themselves, Zhao had better die soon. Otherwise, with him propping up Shuling Cosmetics, we'll all end up trailing behind him like underlings. The old ape, now possessing the body of the monk Lai Tu, let out a long howl and hurried to use the soul-extinguishing spike. This kid is incredibly eerie, he still hasn't communicated with the immortals. Could it be that the deity he worships has already attained divine status? It was truly spine-chilling. They could feel the threat of death. In life, he had cultivated the Vajra invincible divine art, a formidable physique impervious even to bullets. After his cremation, more than a dozen relics remained, which were then personally refined into a magic artifact by several high-ranking monks, and yet, it had only managed to trap Zhao for a single second? He had been invited by Lord Tiger, who claimed to have discovered a very weak immortal. If he could devour it, his soul power would surely reach new heights. But it turned out to be nothing more than an immortal child, and he was about to kill it. You've actually forced me to this point. Lord Tiger paid no heed to the furious old ape. His familiar, hoarse voice emerged from his mouth, his tongue shriveled inside his mouth, his teeth all fallen out, making it difficult for him to speak as his bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhao. Do you know what price such a heavy price? Zhao nodded impassively through the life-death ledger. He had already seen right through Lord Tiger. Wang Shouhu, 32 years old. Originally a coal miner, he resented that the foreman earned more than he did. After getting him drunk on baijiu, he premeditatedly murdered him and dumped the body at the bottom of the mine. Unexpectedly, his crime was exposed and he became a fugitive, fleeing in fear of facing justice. When he had nowhere left to turn, a special envoy wearing a white mask found you, injected you with a toxin, and made you a member of the Shangli organization. Over the years, you made several outstanding contributions and were rewarded with a complete human skin, on which an ancient cultivation technique was inscribed. Mastering it to its highest level would grant you eternal life. Overjoyed, you began your cultivation, only to discover with horror that this required you to devour yourself, step by step. Feng Yu and Wang Fuzhu, standing nearby, looked stunned. While the cultivation of Disya's magical arts did have its drawbacks, they could never have imagined it would be so twisted, requiring one to grow stronger by devouring one's own flesh. Lord Tiger nodded in agreement. The ancient cultivation technique inscribed on the human skin had no name and was severely incomplete, containing only the first two levels. Yet, upon reaching each level, one gained bizarre powers. The first stage was called wild hair. It required plucking every single hair from the body, not even the nose hairs could be spared, swallowing them and digesting them. This granted boundless strength equivalent to 1,000 jin and allowed one to charge like the wind, holding one's own even against a martial master. The second stage is called drinking blood. It requires first draining one's blood, then igniting it using the secret method recorded on the human skin, and swiftly gulping it down while it burns. The scorching blood will burn the mouth and throat to a pulp, and every organ from the stomach to the intestines will endure indescribable agony, leaving one's voice incredibly hoarse. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the blood-drinking realm, the body is drained of every last drop of blood, becoming as desiccated as a Western mummy. Yet one's combat prowess rivals that of the martial king. Stage 1 can channel the mana of heaven and earth for one's own use, and the body's self-healing abilities increase dramatically. Lord Tiger spent 5 years consuming all the hair on his body to reach the pinnacle of the wild hair realm, but he became mired in inner conflict. If he were to drink all his own blood, would he still be a normal human being? He never actually went through with it. As Zhao gradually spiraled out of control, he had no other choice but to grit his teeth and press on with his cultivation. But the severity of the situation far exceeded expectations. 3 of his 4 closest confidants were dead, and 1 was injured. With the special envoy's arrival at Lin Yun City drawing near, Lord Tiger had no choice but to exhaust his lifespan to accelerate the process. The blood-drinking realm, which normally takes decades to master, was completed in just a few days. Lord Tiger now has only a few months left to live, and he is so filled with hatred that he would love to smash Zhao to pieces and drink his blood. You two, come at me together. Zhao was in the late True Spirit realm equivalent to the peak Martial King stage and True Immortal realm, and facing 2 Martial King stage practitioners who were barely at the minor achievement level, he could easily beat them to a pulp with one hand. If he hadn't kept the monkey around to lure Lord Tiger out, he would have roasted him with his True Spirit long ago and tasted what monkey brains were like. He unleashed his true power, swinging his right fist with the force to split mountains. A piercing sonic boom rang out through the air, like the roar of a celestial god. The air itself seemed to tear apart, forming visible ripples that struck Lord Tiger squarely in the face without fail. The magic artifact in Lord Tiger's hand was the soul-extinguishing spike. Once driven into the skull, the soul would be instantly reduced to ashes. He hadn't used any mana, it was purely the sheer power of his physical body leaving the old ape speechless. Damn it, he is actually a Martial King stage practitioner who trains through physical cultivation. Doesn't he worship the great sage equal to heaven? How can he defy the heavens to this extent? Wang Fuzhu and Feng Yu were also stunned. If they'd been hit, they would have been blown to smithereens. Even they were forced to step back. Getting accidentally dragged into this fight would be no laughing matter. The area he passed through looked as if it had been ravaged by a disaster. The concrete and rebar reinforced ground, weaker than substandard construction, was blasted into one massive crater after another. Martial King stage masters are few and far between, and battles between them are even rarer. 10 years ago, the Night Watchers had issued a decree: Martial King stage and True Immortal level masters were forbidden from engaging in open combat in public places. Any battles had to be arranged in remote, secluded locations. Incidents like this one, erupting right in the heart of the city, had occurred only a handful of times in recent decades. It was simply too rare. At their level, the goal was to pursue higher realms. They would not take action unless there was a life or death grudge. Feng Yu had only just remembered this. Hardstyle martial arts are a branch of the martial path that places even greater demands on practitioners. 10 years of relentless physical training day in and day out leads to 90% of practitioners destroying their own bodies before they even reach mastery. At the pinnacle of mastery, one's body becomes as impenetrable as a wall of bronze and iron. Even a barrage of bullets would struggle to cause the slightest scratch. The old ape had practiced the Peach Blossom Temple's Vajra invincibility art during his lifetime, but he was still far from achieving true mastery. Lord Tiger was blasted hundreds of meters away and embedded deep into the concrete wall of an office building, but he didn't explode into a bloody pulp. As if made of rubber, his severely deformed skull actually snapped back into shape at a visible speed. He cracked his neck to realign it, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Having cultivated the techniques recorded on the human skin, my physical body is very hard to shatter. But that punch really hurt. I almost fell apart for real. Zhao smiled as well. Since one punch wasn't enough to kill him, he'd just have to try a few more times. Zhao's attacks came down like a storm, pounding Lord Tiger with one punch after another. He was determined to see just how long this so-called immortal body could hold out. Every punch was as ferocious as the first, causing the surrounding air to warp violently. The earth trembled slightly under the overwhelming force, as if begging for mercy. The funeral site was nothing short of a shambles, nothing but massive craters and deep gouges. The onlookers were deeply shaken by the scene, staring in stunned silence at Zhao's assault, their hearts filled with fear and awe. The faint-hearted were on the verge of prostrating themselves in worship. This was no human strength at all, but rather a divine being manifesting in the mortal world. The one most shaken of all was Xin Zhongjian. Back then, he'd even wanted to bring Zhao to the military district so the instructors could test his limits. Now, just thinking about it made him cringe. Damn it, forget sending a few instructors. Even if the entire Special Forces Brigade charged in fully armed, 9 times out of 10 they wouldn't last a minute. But immediately afterward, their eyes lit up with reverence. If they could have Zhao as their instructor training them for a few months or half a year, they'd surely achieve excellent results at the year-end army-wide combat skills competition. Ghost Ape, attack! Lord Tiger was genuinely terrified. He could feel his self-healing abilities reaching their limit. His physical body was truly on the verge of complete collapse. The old ape, now possessing the body of the lazy monk, was also cornered. He clasped his black-haired hands together, and a strange, serene Buddhist aura unexpectedly appeared on his savage face as he chanted complex sutras. One by one, blood-red swastikas flew from his mouth, and sure enough, Zhao's attacks slowed down. He was reciting a Buddhist spell from Peach Blossom Temple, specifically designed to attack the souls of living beings. For ordinary people, merely hearing it would cause their souls to be instantly annihilated, and it would consume 1 year of their lifespan every 10 seconds, yet it only caused Zhao to feel slightly dizzy and disoriented. Old Monkey, being a soul form himself, paid an even heavier price. Monk Lai too was the first to be doomed, and as an immortal child, the karmic retribution he faced was even greater. The lifespan consumed had to be multiplied by 5. His own strength would be reduced by 2/3, and he wouldn't recover without drawing upon several hundred years of lifespan. Does he have a magic artifact to protect his soul? The old ape thought Zhao was utterly despicable, a scheming villain pretending to be weak to catch his prey. Had he been cultivating since the womb? How could he fight 2 opponents without resorting to immortal power? The monk, possessed by the spirit, was rapidly aging. The skin on his face gradually lost its elasticity, becoming saggy and rough, with wrinkles spreading across his face like ravines. His hair turned white and sparse, like withered autumn grass, exuding a musty, decaying odor. Now, they could only rely on Lord Tiger to seize this precious opportunity and kill Zhao with the soul-extinguishing spike. Lord Tiger let out a thunderous roar, gripping the soul-extinguishing spike tightly with both hands. Taking advantage of Zhao's vulnerability, he aimed to pierce through his soul with a single strike. When they were only a few meters apart, a massive, ancient, and eerie hand as black as ink and over several meters tall suddenly emerged from the ground without warning. Covered in ancient, time-worn armor, it seized Lord Tiger in an instant. Lord Tiger's face instantly contorted with sheer terror. He tried to break free from the giant hand's grip, but it held him as tightly as an iron band, so tightly that one could even hear his bones cracking under the pressure. Zhao, who had been attacked by the old ape, suddenly regained his composure, a smug smile curving his lips. His soul, protected by the golden flames of the true spirit, remained completely unaffected. He simply continued to gather power in his right fist, waiting for Lord Tiger to come to him. His gaze grew sharp and icy. Lord Tiger was struck once more by a punch of boundless ferocity. His body finally reached its breaking point and burst open like a balloon. He didn't even notice the scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere. Lord Tiger's body, like quicksand, dissolved into countless tiny grayish-white grains of sand, all of which Zhao collected before they hit the ground, intending to study them when he had time. It was the first time he'd ever seen a corpse turn to sand after death. It was bound to be something special. Seeing that Lord Tiger was dead and his essence dissipated, the old ape prepared to make a run for it. The thought of leaving Monk Lai Tua's body made him feel worse than if he'd eaten a pile of manure, and he still had to go through the trouble of selecting a divine child. How could Zhao give it that chance? He strode forward in a few steps to stand before Monk Lai Tu, reached out, and snapped the monk's neck, then set about tearing the old ape from his body. How dare you, you upstart! The old ape's true form was that of a monkey, though clad in a red monk's robe and radiating both Buddhist serenity and malevolent energy. He angrily rebuked Zhao for his audacity and even attempting to lay a hand on him. If you truly intend to force me to stay, Taohua Temple will not let you off the hook. A mere remnant soul, and yet you dare to speak so brazenly. Zhao had coveted the old ape for a long time. If he could devour it, it would be a tremendous tonic for his soul, perhaps even allowing him to cultivate divine consciousness. Divine consciousness is an ability that only opens up after reaching the 5 viscera realm and forming a divine embryo. Anything within its range, no matter how profound the concealment technique, becomes completely ineffective. Wherever divine consciousness reaches, there is no need for eyes or ears. It perceives everything. A powerful divine consciousness can even command weapons, achieving the effect of wielding a sword to kill. It can also serve as a means of attack. Even the hardest armor is useless against it, and in the blink of an eye, it can sweep away tens of thousands of troops. If gunmetal energy acts upon the physical body, then divine consciousness acts upon the soul. Zhao first needed the old ape's remnant soul repeatedly, shaping it into an irregular sphere the size of a fist to prevent it from escaping, then froze it solid. He had Li Buotao fetch a backpack, placed it inside, and slung it over his shoulder. The battle had ended, drawing to a perfect close, and Zhao was ready to leave the stage. He put away Lord Tiger's soul-extinguishing spike, a fine magical artifact, and exchanged a glance with Cheng Xiao. Given the magnitude of what had just happened, there was no way he could attend the press conference now. There had already been plenty of trouble today. Cheng Xiao would have to clean up the mess until his hands cramped. Although he'd done his best to avoid harming innocents, there were still many reckless individuals who, disregarding the police's warnings, had approached to get a clear video. As a result, they were severely injured by the aftershocks and had to be rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. He summoned his crimson wings and flew away from the scene, heading for Hidden Dragon Mountain. It was a peaceful place, free from disturbances, perfect for refining. Yan Shenzi hadn't expected Zhao to return so quickly. He thought something must have gone wrong. Master Zhao, has something happened? Should we make a run for it now? The two kittens also approached him with concern. Zhao gave them a reassuring look before turning to Yan Shenzi. Get lost. Got it. Watching Yan Shenzi actually scuttle off to the side, Zhao didn't hold it against him. He took the ice ball out of his backpack, and Yan Shenzi, curious, leaned in closer, examining it with a series of tsks and saying, "Wow, such a big ice ball, doesn't it freeze your hands, Master Zhao?" Spotting the murderous intent in Zhao's eyes, Yan Shenzi truly panicked. He immediately clamped his hand over his mouth, signaling he wouldn't say another word. How dare you, you wretch! The old ape sealed inside the ice ball was extremely violent. Zhao began to break open the ice ball to refine it, determined not to waste a single moment in case the situation took a turn for the worse. The souls of immortal beings whose spirits are so powerful they're enshrined after death possess immense spiritual energy. To Zhao, this was the ultimate elixir of vitality. Seeing that Zhao was getting serious, the old ape truly panicked, and his tone softened instantly. Let us talk this out. We're not mortal enemies. If it comes down to it, I'll serve under you. There's no need to exterminate me completely, is there? The old ape was genuinely panicked. All traces of ferocity vanished from his face, and he spoke in a fawning tone. I've spent over 100 years at Peach Blossom Temple and know the hundreds of martial arts manuals in the scripture hall by heart. As long as you're willing to spare me, I can teach you everything. Even Yan Shenzi, who was standing nearby, recognized the old ape's identity despite his usually slow reactions. So it's that white-browed old ape from Peach Blossom Temple. Didn't he pass away 70 years ago? The white-browed old ape led a truly eventful life. He began as just another monkey at Peach Blossom Temple, eavesdropping daily on the previous abbot's sermons. Through constant exposure, his mind was awakened, and he was taken on as a disciple. Gradually, he learned to recite sutras and preach Zen, poring over tens of thousands of volumes in the scripture hall, and embarked on the path of cultivation. Yan Shenzi remembered it clearly. Rumor has it that the white-browed old ape had already reached the pinnacle of the martial king stage, undergoing a complete transformation that took him even further. He had begun to sense the great Tao of heaven and earth and could influence the external material world with his soul. He was just one step away from becoming a supreme master at the martial saint realm. Above the martial king stage lies the martial saint, the pinnacle of masters who have transcended the ordinary to attain sainthood. In the secular world, the status of a martial saint is 100 times more revered than that of a martial king. In ancient dynasties, they would have been the leaders of top-tier sects, with lifespans reaching 300 years. In the military, they would be generals capable of commanding hundreds of thousands of troops. Legend has it that they can subdue all evil spirits and demons, representing the pinnacle of martial arts achievement. Wen Zhong, the former leader of the Tianxia Society before the founding of the nation, was a genuine, veteran martial saint. On the eve of the nation's founding, he attempted to seize control of the Central Plains, annex several provinces, and crown himself king. As a result, the nation summoned a powerful figure from Mount Tai, who drove both Wen Zhong and the Tianxia Society out. Later, that powerful figure who emerged from Mount Tai single-handedly founded the current Night Watchers division. The white-browed old ape's achievements rivaled those of the heavens. He was but a step away from becoming a martial saint. After his death, his soul did not perish but was reborn as an immortal. To survive, he committed numerous sins, and now he has fallen into my hands. Zhao let out a cold laugh. You'd better keep the cultivation techniques of Peach Blossom Temple to yourself and wait until your next life to practice them. After the white-browed old ape's death, less than 1/10 of his soul remained, allowing him to wield only the strength of a minor martial king stage cultivator. Otherwise, if he had truly been able to unleash his peak power, Zhao would have had to step back for a moment. The martial arts of Great Xia and Zhao's cultivation path diverged starting from the martial saint stage. The true spirit realm is equivalent to the martial king stage. Above that, the martial saint stage involves developing the physical body to its limit and focuses on tapping into the soul's potential equivalent to the divine fetus realm, the final stage of the transcendence from mortality period. However, Zhao still had the 5 viscera realm to go through before reaching that level. The 5 viscera realm continues to develop the physical body and is superior to the martial arts of Great Xia. Zhao channeled the golden flame, intending to refine the white-browed old ape into the most primordial soul energy to strengthen his own soul. A golden flame sprang to life in the palm of his hand, so scorching and brilliantly radiant that it was impossible to look directly at it. The white-browed old ape, now in its soul form, materialized, its eyes flashing with a venomous, ferocious glint. Are you really going to go down in a blaze of glory? Do you truly believe that ordinary flames can harm my soul form? Zhao ignored the white-browed old ape and casually tossed it into the flames. The next second, the white-browed old ape let out a wail as its soul form crackled and popped, like butter rapidly melting. I was once the guardian Vajra of Peach Blossom Temple, and Abbot Yunhai is about to be elevated to the rank of Arhat. Are you sure you can bear the consequences? It roared in despair, its threatening words howling like a gale, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble. Even Yenshunzi was stunned by the sight. Master Zhao was even more ruthless than he had imagined. He was actually refining the white-browed old ape. If word of this got out, it would send shockwaves through the entire Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Temple has aided the tyrant and allowed you, this beast, to wreak havoc upon the mortal world. I don't believe they're unaware of this. If they dare come here to settle the score, I will certainly strike at Peach Blossom Temple. Zhao increased his mana infusion, causing the golden flames to burn even more fiercely. Nourished by this soul power, a complete furnace took shape, and his cultivation realm advanced from. The white-browed old ape could only emit the most pitiful wails, its voice filled with despair and helplessness. Trapped within the furnace, it was unable to exert even the slightest bit of power. It couldn't even manage the most basic act of self-destruction. Eventually, as it was refined, it gradually became purer. It transformed into a wisp of the purest soul energy, which Zhao swallowed in a single gulp. Today, I shall condense my divine consciousness. Zhao crossed his legs in the lotus position, swallowed the white-browed old ape as soul energy, and then used a special technique to strengthen his own soul. Divine consciousness is similar to mental power, yet its efficacy far surpasses it by 1,000 or even 100 times. If mental power were likened to cotton thread, then divine consciousness would be like steel rebar. The gap between them is even greater than that between mana and mana. The hypnotic techniques Feng Yu practices rely on mental power. If he could condense divine consciousness, he could hypnotize hundreds or even thousands of people in an instant. If he could truly use this to cultivate divine consciousness, Zhao would also have to cultivate a soul-related technique. At this moment, his mind was intensely focused. After absorbing the soul power of the white-browed old ape, his soul instantly grew more than tenfold in strength. The intangible ripples were like a tsunami, radiating out from Zhao and blasting everything around him away. Having also been nourished by the soul power, he fully formed his furnace, and his cultivation realm broke through from the late stage to perfection. The next step was the 5-organ realm. Yenshunzi, who had been watching the spectacle, didn't even have time to react. He crashed into a tea tree and staggered to his feet. The 2 kittens were already used to this, so they had run to a safe spot before Zhao began his refinement. Seeing Yenshunzi take a faceplant, they actually giggled like humans. It really worked. Zhao said this with his eyes closed. His divine sense covered a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers. Every blade of grass and tree within that range, the fluttering of bees busily collecting honey, even the direction and speed of the breeze, and the bubbles exhaled by crushing carp in the stream, nothing escaped his perception. This spiritual perception, which is typically only cultivated at the divine fetus realm, Zhao had already attained while still in the true spirit realm. Moreover, his spiritual perception could foresee danger, allowing him to react a step ahead. It was now extremely difficult for anyone to ambush him within a 2 or 3 kilometer radius. More importantly, I've absorbed everything from the white-browed old ape. I've mastered every single cultivation technique he practiced. Zhao's tone was full of excitement. The white-browed old ape had lived for 200 years and had dabbled in 15 or 16 Shaolin martial arts techniques. Although he had only skimmed the surface of each, his greatest expertise lay in the Vajra invincibility divine power, followed by sutras specifically designed to attack the soul. The key was that he didn't need to study them, it was as if he acquired them for free. After finally calming his excitement, Zhao attempted to activate the life-death ledger with his spiritual sense to see if there was any difference from when he was in his physical form. The moment his spiritual sense activated the life-death ledger, Zhao, standing atop Hidden Dragon Mountain and gazing down at the bustling Yun City, saw his expression change dramatically. He actually saw the future of Yun City. Yunqing, this bustling, vibrant metropolis vying for top-tier status, had been completely transformed in Zhao's eyes. The skyscrapers that once soared into the clouds were now nothing but rubble. Shattered glass glinted with a chilling light in the sun. The streets, once teeming with life, were now deathly silent, the air thick with the stench of decay. Corpses littered the ruins, and Hidden Dragon Mountain, which had been in the process of regenerating beneath his feet, showed no trace of the dragon vein, having reverted to a barren, desolate mountain. Zhao's face turned pale as he muttered in disbelief, "What on earth has happened to Yuncheng?" Zhao immediately stopped channeling the life-death ledger. In just a single second, he had exhausted all his mana, and his soul power had been depleted to the absolute limit. After his spiritual power had evolved into divine perception, Zhao unlocked another function of the life-death ledger. Its scope was no longer limited to individuals, it could even reveal the future of an entire city. However, peering into a city's future was still too much to ask of Zhao at this moment. He quickly crossed his legs into a lotus position to replenish his depleted mana. Black Sun and White Dawn crouched beside him alongside Heiyao, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. They wouldn't even let Yenshunzi approach, bearing claws sharp enough to cleave boulders in two. Should Yenshunzi dare to get close, they would instantly tear him to shreds. About half an hour later, Zhao had regained some of his strength, a look of relief mixed with fear on his face. That was truly too risky, Zhao murmured to himself. Yun City had a permanent population of 8 or 9 million. He'd only glimpsed a corner of it just now, equivalent to observing tens or even hundreds of thousands of people at once. If he'd looked for just a few seconds longer, he would have been drained dry. However, by a twist of fate, Zhao had glimpsed the darkest corner of Yun City's future, as if a catastrophe had just ravaged the city, leaving fewer than 1 in 10 of the 8 or 9 million residents alive. It doesn't look like a disaster, like an earthquake. The dragon vein of Hidden Dragon Mountain is gone. Zhao rubbed his chin, his heart weighed down by a heaviness he hadn't felt in a long time. He closed his eyes again, summoning the images he'd just seen, striving to find the key clues within them. The scenes flashed before Zhao's eyes one by one, and it wasn't until he watched them for the 7th time that he spotted a figure both familiar and unfamiliar on the rooftop of a tall building. A flash of murderous intent instantly flared in his eyes, the special envoy of the Shangliu organization. Zhao saw several mysterious figures wearing white masks, gazing down at the ruins with emotionless eyes. In the center sat an elderly man in a wheelchair, having lost both his hands and feet, his entire body wrapped in a layer of white cloth. The dragon vein of Hidden Dragon Mountain must have been successfully extracted by them as well, using some unknown secret technique. It shouldn't be long now. With only a few days left until the end of the month, the white-masked envoys would arrive. Now, the only person left in Yunqing who had been injected with the toxin was old Lu. As long as he was kept under close surveillance, they would know the exact moment the envoys arrived. The Shangliu organization has committed countless atrocities. Don't even think your schemes will succeed. Unfortunately, he hadn't observed the scene long enough to pinpoint the exact day, otherwise, he could have made preparations. Zhao was about to leave Hidden Dragon Mountain. His mana was simply too low, and it would take at least a few days to recover, so he decided to return to the prison first. Suddenly, he heard a faint call and instinctively turned to look at the spot where he had planted the seed. He walked over and crouched down. "Are you calling me?" He'd never heard anything like this before. Since developing his divine consciousness, his sensitivity had increased dozens of times over, allowing him to perceive even the faintest sounds. He never would have imagined that this mysterious seed could actually call out to him. When he first obtained it, he used the life-death ledger to investigate its origins, but unfortunately, he hadn't found anything. Now that he had cultivated his divine consciousness, which allowed him to even see the city's future, he resolved to return once he regained his mana in prison to investigate its true origins. It took quite a while before the seed beneath the soil responded, admitting it was the one calling out. Another 10 minutes passed before it mustered enough strength to say, "I want sand." Zhao took off his backpack, which contained the grayish-white sand that had formed from Lord Tiger's remains after his death. "Is this what you want?" Yenshunzi, limping heavily, struggled to walk over. Looking at Zhao crouched on the ground, he muttered very quietly, "We're doomed." Master Zhao has lost his mind. He is actually talking to a seed. Zhao turned around and slapped him with the back of his hand, sending him flying back several dozen meters. He realized that of Yenshunzi's 100 gene of body weight, 99 gene were sheer defiance. The more familiar they became, the more he seemed to enjoy teetering on the edge of self-destruction. It took the seed a great deal of effort to respond. Another 5 or 6 minutes passed before it finally mumbled, "I want it." "You actually want this thing?" Zhao was deeply puzzled, but he still took off his backpack, poured out the grayish-white sand, and covered the seed buried in the ground with it. He hadn't expected Lord Tiger to make a contribution. Even after his death, his ashes had become fertilizer. Thank you. Nourished by the sand, the seed's response time sped up considerably. It wouldn't be long before it broke through the soil and sprouted. Back at the prison, Zhao recharged his mana on the rooftop while pulling out his phone to text Su, asking how the product launch was going. Su replied quickly, "The product launch was far more successful than expected. So far, sales had already surpassed 300 million, and many major companies had placed orders they didn't even mind waiting in line for 2 months. In particular, the CEOs of several major cosmetics companies were practically groveling, saying that if he encountered any difficulties, he could always turn to them for help. As the product's spokesperson, she had reaped the benefits on the very first day, progress that was countless times faster than her own cultivation. Zhao knew full well that the heads of the cosmetics companies were terrified, afraid he might cause them trouble. Having witnessed him decapitate Qin Hong and Yin Jie in broad daylight and display superhuman strength, the fact that they hadn't collapsed in fear showed they already possessed remarkable mental fortitude. Meanwhile, on the other side, a temple nestled at the foot of a verdant mountain blended seamlessly with its natural surroundings. Its exterior was simple yet elegant, solemn and dignified. Tall wooden pillars supported the wide eaves, and the roof was covered with dark glazed tiles. The entrance consists of 2 heavy wooden doors, intricately carved with Buddhist motifs that exude a sense of sacredness and solemnity. Above the lintel hangs a gold-rimmed plaque bearing the temple's name in bold calligraphy. Peach Blossom Temple. The adjacent mountains are planted with thousands of of peach trees. When spring arrives, the mountains are blanketed with blooming peach blossoms, creating a dazzling sea of flowers that lends the entire temple an exceptionally sacred aura. Hundreds of thousands, even millions of devotees come to offer incense with deep devotion. Now that the peach blossom season has passed, the number of devotees has dwindled, though daily foot traffic still numbers around 30 to 40,000. Dawn! 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 Suddenly, 3 tolls of the bell shook the heavens and earth. Over 1,000 young novices at Peach Blossom Temple simultaneously looked up. Everyone put down their work and moved in unison, running toward the main hall. "What's happening?" A pilgrim who had come to fulfill a vow grabbed a young novice by the sleeve and asked. The young monk's face was filled with panic as he bowed to the pilgrim. "Layperson, Abbot Yunhai has emerged from seclusion. We must all go to pay our respects." The pilgrim was stunned, then immediately ran after them, eager to witness Abbot Yunhai's emergence. Abbot Yunhai hadn't set foot outside the temple gates for years. Something truly momentous must be happening today. On the prison rooftop, Zhao was restoring his depleted mana while using the life-death ledger to select a cultivation technique. Divine consciousness is equivalent to mana. It, too, requires a cultivation technique to unleash its full power. It took him 5 or 6 hours to comb through the cultivation techniques related to divine consciousness before Zhao carefully selected one from among hundreds of thousands, the ancient scripture of the Great Dream. The ancient scripture of the Great Dream was the cornerstone teaching of the Great Dream Taoist tradition from 9 million years ago. The hypnotic techniques Feng Yu had mastered were mere child's play in comparison. Its truly extraordinary power lay in its ability to create dreamscapes that were so realistic they were virtually indistinguishable from reality. One could enter a dream oneself, or induce others to enter one. Within the dream, one's mind remained fully lucid. One could alter the flow of time, so that a single night in the dream equaled several years in reality. Furthermore, one can invade others' dreams, truly killing without a trace. 9 million years ago, the Great Dream Tao tradition was powerful enough to rank among the top 10 in the universe at that time. The head of the tradition could induce an entire star domain comprising 10 billion sentient beings to fall into a dream. One could experience 100 years in a dream, marry, have children, and live out a full life, yet upon waking, remain as pure as a child. However, too many factions coveted the ancient scripture of the Great Dream. Those who suddenly rose to prominence were wiped out, from menial servants to direct disciples, numbering hundreds of thousands. All were slaughtered overnight. Even the few who fled to the chaotic regions at the edge of the universe could not escape the fate of being silenced. The complete version of the ancient scripture of the Great Dream was lost currently. All major factions in the universe possess only fragmented versions. Zhao, of course, obtained the complete version and immediately began his cultivation. His primary concern was that, with so many factions practicing this path, it wouldn't be a problem if he were discovered one day after leaving Earth. Of course, the cultivation methods of the ancient scripture of the Great Dream are extremely demanding. Zhao spent 4 days on the heavenly terrace, poring over countless handwritten notes left by the sages of the Great Dream lineage, and yet he had barely set 1 foot across the threshold. Even with just 1 foot on the threshold, his skill in hypnosis far surpassed Feng Yu's. Hypnotizing others was, after all, merely a first glimpse into the art. The true pinnacle lay in hypnotizing oneself, unleashing the boundless potential of the physical body and unleashing terrifying power far beyond one's current realm. Of course, this required cultivating the ancient scripture of the Great Dream to a much higher level. Zhao rose from the ground, extended his slender fingers, and began to sketch once more. A ferocious yet majestic bull-headed figure gradually took shape, its eyes as large as copper bells, red as blood, and wisps of black smoke billowing from its thick nostrils. The stench of sulfur was enough to choke and poison an ordinary person. The bull-headed Rakshasa was clad in ancient armor, inspiring an involuntary sense of awe. Its twin horns soared high on either side. The slightest movement caused the entire rooftop to shake. Having reached the peak of the true spirit realm, Zhao conjured another bull-headed Rakshasa, one equally capable of battling against a martial king, to stand guard alongside the horse-faced Rakshasa and protect Hidden Dragon Mountain. Zhao put the bull-headed Rakshasa away. 3 days had already passed since the funeral battle. During that time, he had been gathering information about the outside world. He, who was best informed, reported that the Yun City authorities had imposed a news blackout on the funeral incident. All relevant personnel had signed non-disclosure agreements, and the news media had received stern warnings. Any footage captured was deleted on the spot, and not a single photo had appeared online. Anyone who dared to discuss it online had their account permanently banned immediately, and investigators showed up at their doorstep the very same day. Now, after 3 days of settling down, online discussion had dropped by 90%. Zhao realized the time he'd arranged with Tea-Master Chen Jing had arrived. He used a transformation spell to slightly alter his appearance, left the prison, hailed a taxi, and headed toward the deepest part of the street where the tea market was located. The quaint little courtyard was tightly sealed off. The wooden gate had been replaced with a reinforced metal door, and even the surrounding wall was wrapped in barbed wire. At a glance, there were 4 or 5 security cameras. It was a world apart from his first visit. Zhao paid the fare, got out of the taxi, walked up, and knocked on the door a few times. From inside, Chen Jing's suspicious voice rang out, "Who are you?" "Young Zhao." Through the iron gate, Zhao said, "We agreed I'd come today to pick up the tea." Hearing Zhao's voice, Chen Jing finally let down his guard. He hurriedly opened the door, let Zhao in, and then quickly locked it again. "I finally found you. I thought it was those old guys." "What old guys?" Zhao was confused. He hadn't consulted the life-death ledger, so he didn't know what was going on with Master Chen. Seeing that the real person had arrived, Chen Jing finally let out a sigh of relief and began venting his frustrations with a helpless air. "The day after you left, I started roasting the tea. I never imagined your tea would be of such high quality. Its delicate fragrance wafted several kilometers away, and it really lured those greedy gluttons right over. They all wanted to pay for it, but I didn't have the authority to sell it, so I kicked them all out. But it's not the thieves who steal that you fear, but the ones who keep their eyes on the prize. Those old gluttonous fools have been lurking right outside the gate. To prevent them from doing anything underhanded to the tea shop, I had the courtyard re-fenced overnight." The old guys Chen Jing was referring to had been deeply immersed in the art of tea for decades, true connoisseurs. They couldn't resist a fine tea, and over the past few days, they kept him up at night, terrified that he might wake up one morning only to find the tea stolen. Whereas the tea? Zhao looked at the paranoid Chen Jing and couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. He knew that if he come to pick up the tea just 2 days later, he'd probably have developed a case of paranoia himself. "Please have a seat. I'll go get it." Chen Jing slipped into the main hall and soon returned carrying a box made of wanwali wood. Seeing this box crafted from wanwali wood, Zhao was somewhat surprised. It must be worth at least 200,000 or 300,000, and yet it was being used to hold tea leaves. "You're really not holding back." His grandson, Chen Jian, who worked away from home, simply thought his grandfather was a bit of a snob. He wouldn't have believed for a second that the balance in his bank account had surpassed 9 digits. Chen Jing, however, didn't seem to mind in the least. "On the contrary," he said earnestly, "your tea is more precious than gold. Only wanwali wood is worthy of it." Carefully opening the wanwali wood box, Zhao's gaze fell upon the tea leaves. Fully brought out by the roasting process, the aroma that greeted him was refreshingly invigorating. Resembling exquisite jade artifacts, each leaf displayed a unique luster and texture, and surprisingly, they contained a faint trace of mana. Tea leaves imbued with mana that could truly be called a spiritual elixir. Regular consumption has detoxifying and beautifying effects, and can even prolong one's life. Zhao closed the wanwali wood box and prepared to pay for the tea processing, but Chen Jing waved his hands repeatedly. "Being able to pan-fry tea of this caliber is already an honor for me. How could I possibly accept your money?" "Well, yes." He. Chen Jing rubbed his hands nervously. "Young Zhao, if you have any more of this tea, could you sell me some after your next batch is finished? I guarantee the price will satisfy you." He had over 9 figures in his bank account and had originally planned to have his grandson carry on the family legacy. Unexpectedly, his grandson found tea processing too arduous and not lucrative enough. After persisting for just a few days, he gave up. Chen Jing, not wanting to discourage him, chose not to reveal the truth. He figured the boy needed to face a few setbacks in the real world before returning to learn that his grandfather was a secret millionaire. "All right." Zhao agreed. The first batch of tea was just to test the quality. The wanwali wood box contained only half a gene, so it certainly wasn't tea meant for sale. There were, however, plenty of tea trees on Hidden Dragon Mountain, enough to sell some to Chen Jing after the next batch was processed. Overjoyed at the promise, Chen Jing was so happy he was practically bubbling with excitement. He saw Zhao off at the tea market before heading back. After leaving the tea market, Zhao didn't return to prison either. Instead, he went to Elder Yen's small courtyard. Elder Yen had also made an appearance at the funeral to show his support for Shuling Cosmetics, a role of immense significance. From now on, the relevant authorities would have to give them the green light at every turn and dare not put on any airs. Besides, there was one important matter he needed to discuss. Upon arriving at Elder Yen's courtyard, the two sat down in the pavilion. "You're a good kid. You actually thought of me when you had something this special." Elder Yen looked at the wanwali wood box with great excitement as Zhao took out 5 or 6 leaves and placed them in a fine purple clay teapot. As hot water was poured in, the tea leaves unfurled in the water, releasing a refreshing aroma that seemed to permeate every cell, calming even the most restless heart on a sweltering summer day. As they waited for the tea to steep, the fragrance filled the air. The soldiers in the courtyard responsible for guarding Elder Yen all instinctively looked over, their faces also revealing a sense of refreshment. Elder Yen, unable to wait any longer, lifted the cup and took a sip. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out, and every cell in his body moaned with pleasure. I'd been drinking tea my whole life, but now I realized that what I had before was nothing more than tree leaves. Elder Yen grumbled under his breath, unable to stop even as the scalding tea numbed his tongue. Zhao also took a sip. A spiritual elixir of this caliber had little effect on him, but the flavor was truly excellent, far surpassing anything he'd ever tasted before. The two drank 3 or 4 cups in a row before Zhao finally set down his teacup and revealed the purpose of his visit. A few days ago, I accidentally foresaw the future of Yunqing. A great calamity is about to befall it. What great calamity? Elder Yen, knowing Zhao was a fortune-teller, set down his teacup solemnly. Young friend Zhao, please tell me what great calamity is coming to Yunqing? I don't yet know the exact cause, but I encountered several mysterious masked figures, all members of the Shangli organization, secretly established by the Japanese in Daxia. 1 million citizens will suffer terribly, not even 1 in 10 will survive. Zhao's expression was grave. He vaguely suspected it might be related to the dragon vein of Hidden Dragon Mountain. Elder Yen turned pale with shock. Decades of cultivating his inner energy vanished in an instant. His lips trembling, he asked, Young Zhao, please don't joke about this. This is a matter of such gravity it could shake the heavens. With nearly 10 million people in Yunqing, and only 1 in 10 surviving, the implications were simply too vast. There could be absolutely no room for error. I promise I'm not joking, Zhao said with the utmost seriousness. That's precisely why I came to tell Elder Yen. However, because so many people are involved far beyond my capabilities, I cannot pinpoint an exact time. Very well. Upon hearing this, Elder Yen slammed his fist down on the table. This matter must not be delayed under any circumstances. Yun City owes you a huge favor. Young Master Zhao, please have some tea here in the courtyard while I head to the military district immediately. Elder Yen called over 2 soldiers, who drove a car out from the nearby garage. Zhao watched the car speed away, then sat alone, drinking several pots of tea. Around noon, Elder Yen sent a message saying the situation was quite tense. The military district was still in discussion, and it was highly unlikely he'd be back today. It's fine, Zhao replied with just those 2 words. Since the mission had been accomplished, he was ready to return to prison to continue his cultivation, aiming to get his other foot in there as soon as possible. That way, he could cultivate within his dreams and further compress time. Before he had even stepped out of the courtyard, his phone in his pocket rang. It was a call from Yenshinzi. What's going on? Zhao asked, his tone sharp. If this isn't something major, I'll kill you. Master Zhao, that seed, it's emerged. On the other end of the line, Yenshinzi sensed the murderous intent even from 100 kilometers away. Startled, his body shuddered violently, and he hurriedly added, and this seed is a bit unorthodox. Master Zhao, you'd better brace yourself. As soon as the call ended, Zhao's crimson wings unfurled from his back. The feathers, formed from raging flames, looked lifelike, and his entire body soared into the air in an instant, transforming into a crimson meteor that sliced through the sky. Having reached the peak of the true spirit realm, Zhao's flight speed had reached new heights. At full speed, he could break the sound barrier. He felt the howling gale rushing past his ears, slashing at every part of his body like sharp blades. An ordinary person would be torn to shreds in an instant, but Zhao's physical body was as hard as refined steel, and he paid no heed to any of it. Zhao slowly opened his eyes, looking down at the ever-changing landscape below. Now, as long as he had enough mana to sustain him, where in this vast world could he not go? In less than 10 minutes, he would reach Hidden Dragon Mountain. The scene that met his eyes truly took Zhao by surprise. In just a few short days, Hidden Dragon Mountain had undergone a complete transformation. Originally, with the seal on the dragon vein lifted, Hidden Dragon Mountain had been gradually regaining its prosperity, but the pace had been slow. Aside from those few ancient tea trees that had survived for ages, no other obvious changes were visible from above. It still looked like a barren mountain with exposed yellow earth. But now, all manner of plants were thriving, their lush green branches and leaves intertwining to drape this barren mountain in a fresh, emerald green robe. Overnight, it had been reborn, becoming so beautiful and bountiful. The entire mountain was brimming with vitality. 7 or 8 varieties of wild fruit trees were laden with fruit, exuding waves of enticing fragrance. Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already guessed the truth, but he needed to verify it one more time.
Descending from the sky onto Hidden Dragon Mountain, Yan Shinzi quickly ran over and said to Zhao with a mix of excitement and trepidation, "This morning, I was inspecting the seed as usual when it suddenly began to glow. Before I even had time to react, Hidden Dragon Mountain had transformed into what you see before you." The two kittens also ran over and nodded at Zhao, indicating that Yan Shinzi wasn't lying. "Where is it?" Zhao blurted out. The drastic transformation of Hidden Dragon Mountain was, as expected, related to that seed. Yan Shinzi spread his hands in resignation and said with an innocent expression, "It seems to possess quite a bit of sentience." The moment it broke through the soil, it turned into a beam of white light and vanished. "If you don't believe me, ask those two old men. I have absolutely nothing to do with it." Vanished? Zhao hadn't expected this either. After all the hard work and effort he put into growing it, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of it yet. Who knew where it had run off to? Now he could only hope it hadn't gone too far, or else all his efforts would have been for nothing. He released his divine sense, sweeping it over Hidden Dragon Mountain. "So you're here." Zhao smiled, taking a single step that spanned dozens of meters. What a mischievous little thing. Yan Shinzi exchanged glances with the two kittens, then hurried after Zhao to see for himself just what kind of thing he'd grown. It was the first time he'd ever heard of a plant breaking through the soil and running away. The man and the two cats simply couldn't keep up. They didn't even catch a glimpse of it. That spiritual herb that had broken through the soil and fled hadn't actually escaped. Instead, it was curled up on an old tea tree, squinting its eyes and snoring away. The mysterious spiritual herb that had burst from the ground was about 8 or 9 centimeters tall. Its shape resembled a piece of top-grade jade, shimmering with a 5-colored glow in the sunlight. Its appearance was also quite peculiar. Its head bore a slight resemblance to the cap of a mushroom, while its face featured human-like features, somewhat resembling a newborn baby. Upon seeing someone approach, the mysterious spiritual herb suddenly opened its eyes. Just as it was about to flee again, it recognized Zhao and slowly came to a halt. Its spirit struggled to utter 2 words, nutrients. It recognized Zhao as the kind-hearted person who had given it nourishment a few days earlier. Realizing there was no need to flee, it began to chuckle, extended a milky white tentacle, plucked a tea leaf, and began to eat it on its own. Tao Sui. Zhao softly uttered the 2 words, recognizing the origin of this great elixir. Since ancient times, the Tao Sui had held profound significance, its fame having spread throughout Great Xia for thousands of years. Every dynasty had its own mythical tales surrounding it, and after countless emperors' arduous searches, it was considered one of the elixirs of immortality. Yan Shinzi's eyes also burned with fervor. He had heard many stories about the Tao Sui, and the one before him possessing a spirit as vivid as a demon was 1,000 or 10,000 times more precious. It had transcended the realm of mere spiritual herbs, becoming a supreme sacred elixir. Sensing Yan Shinzi's intense gaze, the Tai Sui nestled in the old tea tree transformed into a beam of white light and vanished, moving even slightly faster than the speed of sound. It appeared, cowering, on Zhao's shoulder and whispered telepathically, "I'm scared." Zhao hadn't expected this Tao Sui before him to trust him so deeply. He spoke softly to reassure it, "Little one, don't be afraid. I'll take care of this nasty creature in a moment." Yan Shinzi immediately lost his composure, his face contorting into an expression worse than a cry. "Mr. Zhao, please spare me. I'm just an old man. I really can't take this kind of ordeal anymore." Zhao told Yan Shinzi to stay far away. The Tao Sui possessed a pure and delicate heart, untainted by the strife of the mortal world, and could see straight through a person's true nature. The fervor in Yan Shinzi's eyes would naturally be detected by the Tao Sui, so it remained highly wary of him. "It trusts me quite a bit, though, and hasn't fled Hidden Dragon Mountain. It must have grown fond of this place." Zhao knew full well that the Taisher favored dragon veins. The two complemented each other. With it present, the dragon veins could shorten their recovery time. He extended a finger toward the Taisher and gently poked its smooth, delicate skin, soft, springy, and full of life, which made it giggle again. "Little one, if you like it here, stay, but don't wander off." Zhao's expression gradually turned serious. "In the eyes of others, you're a prized catch, something they stop at nothing to get their hands on. And don't do anything bad, or I won't take you in." As he spoke the last sentence, Zhao emphasized his words even more.
He knew that the Tai Sui had just emerged from the earth and was curious about everything, making it easy for it to stray down the wrong path. If he didn't educate it properly, it would surely become very mischievous in the future. The Tai Sui was naturally psychic and roamed freely through the mountains and rivers. No matter how many magical arrays were set up, they were useless in its eyes. They were as if they didn't exist. The naive Tai Sui nodded, knowing that Zhao was a good person, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to be revived. Zhao looked at the Tai Sui that had just broken through the soil and suddenly thought to consult the life-death ledger to see exactly what its origins were and why it had appeared on Mount Changbai. Zhao had learned from Wang Fuzhou earlier that, in his youth, he had traveled far and wide. While passing by Mount Changbai from a great distance, he had happened to spot a very old mountain ginseng that was so ancient it was on the verge of taking human form. It was a rare and precious medicinal plant, possessing a high level of sentience. Upon seeing him, it transformed into a streak of light and vanished. He went down the mountain to speak with the local elderly hunters. Some said they heard their grandfathers mention it briefly. It was said to be over 1,000 years old and was known as the Ginseng King of Mount Changbai. Zhao had originally thought the seed he obtained belonged to an old ginseng king that had failed its tribulation, but it turned out to be an even more mysterious Tai Sui, which only made him more curious about its origins. However, he had made thorough preparations. The moment he sensed anything amiss, he would immediately halt the life-death ledger. The last time he had glimpsed the future of a corner of Yin City, his internal mana had been instantly depleted. Had he not stopped in time, he would have risked being completely drained. Such a remarkable Tai Sui must surely be entangled in profound karmic ties, so Zhao could not afford to be careless. As he channeled mana into the life-death ledger, scene after scene immediately unfolded before him. This ancient and mysterious divine herb was born over 2,000 years ago during the Qin dynasty, emerging in response to the frequent wars of the Warring States period. It was like a wanderer traversing the world, meandering through every mountain range of Great Xia. It had witnessed the joys and sorrows, reunions and partings of humanity, felt the warmth and coldness of human relationships, borne the vicissitudes and transformations of the world, and endured countless trials and tribulations. To avoid becoming entangled in too much karma, every 100 years, the Tai Sui undergoes a process of self-purification, erasing all memories to remain lucid and pure throughout the long river of time. Its most recent appearance was 70 years ago on Mount Changbai, where it was revered by all spirits. Even the 1,000-year-old Ginseng King addressed it as ancestor. Yet just as it was preparing to begin its self-purification, a group of mysterious figures wearing white masks appeared. Using a special secret technique, they temporarily sealed off the dragon vein of Mount Changbai, preventing it from moving freely. After a fierce battle, and with the help of the myriad spirits of Mount Changbai, just as it was about to escape to safety, it encountered an elderly man sitting in a wheelchair. The old man was completely bald and had no arms or legs, yet his power was truly boundless, far stronger than anyone it had ever encountered before. The myriad spirits of Mount Changbai were as insignificant as blades of grass in his presence. In the end, the Taishers summoned a thunder tribulation to stop that eerie old man, but he himself was gravely wounded, his true form reduced to less than 1/10 of its original state, and only recovered with Zhao's help. This concludes the Taisher's life history. Due to the centennial purification ritual, only scattered fragments remain from events more than a century ago, yielding little useful information. With a cultivation technique that involves devouring oneself to grow stronger, I think I know which one it is. Zhao obtained more useful information from the old man who had attacked the Tai Sui, which allowed him to significantly narrow down the search in the life-death ledger and ultimately pinpoint a cultivation technique called the self-devouring art. Back when the first emperor, Ing Zhang, unified the 6 states, he sent the alchemist Su Fu out to sea in search of the elixir of immortality. Su Fu took 500 young boys and girls with him, sailed across the ocean to Hua, and after striking a deal with the local spirits, created this cultivation technique himself. Zhao uncovered a secret involving the alchemists of the Qin dynasty. This technique defies common sense. It demands the sacrifice of one's own flesh to draw power from the heavens and earth. Black Sun and White Dawn, the 2 large cats, crouched nearby, listening intently. Since their minds had awakened, they had become exceptionally eager to learn, constantly expanding their knowledge and enriching their experiences. Seeing Zhao stop and meow incessantly, Taisher, curious, came over as well, eager to know why that old man who was practically on his deathbed was still so powerful. "You 3 are such curious little devils." Since they were all interested, Zhao continued, "The first realm is called Waste Hair, and the second is called drinking blood. 9 out of 10 people stop their cultivation once they reach this point, because the next realm is called earth mutilation, which involves devouring one's own legs. Only the most extreme practitioners can actually do this, and it's excruciatingly painful. Many don't survive. The realm after that is heaven mutilation, where one devours one's own arms. Zhao looked at Tao Sui. That old man who attacked you on Mount Changbai must have been a heaven's mutilation realm expert, powerful enough to rival a half-step martial saint in the great Xia martial arts tradition. The further one advances to the next stage, the greater the price one must pay to draw power from heaven and earth, and the longer it takes. For every gain, there is a loss. The next realm is called bone melting, where one first melts all their bones and then digests them from within. By then, the physical form is nothing but a pulp of flesh, yet one possesses power truly on par with a martial saint. Both Black Sun and White Dawn shuddered slightly. Clearly, they, too, found this too extreme. Zhao did not elaborate further. The life-death ledger records that Su Fu, as the creator of the self-devouring art, cultivated to the ceiling the viscera realm beyond the bone-melting realm, a stage where one consumes even one's own internal organs, but there are no records beyond that. At the Zan ceiling realm, Su Fu was virtually invincible, and to this day, the Hua people revere him as their ancestor. He even slaughtered the spirits and deities he had made deals with, a true bloodthirsty monster. It seems he has long since passed away over the past 2,000 years. There is no such thing as true immortality in this world. Every cultivation technique he practiced originated from tyrants, and in the end, he could not escape the fate of death. One must admit, however, that Su Fu was a true genius to have created such a monstrously powerful cultivation technique on his own, one that has actually survived to this day and is practiced by so many in Hua. Zhao surmised that the elderly Hua man at the heavenly maimed realm, who had come to Mount Changbai 70 years ago, had intended to devour the Tao Sui to gain a tenacious and prolonged lifespan, thereby advancing to the next stage, the bone transformation realm. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the Tao Sui. He hadn't expected it to trigger a thunder tribulation to thwart him. Otherwise, he might very well have succeeded. Little Tao Sui, don't wander off. I'll come visit you often. Zhao had to return to prison to break through to the five-organ realm as soon as possible and prepare for the great calamity of Yuncheng. That single heavenly maimed realm elder alone was enough to warrant his utmost vigilance. Furthermore, Elder Yen would return from the military district and contact him immediately. It was highly likely that representatives from the military district would also arrive, so he needed to meet with them as soon as possible to allow them to prepare as well. Now, flying at full speed from the prison to Hidden Dragon Mountain took only 10 minutes. He wouldn't waste time like he had before. If I could find a spatial stone, I could create a teleportation array to travel freely between the prison and Hidden Dragon Mountain. Zhao summoned his wings and flew toward the prison. The two Rakshasas, Oxhead and Horseface, had both remained at Hidden Dragon Mountain as fighters capable of battling Martial King stage opponents. Their presence added an extra layer of security. He picked a few gene of tea leaves and had Master Chenjing roast them. Now that these old tea trees were growing beside the Tai Sui, their growth and evolution would be accelerated. It was entirely possible they would grow to over 10 meters tall. By then, harvesting over 100 gene would be no problem, and their medicinal potency would be far more potent than it is now. About 8 or 9 minutes before they were due to return to the prison, Zhao suddenly slowed down, narrowed his eyes, and scanned the ground, spotting two unusual figures hiding outside the prison and whispering to each other. One of them had features even more delicate than a woman's, likely because he hadn't washed in several days. He looked somewhat disheveled. A man with sky blue hair falling to his waist, simply tied back with a headband, leaned against Feng Yu and whispered, "Is it really confirmed that the Zhao you mentioned is inside the prison?" "I think so." Feng Yu replied uncertainly, then turned to Nie Gaoyang. "Why don't you go in and check for yourself? After all, you're a spark-level night watcher. You wouldn't be that timid, would you?" Nie Gaoyang shot Feng Yu a scornful glance. "You're a spark-level night watcher too. Why should I be the one to go in? Don't think I haven't noticed a massive formation has been cast over the prison. Even a star-level night watcher would probably get wiped out if they went in. It's really hard to imagine a formation of this caliber actually appearing in a prison." The two massive stone lions at the entrance were practically on the verge of developing sentience. Moreover, he could faintly sense pairs of eyes peering out from within the prison. Even if Nie Gaoyang had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare barge in. He knew the inside story. In recent days, the dark web had been in an uproar over Zhao. Over 100 assassins sent to claim a 10 billion bounty, including 2 ranked in the top 100 along with a tier 3 mercenary group led by the Butcher, all died in tiny Yun City without even managing to send out a distress signal? 2 powerhouses, one a cultivator of the immortal realm and the other a practitioner of an unknown demonic art, both on par with the martial king stage, were beaten to a pulp by Zhao at a funeral. How many years has it been since something like this happened? Feng Yu sighed, a look of dread flashing in his eyes. It's highly likely he also worships an immortal. But just how powerful a being could possibly train such a monstrous talent? During the battle, a single hand appeared even from a great distance. It sent a chill down my spine. He had been present during that battle. A massive hand, shrouded in black mist and clad in ancient armor, had instantly seized a martial king stage-level enemy, leaving an indelible shadow. Ahem! A cough suddenly rang out behind them, sending a chill down their spines. Both were highly skilled fighters, yet they hadn't noticed when someone had crept up on them. They instinctively turned around and, upon seeing it was Zhao, their expressions grew even more tense. Zhao looked at the 2 sleeping dragons and phoenix chicks with exasperation. Were all Night Watchers this kind of material? The Night Watchers department is divided into 5 ranks, serving as a beacon of light in the darkness. Firefly, Ember, Starry Sky, White Jade, and Dawn. Generally, each province is led by a star-level agent, while Jade and Dawn-level agents are either stationed at headquarters or permanently posted along the borders. They are not deployed unless there is a major emergency. Nie Gaoyang is the sole successor of the Thousand Blades sect. He joined the Night Watchers 3 years ago and was just promoted to Ember level last month. The Thousand Blades sect adheres to a unique philosophy of cultivation, dedicated to forging their hair into indestructible weapons. From a young age, disciples undergo rigorous and distinctive training, using a proprietary potion each week to temper their hair until it gradually becomes as hard as steel, each strand as sharp as a steel blade. Feeling anxious, Feng Yu hesitated for a few seconds before tentatively calling out, "Master?" Although he was almost certain that the master disguised as Atai was none other than Zhao, the man who had just killed 2 martial king stage cultivators right before his eyes, he still felt it necessary to double-check to avoid mistaking him for someone else and causing further trouble. Through the life-death ledger, Zhao already knew the purpose of their visit. Don't just stand out there. Come in and have a seat. The 2 exchanged a glance and followed Zhao into the reception room. Zhao took out an antique bronze teapot, plucked a few leaves from a cloth pouch, and poured scalding hot water over them. A faint, refreshing aroma immediately filled the air, and Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyang's slightly weary expressions instantly brightened. What a fine tea! Both men were connoisseurs. They could tell it was top-notch, though they rarely had the chance to taste it before. Today was their lucky day. However, Zhao poured only 1 cup for himself. Watching the 2 men drooling with anticipation, he took a calm sip. Though it couldn't compare to the roasted, finished product, it was still quite excellent. My time is limited. What price can you offer? Offer some to the reclining dragon and phoenix chick too? Are you kidding me? A single liang could fetch a fortune. He wasn't about to part with it. Even though Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyang were Night Watchers, respected wherever they went, they didn't dare show the slightest defiance toward Zhao. They could only try their best not to look at the spiritual tea, suppressing the sound of their swallowing. We need your help. Nie Gaoyang seemed to have found a lifeline and spoke rapidly. Almost all the Night Watchers in Dongshan province have been trapped. Their leader is even a star-ranked martial king stage practitioner. They're trapped in a very eerie town where the same events repeat every day. They have to go through them all over again, or else they'll face mortal danger. Several of us joined forces to get me out here to ask for help. To redeploy Night Watchers from other provinces, even in a life or death emergency, we have to go through several procedures. At the very least, it'll take 2 or 3 days. Feng Yu told me you're a master. You can't blame the Night Watchers department for being meticulous. They've fallen into traps many times before, resulting in massive casualties among their members, so they had no choice but to establish such strict protocols. You don't actually need to solve the problem yourself. Just help us by a couple of days. That's all we need until our reinforcements arrive.
Zhao took another sip of tea and looked at Nie Gaoyang impassively. Didn't you hear me? I asked what price you're willing to offer. He just learned of their predicament through the life-death ledger. It was indeed a rather complicated situation. Of course, it wasn't impossible to intervene, provided the right price was offered. Nie Gaoyang stammered, hesitating 4 or 5 times before finally sighing. We most likely can't come up with what you're asking for. They didn't think they could offer anything that would tempt the man across from them. They didn't have a single magic artifact, let alone any spiritual elixirs. The only thing of value was the Thousand Blades Sect's secret manual, but Nie Gaoyang didn't think the other party would be interested in that either. You can come up with it. Zhao's smile didn't waver. I certainly won't ask for the moon, otherwise, it'd be pointless if you couldn't come through. Nie Gaoyang looked at Zhao, his expression gradually turning one of shock. Although he was a man, he was more handsome than many women. Could it be that the other man was gay? He'd encountered quite a few like that before, including some willing to pay $1 million a month to keep him as a kept man, but Nie Gaoyang had turned them all down. 2 little voices inside his head began to battle it out, and his expression gradually hardened. Zhao was actually quite handsome if he were truly willing to lend a hand. Zhao could see right through Nie Gaoyang's thoughts and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He quickly spoke up to stop Nie Gaoyang's wandering mind. Damn it, don't get any funny ideas. I just want to join the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers held a very high status. They had the authority to act first and report later, and enjoyed a great deal of freedom. Without an official status, he was still too hampered, having to think twice about every move. If he could join the Night Watchers, he'd be able to kill any enemies he encountered on the spot. And the most crucial point was that he was now the behind-the-scenes leader of Yunqing Prison. If someone with ulterior motives were to exploit this in the future, it would definitely lead to major trouble. Having an official status would make everything reasonable and lawful. Nie Gaoyang and Feng Yu looked deeply conflicted. With 3 Night Watchers joining forces, they could indeed recommend a new recruit to the department. They only needed to find one more person. But facing Zhao, whose background was unknown, they simply couldn't act rashly. What if they were letting a wolf into the house? That would be a grave sin. Take your time thinking it over. We have another guest arriving. I need to go greet them. Zhao stood up to leave the reception room, but paused at the door. He turned back and looked at the 2 men with a teasing expression. The visitor is the commander of the Yunqing military district. Would you like to come along? Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyang exchanged a glance. They knew full well who the commander of the Yunqing military district was. The Night Watchers had the authority to dispatch personnel from various departments. Changsha had been summoned by Feng Yu on the day of the funeral, but the military district was the one exception. The military was a symbol of Xia's national defense and strength. It was also the first line of defense in responding to sudden emergencies, such as earthquakes and floods, with strictly trained soldiers rushing to the front lines. Their role was even more crucial than that of the Night Watchers. The commander-in-chief of the Yunqing military district was a general, a rank equivalent to a dawn-level Night Watcher. Dawn refers to the first ray of sunlight after daybreak, signifying the end of a long night and embodying the mighty power to overcome all adversity. Truly a figure of national significance. Though the 2 had never had the chance to meet the commander-in-chief in person, they eagerly trailed behind him. Kong Yuheng, commander-in-chief of the Yunqing military district, is also a legendary figure. He did not come from a military family but grew up in a remote mountain hickory where even birds wouldn't shit. He was sent to join the army simply because he ate too much. His father wanted to save on food. In his youth, he was a veritable god of war, achieving countless feats on the battlefield and climbing step by step from the bottom to his current position. He commands immense respect among the 500,000 soldiers of the Yunqing military district, and his legendary tales are still widely circulated throughout the district to this day. Moreover, there is currently a bounty on Kong Yuheng's head on the dark web. He has held the top spot on the list for 5 consecutive years, with a bounty as high as $50 billion. The bounty was posted by the Sasa Shrine in Japan, though no faction has dared to claim it yet. Zhao stood by the prison square, with Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyang behind him, gazing up at the sky thick with dark clouds, feeling utterly betrayed. Rumble, rumble, rumble.
Suddenly, the roar of engines as if coming right from their ears echoed across every inch of the prison grounds. Rapidly spinning rotors, sharp as blades, sliced through the thick, dark clouds in the sky, and several figures, like falcons, appeared and disappeared in the high heavens. The dark green paintwork gleamed with a cold, stern light. Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyang both found themselves breathing heavily. They had both recognized them, the military helicopters unique to the military region. 6 of them arrived at once. Only the military district commander could command such treatment. The entire prison was in an uproar. Inmates peddling sewing machines nervously peered out the windows at the sky. The burly prison guard in charge of supervision drew his baton from his waistband and slammed it down on the table, forcing them to return to work immediately. Even if the sky were to fall or the end of the world were to come, you must complete your tasks. The tall, burly guard bellowed through a megaphone at the 100 inmates in the production hall. Today's quota is doubled. Those who fail to meet it won't get any food. If you're sleepy, go drink coffee. Don't let me catch anyone dozing off. A distinctive feature of Yuncheng prison was that it provided inmates with unlimited supplies of high-concentration coffee. The previous warden, Chang Xiao, had read in some records that during the food shortages of the last century, people used caffeine as a veterinary drug, feeding it to donkeys and mules. Not only did it make them eat less and work harder, but it also allowed them to work tirelessly around the clock. Chang Xiao carried on this practice, and sure enough, the prison's output far exceeded that of other facilities. Confused prison officials rushed out of their offices and looked up at the fleet of armed helicopters. The lead warden, Li Buotao, spotted Zhao in the square and breathed a sigh of relief. With such a massive show of force, the target had to be Mr. Zhao. Dozens of fully armed soldiers, like tigers charging down a mountain, leaped swiftly from the helicopters. They spread out into tactical formations, securing every vantage point on the prison square. Their eyes scanned the surroundings warily, ensuring there were no threats. The once peaceful prison square was instantly filled with a grim, menacing atmosphere. The door of the armed helicopter in the center opened, and an elderly man nearly 2 meters tall stepped out. Dressed in a crisp, dark green military uniform, he still exuded a commanding presence despite being in his 70s. His short, silver hair stood on end, making him resemble a lion hunting on the savannah. Although the years had left their mark on his face, his eyes remained bright and piercing, untouched by the slightest trace of weariness. Kong Yuhong showed not a trace of the frailty one might expect in an elderly man as he strode toward Zhao, who was standing at the edge of the square. Several soldiers hesitated to approach, but were stopped by a single glance over his shoulder. He allowed only Shin Zhongjian to follow him. "What are you afraid of?" "I've never been wrong about a person." Young brother Zhao isn't a bad guy. Shin Zhongjian, captain of the Special Forces Brigade, was among the most skilled fighters in the entire military region. As someone personally recommended by Elder Yen, he enjoyed Kong Yuhong's deep trust, and the look in his eyes as he gazed at Zhao was filled with admiration. Stepping up to Zhao, he extended his hand gently. "Hello. I've heard your name mentioned many times. You saved old Yen's life. I owe you one." Behind him, Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyang had to look up to meet his gaze. Even though Kong Yuhong had never trained in martial arts, his experience leading charges on the battlefield and the aura cultivated through years in high office were enough to make ordinary people tremble and feel an involuntary sense of awe. The prison officials standing around the square also recognized the elderly man in military uniform, their faces betraying extreme shock. When the military district commander came to inspect, they hadn't been granted permission. They didn't even have the right to approach him. Those soldiers, armed to the teeth, weren't ones to joke around. If they mistook you for a malicious criminal, they'd shoot you dead, and no one would speak up for you. Only Li Buotao wore an expression of wild elation. If not for the crowd around him, he would have loved to let out a frenzied shout just how spot on his earlier investment had been. Even the commander-in-chief of the military district had come to meet Mr. Zhao. With this connection now established, even if he met the mayor in the future, the other party would have to politely address him as brotherly. Zhao was very gracious toward Kong Yuhong, showing no signs of nervousness. He extended his hand for a brief handshake. "I grew up listening to stories about Elder Yen in my heart. He is like an elder to me. Now that I've met you, I certainly won't turn a blind eye." "Ha ha ha, heroes have always emerged from the young. You're exactly my type." Kong Yuhong's smile faded.
He glanced at Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyang, seemingly recognizing their identities. Though he lowered his voice, he made no effort to hide his words. I hear you're a fortune teller. This morning, old Yen told me you predicted that Yunqing would soon face a great calamity? That's right. Zhao nodded. He had anticipated a reaction from the military district and remained remarkably calm at the commander-in-chief's arrival. Do you have evidence? Kong Yuhong's expression was grave. With his hands casually clasped behind his back, he stood nearly 2 meters tall yet did not appear stooped. This involves the lives of nearly 10 million people. Even someone in my position cannot take your word for it based on just what you've said. I'm fully prepared to convince you, Commander Kong. Relax, and you'll see the evidence shortly. Zhao looked at the now relaxed Kong Yuhong and, using the ancient scripture of great dreams, constructed a dream sequence lasting just a few seconds, recreating the scene he had witnessed that day on Hidden Dragon Mountain. With Kong Yuhong having lowered his defenses, this was no difficult task for him. He extended a finger and gently tapped Kong Yuhong's brow. Kong Yuhong closed his eyes and fell asleep. About 5 or 6 seconds later, he opened them again, his breathing now ragged and erratic. Kong Yuhong's forehead was covered in cold sweat. It had all felt so real he hadn't been able to tell it was a dream. He witnessed the city turn into ruins, with severed limbs and corpses strewn everywhere. It wasn't until he painfully opened his eyes and saw that all the gun barrels were aimed at Zhao that he finally spoke up, shouting hoarsely, "Everyone, put down your guns. With so many people watching, what could young brother Zhao possibly do to us?" Another person drenched in cold sweat was prison warden Li Buatao. Seeing the cold, menacing gun barrels lowered, he steadied himself and managed not to collapse to the ground. If anything happened to Mr. Zhao today, he'd be the first to go. Commander Kong, do you believe me now? Zhao watched as his counterpart nodded, then continued his invitation. It's too hot out here. Why don't we go to the reception room and chat over some tea? Kong Yuhong agreed. All right. The reception room could barely fit a few people. Kong Yuhong still brought only Xinjiang Jin with him, while Zhao asked Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyan to accompany them as well. Everyone else remained on guard outside the building. Once inside the reception room, only Zhao and Kong Yuhong sat down. The other three didn't dare to sit at all and stood nervously behind the sofa. The air conditioning in the reception room ran year-round, and the cool air was immediately felt upon entering, easing the tense atmosphere. Zhao poured Kong Yuhong a cup of tea as well. Though only 10 minutes had passed, the teapot was still scalding hot. Kong Yuhong picked up the cup, took a light sniff, and his eyes immediately lit up. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the cloth bag containing the tea. It really is fine tea. Old Yen said you gave him half a gene. You've only visited the military region once in all these years. You didn't even bring us a little. If the commander likes it, I'll send you a gene once it's been properly roasted. Zhao could sense exactly what Kong Yuhong was up to. He heard his calculations even from that distance. Still, it wasn't exactly a rare commodity. If he liked it, he'd send him a gene. Being able to build a favor with Kong Yuhong meant there were few people in Daxia who'd dare to cross him. Well then. Kong Yuhong hadn't expected Zhao to be so straightforward. He laughed somewhat sheepishly. This is our first meeting, and I haven't even given you a gift. How could I possibly accept such an expensive tea? There are so many helicopters parked outside. If Commander Kong feels awkward, you could always give me one. Zhao was beaming, showing not the slightest hint of formality. Kong Yuhong, who was sipping his tea, choked on it immediately. It took him several seconds to compose himself and keep from spitting it out. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Zhao add, "If that's really not possible, a tank would do. I'll just park it right at the prison gates. Even someone at the Martial King stage would have to kneel before it." Although Martial King stage practitioners channel heaven and earth mana into their bodies, combining it with their life essence to generate mana, forming a defensive shield that even bullets can't penetrate when faced with tank shells, they're not much better off than fragile college students. Forget it. Kong Yuhong felt the tea wasn't tasting quite as good anymore. Parking a tank at the prison gate would land the story at the top of the trending list. That very day the command center would be flooded with calls from Beijing. Seeing Kong Yuhong's rare look of embarrassment, Zhao quickly explained, I was just joking with Commander Kong. Once it's ready, I'll definitely send you a gene to try. At that moment, Kong Yuhong was a completely different person from the one on the outside. Through the life-death ledger, Zhao knew what kind of man he was back when he first enlisted. He hung out with Elder Yin every day, so it was almost impossible for him not to have been influenced. He hadn't let so many people in precisely because he didn't want to keep his nerves on edge. Kong Yuhong knew the other man was joking, but he didn't mind it at all. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table. I'll definitely send you a gift. I'll give it some thought once we're back at the military district, but rest assured, I won't let you down. Oh, right. As if something had just occurred to him, he first glanced back at Shin Zhongjin, who was standing ramrod straight, then turned his attention back to Zhao. The position of chief instructor for the Baizhe Special Forces Battalion in the Yunqing Military District has yet to be filled. Little Shin, as the battalion commander, has been strongly recommending you to us. I wonder if you're interested in taking on this position?
Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyang, who had remained silent the whole time, were stunned twice in quick succession. First, when Zhao mentioned that Yunqing was facing a major crisis involving the safety of tens of millions of people, a crisis that even Commander Kong Yuhang believed to be true, they were shocked. Then, when Commander Kong Yuhang extended an invitation to Zhao to serve as chief instructor of the Baizhe Special Forces Battalion, the two were stunned once more. Every military district in Daxia has trained special forces battalions, ranging in size from 100 to several hundred members. Every single one is a talent selected from among 1,000, having undergone hellish training, equipped with the most advanced weapons, and capable of accomplishing the impossible. The two exchanged glances, both understanding the other's ulterior motives. If Yunqing were to face a major crisis in the future, having Zhao join the Night Watchers would seem like a good thing. They couldn't just stand by and do nothing then. Moreover, if he agreed to take on the role of chief instructor, that would be even more crucial. Chief instructors of special forces brigades in each military region held extremely high status. Their initial rank started at lieutenant colonel. If they made outstanding contributions and placed highly at the regional combat conference, they might even be promoted to general. A general in his 20s would be enough to strike fear into the hearts of many. But Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyang felt a pang of anxiety. With the military extending an olive branch, how could Zhao possibly join the Night Watchers? Anyone with eyes could see which option was the better choice. Zhao paused for a second. I'm truly sorry, Commander Kong, but I don't have time to train them. I need to prepare for the crisis facing Yunqing. The impending crisis in Yunqing remained a constant threat, and he was about to go into seclusion to break through to the five-organ realm. He simply couldn't spare that much time. Standing behind him, Shin Zhongjian's eyes dimmed slightly upon hearing Zhao's refusal. In his mind, Zhao was the ideal candidate. The Baizhe Special Forces Brigade had ranked among the bottom 5 out of the 10 military regions for 3 consecutive years. Several martial arts masters had come to serve as chief instructors, but the Baizhe Special Forces Brigade was full of troublemakers. If the chief instructor wasn't skilled enough to keep them in check, they'd all end up resigning in disgrace within a few months. Kong Yuhang also noticed the disappointment in Shin Zhongjian's eyes. He tapped the table lightly with his right hand, as if he'd made up his mind. Brother Zhao, please reconsider. If it really doesn't work out, we'll go all out. I'll actually give you an armed helicopter, plus 2 tanks? How about that? As the chief instructor of the Baizhe Special Forces Brigade, having an armed helicopter and 2 tanks at his disposal would be perfectly acceptable to the higher-ups in Beijing. Zhao looked at Kong Yuhong, whose face betrayed his reluctance, and knew the other man wasn't joking. He was genuinely willing to offer them as compensation. To be honest, he was tempted. Anything produced by the military is bound to be top-notch. The deterrent power of an armed helicopter and 2 tanks was greater than that of 10 Marshal King stage fighters. Zhao frowned in deep conflict, then looked at Kong Yuhong with great seriousness. I have a compromise. I wonder if Commander Kong would agree to it. Oh? Kong Yuhong's interest was piqued. Let us hear it. I have a subordinate who is quite capable. He is an expert in various assassination techniques. He'd have no trouble training the Baizhe Special Forces Battalion. How about letting him take over for a while first, and then I'll take over? Zhao was thinking if he, who had made remarkable progress recently, he'd certainly be able to train the Baizé Special Forces Battalion for a period of time. It all came down to Commander Kong's decision. Kong Yuhong smacked his lips and glanced at Shen Zhongjian behind him, his eyes asking for his opinion. His original intention had been to have Zhao provide the training himself. Now that Zhao was suggesting one of his subordinates step in, he felt somewhat belittled. But Zhao had also made it clear that this was only a temporary arrangement. Once the unit was successfully trained, he would return to take over personally. Mr. Zhao. Shen Zhongjian looked serious. Are you sure your subordinate can handle that bunch of troublemakers in the Baizé Special Forces Brigade? Everyone who makes it into the Baizé Special Forces Brigade is elite and, as a result, every single one is a troublemaker. They don't even give the military police the time of day, but they have genuine, heartfelt respect for instructors who are truly capable. As for those incompetent, pretentious instructors who are just going through the motions, not a single one has lasted more than half a month on the job. If Zhao were to teach them, there would definitely be no problem. But an obscure subordinate, if he wasn't skilled enough, would be made a laughingstock by the Baizé members, wasting everyone's time. Zhao knew exactly what Shen Zhongjian was thinking and replied with equal confidence, I guarantee you, there will be no problem. Let him train the Baizé Special Forces unit for 3 months, and they'll make tremendous progress. Those martial arts masters are indeed very strong, but that's the result of decades of relentless, daily practice. You can't see any changes in just a few short years. That's why martial arts can't be widely promoted within the military. As for my subordinate, though he has never practiced martial arts a single day in his life, he is capable of assassinating a martial master stage practitioner. He is more than capable of training the current Baizé Special Forces unit. After all, he is already training the 29 Yama Reserve assassins. Adding the Baizé Special Forces Brigade to his workload won't be a problem. Kong Yuhong's voice was full of vigor, clearly the result of years of martial arts practice, albeit the kind aimed at fitness and longevity. Young brother Zhao makes a valid point. The drawback of martial arts is that it takes far too long to see results. On behalf of Little Shen, I've agreed. However, he changed the subject. A true old fox, an armed helicopter, 2 tanks, and the rank of lieutenant colonel for the chief instructor. We can't give you these until we've seen the Baizé Special Forces Brigade's progress. Can you accept that, brother Zhao? No problem. Zhao understood Kong Yuhong's concerns. It would just take a few extra days. At worst, he could refine a few more body tempering pills, dissolve them in water for the Baizé Special Forces unit to drink, and they'd still make significant progress. There's one more condition. He added another stipulation: the Baizé Special Forces unit's training site won't be within the military district. I'll choose the exact location, and it will most likely be very close to the city. The site he chose was vast. As long as a designated area was set aside for the Baizé Special Forces unit combined with the complex terrain of the air raid shelter, Zhao could then set up a concealment formation that would make it impossible to detect the 29 prospective assassins. After all, these were the core members of the Yama organization, and Zhao had no intention of exposing them prematurely. Kong Yuhong didn't take long to consider it. He slammed his fist down on the table again. We agree to this condition as well. If disaster strikes Yunqing, having them there will provide some backup. Even though he knew a major crisis was coming to Yunqing, he couldn't mobilize hundreds of thousands of troops without any warning. It would spark panic among the people. Having the Baizé Special Forces unit lie low under orders was the most feasible plan. Having made his decision, Kong Yuhong watched Zhao rise to pour him some tea, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. It seemed as though this conversation in the reception room had been entirely guided by Zhao all along. It was as if the other man had long anticipated his arrival and had rehearsed every word in his mind. Watching Zhao's faint smile, Kong Yuhong found the whole situation somewhat absurd. He must be overthinking it. He stood up and said sternly, "We have too much work on our hands to waste time on pleasantries. When should the Baizé Special Forces Brigade begin training?" 10 o'clock tonight. I'll send the coordinates. Zhao also stood up and escorted Kong Yuhong to the door. The group boarded the armed helicopter once more and sped away from Yunqing prison, without exchanging a single word with the other personnel throughout the entire journey. Of course, the prison officials didn't dare voice any complaints. The two sides weren't from the same world to begin with. Even if they went around telling everyone they met the military district commander today, people would only think they lost their minds. A few minutes later, the reception room felt much emptier. Zhao watched Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyang, who looked visibly uncomfortable, as he sipped his tea with a calm expression. I've suddenly changed my mind. Since I'm set to become the chief instructor of the Baizhe Special Forces Brigade, there seems to be no need for me to join the Night Watchers after all. You two should go back to wherever you came from.
No.
Nie Gaoyang was flustered. The position of chief instructor is prestigious, but it comes with immense responsibility. It's nowhere near as free as being with the Night Watchers. Moreover, we have oversight over everything outside the military district, and our identities are classified at the highest level. As long as you have conclusive evidence, you can even behead a provincial governor right on the street. We have the privilege to act first and report later.
As he uttered that last sentence, Nie Gaoyang clearly seemed a bit uneasy.
It wasn't as if there were no precedents. 20 years ago, a provincial governor, proven guilty of colluding with the enemy and treason, was summarily executed on the spot by passing White Jade-level Night Watchers while fleeing toward the border of the Great Xia Kingdom. Fluorescent-level and spark-level agents certainly wouldn't be qualified. They couldn't be assigned such a crucial mission.
And ha.
Noticing that Zhao seemed moved, Feng Yu flashed a sycophantic smile and added, the Night Watchers aren't working for free either.
As long as the mission is completed, there will be rewards from higher-ups.
Over the decades, the Night Watchers division has eradicated countless malevolent sections. They're practically rolling in wealth. All manner of rare treasures are piled high like small mountains. They even possess fragments of the Celestial Master's Palace's supreme secret art, the Thunder Arts. Now the tables have completely turned. They're the ones currying favor with Zhao to join them. The Celestial Master's mansion's thunder magic is hailed as unrivaled, a divine art that transcends the realm of sorcery. Even a single fragment is of incalculable value, and they were certain Zhao would be tempted. They also knew that a great calamity was looming over Yuncheng, one that would affect the lives and livelihoods of nearly 10 million people. If they could get Zhao to join the Night Watchers, he certainly wouldn't be able to stand idly by when the future calamity struck.
Feng Yu could tell that Zhao wasn't a bad person. Otherwise, why would he have gone public with this matter?
Even the training of the Baizhe Special Forces unit held so close to the city was surely intended to save more civilians when the time came.
Joining ISNT out of the question.
Zhao smiled warmly at the two men. Having already achieved most of his goal, I certainly can't start at the bottom. The star rank level neither too high nor too low is just right. And let me pick a few items from the treasury as I please. Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyang nearly slipped and fell flat on their butts. That was way too much to ask.
What does it even mean to be a star-level Night Watcher?
In the military, they're even more valuable than a major general. Dongshan province currently has only one, and the rare treasures in the treasury can only be redeemed with points earned from completing missions.
Master Zhao, you're being a bit of a cheat here.
Feng Yu was on the verge of tears. I've toiled for 10 years and am still only at the fire seed level 1. Don't have that kind of authority.
Otherwise, I'd even let you become a Dong level.
We agree. Nie Gaoyang sold out his teammate, poking Feng Yu with his finger and saying, don't listen to that old geezer. Feng Yu playing the victim. His master, Wu Yufeng, is a White Jade level. He is more than capable of making that decision. Hearing this, Feng Yu flew into a rage and reached out to yank Nie Gaoyang's hair. You old codger, you're more of a gossip than the women at the village entrance.
Don't you know the Night Watcher's identity is top secret?
If I really reported this up the chain, you'd be charged with treason for leaking classified information. Nie Gaoyang wasn't about to let Feng Yu get away with it. His hair instantly stiffened like steel blades, causing Feng Yu to howl in pain. What choice did I have?
Almost all the Night Watchers have turned against us. Time is more precious than anything right now. What if we all die in that town?
Feng Yu gradually calmed down, realizing that Nie Gaoyang had acted out of sheer desperation. The Night Watchers department had only been established a few decades ago, and building up the team in Dongshan province had been no easy feat. Feng Yu had even been transferred in from outside. He was the disciple of White Jade level Night Watcher Wu Yufeng, and everyone treasured him dearly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have excluded him from this mission.
All right.
Feng Yu had nothing left to lose. His eyes bloodshot, he stared at Zhao, his breathing ragged. Mr. Zhao, I'll do my best to persuade my master. Of course, I can't guarantee how far I'll get, but I beg you to intervene just this once. The first prerequisite for becoming a star-rank Night Watcher is reaching the Martial King stage or the True Person realm. Zhao had already proven he met this requirement and even far exceeded it. Additionally, one must complete 50 missions and be personally recommended by a White Jade rank Night Watcher. Feng Yu dared to say this because Zhao had defeated the white-browed old ape at the funeral and had faced Lord Tiger, who practiced the self-devouring art achievements that were nearly equivalent to completing 50 missions.
I agree.
Zhao raised his cup to the two of them. From now on, no matter what happened, he could rely on his official status. The prison Essene vein was his, and no one could drive him away. His keen interest in the prison Essene vein stemmed not only from it being a rare blessed land where a single day was worth several months outside, but also from the occasional pang he felt during cultivation, an instinctive sense that what lay beneath the earth was not so simple. He already learned his lesson at Hidden Dragon Mountain. He planned to wait until he broke through to the five-organ realm, opened his first divine treasury, and increased his internal mana by several dozen times, then used the life-death ledger to uncover the truth. Nie Gaoyang knew time was of the essence. They couldn't afford to waste even a quarter of an hour. Since you've agreed, when do we set out? The main issue was that the town was too remote, some 600 or 700 kilometers away, practically on the other side of Dongshan province, and even flying there would take quite some time. No need to rush just yet.
Through your experiences, I've gotten a sense of that town.
It's not easy for someone at the Martial King stage to die there. It's entirely possible for them to protect a few people. Let us deal with the Bai Zhe Special Forces squad first. It won't be too late to set out tomorrow morning. Zhao had gained a general understanding of the town through Nie Gaoyang. Now he turned to He, you two stay at the prison.
If you need anything, just let the staff know.
I'll send someone with good judgment to take care of your food, lodging, and transportation. He summoned Hu and told him to stand by. He left the prison alone and made his way to that small, desolate hill, sending a message to He to come over. He arrived quickly. He'd been making rapid progress lately and excitedly reported his achievements. The 29 assassins were now on the right track and were about to head to the dark web to accept missions. He had gained deep insights from the Assassin Guild's introductory module. By leveraging the environment and the cover of night, he was 80% confident he could take down a fully fledged martial master stage opponent. Zhao explained the situation regarding the Bai Zhe Special Forces unit, detailing the team members' approximate skill levels and their respective areas of expertise. He thought it over carefully at first, then nodded confidently. Mr. Zhao, rest assured, leave it to me. Based on the information provided by Mr. Zhao, the members of the Bai Zhe Special Forces unit were not even on par with the 29 trainee assassins. Helping them improve in a short period of time would indeed pose little difficulty. I'll send you a simplified version of the Assassin Guild's introductory manual later. Zhao nodded with satisfaction. Once they've trained with you for 3 months, I'll bestow the advanced techniques upon you. I'll set up a concealment formation shortly so they can't locate the air raid shelter. You two should also be careful in your daily lives. There must be over a dozen barren mountains here, stretching for dozens of kilometers.
Once the concealment formation is set up, it will be impossible to detect them.
As long as the Bai Zhe Special Forces Brigade makes progress and secures a ranking at the army-wide martial arts competition, Commander Sun Yuhon will be satisfied. Without having taken the Tiger Wolf pill, they may not be able to endure the grueling training methods included in the beginner's guide. He couldn't contain his delight and bowed deeply to Zhao.
As his understanding deepened, he grew increasingly aware of the Assassin Guild's ingenuity. Every part of the human body could be transformed into a lethal weapon.
By concealing one's life force and merging with the darkness, even the most advanced technological equipment couldn't detect them. Zhao summoned his crimson wings and arrived at the Shen family estate to purchase several pieces of top-grade jade. Shen Lianqing, the head of the Shen family and Shen Zhongjian's father, hurried out to greet Zhao. He escorted him to the main hall, a space reserved only for the most distinguished guests, and presented him with 8 palm-sized pieces of top-grade jade, their quality far surpassing that of the previous batch. Clearly, he had anticipated Zhao's needs and had collected them in advance. We're no strangers to each other, there's no need to be so formal about buying and selling. Just consider this a gift for young friend Zhao. Shen Lianqing was a middle-aged man in his 50s, broad-shouldered and portly, with a somewhat Buddha-like appearance. His name reflected the Shin family's immense wealth. They had mined 9 gold mines and 2 jade mines, which in ancient times would have been enough to buy several cities. In Dongshan province, they were among the top cash tycoons. He also had extensive sources of information and was aware of Zhao's past achievements, as well as his upcoming appointment as chief instructor, which would make him his son's direct superior, so he treated him with great friendliness. One piece is worth at least 100 million.
It's too hot to handle for me to keep.
Zhao offered a faint smile. Giving money would indeed seem like a mere formality. I'll craft one of them into a magic artifact. Wearing it year-round will ward off all illnesses, and in 2 months, it'll ensure that down there, you can go 7 times a night without losing your erection.
A gift for a gift. Since the Shin family was being so friendly, Zhao didn't mind giving them the magic artifact.
Shin Lianxing was, as expected, overjoyed. He knew that his younger brother Shin Fu's magic artifact had saved his life at a critical moment, and he'd been coveting one for a long time. Now that he could have one too and it would cure his chronic erectile dysfunction, he was so happy he could barely keep his mouth shut. Zhao crafted the magic artifact on the spot, then took the 7 pieces of jade back to the desolate mountain. Using 4 pieces of top-grade jade, he sealed off the 4 cardinal directions of the air raid shelter, and the concealment formation was complete, essentially foolproof. Anyone with cultivation below the true person realm would be unable to detect the air raid shelter from the outside. If anyone tried to force their way in, the moment they entered, they'd be struck by dizziness and disorientation, completely unable to find their bearings. Zhao also used ordinary jade to carve 30 small pendants holding one, allowed one to enter and exit normally. This served as a small token of compensation for them, allowing he to broadcast the Mind Spirit Sect's teachings for 3 months. Everything is ready, we're just waiting for 10 o'clock. He stood right beside Zhao, as still as a statue. The night sky was like a deep velvet cloth, dotted with countless stars. Suddenly, a low rumble of rotor blades echoed from the darkness in the distance. He looked toward the source of the sound and saw 5 or 6 of the armed helicopters they'd seen earlier that day, like black ghosts already appearing on the horizon. They weaved through the mountains, flying toward them. They're here. Let us welcome them. Zhao murmured, motioning for he to follow him. A pre-selected open clearing served as the ideal landing site for the helicopters. As the roar of the rotors grew louder, dust was whipped up by the airflow for dozens of meters before the helicopters finally landed precisely at the foot of the barren mountain. The doors of the armed helicopter opened one after another, and soldiers clad in gray and white special operations uniforms leaped out swiftly. Each moved with speed and precision, their expressions stern, exuding an air of grim determination. The 95 members of the Baizé Special Forces Brigade, each bearing the marks of rigorous training, scanned their surroundings warily upon landing, led, of course, by Brigade Commander Shin Zhongjian. Shin Zhongjian, also clad in gray and white special operations fatigues, appeared even more stern and reserved than usual. He held an extremely high standing within the Baizé Special Forces Brigade. Baizé is a legendary divine beast said to dwell in the Kunlun Mountains. It appears in the form of a qilin, capable of dispelling all evil energies from the mortal world and protecting the people from disaster. The name was personally chosen by Kong Yuhong, who placed boundless hope in the unit. Shin Zhongjian stepped before Zhao and saluted in standard military fashion, reporting to Chief Instructor, "The Baizé Special Forces Battalion has a strength of 95. All 95 are present. Please inspect the formation. Fall in." Roger that. Watching Shin Zhongjian return to his position, the 95 men moved as one cohesive unit. From the moment they touched down just over half a minute ago to their arrival in this unfamiliar environment, they hadn't made a single sound. Zhao chuckled, "You're probably a little annoyed, aren't you? Your average age is 26 or 27, 3 or 4 years older than me, yet here I am, training you." All 95 men spoke in unison, their voices booming like thunder. "No. Good." Zhao's smile grew broader. "It's fine if you're annoyed. Anyway, it's not me who's training you, it's this gentleman right here." He pointed to he, who stood beside him, even younger, looking only 18 or 19, and greeted them. "This is my first time as an instructor, and I don't have much experience. I ask for your patience, guys." All the Baizé Special Forces members, except for Shin Zhongjian, narrowed their eyes, feeling deeply humiliated. "I want to stand for this.
One of them couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward and bellowed at the top of his lungs, "We can endure the harshest training and face death without flinching when on a mission, but we absolutely cannot tolerate being looked down upon." The rest nodded in strong agreement. "Well said." Zhao clapped his hands. "You make a very good point. Now, do you see that mountain behind us?" The group turned to follow his gaze. It was a barren mountain, barely 200 meters high. Zhao continued, "I'm giving you a chance. I'll have instructor he climb that mountain in 10 minutes, and then I'll give you 2 hours. You can use any means necessary within that time limit. As long as you kill him, I'll immediately send a message to Commander Kong, telling him to send you right back where you came from. You can use bullets, too, they're rubber bullets anyway. A hit will just cause a bruise. No matter where he has hit, you win. And don't spout any wimpy nonsense about not wanting to bully the weak. Just send one person out, that's enough. My time is precious. I'm giving you this chance now, just say whether you agree or not." The 95 men nodded in agreement. It was just a small, barren hill about 200 meters across. They could patrol the entire thing in 20 minutes, let alone 2 hours. Hiding anywhere would be pointless. Zhao looked at he, who was itching to get started. "Go easy on them." "Got it." He wore the same harmless smile on his face. As he passed them, he compared his own nearly worn to a sheen white shirt to theirs and couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration, looking as if he'd never seen anything like it, showing not a shred of a professional poise. It wasn't until quite a while later that he disappeared from view. When 10 minutes had passed, the Special Forces Brigade sprang into action, choosing to search methodically from 4 directions. Zhao looked at Xinjiang, who hadn't joined the search. "Are you that confident that even the squad leader isn't joining in?" "We lost." Xinjiang struggled to utter those 4 words. Though he desperately didn't want to face it, he was the only one who had noticed the confidence in his eyes. There was no need for him to join in by staying out of it. He could at least save some face. However, even though he mentally prepared himself, the outcome was still worse than he anticipated. Starting at the 15-minute mark, Special Forces members began emerging from the barren mountain, their faces etched with despair. They sat on the ground, questioning the meaning of life. Each of their uniforms bore a single slash, a fatal wound that would have killed them instantly with even the slightest additional force. They'd been eliminated without even seeing where the enemy was. Even at the all-army combat competition, against the top-ranked Thunder God Special Forces Battalion, they never lost in such a humiliating manner. Zhao didn't even bother watching any further. He had to head to the small town tomorrow and needed to make some preparations, so he turned to head back to the prison. Addressing Xinjiang, who stood frozen in shock, he said, "Once this is over, set up camp right here. Don't leave this desolate mountain, you'll be undergoing 3 months of training." "Roger that." Xinjiang let out a wry laugh. He really hit a tough nut to crack. He have to go comfort his team members so they wouldn't suffer another blow and do something foolish. Back at the prison, Zhao summoned the ancient suit of armor. The armor had been forged into a golem. Nourished day and night by yin energy, it had developed sentience and now possessed the combat power to match a martial master at the great achievement stage. The great sword it wielded had also been refined by Zhao. It was powerful enough to cleave even a martial king in 2. He'd take it along tomorrow. Hopefully, it would kill a few more people and absorb even more malevolent energy. "We still need to resolve this as soon as possible. It's almost the end of the month, and the Shangli Organization's special envoy is on his way." Zhao was quite invested in the armor golem as well. Once it developed sentience, he planned to pass on a body refining technique to it. It would become a formidable force in the future. He grabbed 2 random sets of clothes, dressed the golem in them, and cast a transformation spell on it, otherwise, it would be far too conspicuous. Around 5 or 6 the next morning, Zhao roused Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyang. They flew to the nearest location first, then chartered a car to the town. Registering the golem was a breeze. Feng Yu settled it with a single phone call. In many ways, the military district's chief instructor really can't hold a candle to the night watchers. They get the red light treatment everywhere, and first-class tickets don't cost a penny. "We live on the edge, can't we at least enjoy ourselves a little?"
Fengyu had clearly not slept a wink all night. He started catching up on sleep as soon as he boarded the plane. Occasionally, he glanced at the burly man sitting next to Zhao, who hadn't said a word, wondering if this was the backup they brought along. Bored on the flight, he casually brought up a topic, hoping to find out the man's identity, but the man didn't utter a single word. Driven by a sudden impulse, Fengyu bowled as he was held up 2 fingers and placed them under the puppet's nose. 3 hours later, the plane touched down at a small county town. Throughout the flight, Fengyu hadn't uttered a single word. No matter how much Nie Gaoyang asked him questions, he kept his head down, reading a book. It was truly spine-chilling. He wasn't even breathing. Their destination lay on the edge of Dongshan province, right at the boundary between the north and south. Few people even knew this place existed. Just beyond lay the Nanling Mountains, a vast and rugged range. It was an extremely remote location, with only one flight every half a month. As they exited the airport, the air felt stifling. An elderly man with dark skin and a simple smile who looked to be in his early 50s ran toward the 3 of them and asked in an authentic local dialect, "Where are you 3 young men and 1 young lady from? Would you like a ride? I'm a guy. I'm going to Longzhong town." Nie Gaoyan looked at the old man and stated their destination. He was already used to being mistaken for a girl when traveling. It was about 60 or 70 li from here to Longzhong town. Though called a town, it was actually not much bigger than a village. It originated in the late Qing dynasty, when a plague ravaged the area, claiming many lives. A female physician emerged from that town who treated patients for free, saving countless dying people. To thank her, the locals erected a clay statue and later renamed the place Longzhong town. Nestled deep within the mountains, the terrain was rugged and uneven, and no public buses ran there. The 4 of them would have to hire a private car, and the driver would need to know the way, otherwise, they wouldn't arrive before dark. Upon hearing the name, the old man's expression changed drastically. Looking panicked, he waved his hands frantically at the 3 of them. "I do know where it is, but you absolutely must not go there. I've heard it's been haunted for quite some time. Are you guys some kind of streamers? Just go back the way you came." Fengyu patted the old man on the arm and pulled out the camera he'd prepared. "Don't worry, old man. You'll get your money. We're reporters, we just want to look around the area. We definitely want to go inside." With that, he pulled 10 100 yuan bills from his wallet and shoved them into the old man's hand on the spot. The old man nonchalantly pocketed the money, then broke into a broad smile. "I'll go get the car right away, but you have to listen to me. It's fine to look around the perimeter, but you absolutely must not risk going inside. On an average day, I only make a few dozen yuan, but today I've already made as much as I usually do in half a month." Before long, the 4 of them were seated in the old man's Wuling Hongguang. Besides carrying passengers, the vehicle clearly served other purposes, as it reeked of livestock manure, causing Fengyu to gag repeatedly. The Wuling Hongguang struggled along the rugged, steep mountain road. The vehicle swayed with every jolt, as if it might roll down the mountain at any moment. Every time they passed a steep slope, the car would lurch violently, as if it were about to be lifted off the ground. Fengyu fastened his seatbelt tightly, not daring to look out the window. Although he was at the mid-stage of the Taoist path, his specialty was hypnosis. If they were to get into a car accident, he certainly wouldn't survive. The old man was very cheerful throughout the journey, chatting non-stop. He asked the 4 of them where they were from and whether they wanted a ride back, offering to cut the price in half. 500 yuan would be enough. Nie Gaoyan was no fool either. He knew there were certain things best left unsaid. He chatted with the old man for most of the trip but didn't get a single useful piece of information out of him. "Pull over." Zhao, who hadn't said a word since getting in the car, suddenly spoke up to the old man. The driver slammed on the brakes and looked at Zhao in confusion. "Young man, are you feeling sick? Do you need to get out and throw up? Just hang in there for another half hour, we'll be in Longzhong town soon. We're not taking the car anymore. We'll just walk." Zhao looked at the dark-skinned old man. "You've driven for so long you must be exhausted. This spot out here is really nice. Consider it your burial ground, kill him." Before the old man could react, the armored golem in the passenger seat lunged forward, swung its sword, and severed the old man's head.
It then kicked open the rickety car door and tossed the head and the headless corpse off the cliff. Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyang were both stunned, staring at Zhao in disbelief. Had he actually chopped off the driver's head before they even reached their destination? He was an outer sect disciple of the soul-capturing sect. Zhao revealed the truth. He'd already used the soft bone powder. If we'd been a moment later, both of you would have been poisoned. Both men knew the name of the soul-capturing sect. Renowned throughout the southern mountains for their ghost-controlling abilities and formidable power, they were also infamous for their secretive ways and ruthless methods. The history of the soul-capturing sect dates back hundreds of years. Its founder was a master deeply versed in the arts of ghost control. Rumor had it he had transcended the realm of a true immortal. Over the years, the soul-capturing sect has committed numerous atrocities, sparking outrage and resistance across all sectors of the Southern Ridge. The Night Watchers division has attempted to root them out, but due to the eerie nature of their disciples' ghost-controlling techniques and the sect's secret location, they have never succeeded. Soft bone powder is a poison prevalent in the Southern Ridge, a white powder that shows no symptoms immediately after inhalation. Over time, the body grows weak, and the victim is unable to muster any strength. I'm afraid the moment you Night Watchers set foot on this land, the soul-capturing sect will know your whereabouts. What happened in Langzhong town was their doing all to prevent the Night Watchers from disrupting their plans. Through an elderly outer sect disciple, Zhao had learned a great deal of valuable information. For example, the small county town where they had landed was originally part of Dongshan province, but after more than a decade of gradual encroachment, it had fallen under the soul-capturing sect's control. Their spies were everywhere, and key figures had been neutralized. Nie Gaoyang and Feng Yu suddenly realized the truth and turned to look at the puppet in the passenger seat. They had seen him in action just moments ago. That Zhao had such a powerful fighter under his command. However, they also saw clearly that beneath the loose-fitting robes was not a human, but a suit of ancient armor. A suit of armor capable of walking normally, possessing such formidable combat power, and even able to understand Zhao's commands. It truly defied all their expectations. They had never heard of anything like it before. "Let us go. Don't drive anymore," Zhao said to the two of them. He already knew where the small town was, and the car was filled with soft bone powder. No one below the Marshal King stage could be immune to it, and he certainly didn't want to drag two deadweights along. They weren't ordinary people either. After walking for 20 minutes, Langzhong town came into view. Dilapidated houses were scattered along the narrow streets, forming a stark contrast with the lush trees surrounding them. The midday sun pierced through the sparse clouds, bathing the town in light, yet it failed to dispel the heavy atmosphere of desolation. The streets were deserted, with only the occasional falling leaf and the distant chirping of cicadas. The four walked in silence as they approached Langzhong town. Suddenly, a black speck appeared in their field of vision. Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyang couldn't make it out clearly, but Zhao's lips curled into a smile. "This is actually quite interesting." Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyang were puzzled until they neared the town entrance and saw what the black speck was, at which point their pupils instinctively contracted slightly. The elderly driver they'd just slain was standing right at the entrance to Langzhong town, a beaming smile on his face. "You're finally here." Feng Yu and Nie Gaoyang felt a chill run down their spines. The corpse they'd just hacked to pieces and thrown off the cliff was now looking at them with a cheerful grin. "Playing tricks." Zhao glanced at the armored golem beside him. The golem took the hint, stepped forward, and swung its sword, cleaving the figure in two from the middle. Instead of blood, layers upon layers of yellow paper gushed out of the old man's body, accompanied by a faint current of energy. It was, in fact, a lifelike paper effigy. "So it's a paper effigy." Feng Yu, well-traveled and knowledgeable, recognized it immediately. Rumor has it that a formidable grand elder of the soul-capturing sect obtained some evil paper doll sorcery from who knows where. It takes the living souls of 10 people just to create a single paper doll. Having killed the paper doll, Zhao remained unfazed and led the way into the town. "Let us not waste time. Let us get this over with as quickly as possible. I still need to go back and go into seclusion." The dilapidated Langzhong town was filled with desolation and decay. Not a single person was to be seen on the streets. Zhao's goal was very clear. He headed toward the town's ancestral hall, explaining to the two without looking back, "A plague once broke out here, killing too many people.
Their spirits, reluctant to leave the mortal world, lingered behind, making this a place of intensing energy. As a result, the town has seen no development for many years. Someone has used this to set up a spirit binding array, repeatedly gathering in energy to cultivate a red-clad specter, and it seems they're about to succeed. Fengyu looked at the deserted streets and alleys, not seeing a single soul, and shuddered instinctively. Where did everyone in Langzhong town go? They can't all be dead, can they? Langzhong town must have had 500 or 600 residents. If they all perished, their group would likely be finished as well. It's not quite that bad. Zhao used the life-death ledger to scan a corner of the town and confirmed that the townspeople were still alive, though they'd clearly been bewitched, gathered like puppets in the ancestral hall. But it won't be long now. Their life force is draining away. I'd say they have only a day or two left. But I can't shake the feeling that something's off. It's as if everyone's been misled. After about 10 minutes, they reached the ancestral hall, the only building in the entire town worth looking at, though it couldn't hide its dilapidated and weathered state. Its exterior retained the style of the Qing dynasty, and beside it stood an ancient mud sculpture, its features now barely discernible. Let us go inside and take a look. Zhao paid no heed to Fengyu and Nie Gaoyang, stepping inside first. His curiosity had truly been piqued. He couldn't shake the feeling that what they'd seen so far wasn't the whole truth. The armored golem followed close behind, its dark red broadsword radiating a menacing aura. The other two hurried to catch up. Even the star-ranked night watchers had failed. If they didn't cling tightly to Zhao's coattails, they'd surely be finished too. The ancestral hall was packed with residents of Langzhong town, each with a joyful smile on their face. Upon seeing 4 more people enter, one of whom was an elderly man in his 60s, one of them hurried forward to greet them. All who come from afar are our guests. I am the town mayor. We're celebrating a wedding here today. Please come in and have a drink. Zhao looked at the man's face, already pale and swollen, and at the red wedding invitations plastered on the walls. He bowed slightly and said, "Then we'll take you up on your offer." Hearing this, the town mayor's face broke into a stiff smile. Someone from behind produced 4 bowls of liquor out of nowhere and presented them to the group. This is our homemade grain liquor. It's even better than Wuliangye. You 4 should try some right away. The banquet will begin shortly. The rest of the people in the ancestral hall turned to look at them, their eyes revealing only eerie whites as they stared intently at the 4 visitors. A fresh scent of liquor filled the air. Even Fengyu, who knew nothing about wine, couldn't resist taking a few extra whiffs. Golden flames flared in the depths of Zhao's eyes, seeing through the illusion that had been set up. The 4 bowls of liquor, which had been clear, instantly turned as murky as urine. Inside, they could see several fingers, swollen and bleached white, crawling with plump, white maggots. Zhao stood there motionless. Suddenly, I don't feel like drinking this anymore. Since even Zhao hadn't taken a sip, Fengyu and Nie Gaoyang, who weren't fools, knew exactly what kind of place this was. Not even if they were given 10,000 dares would they dare to drink it. The atmosphere remained tense as the townspeople gradually closed in, their eyes gleaming with malice. Fengyu and Nie Gaoyang both assumed fighting stances. Suddenly, a young man dressed in a simple Taoist robe with delicate features and a very pale complexion emerged from the crowd and brought the wine in front of Zhao over. Grain wine is so rare these days. If they want drink it, you all drink it. With that, he picked up the 4 cups of wine and, without a trace of emotion, swapped them around. It looked as though he had drunk them all, but in reality, he had poured them all out. Seeing that someone had broken the deadlock, the town mayor's expression eased somewhat. Everyone, please wait just a little longer. Once the bride arrives, we can begin the banquet. It wasn't until the town mayor returned to the crowd with 4 townspeople that the young man in the Taoist robe leisurely bowed to Zhao and his 3 companions, saying with great sincerity, I am a disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Passing through this town, I sensed something was amiss. The townspeople seemed to have been bewitched, repeating the same actions over and over. If you hadn't drunk the wine just now, it might have provoked their fury.